Let's move. Aquile Vive, power and sports drinks. KwaZulu-Natal, power and sports drinks. Let's move. KwaZulu Vive, power and sports drinks. Let's move. KwaZulu-Natal, power and sports drinks. Let's move. KwaZulu-Natal, power and sports drinks.
South Africa and people of the world, coming to you live. We are at the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Cross Country Championships. These are hosted by the Grantleigh Schools in Richards Bay. We are here in a very cold and windy day, and we are about to witness the greatness of cross country, that, or rather, the talents that the province has to offer. So we have teams, or rather athletes, coming from different parts of KwaZulu-Natal to come and showcase their talent and hopefully qualify for their national championships in cross country. How do they do so? So the criteria is they will be taking the top three finishes, and then from number 4 onwards, the criteria from there on will be you have at least participated in at least 2 of the cross country leagues for you to be then considered. So that is us today, and We have two courses. We have a 1 kilometer loop for the younger ones, and we have a 2 kilometer loop for athletes that are older than 9 years, all the way to masters. So it feels like definitely like a circle of life where you have the young ones that are looking up to the older ones, and we have the older ones that are looking back that that's where I started. So it's going to be a great day, and as cold as it is, but it's going to be a lovely day of beautiful results and just a wonderful cause where the athletes are just going to be showcasing and showcasing their talent and doing what they love. So in a bit, we will show you with one of my colleagues that is on the field right now to just take you through what the cause is like, the atmosphere currently, how the athletes are looking, and just the overall experience that is on the field. So over to you, Xolani Mapida. Oi.
So this is last year's results.
Yes.
Amanda, that's what we wonder.
So Rani's not there, so if you want to just keep speaking about what's happening in the drone shots, you can talk about people are out there doing
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Not in the shot? Okay. Okay, so I am not going to be rolling alone today. For those who may or may not know me, I am Amanda Setole Mhlongo, Intombi with a double barrel surname Ingashatile, and I'm not alone as I've said before. I have my co-commentators. There is Wayne Sneyman, who's just joined us now. We have Providence. We have Usiabonga Binde, as well as Uklolani Mapita and Sipho Mbanjwa. So those are going to be our commentators today. We will be interchanging with the events just to give you a vivid picture of as to what is exactly happening here today and the feels that we are all experiencing here. So in the drone shot that we have there, we have the call room as partly that's where the athletes are going to check in to get their numbers, to double check with the start list into which race they are in, are they put or allocated into the right age group and all of that jazz. So that is essentially that. So we're also not here alone. We do have sponsors and partners that are helping us out. We have our hydration sponsor, which is Aquile, and we have it is a long-standing partnership that we've had with Aquile together with KZN Athletics. So we have Aquile, we have Rocker Mamas, we also have one of our masters and one of our astute masters that is warming up and getting ready. We have the board walk in Kwazi, that is where the excitement starts and ends, and they are also part of our sponsors today. So we'll just be here and there giving you insights as to who our partners and our sponsors are and who we are in collaboration with. So our live stream is proudly brought to you by the K9 Medias, and they will be helping us through with showcasing all the results and all the live footage that we'll have here today. Beautiful landscape of KwaZulu-Natal, just showcasing the greenery that the country has to offer, that we still also very much appreciate. Because not much now, unfortunately, because of global warming, but what we see here, we really do appreciate. So over to you, to Sneyman.
Good morning. And yes, my name is Wayne Snyman. I am very happy to be here at Grantleigh School here in Richards Bay, and it's a fantastic windy morning is going to be a great day because you can see the conditions is absolutely perfect. And we are just waiting for the first race, which will be the Masters Men 35 to 59 8K race, which will be very exciting. I've walked the course and I can see some of the runners are going on the course. This is a very flat and fast course. There's some obstacles. The start is a little bit tricky, so these guys are going to have to move at the start where it might be a bottleneck in the beginning, and then the last 300 meters, I don't know if these guys has walked the course, but it's going to be very, very fast. So the Masters 8 kilometer men is ready
two,
for
one,
the
two.
lineup, and they are going to run an 8K, which is going to be fantastic because they are going to see this course 4 times. They're running a 2K loop 4 times,
1 2 1 2.
which will be an interesting development because the last 300 meters of this course is very hilly. So at least 1.2 kilometers of this course will be hills, and there is a nice tough, let's say 20 to 30 meters uphill climb that they have to do at the end, and then they have to master themselves down to take on the next lap. So for me, I think this is going to be a fantastic race because we are expecting fast times. It might be a little bit windy outside there, but you're shaded by the trees. That is fantastic on your left side, and on the right there is sugarcane, so the wind is mostly gone, and we are expecting some fast times today.
What the Swedish something?
Scottish.
Scottish.
It's Grantleigh Scottish.
I guess.
Say about that because I don't know. And they are off. The race just started for the men's Masters 35 to 59 8K run, and as you can see there in the start, there is a very, very narrow end where they need to get in very quickly. So it is definitely in your best interest to start fast and to get into that little area. Once you've reached that, there is about a 150 straight run, a completely 90-degree turn to your right, and then there's about 400 to 500 meters straight all the way down. So this is actually a block course, if I actually think of it quite well, because if you get to that 500 meters, again there's a 500 meters 90-degree turn. There you can see they already turned right there, and now that's going to be a long windy straight, because on the left hand side there's sugarcane, on the right hand side there's very small newly planted trees, so meaning that that is the hill, the windy part of the course. So as they approach close to this, the straight that they are coming up to, when they turn right, there is some obstacles that is in their way, which is the bay hails, which they need to either decide to crisscross through, or they're going to jump over. So let's see what this men 35 to 38K elite athlete decides to do, either run over, crisscross, or jump over it. It's exciting to see what the first the race is going to decide to do.
I think it's also important to note that as they're approaching the obstacle courses, that will be the haystack. The haystack is proudly sponsored by Panarotis, as they are one of our sponsored partners, and they will continue to be faced with many obstacles. So the first one was the haystack, and as they continue, there will be a timber turn, and that one is proudly sponsored by Rockamamas. And then there will be a sandy straight. That one is proudly sponsored by Spur. And then we have a water walks, which is by it's also one of the sponsors. And then we have a log land, which I think that one is quite unfamiliar, but I think Sneemon will enlighten us more as to the obstacle courses that are infused into the course. How does that normally work?
Yeah, so if you can see now, turning left here, this is the Spur sandy area. There is about a 200 up, a 180-degree turn back, and then a 200 down. That is a difficult situation. But it is this little part that they are running up there is a little bit uphill, not really tough. The course is I would say, elevation about 10 meters here. And then once they go down, the sandy part is on the turn, which will be very difficult. So Spur has given them a little bit of a tough situation there to go through. But when they turn left, the log part is interesting because when we were on the course, we actually stepped on one of the logs. They are loose. So these runners should not think that they can step on it or steeplechase over that. They should just avoid it completely and just run over it. So that will be a difficult part of the course. So let's hope these guys stay off the logs and just steeplechase right over it.
And it's also important to note that as you're running this race, you do need to get a feel or an idea as to how the course is. So just like how Sneeman has just described, that there is parts of the course that has logs, and that is one of the obstacle courses which has loose logs. So you don't necessarily, if you haven't necessarily studied your course, then one can mistake it for a steeplechase type of technique, whereas that is not necessarily what is required in this instance, because the logs are loose. So it is very much important for the athletes as well as the coach to study their course beforehand, so that they know which points are to look out for and what exactly to do, or the technique to execute during that time of the course. So we are seeing them, they're still running up downhill, it's up and down, so there is a change of the terrain as well. So this course is specifically there to test the athletes, to see how determined they are to win this and how determined they are to go through these obstacles and still triumph at the top regardless.
So this part of the course is where you can see now there's the logs running down there, and these guys are taking it pretty good. This is about a 300-meter stretch downhill, and on the turn there on the top, you can clearly see there's a left, which is very sandy, and then once you turn right, that's where the hill starts. It's literally, I think, about 50 meters, and then a tough hill up, and then you're going to restart the course. So these guys are actually motoring quite fast in this course. I have to say, it's not a technical course, it's a speedy course, which sometimes suits different runners. You'll see now on this turn, there's a camera right on the top end there. Once they hit this, you'll see that the pace is going to go down, down, down. There we go. On the hill, right there, you can see the guys working hard, small steps, working with arms. And this last part, once you get into the new part of the restart, the whole course, this is hilly. And also, not just that, it's open, so you can see the wind blowing quite hard. So this is a challenging part of the course, but you can see these guys are taking it on the chin, and they're really putting up the pace, because the lap is about to restart itself and just start from straight on over. But now they're familiar with the course, so now the pace should be picking up quite easily now.
And it's just to also enlighten you guys or remind you guys that all the obstacles are proudly sponsored by our sponsors today. So the hilly area was a PSI brokers sponsored, and as they approach the finish line of the starting line, that is also sponsored, and then that is sponsored by Broadwalk in KwaZulu, and that's where essentially the excitement starts and ends. So we are still at the top. We're getting more and more athletes coming to the top, which is more open and making them more vulnerable to the wind and the cold. But I think that's where you can see them getting even more speedy, so that they can get through to the parts where they feel more protected. So that's essentially I think the tactic that they're using here. I stand to be corrected, but it seems like they're going faster now, so that they could get to the parts where they feel more protected from the wind rather.
For sure, definitely. You can see them getting a bit more comfortable with the course as well. But let me quickly go through the qualifying standards for nationals here, guys. This is very important, because this is what all these runners are here for.
Yep.
They are here to qualify, to run later this year in Pretoria for the qualifying standards. So let me go through this with you. It says top 3 finishers in each category and KZN champs will automatically be selected for performance to be an adequate standard. So first of all, these guys are going to go for a top 3 finish. This is what they aim for, because you want that auto.
Yep.
That auto is the most important part. So second point is a minimum of 4 athletes and a maximum of 12 will be selected in each category if the performance is adequate standard. So you still need to be up there with a high standard of running. You can't decide that you are three finishes and that's good enough. You have to make that standard. Finishers from position 4 onwards must have participated in at least 2 leagues to be considered, which is very important. Supporting local races, that is where everything starts. Every single district had at least 3 to 4 races in their area to be able to give these athletes an eligible chance to qualify. And the last point, KZN will only be responsible for the entry fees for athletes who are 9 years and below. So that is an interesting situation because this year they've added the under 8
Yep.
1K race, which is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Because development in this sport is everything, and that is where we go through. What do you think, Amanda?
I think it's a very good initiative so that you really start them young, and I think it's also bears the interest or plants the seed of interest rather to the younger ones to still like the longer stuff, because when they are still young they all want to be Usain Bolt or Shelley and Fraser Price. So it's very much important that we start now to plant the seed of them wanting to do more of the endurance sports. So having that the 2 separate loops or the 1 kilometer loop for them to try and groom them into the sports is really a phenomenal thing to do. And I think as they compete more at a national level, that's where they will meet their peers who are more dedicated or faster than them, and that's where also the inspiration will there also be planted. So in as much as we want them to have fun, we also want them to be inspired to continue to do this for the long run, and hopefully they'll also be the masters that are competing right now, where they're also competing for the 8K and not just the 1 kilometer.
Definitely. That is exactly what it is all about. You need to be able to have fun, but also take responsibility of remembering every province needs and wants to go for medals.
Yep.
And that is what it's all about. So these guys have not only a placement in mind, but also a time, because all the provinces are currently running their province champs, district champs all over South Africa, and they'll have a definite time in mind. So these masters guys are definitely well experienced to know exactly what pace they should be going at. And yeah, they it's definitely in the back of their minds, not just position but time as well. And then Pretoria, September is going to be windy. So, and it's high altitude, 1,400 meters. It's a very different course than what we have here. It will be probably flat. I don't think there's a lot of hills on that course, but the wind and the altitude, that's what's going to get these athletes.
That is true indeed. So we are seeing the athletes, they're getting more used to the course, they're getting faster and faster. So we are seeing them separate from the bunch as well, which is also good to see. They are acclimatizing themselves to the obstacle courses as well quite well, so which is also good to see. We're seeing the top 3 finishers, I think it's the top 3 finishers that are heading towards the PSI Broker Hill. So they're about to finish or clock in rather their second lap, which will be 4 kilometers, and embarking on their 6 kilometers. And yeah, so those are our athletes heading towards the PSI Brokers Hill.
It's going to be interesting to see what the 4K split is. That will give a very good indication of what their pace is.
Yep.
So we can't really predict it now because the hill is lying in front. So the hilly 300 meters, the last 300 meters is going to be there. So it always drops in pace for that. And you can see that the runners is some of the middle and the back runners are slowing down. It lactic really hits you when you start too fast. But also, if you can see the turn on the hill now, there is the PSI hill that they were talking about. That is a pretty steep hill coming up, not very big, but all the way now to get the start of the third lap is uphill all the way. So let's keep a fine eye on what the time is. You can see that the runners are taking some refreshments now. So tiredness is starting to kick in, but this 3 is really hitting hard. So it is, let's look, there's a little hill coming in. Once they've passed that little last hilly part, the third lap will start. So we're running on 13 minutes. So that gives us about
26.
Yeah, I want to
27.
say a three. I don't know, 315, 315 pace, which is not bad for cross country. I think that's pretty good. So 315 pace, and you can see they're shortening their strides now. That means the lactic is starting to kick
Kick in.
in.
And when the lactic kicks in, that's when you need to be more technical. You need to be more disciplined to your technique and stay the course. Because once you now start to overthink things, that's when your body also now focuses on other things other than just you finishing the race at your best. So now it's more so of a mind games type of thing. The endurance or the fitness as past the physical stage, it's now at a mental stage. How far can my mind and then my body take me from there on? So that is the men's masters from 35 all the way to 55, 8 kilometers, and their 4 kilometer time was at a sub 13 minutes. So we are looking at a finish of 26 or a sub 27 at most, from our top three finishers as they're heading past the sugarcane landmarks. And just to remind you again that our obstacle courses are all by our sponsors. So they are headed to the haystack, and that haystack will, or rather is, sponsored by Panarotis.
For sure, they have hit the half mark, and now it becomes serious because you can see the front runner is now slowing down substantially, and with a halfway mark to go, he definitely will be caught. So he needs to keep that mental game up to be able to stay in the top three because these oaks are running. You can see that the tail or the chasing pack is not far off these front three runners, and then there's a hard chasing pack coming, or the tail coming from that chasing pack. So these guys are not far apart. So as soon as that mental capacity breaks, you can see that these are one of the obstacle courses sponsored by Panarotti. This is hay bales, so you can choose to either crisscross, jump over, or run around. So let's see. These runners are definitely going over it, and the third runner decided to crisscross it. Interesting fact, because that will lose you about 3-4 seconds, which doesn't sound like a lot. But when it comes to the business end of this sport, the final 2K, that is the 2 seconds, you can clearly see that the 4 and 5 is catching him because of that 3 seconds. It's unfortunately every second counts when it comes to these type of tracks and championships. You want to make sure that you run as effective and economical as you can possibly find. So these guys are now coming up to the turn, the Spur Sandy part, so which is proudly sponsored by Spur. So there is a 200 up, 180 degrees turn, and then a 200 down, and then they're going down to the log run. So you can see they're turning left into the sandy part. What a phenomenal performance this far.
And that turn is also proudly sponsored by Rockamamas. It is called the Timber Turn. So just like Rockamamas is known for their bold flavors, athletes need their bold tactics right now and to keep the course and stay the course. So just as we said that now this race is past the physical stage of it, now we're more so on the mental stage, and we can see the athletes, more and more athletes, like they're really coming in fast. At first, the first 2 kilometers, we thought, oh no, we already have our top three. But now it seems like more and more athletes are getting used to the course, and they're getting faster and faster and faster. So they are closing in on the top three. So it could be anyone's race at this point. We thought the top three already pointed it out and distinguished who exactly it could be. But at this point, it is literally anybody's race. Everyone knows what the course is like. Everyone has already form some sort of tactic on how they're going to approach each turn, each straight, each sandy area. So it is very much anybody's race. And I think everyone just needs to keep in mind that anyone can take this. There isn't a top runner that we've spotted and said, oh, this is no. It's literally anybody's race by the looks of it. So now we are headed all the way down to our waterworks where there's a bit of water and the terrain is also changing. So there's a bit of loose sand there. And as we leave the waterworks, that's where we headed to the logland, past the logland, and then we are up the PSI Brokers steep hill. It might be short, but it was also very, very, very challenging.
So guys, yeah, so this part of the course is nice and downhill. So I think the athletes would relax a little bit. So on that term, I am just going to announce the second race that's going to happen at 10 past 8 Masters Women plus 35. It's a 4 kilometer. We'll have a change in commentary as well. Sipo and Siabonga will be on the microphone with you guys, taking you through the course. Both of those oaks were on the course with me, so they are definitely clued up with what's happening. We both, all of us, were kicking logs, jumping hay bales, and definitely doing the turn. We unfortunately did not walk the Rock of Mama's sandy turn, but it was 200 up, 200 down, 180. How difficult can it be for us walking the course? But for these guys running the course, it is a different situation, because now they're turning into that hilly part, which is definitely going to challenge them, because 2 more of these hills to go, because this is the second last K. They are approaching the 6K mark now. Once they hit that 6K mark, the final lap is going to happen on the track. There would be a bell ringing, but unfortunately these guys are going to take it on themselves. So there's the hill climbing. You can see the top 2 sticking nicely. They are, I want to say, a little stretch 2 meters going in, so you can see the serious runners is now have to make sure that they focus. Oh, that 2 meters just became like a 5 meters, and it is serious running going to happen this last 2K, because the 2K is where everything happens.
And again, just to also notify you guys, or just to remind you rather, that when we get to the start slash finish points, that's when the athletes are more exposed to the wind. So the pace, you'll see that the pace will die down a bit, and it will pick up as they go out of the finish or starting line course. So that is our number 1, who's currently leading at this point, and he's just received his bell, and he's about to start his last lap and commence with, and eventually hopefully win this race. So again, the athletes that are on the course right now, they're all trying to get the top 3 finishers so that they can be able to represent KwaZulu-Natal at the ASA Cross Country Championships that will be taking place on the 5th of September in Pretoria. So essentially that is the criteria that they need to meet. As long as you're in the top 3, you automatically get your qualification. And then athletes that are number 4 onwards, they will need to have at least competed in 2 of the leagues in their district. So that is essentially the qualification today. No time specific, but more so position specific. So it is up to the athletes to run as fast as they can to get that top 3 finish.
It was interesting to see that the leader came through 1930, which keeps him on that 315 pace. And you can see that his gap is growing. So that is phenomenal by the leader, because he is keeping his pace. The other runners is dropping down, which makes it difficult, because he is mentally strong. He's leading. He's keeping his pace. 2 and 3 now. You can see number 3 is jotted, I have to say, estimated guess of about 100 meters back now. And then behind him, there's another 50 meters. So this third runner should definitely be thinking and keeping that in his mind, specifically with the turn. There at the Rocco Mama's turn is a great opportunity for him to see how far back those guys are, and him to plan actually the last part of his race. 1K to go, it will be able to either keep that or lose that. So the leader now is, it's coming up to the Panarottis hay bales. Let's see what he decides to do. Crisscross, he's alone. No one is going to threaten him. It just take 1 or 2 jumps. No one is threatening his lead at this stage. The chasing pack is 3 guys working together. That is interesting, because if they decide to work together, that leader is in serious danger.
And I think it's also quite fascinating to watch that everyone has their own technique and how they get through these obstacle courses. There isn't one way to do it, and I think that's also the beauty of it, that you are doing it by yourself and you do what works for you in that moment. So that, I guess, it's also testament to your mental strength and your mental capacity at that point. Can I still jump over this haystack or this log, even though I'm just as tired? Or now do I give in to running the crisscross in as much as it might take me more time to do so? So I think the emphasis on, now we are past the physical stage, it's more of really just the mental game of it all, where you are just pushing yourself mentally so that you are able to get that top 3 finish and you're able to represent the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal.
You can see there the windy part of the course, the first 200, but yeah, so they just switched over again to the leaderboards. The leader is about 50 meters in front of a 3-guy chasing pack, which will be interesting because if those 3 decide to work together, this leader is in serious danger.
Yep.
And it seems like they're breaking up a little bit and also closing the gap.
Yeah.
So the turn is an interesting one because it's 180. That also takes a lot of energy out of you. But after that turn, they go downhill, turn left, downhill, turn right, downhill. So whoever is the fastest at this stage and run technical, because that part of the course is either hard or grassy. So you need to decide what is your strength and then go for that. You can't doubt yourself on this part of the race. You have to trust that judgment, trust that tiny little voice inside your head that tells you to stick to the hard parts and then just gun it out, because I think there might be about 600 meters left on this course, and the leader is being chased hard down. So it's going to be interesting to see the finish and what they decide to do.
I think it's also important to note the guys that are at the back, that they're also putting in a hard shift and they're putting in much needed effort to keep on going. The guys that are leading, I wouldn't say they're too far apart. They're there, but they're also not there. But I think just one look back by the leader, they can see who. Sorry about that. They can see who is behind him and how far they are, but they're not too far off. Now they are headed towards the log land, where they will need to do a bit of jumping here and there. But straight after that, we take it to the PSI Brokers Hill, and they will be well off into their finishing time. So we are headed towards the log land, and that is where they're doing their jumps, just to get over the logs. They are not as strong or steady, rather, so they can't really approach it like a steeplechase. So I think they figured that out with the 3 rounds that have gone, and this one being their last one. And now they're doing their last turn on the bend, and they will be well into the straight-ish, and then the hill will then commence, and then they will be well into their finish.
So the leader has about 30 meters on the second guy, and then 2, 3, and 4 is very, very close. So if you want to get that automatic top 3, this is where you now need to finish it. That top runner has got about 15 meters. He's climbed. You can see he's out on the hill. But this is where windy part. So now it's the exciting part of the race. You can see 3 and 4 is not decided. The top runner, I think he has seen the finish line and is definitely gunning for it. So now that is an interesting. Second runner is about 20 meters. It is closing up. There's 3 and 4. They are very close. So 3 and 4 is not decided yet. 1, I don't want to make early announcements because there's about 200 meters to the end now. And there you can see the guys are speeding up. Now they're going for the chase. Let's see what is going to happen. Unfortunately, we've lost a little bit, and now they've turned around to see the chasing pack. Here we go. Finisher in 26:35. Amazing, Amanda. You have definitely got that time right. Second and third is on the way there.
I guess my maths is not that bad on a Saturday morning, so I'll take that. But we do have a finishing time, unofficial time of 26.35 minutes as the leader, and they took that one. And it was, I think it got really challenging towards the end, because that's where we started seeing 2, 3, and 4 trying to close in down on number 1. But number 1 was mentally prepared and physically prepared to take on this cause and to be the one to take it all the way through. So he will be definitely representing KwaZulu-Natal on the 5th rather of September in Pretoria at the Nationals Cross Country Championships.
Just to lighten you in on the quick math, that the last 2K, he dropped his pace from 3:15 to 3:10. So he made that little 5-second split per K, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it definitely dropped number 2, which maybe gave him that edge from from just winning to winning, which will be very, very good. 5 seconds on a kilometer doesn't sound like a lot, but I promise you, on a windy course, cross-country course, 5 seconds per kilometer is extremely tough to do, specifically when lactic has now came and knocking on your door and asking you to let you into the race. So our leader had a 3:10 finish. I want to say 3:08, but I can't be that specific. But you can see that the rest of the field is now slowly approaching as well. These guys are in the middle order. Now it's all about your personal time and you just beating and mentally getting through this race. I have to say the conditions died down a little bit. The wind doesn't look that bad now. It is not cold, but it's not hot as well. And then you can see one of the runners from Westville with a beautiful hairdo of pink. So he's definitely here to enjoy himself and not gunning for that place going for Pretoria later on this year.
And I think it's also important to note that with the Masters, each age group has their own category as well. So, in as much as they may be a number one for the overall race, he, in his age category, he's also number one there. So, every person, or rather, all the Masters that are here competing, considering that it's from the range of 35 to 55, each age group will have their number one, number two, number three type of thing. So, that's also very much important to note there. So, yeah, it was a very fast race because we still have a lot of athletes trickling in, and there's still no one has slowed down. Everyone is still pushing and giving in maximum effort, and I think there's a lot of athletes that have come through in sub 30 minutes mark and of the 8 kilometers, which is also very much impressive. So everyone has given in their much needed effort, and they've trained for this, and mentally they were trained for this. So it's very much good to see the Masters showcasing their efforts in this way, which is also testament to their experience in the sports, and also showcasing to the lower ones the inspiration that you too one day you will be in my shoes, and hopefully you'll be faster than I am, which is I guess that's every elder's wish, that the youth is doing much better than they are. And if you can see through the corner right there, we can see the Masters ladies that are gathering to show companionship towards each other and just to cheer each other on just before the race. More and more Masters are coming through, and more and more athletes are going across the course to head over to the call room so they could also get their numbers and just to double check if they're registered correctly in their right age group. So that is us today. Right now, we will be crossing over to the Masters women, and again, they'll be 35 all the way to 55. And we will have Usipo and Usiabonga take you guys through that race.
So logging off this morning is Amanda and Wayne Sneeman on the commentary for the Masters men, 35 to 59, 8 kilometers. As you can see that they are finishing. Just to give you a quick insight, 32 minutes on 8K is 4 minutes a K. That is tough. Doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah.
That is always a tough situation. So anyone who can run a sub 32 on an 8K on cross country is in great shape. So
Yeah.
these guys has come prepared. They've definitely taken on these conditions. It's not easy.
Yep.
That wind is still winding, and certain parts on the course, it is really windy.
Windy,
so
yeah.
this is not not an easy course. So I have to compliment all the competitors today. Well done. You guys are definitely well prepared. Stepped in here, challenged the conditions, and once you've crossed that finish line, that is your race definitely. You can see some of the competitors still at the back, windy part. Yeah, they have about 1.2 kilometers to go. The women's race is scheduled to start at 8:10, but I think we just have to wait for every single competitor to finish. And as soon as they get over that finish line, the women's race, you can see that they are on the right-hand side of the screen. They are lining up. They're ready to go. They warmed up. They have to keep themselves warm because this is still 8:05 in the morning in KwaZulu-Natal. And for our standards here in this beautiful province, it's cold.
Cold.
It is not hot. We are not used to
To this
cold.
weather.
We are not used to
We are
windy.
definitely not used to
we
this
like
weather.
sunny. We
Yep.
like beautiful conditions. We want to go to the beach. So these guys are definitely braver than I am. I'm sitting in a full track suit all of my companions here is full track suits, some beanies on. I see here.
Yep.
We're all gunning for the coffee. So these guys are definitely braver than us. So let's hope that the day improves a little bit with the conditions so we can get some great fast times. But to be fair, the start of today was phenomenal already. Let's say 3:12, 3:13 pace on this course is very, very good. It's still far back. So there might be another, I have to say, 6 minutes before they come in. So it's still a while because they just showed the.
We have some of our competitors still persevering through the cause. They're determined to finish this race. They are determined to finish what they have started. And this cause was made specifically for these type of people that want to persevere through it all and want to finish regardless of the circumstance. So the terrain is very different. We have grass patches, we have soft sand, we have logs, there's a bit of water patches as well. So it's very different, or rather every turn and every straight is quite different. So that is essentially what the cause is like, and the type of people that we designed this cause for is for people that are determined to finish and finish strong.
See that.
Is it any headsets?
I can hear you.
Really?
Okay, so this is the final part of the 8 kilometers men's master race. You can see the finishes there. Just a while ago, they have. Okay, so on the screen, you can see Skumbuza Mbaka was the winner of the men's 8K race with that phenomenal time of 27:32. So that was really, really good. You can see this runner is still quite far back because yeah, that's the first part of the last loop. So he still has about 1.5 kilometers to go. So yeah, this race is still live and running, and we are happy. You can see there's the results coming. The winning time officially was 26:35, and then all the way down the top 10 is clearly visible on the screen now.
That the top 10 has gotten times that are sub 30, or rather a sub 28 to be more specific, which is very excellent for the age group that these masters are in, and the times that they are producing even at the age groups that they are within. So it's also very important to note that we still have one of the athletes still coming through, again persevering through the cause as tough as it is, and now they're heading through or heading past the Spurs corner, and I believe they are the last athletes to come through and finish the cause.
So you can see that the winning time, the leaders, the 1, 2, and 3 was within 2 seconds from each other. It was 37, 35, 37, 37, and 37, 39. That is phenomenal. That is really, really good. That is some great results. And then unfortunately, the fourth just got about 12 seconds on them. So it was a different finish for number 4. Let's hope he is ready to rumble and make sure that if he gets selected to go over on to Pretoria. So now we're going to introduce our colleagues that's going to take over now. It will be Siyabonga and Konke. No, excuse me? Nkonde taking over the ladies masters race for you. I will see you again later. You will hear from us. Have a great day, people.
Sibingelele ababukeli emakhaya, igama uSipho Kambanjwa. Ulanga liphumela iy'nsizwa lanzaza ukuthi lelazindalodwa ngumankentshane ngoba efuna ukunotha ngalo. Isilwane esilalendle sivuke sigcwele amabethe, umbiko wenkosi emhlophe emhlanga jika ngabusi nayo. Silapha-ke namhlanje e-Richards Bay, it's KZN Cross Country Championships. Njengamanje kuzogijima laphayana iy'ntokazi u-women 35 and 290 years of age. I-distance laphayana uwona laphaya u-4 kilometer. Mfoka Nkonde sihambile ikhozi ekuseni sayibona. Yinhle kakhulu. Kade ngikhuluma nawe ngikuchazela ukuthi cha iy'nsizwa laphayana wona ama-senior singazibona iy'nsizwa laphayana zigijima wona laphaya u-29 okanye laphayana u-28 if possible. Ikhozi yinhle kakhulu, ayikho that challenging. Engicabanga ukuthi wonke umuntu namhlanje uzosenza isikhathi esihle. Kodwa-ke sikhumbule ukuthi i-cross country azibhekiwe iy'khathi. Into ebhekwe kakhulu laphayana i-position. Position 1 kuya ku-position 6 okuyibona abantu abazomela laphayana i-province yaKwaZulu-Natal khona ePitoli ngenyanga ezayo uSeptember okanye sithi laphayana uMandulo.
Kunjalo Mfoka Mbanjwa, into esihlangene ngayo namhlanje iwona ama-KZN championship la sazi khona ukuthi kuyakuhlungwa khona ompetha abazomela isifundazwe sethu mase kuma-national championship azobanjula laphayana ePitoli ngayo uMandulo. Kodwa-ke okubalulekile ukuthi namhlanje iy'ntokazi siyabona ukuthi ziyimisele ziwulungele umjaho namhlanje, ziphakamise isandla zifuna ukuba ngabanye abazongena ethimini yaKwaZulu-Natal Athletics. Nokuyinto-ke ebaluleke kakhulu kubagijimi ukuthi bagijime baze bakwazi ukuthi bafike ezingeni lokumela isifundazwe esabo. Kuyinto ebaluleke kakhulu kubagijimi. Siyabona indlela abayimisela ngayo nendlela abenza ngakhona. Sikhona-ke intokazi namhlanje, intokazi esibhekelile ukuthi zingawina namhlanje nezake zaba kuwo lo mjaho zaze zangena kule i-team lase-KZN zayirepresenta i-KZN kuma-national championship. Ngiyabona lapha intokazi eqhamuka ngemuva lapha, intokazi yasemgazini uSilindile Ntshangase okuyena ntokazi ewushampiyoni wangonyaka odlulo wayo le cross country 4 kilometers. Zikhona-ke izinto laphana, intokazi kaMemela nayo siyayibona ukuthi khona yala lesibili kuwo lo mjaho ngonyaka ophelile. Zikhona nezinye-ke iy'ntokazi, ngiyababona uXoli Madida bakhona bathi sihamba nini. Okusho ukuthi-ke namhlanje umcimbi mkhulu kakhulu, zonke iy'ntokazi zibuyile zikhona zifuna ngamehlabuvu isicoco sanamhlanje singazi ukuthi siyolala kuphi. Ziningi iy'ntokazi uyabona nje noma ziwoma apha sigxumagxuma ukuthi cha kuwo wonke kulamakhaza aziwezwa nakwezwa amakhaza ngoba seyilindele kuba kuyo i-cause enhle ngendlela eyisimanga. Mfoka Mbanjwa.
I-weather yona ayikho yimbi kakhulu, kodwa-ke ngesimo sokuthi i-weather ivedane yashintshela nje ey'nsukwini ey'dlule ey'mbili, engicabanga ukuthi it's going to be an advantage kubagijimi. Nomoya ukhona kona kodwa mase uyoqeda toward the finish, engicabanga ukuthi ngale ngasehlathini wonke umuntu uzogijima ekhululekile. Njengoba ebekile laphayana uMfoka Nkonde ukuthi intokazi laphayana okuyiyona eyadla umhlanganiso laphayana kwabesifazane u-35 kuya ku-39 iyona laphayana uBiyela Silindile, owalandelwa laphaya uyena uMemela Nokukhanya owazuza indondo yesiliva. Bese kuba owalala isithathu kwaba uyena lapha uNzuza Zama ugijimela naye i-Hollywood AC. Engicabanga ukuthi laphayana iy'ntokazi sezikulindele zizosuka maduze kungekudala. Into engiyinothisayo la Mfoka Nkonde izinga lama-championships isibalo sithe ukwehla, angazi noma kwenziwa ukuthi kushintshwe indawo, kepha ngiyacabanga ukuthi ushintsho empilweni lubalulekile. Ngijabulele kakhulu ukuthi i-cross country ibe lapha e-Richards Bay. Engicabanga ukuthi okokuqala emva kweminyaka eminingi yagcina ukuthi ama-championships abe lapha e-Richards Bay.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa, uma ubheka isibalo se-cross country especially kulama age group esisawabonile, sibona isibalo ngathi asifani nesaphambilini, kodwa-ke mhlawumpe kuningi okungenza lokho. Ilona ushintsho olushoyo nanokuthi mhlawumpe indawo abajwayele ugijima kuyo, kodwa-ke indawo enhle kakhulu lesiyibone namhlanje ukuthi i-cross country enhle kakhulu ngendlela eyisimanga engakwazi ukuthi ikhiphe ikhathi noma ikhiphe i-performance engaba yinhle kakhulu, ngoba siyazi ukuthi kwi-cross country asibhekanga kakhulu ikhathi, kodwa siyayisibheka i-performance okuyayo kube yi-top 6. So ngiyacabanga ukuthi-ke abantu abaningi bazoyibona, bayibuke, bayithande. Mhlawumpe ngokulandelayo singabona isibalo sabantu aba-athenda lo mdlalo sikhula ngesivinini esiphezulu. Kodwa-ke okubaluleke kakhulu ukuthi kulo mjaho kukhona iy'ntokazi ezigijimela yona i-club ehostayo kwi-Richards Bay Athletic Club. Sobona ukuthi zona zizokwenza kanjani namhlanje since sigijima ekhaya, nanokuthi intokazi vele eyakhona la e-Richards Bay iyona eyi-defending champion. Kodwa-ke sebesukile njengamanje mfokambanjwa, sebeqalile bayagijima. Uthini ukuphawula kwakho?
Njengamanje seyisukile lapha eyintokazi kungumhla ka-1 kuNcwaba u-August wawona lapha u-2026 silapha e-Richards Bay esikoleni lapha i-Grantleigh School okuyisikole esihle kakhulu. Ama-facilities akhona mahle kakhulu njengoba sibona nathi laphayana kwi-screen. Intokazi laphayana seyisukile namuhla kungumhla ka-1 kwenyanga entsha. Kuwama-championship e-cross country uqala kulonyaka lona. Engicabanga ukuthi nakhona futhi sizobona umacekeceke ushampeni wethu omushasha. Asazi-ke lapha mfokankonde ngempela ukuthi intokazi izokwazi yini ukuthi izivikele isicoco sayo. Engicabanga ukuthi izoba nomdlandla ne-support kakhulu njengoba isekhaya.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa, but ziningi kakhulu iy'ntokazi ezibonakala zisigaqele lesicoco lesi. Uma ubheka nje phambili ikhona lapha intokazi enomcebo nayo engeyakhona la e-Richards Bay. Ifamily nendawo iyayazi le ndawo. Ngiyabona isaqala zigijima phambili laphana, zigijima ngokuyazi indawo, ziyakhombisa ukuthi akekho umuntu osafuna ukuveza amaqhinga akhe kusesekuqaleni. Bonke abantu basawafihlile, kodwa nje baku-4 kilometers bazojikeleza nje imzuliswane emibili bese sesimbona ushampiyoni wethu.
Kunjalo nje ilephu sizokhumbula ukuthi ilephu iyodwa u2 kilometer. Intokazi laphana zizokwenza wona lapha u4 kilometer. Sikhumbule laphana ukuthi intokazi eseyikhulile siyawubona laphana o50 plus okuyintokazi lezi esezimkantshubovu uma kuziwa kulezi ze-cross country. Njengamanje bazojomba laphayana ama-obstacles. Abanye-ke bayayizungeza, abanye bayayijomba. Engicabanga ukuthi bashaya u-zigzag. Iy'ntokazi njengamanje ziya khona laphana kwi-800 meters. Intokazi ibheka lapha iwashi layo, iyabona ukuthi cha ngiyangibambezela, ngcono ngihambe nizongifica phambili uma ukuthi kukhona ongase angilandele.
Kunjalo ngempela mfokambanjwa, intokazi yakhombisa ukuthi yona ifuna ukuhamba because iyazi ukuthi u4 kilometers lona bazojikeleza kabili. Kudingeka isivinini-ke esiphezulu kakhulu ukugijima ibanga lika4 kilometers. Alifani namabanga amade ngoba liyashesha ukuphela. Indlela enza ngayo intokazi isibeka emathubeni nasendaweni enhle ukuthi ngakwazi ukuthi unqobe lo mjaho.
Impela uma ngempela belele bazophaphama isishayile laphayana intambo intokazi. Uyayibona ngazi ukuthi i-study ishe kahle i-cause njengamanje ijika lapha ikhona izothi mayijika nje besishona phansi besithatha o-right. Mayifika khona ka-right kukhona intatshana nje encanyana laphayana usuthi mawuthi qhamthushu uqhamukele ngakwi-finish lapho ezodlula khona eyothatha ilap yokugcina. Ziyaqhamuka lapha iy'ntokazi siyayibona. Siyabona kukhona laphayana o-Pinetown Villagers, o-Hillcrest. Iy'ntokazi laphana ziyibambile ngempela. Sizobona-ke namhlanje ukuthi ngempela eyiphi kuyintokazi ezizothatha umhlanganiso.
Kunjalo mfokamba nje okubalekile siqaphelisa kule race yethu ayiphethanga intokazi ezineminyaka ewu-35 kuphela kodwa zikhona nezineminyaka ezingaphezulu o-40 plus kuphinde kuze kuyofika kubo o-70 plus. So okuyinto enhle kakhulu ukuthi lana asizukuba nompetho yedwa kodwa singaba nompetha ababili abathathu kuma different categories. Kodwa ke into emnandi nge-cross country nenhle nge-cross country mfokamba nje ayiwona ama-obstacles lawa khona okuyiwona ama-deciding factors ukuthi ubani ongawina lo mjaho, because sizokhumbula ukuthi cross country into ebalulekile kuyo uku-understanda i-technique ye-cross country, uku-understanda nokugijima ngendlela enobuhlakani kuma-obstacles okungakwenza ukuthi ube umpetha. Khona uma sibheka njengamanje intokazi yasika okuyena uSilindile okuyena oyi-defending champion siyambona njengamanje ulele endaweni yesibili ulandela intokazi le evele yazoholwa zibekwa okukushi use-shaping ngendlela ephezulu ufuna ukuyidefenda nakanjani i-title yakhe ku-women's 35.
Impela laphayana untokazi laphayana uyabonakala nje impela ukuthi cha engathi yena akazili kuzosinisa amahleza. Intokazi laphayana iyothatha yona ilephu eyesibili. Njengamanje siyayibona intokazi uyena laphayana uSilindile engathi usemgaqele impela kuzothi zidlula laphayana kwilephu yokugcina kuzobe sekucaca njengamanje isikhathi ebhodini u5 minutes and 20 seconds engicabanga ukuthi baya kuona laphayana u2 kilometer sezizodlula laphayana zithathe intaba le eqhamukela lapha kwi-finishing bese ke zithatha umzuliswano wokugcina.
Yebo kunjalo mfokamba nje uyabona ukuthi njengamanje intokazi indlela esigijima ngakhona sezisele zombili phambili okuyikuthi igolide nesiliva lingaba phakathi kwabo bobabili ngoba ngibona igap sebeyivulile ngemuva isinkulu kakhulu ukuthi ezinye intokazi eyise-ejini yabo zingakwazi ukuthi zibafice.
Hayi angiboni impela ukuthi kukhona ongase njengamanje afinyelele kubona. Kodwa ke ingqinamba ziyaba khona emjahweni asazi ke intokazi laphayana ukuthi ngempela eyiphi ezodla umhlanganiso zibambene ngezihluthu impela bazothi uma bejika nje lapha ekhoneni bathathe 100 meters i-distance and then bese benyukela intaba engicabanga ukuthi iyona leyana intaba ezocacisa ngempela ukuthi uSilindile uzokwazi yini ukuthi adlule njengoba ke sibabona laphayana iyona laphayana ihili elaphaya kwe-PSI okwama sponsor wamanye ama sponsors bayenyuka ke intaba yalapha nanga uSilindile ke njengoba ngishilo ukuthi kuzocaca kuyona laphayana intaba ukuthi uSilindile uzodlula yini ayihole phambili kodwa nake ingathi imilenze ngempela ke manje ithanda ukuqina iyona lapha intokazi isihamba phambili egijimela yona laphayana i-PDAC ezinze khona laphayana ePinetown.
Kunjalo mfokamba nje bazothatha umzuliswano wokugcina njengamanje njengoba sebendlule kwi-hill ebekade esitiphu kakhulu so bazothatha umzuliswano wokugcina. Intokazi yeHollywood naye ayikho ekudeni kakhulu kubona okungathi noma kwenzeka noma ngayini ngoba phambili siyambona lapho nokukhanya memela naye oyintokazi ene-experience enkulu kakhulu kuyo lo mdlalo we-cross country sikuyayi-represent iKwaZulu-Natal ey'khathi eziningi kuyona i-cross country so akekho ekudeni kakhulu okukhombisa ukuthi-ke izinga lale ntokazi belivele esezingeni eliphezulu. Ubona indlela esigijima ngakhona ubona amagephu esishiyana ngawo ukuthi intokazi vele ezijwayele ukugijima ndawonye ukuthi-ke silindeleke njengamanje ukuthi-ke iyiphi intokazi ezodla umhlanganiso njengoba le ntokazi ezimbili eziphambili zibukwa ngathi zilivulile igebe elingabenza ukuthi babe ngabanqobi.
Impela nje mfoka Nkonde siyayibona lapha intokazi ngempela zizothatha laphayana umziliswano wokugcina sikhumbule laphayana intokazi zigijima wona laphayana u4 kilometer siyambona naye lapha uXoli Madida edlula naye okuyena intokazi ezinze khona lapha eRichards Bay. Siyayibona laphayana intokazi eseyithe ukukhula laphayana o60 plus nazo ziyadlula o55 njengamanje intokazi ezihamba phambili eziholayo uyena laphayana uSilindile ehamba nayo intokazi laphayana ezinze khona ePinetown intokazi lele isithathu iyona laphayana igijimela iHollywood AC engicabanga ukuthi indondo yesiliva negolide iphakathi kwakhe laphayana usilindile nayo laphayana intokazi egijimela yona i-PDAC.
Kunjalo impela mvaka manje kodwa ke intokazi yeHollywood ibukeka isondela kakhulu ngoba uma ubheka igap ebekade ikhona ekuqaleni ebingekho la ikhona kodwa uyabona ukuthi nayo iyasondela iyafuna ukuthi ibe lapha phambili ibeke ethubeni lokuthi nayo ikwazi ukuthi i-contest for igolide kodwa kwamanje singabuka nje ukuthi nayo ayikho safe kakhulu because uma ubheka emva kwayo laphana ukhona umemela lapha nawo ezinye zezintokazi ezinayo experience kakhulu kwi cross country singalindela likhulu mhlawumbe ukuthi before the finish line kukhulu okungenzeka sengabona ushintsho lenzeka lapha phambili
Impela laphayana uposition 3 engathi uzothanda ukuba inkinga ngoba zintathu izintokazi laphayana esibona ezigaqele kakhulu yona indondo yethusi njengamanje usilindile uyena laphayana uhamba phambili asazi noma uzoshaya uzigzag noma uzojomba kodwa ke ake silinde sibone laphayana ukuthi yenza intokazi ishaya uzigzag intokazi isikhathi njengamanje is 10 minutes and 5 seconds ebhodini uyihola phambili uyena laphayana usilindile yona laphayana intokazi iyakabiyela.
Yebo kunjalo mfowethu manje uzoqaphela kakhulu ukuthi i-course yanamhlanje i-course fast and flat ezokwazi ukuthi inike bonke abagijima kuyo le course isikhathi esihle kakhulu ne-performance ezoba yinhle kakhulu because masibuka nje i-course yethu inama hills elilodwa ihill bese kuba ama obstacles amanye artificials akhandiwe kodwa kuyakhombisa ukuthi i-course ingaproduce isikhathi esihle ne-performance ingayinhle kakhulu because uma beshiyana ngamagebhe angaka kusafana nokuthi bahamba bodwa uma ngabe ubheka izinga le-course abagijima kulona kusenemehlelo eminingi abasazoyigijima.
Impela sikhumbuleke babukele emakhaya ukuthi ukuze uqualify uyomela iprovince uzomela ukuthi ube ne-license yonyaka kanye yona kanye ne-KZN athletics and then ube ne-valid SAID bese ubelonga kwi-club affiliate ne-KZN athletics qualifying criteria okanye sithi standards kumele ugijime at least ama league awu2 bese kuthi abathathu bokuqala bona bazo qualify automatically ukuyomela yona laphana iprovince yaKwaZulu-Natal kuma championships akhona laphayana ePitoli ngenyanga ezayo.
Kunjalo mfokambanje kubalekile kakhulu ukuthi uwazi ama criteria okuqualify nazo kwenza ukuthi akubeka amathubeni amahle ukuthi uqokwe ukumela isifundazwe sobukhosi bakwaZulu okuyinto enhle kakhulu nento bonke abagijimi abayifisayo ukuthi bakhethwe nabo ukuthi bakwazi ukumela lesifundazwe bazocompete nezinye zezifundazwe ezikhona eSouth Africa esikujabulela kakhulu kodwa ke namhlanje siyayibona ke intokazi zinikela konke zinakho kuye le cross country championship uyabona nje ukuthi izintokazi zilungiselele kulomjaho lona indlela esigijima ngakhona awekho ama gaps amakhulu kangako ushintsho lenzeka nje ngemva kwesikhathi esincane.
Impela sikhumbule laphayana ukuthi njengamanje sibukela wona laphayana ama KZN Cross Country Championships akhona laphayana eGrantleigh School esigodini saKwaMbonambi ngaphansi kwe-district laphayana uKing Cetshwayo.
Kunjalo mfokambanje mhlawumbe umuntu abonge abaxhasi wona lo mdlalo abalibe bevele sibala kubo Spare abo Rocker Mama nabanye abaxhasi nabo Aquila abakhona kulomdlalo abenza ukuthi umdlalo ube impumelelo.
Yebo impela imjaho ayingeke ibe impumelelo ngaphandle kwabaxhasi sibonga kakhulu ne-KZN Athletics ukuyinikela kwayo ekutheni le mjaho lena ibe impumelele futhi ihleleke njengamanje usilindile kuseyihola phambili laphayana engicabanga ukuthi ke uyabona naye manje ukuthi cha engathi akusekho umuntu omlandelayo igap njengamanje it's about 50 meters phakathi kwakhe laphayana usilindile kanye nayo intokazi leyo igijimela yona laphayana iPDAC njengamanje njengamanje usilindile ubheke phansi uzothi mayishona phansi bese thatha u-right ashone phansi futhi aphinde athathe u-right futhi ozomqhamukisela khona laphana kwi-finish.
Kunjalo mfokambanje kubukeka intokazi-ke leyana usilindile isiphambili kakhulu sekungasekho okungayivimba okungamaphakathi kwayo negolide. Nansi siyasibona igijima lapha akubekwe khona iy'ngodo phansi okungamanye ama-obstacles adingekalayo-ke kwi-cross country ukuthi abe khona ukuze i-cross country iqualify ukuba i-cross country evumelekile emhlabeni noma ibe sezingeni lomhlaba. So intokazi njengoba iginqika kanjalo isiyoze ifike ekugcineni la izothola khona ihili I think it's about 5 or 6 meters but very steep elizomthatha limkhuphulele ku-finish.
Impela usiyathatha laphana ikhona leli lesibili uma uyibheke kwi-finishing. Intokazi-ke njengamanje isivula igap ilokhu iya ngokuvuleka Mfokankonde. Angazi noma intokazi isithanda ukukhathala yini le landela yona lapha usilindile njengamanje uzothi meqeda yona laphana i-steep hill bese thi gijima about 50 meters before ifinish. Uzothi mase jika khona laphana sizobona ukuthi ngempela intokazi nayo iqinisa ngempela-ke intokazi. Isikhathi njengamanje uwona laphayana u-15 minutes ebhodini.
Kunjalo mfokambanje asimukeleke intokazi nayo intokazi esibheke ekhaya siya kuyi-finish njengamanje. Intokazi iyona esengumpetha ka-2026 kuyona i-cross country isivikele ngempumelelo isicoco sakhe nangeqhawule veza isandla ekhombisa ukujabula nabalandeli bakhe abazile bezomeseka okuwukuthi intokazi yasekhaya-ke vele le ihostwe i-club yakhe bekulindelekile lokho.
Okuhle kakhulu ngokugijimela ekhaya Mfokankonde ukuthi wesekwa kuyona yonke amakhona cross country wonke umuntu bayakumemeza left and right. Intokazi njengamanje izoyishaya intambo laphayana usilindile wakabiyela wayishaya intambo ngesikhathi esiwu 15 minutes and 38 seconds elandelwa yona laphayana intokazi egijimela yona lapha iPDC igcine bemdlulile laphayana yena uyena lapha unokukhanya siyayibona intokazi elale isithathu igijimela yona iHollywood AC sisazobhekisisa igama lentokazi ukuthi ubani.
Mfokambanje engubukile lana sibongele kakhulu intokazi yakabiyela ngokuvikela ngempumelelo isicoco sayo iphinde ikhombise futhi ukuthi iyawuqonda kakhulu umdlalo we-cross country. Kodwa-ke asiyibongele nentokazi engene isibili ekuyena umvusi wenyamazane iyona ntokazi ethe nje zisuka iyahlakaza lonke ibhantshi bekade likhona ithi ikhombisa nje ukuthi ofuna ukuhamba kahambe ikwazile ukumaintaina iposition yayo until izifike eposition yesibili okukhombisa ukuthi intokazi esezingeni eliphezulu necije ngokwanele ewulungele umdlalo ewulungele ukuqokwa ukuthi iyomela isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal.
Impela Mfokankonde siyibongele intokazi ezilokhu zingenile njalo zishaya yona laphana intambo. Sikhumbule ukuthi abagijima njengamanje it's women 35 to 90 years of age i-distance abayigijimayo wona lapha u4 kilometer. Siyibongele kakhulu zonke intokazi ezilokhu zingenile nezo qualifier for ama-SA championships kuyona laphana inyanga kaSeptember ama-championships azobe sePitoli.
Kunjalo Mfokambanje nazi ziyangena intokazi ezisescreenini njengamanje intokazi laphana umntokazi yakaphungula egijimela i-SAPS Riders no ngenze iphutha but intokazi egijimela i-SAPS Riders okuwukuthi into enhle kakhulu ukubona abaqhamuka from SAPS abayi-participate akona lo mdlalo nokukhombisa ukuthi-ke abasigadile basezingeni eliphezulu ngokwe-fitness.
Yebo impela bayisibonele esihle kakhulu abantu bomthetho ukuthi sibabone nabo bethatha ingxenye emjahweni ukugcina nje isikompilo la khona emaphoyiseni ukuthi kumele uhlale nje uactive. Siyibongele kakhulu intokazi lokhu ingenile laphana o50 plus kuya ko60 seyingenile lapha yangena ngempela intokazi yakaphungula egijimela yona lapha na iSAPS ilandelwa iyona laphayana intokazi ewu50 plus ama-highlights njengamanje intokazi zisuka laphayana ziqala umjaho wayo u-4 kilometer. Ithe zisuka nje ebhandini intokazi ngempela yavedane yayihola phambili. uSilindile wabona ukuthi cha nakho engathi intokazi ifuna ungiphuca iqatha emlonyeni.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa, intokazi ezigijima ezombili phambili ziyi-maintainile indlela esiqale ngayo zaze zayofinisha zilandelana. Noma-ke kushintshile ukuthi uSilindile oke wasalela ngemuva emzuliswaneni yokuqala, kodwa emzuliswaneni wesibili wayeseyishintsha intokazi ebikade ihamba phambili, kwaba uyena oba umnqobi. Kodwa-ke sibonge indlela yokusebenzisana phakathi kwale ntokazi ekuyiyona eyenza ukuthi zikhiphe isikhathi esihle kangaka. Uma uzobheka isikhathi sazo usibheka nesikhathi sanyakenye, kukhona umehluko omkhulu kakhulu, ngoba ngathi namhlanje zigijime u-15 minutes namanenjana, kanti phambilini zasigijime u-16 minutes namanenjana, okuyi-improvement enhle kakhulu eyenziwe i-course esinayo namhlanje nendawo esigijima kakhulu. Njengoba sishilo ukuthi i-course yanamhlanje iyona zosinikeza ikhathi ezinhle.
Impela ikhathi zithe unqamuka kancane ngenxa yokuthi i-course i-fast kakhulu. Sibonge kakhulu ukubona laphayana abaxhasi akhwele oParanotisi ibona laphayana njengamanje ama-results ebhodini women 35-90 uyena lapha uSilindile Biyela ushaya intambo ngesikhathi esiwu-15 minutes and 40 seconds. Kube u-Amy Matthew naye ogijime 15:52. Kube uMabusi Makhunga olale isithathu. Bese kuthi sivala ngoZama Nzuza okuyena lapha ungene i-position 6. Engicabanga ukuthi ibona bokuqala vele abantu abazokwazi ukuthi bayomela laphayana i-province.
Yebo, kunjalo mfokambanjwa. Uma ubheka ema-resultini anyakenye, intokazi leyana uZama Nzuza iyangena endaweni ngizothi yesine noma yesithathu, kodwa namhlanje siyibona ingena endaweni yesithupha, okukhombisa ukuthi-ke abagijimi bayazimisela, bayazinikela, bayalifuna ithuba lokukwazi ukuthi bamele isifundazwe. Yebo, sengiqinisekisiwe ukuthi yangena indawo yesithathu, kodwa namhlanje siyibona ingena endaweni yesithupha, okuyinto enhle kakhulu ukukhombisa ukuthi umdlalo wethu uyakhula ngesivinini. Sibongele kakhulu intokazi ezisagijima namanje. Siyazi kukhona intokazi eseyikhulile kakhulu ngokweminyaka, intokazi eziba isibonelo esihle kuyintokazi ezincane ezisawuthanda lo mdlalo nezisafisa ukuthi zibe ingcenye yawo.
Impela laphana kuwona lapha u-55 to 59 sinaye laphana uSims Michelle ogijimela lapha i-PDAC. Bese kuba khona uMuchnalise naye ogijimela i-PDAC. Bese kuthi laphayana kuwona lapha u-60 to 64 sinazo intokazi laphana uGriffin Kale noDlamini Christina kanye noMkhize Ntombi futhi. Mfokankonde kuyethusa ukubiza amagama abantu abadala.
Hayi kunjalo khona mfokambanjwa, kodwa kwezemidlalo siyaye sibe nayo leyo allowance ukuthi sikwazi ukulibiza igama, ngoba masi la kwezemidlalo eminye yemithetho nesiphila ngaphansi kwayo iyeyithi ukuxegiswa kancane ukuze ikwazi uku-accommodate ezemidlalo.
Impela njengamanje zikhona lapha intokazi esizazongena ziloku zingene njalo ezinye engicabanga ukuthi sizoyivala ngabo laphayana o70 plus esingabona khona laphayana oDixon Jane noKirsten Sherry ogijimela nayo iPDAC. iPDAC sinokuyibona impela emjahweni kakhulu i-cross country bahlezi bekhona. Bese kuba khona uRamseni Pamela naye ogijimela iPDAC. Bese kuba uBota Andrian naye ogijimela iWestville. Uyangena ngempela laphayana intokazi laphayana uDixon Jane 70 to 75.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa, i-cross country iwona mdlalo omuhle kakhulu okwazi ukugijima as a team, as a running group, nikwazi ukuthi nigijime ngendlela ezonenza ukuthi nisebenzisane egijimeni kwenu. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi-ke kuyikona abantu asebemkantshubovu kulo mdlalo nabasebewugijima isikhathi eside. I-cross country yohlezi ingxenye yempilo yabo, ngoba kwi-cross country kuningi okufundayo, kuningi okutholayo, iningi support oyitholayo from your competitors to people on the street who are supporting. Kwenza ukuthi indlela ogijima ngakhona nawe uzizwe uqhuqhuzelekile ngaso sonke isikhathi.
njengamanje insizwa ezilandelayo insizwa eseyithe ukukhula it's masters man wona laphayana u70 plus kanye laphayana no masters man u60 plus seyithe ukukhula laphayana siyakhumbula nje ngonyaka odlule ukuthi laphayana insizwa laphayana uSteve Wayne okuyiyona eyadle umhlanganiso ngonyaka odlule mfoka Nkonde uma uthi uyakhumbula kahle liyansizwa indlela eyayikhombisa ukugijima okukhulu nokuyimisela ungeke usho ukuthi ngempela umuntu osekhule kanjani.
Iyona mdlalo mfoka Mbanjwa ekumele siyibuke kakhulu lensizwe isakhula zifunda isipiliyoni zifunda ama-tactic kwinsizwe sezindala ekudala akaseziyibambile kulomjaho. Njengamanje ke sezimile elayinini sezilindele ukusuka uzobona indlela esiqala ngayo izokhombisa ukuthi awusasho zasuka madoda indlela ezigijima ngayo lensizwa lezi azijahile ziyalazi ibanga ekumele ziligijime ziyabaza ubunzima izobhekana nazo nezingqinamba ezibhekana nazo kwi cross country course lensizwa zigijima ngobukhulu ubuhlakani nobukhulu ubuyoninca nobunono.
Impela mfoka Nkonde masizobheka laphayana sona i-starting list u50 to 54 years sinabo laphayana uMakhaye Sandile engicabanga ukuthi naye insizwa laphayana izophinde futhi ibaqadulise.
Kunjalo mfoka Mbanjwa insizwa lezi efana noSandile Makhaya nazo insizwa inkunzi emdwayidwa ekukudala kwasezimelana nezimo ezinjena kudala kwasezigijima kulezinga ezigijima kulo njengamanje so insizwa vele ongalindela okukhulu kuzona nongafunda lukhulu kuzo indlela nje esigijima ngakhona nabo bamajombozi siyababona lapha insizwa ekudala kwasezibambile insizwa eziyaziyo ukuthi isho ukuthini lento cross country futhi ibasiza kuphi.
Impela uyona laphayana insizwa umkhuluma Jombozi owalala isithathu ngonyaka odlule engicabanga ukuthi nakulonyaka lona uyibhekile impela indondo umuntu wawohle umhlanganisi laphana uyena lapha insizwa uScott Wayne owagijima wona lapha u24 minutes and 49 seconds mfoka Nkonde insizwa lena igijima impela
kunjalo mfoka Mbanjwa insizwa ezilana insizwa ezimgantshubovu from insizwa ezigijimile kuze kube insizwa ezisezingeni eliphezulu ngokolwazi nangokuphathwa kwalomdlalo simbonile nje owayemongameli weKwaZulu-Natal Athletics ubabusile Mgwena ukhona naye la ngaphakathi uya compete for this title ye70 plus.
Sibonge kakhulu ukuthi naye abe ingxenye yalomjaho lona ukukhuthaza kakhulu ukuthi ingakho kuthiwa indlela ibuzwa kwabaphambili njengamanje siyayibona insizwa ziloko ziholile lapha ama obstacles njengamanje insizwa elidayo lapha uyena lapha insizwa e60 plus asazi ke nje ukuthi insizwa ngempela ke ikhali zazo eziyiphethe namhlanje ziphetheni ngoba sisazobona ukuqhululwa ama-fat leg impela laphana siyayibona insizwa laphana igijimela yona itoti nayo engicabanga ukuthi nayo ibhekile laphana ukuthi ingangena mhlambe kwabathathu bokuqala.
Kunjalo impela mfoka Mbanjwa insizwa ezilapha phambili zonke insizwa ezikulungele neziwucijele kakhulu lomjaho nezinsizwa obonayo ukuthi ziyayazi lento ezikhuluma ngayo la futhi iyona into eziyifundisayo baningi ababhekileke kuzo lensizwa ngoba zinama athletes eziwacoachayo zingama administrators of sport ekumele zilide by example kuyona kujabulisa kakhulu ukubuka insizwa ezindala ziseyingxenye lomjaho noma seyikhulile okusho ukuthi nabo laba basakhula kumele bazi ukuthi ukugijima akupheli.
Impela insizwa njengamanje zibheke enzansi zizofike zidlule lapha ngakwi-ambulance bese ithatha u-right zishone njalo phansi njengoba sishilo ekuqaleni ukuthi cha ikhozi yona ayikho that challenging abantu bazogijima iy'khathi ezifast kakhulu yize umoya ukhona kodwa iy'moba kanye ney'hlahla ziyasivikela sibonge kakhulu laphana nabaxhasi bethu uparanotisi sizothi masiqeda nje nathi sithi ukuyobamba ukuya ethunjeni woparanotisi sibamba amapizza sibonge kakhulu ko-Akhweli esokwehlisa ngabo zibambile laphana iy'nsizwa eseyithe ukhula 70 to 75 i-distance laphana wona lapha u-6 kilometer.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa ngifuna ubheka insizwa lezi esezikhulile lezi zigijima ngakhona zigijima njenge-group ngoba ukugijima kwi-cross country kuyinto ekufanele ukuthi nisebenzisane ukuze nikwazi ukuthi niphumelele because uma ulandela i-cross country yazi ukuthi nigijima kuma-challenging obstacles so manibambisene kuyaye kube yinto elula kakhulu ukuthi nikwazi ukuyenza mhlampe into eyenziwa yile insizwa eziphambili njengoba zihamba nge-group abaye bayibize ngebhantshi ikhombisa khona ukukhula ikhombise futhi nayo ukuthi lo mdlalo uma ufuna ukuthi ungabuzi ubuhlungu kakhulu kufuna ugijima kanjani
impela it's not about how you start but it's about how you finish engicabanga ukuthi iy'nsizwa seziyazi ukuthi kwi-cross country it's not about isikhathi kodwa i-position ukuze ukwazi ukuthi uyomela laphana i-province yaKwaZulu-Natal yebo umoya ukhona kodwa-ke akusho ukuthi abantu bangagijimi engicabanga ukuthi mfokankonde iy'nsizwa laphayana njengamanje si-approacha wona laphayana seyidlulile kwi-kilometer lokuqala engicabanga ukuthi intokazi laphayana esayongena laphayana iyona laphayana uRamseni oyoqeda laphayana u4 kilometer wakhe.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa iy'nsizwa isagijima-ke namhlanje sikhumbule ukuthi siyi-KwaZulu-Natal Athletics siyaye sithola ama-medals amaningi kakhulu kuzo le nsizwa egijimayo namhlanje so ziyingxenye ebalulekile yesifundazwe sethu okuyaye ukuthi mangabe sekubala ama-medals zinama-medals amaningi kakhulu mase seziqhudelana nezinye iy'fundazwe nokukhombisayo ukuthi KwaZulu-Natal siney'ngwevu esingakwazi ukuthembela kuzona.
Impela mfokankonde ama-medal amaningi siwathola ngabo sikhumbule isigodi esikusona njengamanje sikhona lapha esikoleni i-Grantleigh School kwaMbonambi khona ngaphansi kwamasipala omkhulu uKing Cetshwayo.
Yebo kunjalo mfokambanjwa sikhona la eRichards Bay sikuthulela bukhoma umdlalo omuhle kakhulu i-cross country championship ka-2026 la siba khona nompetha abasha nabacontesta ukuba ngompetha abasha uzokhumbula-ke mfokambanjwa ukuthi into ebanga kakhulu la ilona igolide.
Yebo wonke umuntu usuke efuna igolide ngoba uma sijima sonke sitrainer sisuke silungiselela kona ukuthi sizuze indondo yegolide kwesinye isikhathi kuye ingayi ngezifiso zethu kodwa ke kube ukuthi ke samukele wona ama results lawo isayilida ngempela laphana insizwa engicabanga ukuthi njengamanje iyodlula laphayana iyothatha ilap yokuqala oku2 kilometer insizwa leyana sizokutholela kahle igama ukuthi ingubani ibonakala nje iqenqeleza yodwa phambili kungekho umuntu oyilandelayo njengamanje.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa uma ubuka isivinini sale insizwa esigijima ngaso isikhathi ke njengamanje ebhodini sithi 7:23 minutes okusho khona ukuthi le insizwa zigijima ngepace ka330 per kilometer.
Oyisikhathi futhi esifast kakhulu ukuya eminyakeni yabo njengamanje uwona laphayana u70 plus insizwa esezimkantshubovu.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa siyayibona insizwa zethu laphana zihamba zisesixukwini laphana zihamba ngambili zihamba ngantathu umdlalo wokugijima uyayithi hlala kuyipheka uma uhamba wedwa it can become lonely la usuku khona.
Yebo impela kodwa mfokankonde zikhona ezinye insizwa ezingazwani nokuhamba nabantu ezithanda ukuhamba zodwa njengayo yona le insizwa le ihamba phambili njengamanje ithe nje isuka nje ebhandeni yathi yona chaza insizwa mina ngijima ngedwa angijwayele ukugijima nabantu abaningi so ozongilandela catch me if you can.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa kodwa uma uthatha leso sinqumo kumele usithathe leso sinqumo usocabangisisile wazi futhi ukuthi you've got enough in your bank power ezokulasta until the end.
Impela mfoka Nkonde, insizwa sayibona laphayana ziyamlandela lapha insizwa zetoti. Zithi insizwa yakithi impela siyakubona ukuthi uyaqinqeleza, kodwa ke ukhumbule ukuthi ama-lap esizowathatha mathathu ukuze unqobe lo mjaho lona. Sizobona ke uma sebebuya kwi-lap yesibili ukuthi izobe isayihola phambili ngempela yini. Ziloku ziyilandelile laphana iy'nsizwa. Siyacabanga negebhu ekade iyivulile isithe ukuvaleka kancane.
Azijahe endawo le insizwa lezi, uyabona nje indlela ezigijima ngakhona, ziyayazi indlela, ziyalazi ibanga elisayimele ukuthi zisazoligijima namhlanje. Indlela ezigijima ngakhona ikhombisa ukuthi siyazi la siya khona, asizukushintshiswa amaqhinga osehamba phambili.
Impela nje iy'nsizwa laphayana ziloku ziyilandelile. Siyambona laphayana yena umkhuluma Jombozi olele indawo yesikhombisa njengamanje. Engicabanga ukuthi yena into ayibheke kakhulu, ubheke laphayana ungena kwabokuqala abawu-6 okanye abayisithupha. Ishaya ama-zigzag laphayana insizwa iloku ihole njalo phambili. Izothatha nje i-stretch eside ngaphambi kokuthi idlule ngakwi-ambulance ezothatha khona laphayana u-right bese ishona phansi. Asazi-ke njengoba igebhu iloku engathi iyavuleka, kungekho umuntu oqhamuka ngemuva.
Insizwa mfoka Mbanjwa isihambe ngempela njengamanje la ikhona, futhi uyabona ukuthi indlela egijima ngakhona ayisokoli, igijima ngendlela esakhombisa ukuthi isenomfutho omningi esawugcinile kuyo, esengakwazi ukuthi mhla noma kwenzeka kuqhamuka ofuna ukuyi-contesta ikwazi futhi ukuthi iphinde iyivikele.
Impela laphana siyambona laphana umkhuluma Jombozi ulele yena indawo yesi-5, ebheka lapha iwashi lakhe uthi mina bafana ngigijima ngewashi, mina nginesikhathi sami. Insizwa lokhu idlulile njalo-ke laphana ziyolanda ilephu yokuqala lezi siyibonayo njengamanje. Insizwa eyihola phambili laphana ivule igebe elingango-100 meters. Engicabanga ukuthi kuzobathatha cishe amakhilomitha 2 ukuthi bafike kuyena, ngoba igebhu masingakayana okusho ukuthi wena ukuze umfice fanele uhambe ngespeed lesi asuke ngaso esuka kunina ukuze ukwazi ukuthi umfice.
Yebo kunjalo mfoka Mbanjwa, kuyaye kube yiyona ndlela vele yokuthi uvale leyo gap, kodwa kuyaye kwenzeke kwezinye iy'khathi ukuthi umuntu udle umthamo omkhulu ongakwazi ukuthi awugwinye bese kuba lula ukuthi bafike kuyena.
Impela nakho ukuthatha iqatha elizokubinda kuyaye kube inkinga ngasekugcineni. Kepha-ke iy'nsizwa siyayibona laphayana ubaba lapha uSelomkwena ogijimela yona laphayana izabalaza uloku esondelile njalo naye. Engicabanga ukuthi iy'nsizwa laphayana ziyibhekile ukuthi nazo zibe abanye abawu-6 bokuqala ukuthi bayomela laphayana iprovinsi yaKwaZulu-Natal.
Mfoka Mbanjwa, ukuphawula nje kuyajabulisa ukubona iy'nsizwa eziqhamuka emakilabhini asemalokishini noma asemakhaya zibikhona kulama age group, because sazi kakhulu ukuthi ama-age group lawa amaklabhu asemalokishini awabi maningi ukuparticipate khona. So uma sibona amaklabhu afana njengezabalaza, ngicabanga ukuthi lo phambi kwethu i-Ladies Mid Athletics Club iwona amaklabhu nawo esiwagqugquzelayo ukuthi awabe yingxenye yalo mdlalo. Umdlalo omuhle kakhulu, awunaminyaka kodwa kuya ngokuzimisela kwakho.
Impela mfoka Nkonde, ukuphawula kuloko sukubekile njengamanje isigodi sikwambonambi. Engicabanga ukuthi umphakathi wakhona omningi ubungayazi indaba ye-cross country, kodwa ngenxa yokuthi njengamanje sibambe ama-championships okuqala, engicabanga ukuthi nabo sebezoba nolwazi ukuthi kukhona umjaho okuthiwa i-cross country. Siyafisa ukuthi nabazali emakhaya bakhuthaze abantwana ukuthi bayibandakanye kwezemidlalo ukuze bakwazi ukuthi bangagxili kakhulu ey'ntweni ezizobaphazamisa ey'fundweni kanye nakwikusasa labo.
Kunjalo mfoka Mbanjwa, kunjalo kakhulu. Siyanxusa ukuthi abazali babe yingxenye, bathumele abantwana nabo bafike bezosupport abantwana, bangathumeli nje abantwana bangasababukeli bedlala, okuyinto ekhuthaza kakhulu-ke abantwana uma bedlala kukhona abazali. Kodwa-ke namhlanje ake sibonge isimo sezulu nesihle kakhulu for umcimbi wanamhlanje, okuyasho ukuthi ukuba kwethu la kwaMbonambi sibusisekile.
Sibonge kakhulu mfoka Nkonde. Insizwa lokhu zidlule njalo nje insizwa laphayana ziyothatha yona laphana ilephu yesithathu njengamanje insizwa laphana zilokhu zidonse njalo zizothi mayijika lapha ekhoneni laka right zishone phansi engicabanga ukuthi insizwa njengamanje sekuyazwela manje ukuthi cha engathi manje ibanga lide ngisazolihamba.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa insizwa esescreenini njengamanje njengoba sibukayo nje iyakhombisa ukuthi impela umkhizi uyazwela ejazini.
Ya umthamo ithe ukuthatha mawala kepha ke sibonge kakhulu ukuthi abe yingxenye naye yomjaho engicabanga ukuthi kuzokhuthaza ababukeli abaningi emakhaya insizwa njengamanje laphayana u60 to 70 plus i-distance u6 km zizothi mayishona phansi lapha iloku ihole njalo insizwa laphayana igebhu liloku livulekile engicabanga ukuthi uyena laphayana ubaba obegijimela i-boxer athletics club before engicabanga ukuthi njengamanje ugijimela i-Hammarsdale mangaphazami uyena laphayana oyothatha manje ilephu yesibili uzothi mebuya uzobe seyivala
igijima kahle kakhulu yansizwa mfokambanjwa iyakhombisa ukuthi iyawazi lo mdlalo futhi iyayazi into eyenzayo ayenzi ngoba yenziswa inhliziyo kodwa yenza ngokwazi nokuqonda insizwa ke engingasaboni kukhona umuntu ongayiphazamisa ekutheni ilithathe legolide.
Impela mawuthi uyabheka imlenze yakhe usahamba njengoba kade ehamba kwi-lap yokuqala ebengicabanga ukuthi mina mhlambe uzokhathala kepha hayi cha impela engathi ngishaye eceleni insizwa ezilandelayo laphayana iyona lapha insizwa egijimela itoti kanye nephuma KZN iyeza laphayana insizwa egijimela yona laphayana i-PDAC engicabanga ukuthi iyona laphayana eyu60 plus nayo mangaphazami yebo u60 plus insizwa laphayana igijimela iPDAC
insizwa ke lezi mfokambanjwa ezihlezi zikhona ziyeseka i-cross country minyaka yonke lena insizwa eseyines experience nesipiliyoni esidingakalayo kuwo lo mdlalo uyabona indlela ezigijima ngakhona noma iminyaka seyithe ukuhamba phambili kodwa insizwa isakwazi ukuthi zilwe zikhombisa ikhono lazo ngokusezingeni eliphezulu.
Yebo njengamanje siyayibona lapha insizwa ihola phambili license number 781 edlula lapha insizwa aqale nazo siyayibona lapha njengamanje screenini yona insizwa igijimela iHollywood AC uloku ehole njalo nje uzothi mesiqhamuka useyoyivala njengamanje uyambona ukuthi cha impela sekuyazwela kancane kodwa ke uzoyibamba iqine insizwa laphana ezilandelayo izona ezibanga laphana indondo yesiliva kanye nethusi
mfokambanjwa insizwa le ihola phambili lezi ezindlulayo njengamanje isiyayikolitisa isiphinde kabili okusho ukuthi insizwa isivinini egijima ngaso isivinini esiphezulu kakhulu uma izokwazi ukuthi kube khona abantu ebashiya ngegap ka2 kilometers asibonge kakhulu insizwa sibone futhi ukuthi umsebenzi ewenzile mkhulu kakhulu insizwa ke lezi singakwazi ukuthi njengesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal sithembele kuzo ukuthi mase siye kuma national championship na kanjani sizosibuyela namagolide.
Impela mfoka Nkonde isikhathi njengamanje sigijinyiwe wona lapha u17 minutes and 17 second ebhodini insizwa iloku ihole njalo idlula laphayana kwi-banner yeparanotisi okungabaxhasi nabo be-cross country le ama championships esiwagijimayo namhlanje khona laphana esigodini sakwaMbonambi sikhumbule ukuthi ama championships lawo ahlungela ama national championships okuyinto engicabanga ukuthi zonke insizwa njengamanje ikhale ekhanda lazo ukuthi cha noma ke isihambile kindondo yegolide kepha ngifuna ukungena nabo kuqala abayisithupha
kunjalo mfokambanjwa i-cross country it's not about ukuba unumber 1 kuphela kodwa niyakwazi futhi niphinde nithola ama medals ngokuba i-team yabantu abayisithupha bazongena kuqala so insizwe esigijimayo namhlanje zizokwazi mase zimele isifundazwe ukuthi ziyobe zisebenzisana ukuze sikwazi ukwakha i-team ezomela KwaZulu-Natal Athletics ikwazi ukusibuyela nama medals isifundazwe ngoba into ebaluleke kakhulu kuma national championship iwona ama medals njengesifundazwe.
impela sihlomule kakhulu siyi-province yaKwaZulu-Natal kuma team prize isihlezi siyithola laphayana kuzona iy'nsizwa leziyana ezithe ukukhula iloku ihole njalo insizwa-ke kepha njengamanje iyona laphana insizwa egijimela yona laphayana itoti zihubhana eduze kanye nensizwa lapha egijimela iphuma KZN mangaphazami.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa insizwa lezi esingafuni ukuyekana kuyoze kulamula ufinish. Kudala le insizwa zihamba ngendlela ezihamba ngakhona uyabona ukuthi insizwa ezigijima ngesivinini esicishe sifane insizwa ezikhombisayo njengamanje ukuthi ayikho efuna ukunikezela nefuna ukuyekelela ngoba seziyabona ukuthi ifinish isiseduze.
Impela mfokankonde isikhathi njengamanje it's 19 minutes and 23 seconds ebhodini insizwa-ke esezogijimile i-distance njengamanje ziyolanda ilap yokugcina ukuze zikwazi ukuthi sibone unumber 1 ozodla umhlanganiso namhlanje kuwona laphana u-60 plus okuyiwona njengamanje oyihola phambili bathathu abazohlomula ngey'ndondo okuyindondo yegolide kanye neyesiliva bese siyivala ngeyethusi bese kuthi laba abanye abathathu bokugcina bazobe sebeyitholele ithikithi lokuthi bakwazi bayomela iprovince.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa insizwa siyidinga zonke siyidinga zifit siyidinga zizithupha zizokwazi ukusimela njengesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal ngoba sisemkhankasweni wokuqoqa ama-medals.
Yebo insizwa-ke njengamanje sizoyibona-ke iqhamuka siyibone isikhathi sisibhekile laphana ukuthi insizwa ngenzeka ukuthi ngempela idle umhlanganiso ngaso iwona laphayana u-23 or 24 minutes ebhodini engase idle ngawo umhlanganiso engicabanga ukuthi ngempela akekho umuntu osazomfica mfokankonde.
Kona kuya kube njalo asazi ukuthi kuzokwenzekalani ngelap yokugcina ngoba ilap yokugcina is one of the hardest lap ongagijima kuwona so uma ngabe insizwa isazo maintainer isivinini bekade igijima ngaso ngiyacabanga ukuthi izophumelela.
Impela mfokankonde sibhekile laphana insizwa ukuthi ngempela izokwenza njani izowudla ngempela yini umhlanganiso ngoba sengenzeka noma yini during i-race usengavuka izinto esingazazi sibone sekuqhamuka umuntu ebesingamlindele umjaho-ke unpredicted ngoba ungavelelwa inkinga nje usuyitshela ukuthi wena sunqobile noma insizwa zivetane zikujikele zikugwinye ziphinde zikuphalaze futhi.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa umdlalo wezokugijima umdlalo ongalindela noma ngayini ngoba bonke abantu banamaqhinga kunabantu amaqhinga bathi bazowasebenzisa ngasekugcineni amandla abo abanye bathi bawasebenzisa ngasekuqaleni ukuze bafike ekugcineni vele secacile ukuthi ubani ozohamba phambili kodwa ke le insizwa ezigijima la kule age group ngibone kuyinsizwa ezine experience eningi kakhulu nezazi ukuthi sifunani angiboni ukuthi lokho kungenzeka.
Yebo masikhumbula kahle laphayana insizwa kade izibanga lapha indondo yesiliva uyena laphana njengamanje insizwa laphayana egijimela amazimtoti uSwat Daniel engicabanga ukuthi babanga indondo yesiliva njengamanje insizwa lena iyongena lapha kwi-finishing approaching i-finishing sizobona ngempela laphana isikhathi njengamanje is 22 and 25 seconds ebhodini engicabanga ukuthi izogijima ngaphansi kuka 25 minutes.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa insizwa ibukeka isiunqobile ngempela umjaho ibukeka isiwuthathile umjaho nesebenzile yashiya ishaya intambo 22:43 minutes kuyena u6 kilometers insizwa ekhombisa ukuba sezingeni eliphezulu ngefitness yayo indlela egijime ngakhona ikhombisile ukuthi iulungiselele lo mdlalo la siyakhona phambili kuma national championship angesabi ngegolide.
Yebo impela sibonge kakhulu nabaxhasi i-body walk inkwazi ukuomunye wabaxhasi bawo lo mjaho njengamanje insizwa ngempela laphayana ezolala isibili iyona laphayana insizwa igijimela iphuma KZN ezodla indondo yesiliva mangingaphazami iyona laphana ehamba phambili.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa sibongele ke insizwa nensizwa yaseToti ibili behambe phambili njalo nensizwa yase-KZN yasephuma KZN ligcine ke ligqabukile igoda uphuma KZN wathi cha ngiyawudla lo mjaho ngiyalithatha lesiliva usuyosala nayo indondo yakho yethusi.
Siyibongele kakhulu laphana insizwa ngokunqoba umjaho. Engicabanga ukuthi yona insizwa laphayana egijimela iToti isogijima isikhathi esifast kakhulu kulonyaka. Njengamanje is 23 and 58 second. Ngonyaka odlule ugijime 28 and 49 second. Sizobona ke nangempela ke usiphule ngama minutes amane ebhodini isikhathi asigijima ngonyaka odlule. Engicabanga ukuthi njengoba sishilo ukuthi le course yalonyaka lo ithanda ukuba fast kakhulu.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa i-course yalonyaka i-course fast kakhulu nanokuthi ama-athletes asezilungiselele kakhulu ayayijabulela kakhulu isizini ye-cross country futhi ama-athletes amaningi ayakwazi ukuzinika isikhathi sokuyilungiselela sokukwazi ukuthi agijime lo mdlalo. Kungakho sizowubona lo mdlalo we-cross country uzobulibe ukhula iminyaka nonyaka.
Yebo impela insizwa ziloku zingenile njalo nje laphayana insizwa igijimela yona laphayana i-Boxer Athletics Club yena laphayana umkhulu Majombozi uSipho Majombozi engicabanga ukuthi naye laphayana womunye wabayisithupha abokuqala abangene phambili.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa uyabukeka kakhulu umkhulu Majombozi laphana ezongena nabayisithupha eyibeka emathubeni amahle kakhulu ukuthi aqokelwe ukumela isifundazwe sobukhosi bakwaZulu laphana ngoSeptember mase sekugijima ama-national championship.
Buye ngathi akaneme impela kubuye ngathi akaneme umfowethu insizwa laphayana egijimela yona laphaya iChilton ibuye ngathi ayineme. Angazi noma isikhathi noma iposition wangena ngempela laphana umkhulu Majombozi naye engicabanga ukuthi naye uthokoze kakhulu ngesikhathi asigijimile.
Ngokubona kwami lapha mfokambanjwa lensizwa akukona ngoba ingeneme kodwa ibonga inkosi ngokuqeda ngoba ibisizwe imjunju.
Njengamanje iwona lapha ama-race recap iy'nsizwa laphayana zisuka laphayana u-60 to 70 plus njengamanje sizokwethulela ama-results ayo yona laphayana u-6 kilometer insizwa eseyithe ukhula u-60 plus kuya ku-70.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa ama-highlights ethu osuku namhlanje lensizwa ivele nje yazihola zisuka iyakhombisa nje ukuthi yona izilini lana zilandeleleke insizwe eziningi zihamba zigijima njengesixuku okungathathanga ke isikhathi eside nokho isixuku lesi sithe mangabe kuya ngokukhula kwamakhilomitha naso sagcina sesihlukana kodwa ke insizwa le njengokuyihola kwayo iqede injalo iphambili. Sibabonile ke abantu bebekhona ngapha obabusile Mgwena abekade bekhona lapha ku-60 plus bekhona begijima naye. Sithembe ukuthi ke abaningi nabasezingeni nabafiti ibona bazoqabela ukuthi bawumele isifundazwe.
Impela mfokankonde kukhona lapha insizwa engiyibonile laphayana sikhumbule bakwethu ukuthi sonke njengoba sigijima lana kumele sigijimele ama-club futhi siphinde futhi isibe ne-license. Njengamanje iy'ngane ezizongena njengamanje it's boys 8 years ozogijima laphayana u-item number 5 boys 8 years njengamanje wona ozongena.
Mhlambe kumuntu akavalelise okwesikhashana bazokhona uza kwethu umfokamdletshe abazothatha okwesikhashana.
Sibonge kakhulu laphayana kuzongena laphayana u-8 years sibonge kuyona lapha insizwa uSiyabonga Nkonde ekade sibambisane naye umjaho usuka ngawona laphayana ihora lesishiyagalombili ligamenxa ihora lesishiyagalombili. Sibonge kakhulu ngamukele laphayana insizwa yakwethu uProvidence Mdletshe engizoyibamba naye kule mjaho ozongena njengamanje it's boys 8 years siphinde sibe no boys 9 years bese kuba uyena laphayana u girls 16 to 17 years. sikwamukele Providence.
Ngibingelele ngibongomokulenga khona ke la eGrantleigh School kuyo live stream. So good, so excited. I am really excited to be the part of the commentary team.
Njengamanje siyabona laphana amantombazana amancanyana kukhona ukhihla isililo ngenxa yenjabulo yokuthi ukwi-start line njengamanje bazosuka bebhekise khona laphayana u3 kilometer wabo abazogijima. Sizobona ke namhlanje ukuthi ngempela ubani ozodla umhlanganiso.
Yeah, they are young, but they are capable of producing those good times. We know that we love athletics because we love when we see athletes producing really good times. Warming up on the start, getting ready. They're waiting so that they can start. They're starting shortly. Remember that we are coming to you live from Grantleigh School, Richards Bay. Shout out to the hosting club, which is Richards Bay Athletic Club. So many integrated partners that came into place to make this such an amazing event.
Sibonge kakhulu siyabona lapha nama officials aloke bizile ingane ukuthi sikuzosuka umjaho ngixolise lapha it's girls 8 years u1 kilometer wabo bazogijima njengamanje sebezosuka bazogijima nje ilephe yodwa bese sibona ozonqoba umjaho.
It might sound as if Sipho akuyona into enkulu but kubona it is big, it is hard ngoba nabo kungangeminyaka yabo, but I cannot wait to see it's going to be able to pull away because we know abantu abasebancane kangaka are the one they just as soon as the gun goes off abededela ijubane engacabanga ukuthi usazofika endaweni enyukelayo ehlelayo odakeni all the stages of a race yakhe. But we're going to keep a closer look at that one. Such a high number of these young girls on the start, more and more they just keep on coming.
Impela intokazi laphana siqikelele kubazali ukuthi balethe abantwana kwi-starting lineup 10 minutes before i-race. Njengamanje siyabona ingane ziloko zingenile umama laphana uzoduduza ingane yakhe ukuthi mntanami ungashawa uvalo, you got this, everything is possible, ungashawa uvalo, I'll be
on the sideline,
yes,
yelling at you when you win.
Impela nje sikhuthaze kakhulu nabazali impela ukuthi bomdabu wethu ukuthi nabo singathi lento engiyibona lapha nabo bangayenza.
Because sike sibone ke siningi ukuthi ke abanye bayaphuma ke ngendlela esimanga. Okay, I
false starts, it's false starts. Abantwana abajwayele impela Providence ukuthi imigudu ithini uma kugijinywa. Abanye basuke beqala, abanye basuke sebeyazi ukuthi kwenziwa njani.
Let's wait and see on the second time of calling what's going to happen. Some of them, they're stepping over the line if you look closely. And that is why the starter that keeps on stopping them. You can see, there she comes, making sure that all of them, they are before the line. See what you're referring into?
Impela laphayana kumele uthi unyawo libe ngemuva kwalayini ziloku wasuka ngempela laphayana abantwana bethu 8 years sizobona naba nabazali begijima beseka abantwana babo eceleni bazogijima nabo impela u1 kilometer Providence ngoba ikhozi kululwa uku-accessa ukuthi ugijime nabo eceleni.
Yeah, mostly ku-1K ingane ke kube khona an elder that is running with them to guide them course from the start till the finish. And that is Grantham, looks like Grantham Park Primary is taking an early lead right on this one.
Kubuye ngathi laphayana bazolandela imoto emhlophe mangaphazami njengoba usushilo ukuthi sijwayele ukubona laphayana ukuthi kube khona i-rabbit abazolandela nangempela nali rabbit okusho ukuthi lisuke lona ngaphambidlana ukuze libahole abantwana.
It is 1 kilometer, 8 girls So exciting. They're going to be coming back shortly. So they are really holding up. They're keeping that form. No one is really backing down. I-pace yabo sipho ayehli. I-pace abaqale ngayo is still that pace even now.
I can't wait to see ukuthi ngempela unumber 1 uzoshaya bani isikhathi. Ingane indlela ezizokumangaza ngayo azinqeni nje ukuthi zigijime nje ngaphansi kwa 5 minutes ikilometer labo. Engicabanga ukuthi ngokweminyaka yabo isikhathi esihle kakhulu. Njengamanje isikhathi ebhodini it's 1 minute and 40 seconds. Engicabanga ukuthi sebewenzile lapha no 600 meters besalelwe iyona lapha 400 meters intokazi lapha esencane u8 years esigijima wona lapha u1 kilometer.
So, in general, what is the qualifying standard for 1 kilometer go girls? 8 years.
Kahle kuthathwa abokuqala abawu6. Yes, ibona bazoyibeka ethubeni lokuthi bakwazi ukuyomela iprovince yaKwaZulu-Natal kuma championships akhona lapha ePitoli.
We're going to keep a closer look on this event. We're coming to you live from Grantleigh School and Richards Bay hosting club, Richards Bay Athletic Club. Don't forget to be the part of the conversation through other social media platforms at Twitter, Insta, Facebook, TikTok, KZNA, of which is KZN Athletics, especially Facebook. That is where they get to share the information, the races, and everything. Don't forget to check us out our website, www.kznathletics.co.za. That's where you're going to be seeing everything that you need to know, the updates, the fixture, everything right there on our KZN Athletics website. 1 kilometer. You did mention that only 400 meters to go on this girls 8 kilometer. It's 1K, girls 8 years, 1 kilometers.
Impela njengamanje isikhathi wona lapha u3 minutes and 10 seconds. Engicabanga ukuthi nje basalele nje ingcenyana nje yokuthi baphothule umjaho. Njengoba ishilo uProvidence ukuthi sikhona lapha esigodini saKwaMbonambi King Cetshwayo idistrict khona lapha eRichards Bay esikoleni iGlenleigh School.
So we think the graphics will shortly, we're going to be shortly seeing it again, and we're going to be able to see them when they cross the finishing line.
Yebo impela lapha intokazi esancane zigijima wona lapha 1 kilometer esizongenzeka sibone lapha uChampion wokuqala ka2026 kuyinyanga yokuqala kumhla ka1 kuNcwaba yonke into yintsha Providence namhlanje.
Yeah, everything is new energy, new vibes, new confidence. Even if someone was lacking, it was like, okay, I was starting over. It's all about starting over and over again till you get it right.
Absolutely. Nangu ke eqhamuka lapha yana uyona lapha intokazi ehola phambili izojika nje ithathe uright bese ibheka ngakwi finishing isikhathi uwona lapha 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
And that is position 2 right there. It is, of course, the KZN Cross Country Championships.
Bagijime isikhathi laphana esingaphansi nje kwa 5 minutes abathathu bokuqala wangena wesine kanye nowesihlanu futhi elandela yona laphana isikhathi njengamanje it's 4 minutes and 45 seconds sebengenile abane sekusela babili ukuze livalwe ithikithi bangena ngempela ke laphana abawu6 bokuqala ukuyibona abazokwazi ukuthi bayomela laphana iprovince yaKwaZulu-Natal. Ziloku zingenile ke ingane njengamanje abazolandela uyena laphana uBoys 8 years nawo uzogijima wona laphana u1 kilometer.
More and more girls, they are crossing the finishing line. So much clubs came out in numbers to make history. They are here because they want to rewrite the history. They're here to do the corrections like, hey, it's time we take the titles. It's time they put their names on top. It's all about making it to Team KZN so that they can go to Pretoria. It's on the 15th of September. I'm not so sure with the date, but that is why I'm going to keep on emphasizing that. Be the part of the conversation throughout the social media platforms, because that's where they get to post the results, everything that you must be aware of.
impela abazokwazi ukuthi baqokwe laphayana abawu-6 bokuqala yibona abazokwazi ukuthi bayomela yona i-province yaKwaZulu-Natal ePitoli ngenyanga ezayo uMandulo evikini lesibili. Sizosuka laphana iy'nsizwa ezisencane laphana u-boys 8 years laphana sizokhumbula ukuthi uKhasi Luka ugijimela iHilton Harriers uyena laphana owanqoba umjaho elandele uyena lapho uFerrer Roger ugijimela iRSSA Athletics uMamfengu Seti ugijimela iKokstad engicabanga ukuthi iy'ngane ey'ningi lezi ey'suka ey'ndaweni njengoKokstad koPortshepstone angiyiboni namhlanje angazi noma inkinga ukuthi mhlambe kuthe ukuqhela kancane yini kodwa ke yonke into njengoba sishilo ukuthi yonke into ushintsho luhle futhi ushintsho luyasiza ukuthuthukisa i-athletics.
They'll be starting shortly, as you see. On the start, that is the boys 8 years, 1 kilometers. At first it was girls 8 years, now it's the boys 8 years. They'll be starting shortly. You can see the official, they're making sure that they are before the starting line. No one is leaning over or no leg is over the line. Some are nervous. There you go. Starting boys 8 years, 1 kilometers.
Basukile ngempela laphayana iy'nsizwa laphayana boys 8 years uyabona isivinini abahamba ngaso ukuthi ngempela laphayana ziyaqadulisana masibheka kahle ushampiyoni wangonyaka ka-2025 owanqoba wona lapha umjaho wagijima isikhathi esingu-4 minutes and 7 seconds elandela uyena laphayana unumber 2 wakhe wagijima u-4 minutes and 10 seconds engicabanga ukuthi nje namhlanje futhi i-record bazolibreaka ongenzeka ukuthi bagijime ngaphansi kwawo u-4 minutes. Boys 8 years 1 kilometer.
It is possible. You know what, lately, people have been breaking records left, right, and center. And if you compare the times, abagijimi bamanje nabaqala abafani. So esikhathini samanje abagijimi sebenolwazi oluningi sebeney'nsiza ey'ningi abayisebenzisayo ukuze bekwazi bekhulise amakhono abo futhi bekhiqize iy'khathi ezinhle zokuthi bengenise imncintiswano ephezulu. So kulula okungahle kwenzeke ngayo leyo ndlela leyo. Sethemba ukuthi-ke bazolibamba kanjena-ke i-pace yabo bekwazi ukuthi-ke besinikeze ama-position aney'khathi ey'right, because even if you know what, you get the position, but make sure that you get in line with the qualifying standard. This is boys 1K 8 years. So far, Sipho, some are starting to get tired, you can tell. Kodwa-ke basayibambile kuyena ku-1 kilometer. I did say this ukuthi kubukeka kuncane ukuthi 1 kilometer kodwa kubona ngokwe-age yabo nawomzimba wabo nawamandla abo isisindo esikhulu kubona.
Impela siyayibona laphayana iy'nsizwa ezisancane ukuthi cha engathi sikuyazwela kancane manje laphayana lapha eyihola phambili usegijime isikhathi laphana esi-2 minutes ebhodini engicabanga ukuthi nje ukuwona laphayana u-500 meters uzolanda u-500 meters wakhe wokugcina ukuze ashaye laphayana intambo uyahamba ngempela njengoba ngishilo nje ukuthi namhlanje kubuke ngathi isikhathi sizothi ukuba fast yona laphayana insizwa esancane eyihola phambili boys 8 years uhleli iRabbit eduze. What a talented boy. Njengamanje isikhathi is 2 minutes and 30 seconds engicabanga ukuthi sisele nje about 300 meters ukuthi nje umfana ashaye intambo. Unokwehole njalo-ke insizwa laphayana akekho ngempela nje omlandelayo noma oseduze kwakhe ku-clear nje ukuthi cha uzoyidlela amahlanga nje namhlanje.
Judging by the race number, that looks like Umelokuhle Ndebele khona-ke la kuyo le events. Umelokuhle Ndebele was able to break away on this 8 years 1K. Look at the gap, Sipho. The man is out of this world. On the second position, they are there. We're going to get a closer look right there. There he comes to cross the finishing line. And the clock is 3 minutes and 21 seconds. you did mention that maybe there's a possibility of breaking the time.
Impela kubukeka nje umfana omncane ngempela ekhombisa iqholo elikhulu nokuyimisela lokuthi cha namhlanje bafana bakithi angifune umuntu ngizonigabisela nge-10 uzothi mejika nje abeqhamukela kwi-finishing isikhathi njengamanje is 3 minutes and 48 seconds eyishaya yona laphayana intambo ngesikhathi esiwu-3:52 njengoba ngishilo nje ukuthi namhlanje sizobona ngempela izikhathi ezifast olandela laphayana iyona laphayana unumber 2 wethu ogijime nje u4 minutes and 4 seconds insizwa lokho ingenile njalo ezincane ezisafisa esazohamba uyibanga elide kwezokugijima.
And position 1 is Umelo Ndebele of a Danhauser running club. What an amazing performance by this young man. More and more young gentlemen are crossing the finishing line. We're coming to you live from Richards Bay Grantleigh School. And shout out to Aquile, our hydration sponsor.
Sibonge kakhulu no Green Sanaka njengoba sibona nje ukuthi kuluhlaza yonke into engicabanga ukuthi uyinto impilo esidingayo leyo ukuthi sisondeze kakhulu nemvelo i-cross country imnandi ngaloko Providence ukuthi isondeza kakhulu kwimvelo.
Yeah, yabona mase sifike entabeni sesifika la kunengodo khona sesifika la sixuma khona. You know, if you do cross country, I respect you so much because like there's a lot that is going on. Kumele ube umuntu nje flexible to difficulties. I'm not flexible to difficulties. That is why I used to love track and field because kumele nginyuke intaba kumele ngehle kumele kube straight, you see. So mentally you need to be ready for that and I am not ready for that.
Yebo yingakho nje ocoach uma beqalisa usamncane ugijima i-track uphinde ugijime ne-cross country ukuze ujwayele i-transition ibe lula mase uya kwe-road ngoba i-foundation ezokuholela ukuthi nawe ugcine usukwazi ukuthi ugijime kahle i-road.
Yep, make sure that you are the part of the conversation throughout the social media platforms, Twitter, Insta, Facebook, TikTok, KZN Athletics, so that you get to hear everything, especially the results, everything that they're going to be sharing regarding this event. It is going to be posted on social media and also on our website, www.kznathletics.co.za. There's going to be seeing everything.
Impela laphana insizwa ezongena laphana girls 9 years iwona ozongena laphayana njengamanje bawe starting lineup bazosuka ngokudala girls 9 years 2 kilometers. Njengamanje ama results laphana uboys 8 years umele ukuhle Ndebele okuyena odle umhlanganiso olandela uKhono Richardson odle indawo yesibili bese kuba uBenjamin Bonsall ogijime laphana isikhathi esiwu4 minutes ulale indawo yesithathu Abongwe Zulu kube uSasdi zizosuka njengamanje laphana intokazi girls 9 years.
And here are the results for girls 8 years that were shown on the screen. That's the race before the final one that you just saw. Now it's girls at 9 years at 2 kilometers. They're going to be starting shortly. So much excitement here. I'm loving the atmosphere. It out of the world. For the first time ever, loving conditions like this one. I remember Becca in April this year. It was so insane. But here they are definitely ready. They are ready to rumble. And taking over will be my fellow teammate here. Fellow teammate here, it is of course girls 9 years 2 kilometers. They've already there's an athlete already taking a lead right here, right now. We're gonna get the details of the athlete and being joined by my teammate, such an amazing gentleman with me now. Yazi sikhuluma indaba labantwana abasebancane ukuthi masiqhuma nje isibhamu basuka behlale phambili, they are not afraid of breaking away. Kanti siyazi ukuthi kuthiwa save the best for the last, ngoba guess you might run out of the gas sometimes.
Kunjalo kakhulu intokazi nensizwe isencane ziyayicabangele imanje azilibhekeli ikusasa, kodwa ke siyabona ukuthi intokazi ezikhona zinayo oyiholayo noyitshengisa indlela.
Yes, ibona ke abazomlandela njenga manje beze beyoqeda wona ke u2 kilometer wabo.
Kunjalo kakhulu siyayibona intokazi saholwa yiyo phambili egijimela iDanhauser Running Club. Intokazi ke leke ayigile imanga ngonyaka ophelile kuwona ama National Championship. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi yangena endaweni yesithathu yakwazi ukusibuyela nendondo siyiKwaZulu-Natal.
And her name is Alondwe Mpele.
Yeah.
I'm loving the gap. Yabona maye wakho ni gap ngivele ngibonza ayekushubile la. They are chasing now. The competition is getting tougher for them.
Yebo kunjalo Alondwe Mpele intokazi ngempela eqhamuke eDanhauser engakhotshwa yena pha uSiphamandla umfokanyembe. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ucoach wayo uyinikile amacebo ukuthi ingaqali fast, ingaqali ngesivinini esiphezulu kodwa ikwazi ukumaintaina isivinini until isiqede, ngoba intokazi ke sikaSmele isifundazwe nesiyaziyo ukuthi kuma National Championship ikuphi okulindelekile, kodwa siyibona isahamba kakhulu, iyalivula igebe njengamanje.
And there she is on the second position, and third and fourth they are eating up the gap behind. So we're going to have to wait and see.
Kunjalo sisazobheka sibone ukuthi intokazi zindlula kanjani kwama obstacles. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi zibone ohamba phambili eweqa nazo seziyaweqa okungazi costa kakhulu uma ubheki energy ezingayisebenzisa ukweqa kunokuzikizeka, engikubona kuyinto engakwazi ukuthi isave energy.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to go around and not jump over, but they are ready for it. We're loving the energy. We're loving the excitement. It is going to be a good race. Trust me on that one.
It is indeed. Uyabona njengamanje igebe selivulekile. Sekuyigebe elikhulu kakhulu ukukhombisa ukuthi uAlondwe intokazi yakaMpele iyakhombisa isipiliyoni sayo, iyakhombisa amandla namave nawo ukuthi ke sikuyasimela lesifundazwe iyazi ukuthi ku-national kwenzakalani. Intokazi esibheke mhlawumbe ukuthi ku-national improve imedal eyayithola kwakuyindondo yethusi, mhlawumbe iyo contesta for igolide.
Alondwe breaking away each and every step she takes. She is breaking away. There is no slowing down from her. This is girls 9 years 2 kilometers right here in Grantleigh School in Richards Bay. It's the KwaZulu-Natal Athletics Cross Country Championships.
Kunjalo ngempela intokazi Alondwe iyaprove ukuthi intokazi enamava nenamandla kakhulu, ayifune kulekelelwa, ihambela yodwa nje phambili ngoba iyayazi indlela futhi ayesabi ukuthi yini engayese iyehlele, ngoba uyabona indlela egijima ngakhona ayigijima ngokwesaba kodwa igijima ngecourage.
I think, and also, you know what, if you focus more on your training, you know what to do when you go for competition. Exactly.
That exactly, I think maybe ucoach wakhe ikona kudiscussile wakukhuluma nayo ukuthi you know that ngonyaka ophelile wenza kahle kangakanani ku-national, so ama-provincial championship are not going to be very difficult for you, so it's going to be a race against yourself.
She's much familiar with e-competition and Agiona Njengamanje, so it's not hard for her. It's maintaining what she did last year, keeping up with the training, maintain everything.
Kunjalo na into esihlale siqoquzela leyo ukuthi uma ngabe wenza into eyodwa isikhathi eside ugcina umphumela yakhona iba mihle ngoba uma uzobheka nje intokazi leyo Alondwe iqhamuka lapha eDanawuzi kwi-Danhauser Athletics Club iclub eqeda kusungulwa kulonyaka kodwa ngonyaka ophelile yayigijima ngaphansi kwayo Excel okukhombisa ukuthi intokazi engakabi nesikhathi eside kuwo lo mdlalo wokugijima kodwa uyayibona indlela egijima ngakhona iyakhombisa ukuthi talent likhona iyakhombisa ukuthi intokazi uma ngabe ingahlala isikhathi eside kungaba abanye izintokazi esingayiqhenya ngayo njengeNingizimu Afrika ezingakwazi ukuthi zisibuyele nezindondo kuma World Championship.
Exactly, and ukukhula netalent umngaka ukhule nalo phezulu ilapho thola khona ukubona ubuhle balo ngoba umntwana umtrainer bathi ugoba usemanzi yabo ufundiseka kahle ke lapho ukugijima ama techniques ama tactics everything ibekeka ngendlela esimanga umbuka njengamanje Alondwe uyasondela ngempela ke ku pacemaker wabo abahamba nabo batshengisa indlela okutshengisa khona ukuthi ke uyakhuluma ngamava nangamandla anawo uyabona ngempela ukuthi umntwana ke lona ke okuthandayo ukugijima and abanye abantwana basuke endaweni zasemakhaya bajima ezindaweni they are much familiar so uma befika indawo eflat they get to excel.
Ikunjalo kakhulu nakuyo Alondwe umntakampele iyona nto eseqhulwini ngoba umntwana oqhamuka endaweni yaseDanawuzi uma ubheka eDanawuzi indawo esemakhaya indawo engenazi izinto eziningi ezifana nasemadolobheni ila esithi khona kuyizidleke setalent labantwana abasafuna ukuthi baparticipate noma ngakuziphi ezemidlalo.
We're going to keep a closer look on her. She is driving. She's really moving. Girls 9 years, 2 kilometers. And the pacemaker is trying to break away now. She says, oh my gosh, she's catching up with him. So now he is really breaking away. I think no pacemaker akusuka ngisivinini kakhulu kwenza abantwana bebe nomfutho kakhulu begcine sebekhipha ikhathi ezinhle. So I'm impressed.
Kunjalo ngempela upacemaker ibona abasetha ipace yosuku nabenza ukuthi abantwana babukele kubona ukuze bakwazi ukuthi benze izinto ezinkulu njengamanje ke mawubheka Alondwe usezojika ikhona lokugcina ubese ebheka lapha na kune hill yethu ihill nje encane ongayibelela la kubo 6 to 7 meters ozothi mangabe esendlulile kuyo ibisimthatha imkhuphulela kwefinish.
She is ready for glory, I hope.
Kunjalo ngempela nangoke sefika kuyo leyo hill yoduma uma ngabe ke wakhuphuka lana uyobe esenama meters ambalwa bese ayibona ifinish ukubuka nje umntwana lo kaMbhele indlela agijima ngakhona iyakhombisa ukuthi umntwana osasikhuphula isivinini umntwana osesemandleni nosengakwazi futhi ukuqhubeka nangamba kuthiwa kwenzeka yini okukhombisa ukuthi ke izinga lakhe lokuyiqeqesha izinga elisephezulu kakhulu simbongele kakhulu ke Alondwe Mbhele ezothatha 2 kilometers ka 9 years okuyinto enhle kakhulu enzekala kumntwana nakuyo coach wakhe simbongele kakhulu ukuthi bakwazile ukuthatha abantwana abancane bababeka kulezinga nesazi ukuthi kuyinto enzima kakhulu ukuqeqesha abantwana abancane ukuze bafike ezingeni lokuba ngompetha.
I was so impressed when she she running approaching the hill there and I was really panicking for her but that hill is proudly brought to you by PSI Insurance Broker. So the athletes have now reached that heartbreak hill where preparation and determination will truly be tested and she did pass the test.
Kunjalo wayishaya intambo umntwana omncane Alondwe owakaMbhele ogijimela iDanhauser Running Club uphuma lapha esifundeni sasemajuba oqeqeshwa uye uSiphamandla umfokanyembe ngiyacabanga ukuthi intokazi enamava kakhulu okungathi isifunda saKwaZulu-Natal uma ngabe singa investor sifake umfutho omkhulu kulabo sebancane ngiyacabanga ukuthi eminyakeni emibili emithathu sizoba nompetha abangeke bamele isifundazwe kodwa bangamela neNingizimu Afrika njengoba ilibengene njalo intokazi ziyakhombisa ukuthi zinikele ngako konke ezinakho ukuze sikwazi yangena ke intokazi laphana elala esibili kuyena lo 2 kilometers kodwa uma ubheka igap between yena no Alondwe kuyakhombisa ukuthi uAlondwe ubese kwelinye izinga.
uAlondwe uze lapha ekulungele kakhulu ngendlela eyisimangaliso izona ke intokazi lezi ke ekwazile ukuthi ke zidle umhlanganiso kuona ke uGirls 9 years 2 kilometers.
Yebo kunjalo siyayibona intokazi liba ingenile zitetene eduze okusho ukuthi intokazi amandla aye acisha lingane kule intokazi ngoba uma ubheka ama gap awekho makhulu kangako kuya ngokuthi ubani ophambili kodwa ke ziyalwa intokazi noma sekunjalo zilwa until size zicross the finish line noma sezicrossile ezinye zisaqhubeka futhi zikhombisa amandla.
So you don't give up because you find maybe Iskatsako will push you to the next round. You never know. So still to come is the medal ceremony just after this events, and that will be Amanda. She is going to be taking over the commentary table and go through, of course, the medal ceremony. So now we're going to be having a look go position 2, 3, and 4. We're just going to go through our stuff here and get to tell you okay who who or rather the name of that athlete. And on the fourth position, that was of course none other than Jocelyn Kate of it's Jocelyn Kate of Speed Explosion Athletic Club. She was on a fourth position. She came fourth and she did nail it. We love it when athletes get to experience difficulties and pull through at the end.
Yebo kunjalo ngempela siyayibona izingenile intokazi laphana kuhle kakhulu ukubona intokazi ezisencane zigijima ngalolu hlobo zinikela ngohlobo ezinikela ngalo zikhulela kuze zemidlalo nokuyinto esiyibonga kakhulu nesiyitusayo kubo baqeqesha ukuthi abangabheki laba sebekhulile kodwa nakubo laba abancane ababheke ngoba kuye kuthiwa inkunzi isemathuleni.
Exactly, and on the third position, it was on the fourth position now, getting a closer look here, it's Emily Wingfield. On the third position, Emily Wingfield of Okas Running Academy. That is Emily. She came on the third position. Let's confirm again the club, Emily Wingfield. No, it's Our Lady of Fatima on the third position. Position 2, we're going to try and see again. Can we get the details of position 2?
Kunjalo ngiyacabanga ukuthi ama details amaningi azobhalwa la ku screen sizokwazi ukubona kahle ukuthi intokazi ingene kanjani ngokulandelana kwazo.
Next up on the start, it's another exciting event, as you can see. So I thought we are going to be going for medal ceremony now, but we've seen some athletes lining up on the start.
Kunjalo siyayibona insizwe esencane laphana zimile ku start zilindele nazo ukuzogijima njengoba intokazi bese sigijimile. Insizwa ke lezi ezisencane zikhombisa ukuhleleka, zikhombisa ukuba ready, ziyazibona nje ziyagxuma ziyaqhashaqhasha kwamathole encelile, ziyakhombisa ukuthi zisemandleni zisemfuthweni ziwulindele usuku lanamhlanje.
So much clubs on the start. The orange is Richards Bay Athletic Club. The red and white stripes is Westfield. The green and the yellow on the sides it's Grantham Park Primary. And there are other athletes that are there.
Impumela yamantombazane ethu agijime laphana ku-9 years uyena u-Alondo Mpelo ogijime isikhathi esiwu-7 minutes 54 seconds njeni kwaba uJocelyn Kate ogijime olalisibili wagijima 8 minutes 27 seconds. So iyona i-top 10 yethu yanamhlanje esaziyo ukuthi abantwana mhlawumbe ababili noma abathathu bazoqokeka ukuthi bayokwazi ukumela isifundazwe sokwaZulu-Natal ngoSeptember ePretoria. Sibone laphana insizwa ezisencane zimile kulayini zilindele ukusuka uBoys 9 years 2 kilometers. Sizobona ke ukuthi zona insizwa zizogijima kanjani njengoba intokazi sesikhombisile ukuthi ikhono netalent lingakanani kuzona.
Exactly. So still to come is of course the medal ceremony, and that will be Amanda. She's going to be coming here for a medal ceremony. She is good and ready. What I love about Emma commentator, whenever it's your time or whenever it's your turn, there is that look that you get on their faces. She just got in. She was outside running just to make time for Gutafing Skatike La. We're coming to you live from Richards Bay Grantleigh School. The KwaZulu-Natal Athletics Cross Country Championships. There was boys 9 years 2 kilometers.
Siphinde sibuye futhi senimukele. Sisekuye laphana boys 9 years 2 kilometers. Bayagijima abafana sebeqalile isikhathi esebhodini 1 minute 47 seconds. Okusho ukuthi abafana bethu bayagijima njengamanje. Siyabona ukuthi khona insizwa laphana esezihola phambili ilandelwe eduze insizwa ezimbili. Ukuthi umjaho wethu namhlanje owamanje awukacaci ukuthi ubani ongawudla. It's still anyone's race. Siyabona bandlula laphana obstacle lethu thina ngesizulu siyibiza ngamabhele la angazi ngesilungu bayibiza ngani kodwa ke kuba kumuke iathlete ukuthi it's either you jump over or you just zigzag over that obstacle and then kuba kuwena ukuthi uyipi energy ofuna ukuyisave ngaleso sikhathi ukwenza lokho kusebenzela. Siyabona apha insizwe esencaneke laphana ziyagijima azifocusanga ngezinye emgwaqeni kodwa azifocuse ukuthi ubani ongidlulayo okuyinto emnandi kakhulu ke lapho insizwe nezisakhula especially with development ukuthi zikwazi ukuthi zifundiseke ukuthi umdlalo lo udlalwa kanjani. Insizwa ke laphana isencane uyabona ukuthi zigijima ziseningi laphana zisesixukwini ayikho insizwa esaphumela obalo ukuthi singama sithi yona ezokuthatha lo mjaho. It's still anyone's race but it's still early on the race. Maybe after 1000 meters 1 kilometers we can start to predict who can win the race. Njengoba sibona lapha insizwa eziningi zisekhona zonke ziphelele lapha zonke zisagijima ngethemba zisaphokophela ukuthi umjaho namhlanje zisengawudla umhlanganiso. Asiboneke lapha lo kunensizwa esiqalile laphana ukuvula igebe kwezinye sizobona kahle icamera yethu mayibheka ngakuyona ukuthi igama lalensizwa ubani kodwa ke isikhombisile lensizwa ukuthi iyayibona indlela futhi iyafuna ukuthi igolide la namhlanje ihambe nalo. Kodwa ke nensizwe ezilandela lapha ngemuva azinikanga ithuba zikhona nje maduze eduzane kwayo zithi nje sibhekile ukuthi uma ngabe kwenza amaphutha siyanidlula siyawuthatha lo mjaho. Zisagijima kahle ke insizwa kwamanje isakhombisa kona ukuthi zifithi zijimile ziyayazi into kumele yenzeke asikaboni insizwa ezisahluleka zize ziwalke zonke insizwa isagijima ngesivinini esifanayo zisakhombisa ukuthi abaqeqeshi bawenzile umsebenzi. Abazali nabaqeqeshi abaqeqesha le insizwa benza umsebenzi omhle kakhulu nomkhulu ukuthi bakwazi ukuyibamba zisemaphupho bakwazi ukuthi bazenze zibe ilezi insizwa ezisizoyiqhenya ngazo kusasa. Italente ke liqala livundululwe ezisengaka lensizwa ziye ngokukhula nazo nokunderstand imithetho yemidlalo nokufunakalayo kube namaqhinga adingakalayo ukuze zikwazi ukuthi insizwa ekhambeni kwesikhathi zibe ngompetha bakusasa. Sibonga ke nensizwa egijima phambili laphana okuyiyona eziholayo egqoka okubovu. Lensizwa ke egijima phambili iyona eyikhombisa indlela nayo ikhombisa ukuba fit ke nokho lensizwa ngoba irace ke yagijima ekuqaleni yamantombazane a 9 years agijima ngezivinini esiphezulu bengingaboni ukuthi lensizwa isengabuya futhi ibe nezivinini esingaka emva komfutho ufakile. Mhlambe ake sizwe uvo lakho ukuthi ubona kanjani.
Nothing is guaranteed now. I don't wanna lie. I've never like came with good predictions because labantu laba you can never predict what they can do. Ungazi ukuthi bafakwe amasonde ecathulweni meke nje kwaqhoma isibhamu they'll just go out crazy and give us exciting results. That's what I love the most about athletics. You can never be so sure at the same time you get to be happy with what you see.
Yebo kunjalo mfethu insizwa elida phambili njengamanje iyakhombisa ukuthi isiyawuthatha lo mjaho ngoba la ebheke khona manje ibhekwe kwihill lethu elikuyilona lodwa elikhona uma ike yathi dundu kulo insizwa iyobe siyibona ifinish. Ngiyabona nendlela egijima ngayo le insizwa embili ukuthi seziyayibona indlela seziyabona ukuthi kuyiwa kwifinish. Insizwa lelesibili ke nayo ayinike ayihleli phansi nayo ithu iyalwa nayo izama ukuthi awuthi uphela lo mehlelo ibe seyikhave ibanga elithize lokuvala igebe elivulekile.
Ngoba it gives so much of a pressure mangabe ukuthi uyagijima and there's someone who is leading. So you chasing at the same time you need to control everything. And now on your screens it's the medal ceremony. We're going to be having Amanda shortly here for the medal ceremony. We're going to get the result, we're going to get the intel, they'll be displayed on the screen which age is that, but I think that's the first event of the day, a medal ceremony, of which was 8K, men's 8 kilometers, I think so.
Yebo kunjalo medal ceremony yethu sibonge ubaba uKhura Buthelezi okuyona officiator over 35 years plus. Insizwa emile lapha phambili ekuyiyona number 1 ngathi yena uSikhumbuzo Mpanza ogijimala iPhantana Athletics Club. Kodwa ke nazi insizwa za 12 years njengamanje zikulo lelo hill leyimanga. Uma ngabe kanidlula la le hill akusekho kuyophinde kumvume, usendlulile futhi akusekho kuyomvimba njengamanje usebheke kuyifinish. Siyambona ekhuphula isivinini ngendlela exakile. Lensizwa omlelesibili nayo ayizibekile phansi, iyalufuna le golide le. Na into enhle sibuka kubazali nama-supporters nabantu ama-peers wabo abasupporta aba-encourage baphusha iyona into sesiyifuna. I-sports it's about support.
That is true indeed. Asibonga namhlanje mina kubuya isizwe wami bakithi ngesikhathi pumping casket iyagcina isizwe yabo yibona ubona ingane ezingathi ziqala zibe cross country abangena abantu nakhona futhi zifaka appropriate ama-routes awu-2 so kune-route yabo okuyi-1 kilometer loop and then must be u-2 kilometer loop la abakhona kanye bona so yizo lezi nsizwa uBoys 9 ziqeda u-2 kilometers wazo.
Asibongela kakhulu insizwa zisebenzile zigijime ngendlela eyisimanga ngoba ubukile nefinish yakhona ukuthi bekungeyona ifinish abathe bekhathele besafuna ukuya phambili. Isivinini ne-endurance abanayo iyakhombisa ukuthi bawenzile umsebenzi. Sibonge kubazali, sibonge kubo coach, sibonge kuthisha ezikoleni okuyibona abasicijela leyinqwele ezisencane.
Sibonga kakhulu nakubona abafana ngokuthi babe nale ntshisekelo bayithathele phambili ukuthi okutshalwayo kubona bayakwazi ukuthi bavunise othisha futhi nocoach babo so siyacela baqhubeke njalo bangayiki singokuqala nje kwabo ngisho kuthiwa akawinanga la namhlanje sicela kodwa aqhubeke kuwo ukuthi na next year siyabona futhi sekuyibanga futhi elingaphezulu okwi-age group engaphezulu.
Yebo kunjalo siyabona lapha kunomcimbi oqhubekayo umcimbi oyi-victory ceremony. Insizwa esezizolanda ebezikusebenzela usuku lonke okuyinto ejabulisa kakhulu ukuthi ma besebenzile bese kuba khona abomklomelo abawutholayo.
Sorry, it's ambulance, you know? Well done. All right, move up to the 8th kilometer, 75 to 79. Picking up the winner today in the time of 21 minutes and 25 seconds. From Panta, Maximum Response. Here's coach.
And on your screen right now, those are the results for the Boys 9 years. At number 1, we have Usembale Tuntanta with a time of 8 minutes and 5 seconds. And in number 2, we have Seluleko Matikana with a time of 8 minutes and 8 seconds. And you can see that very much it was a close finish. Kuna 1, 2, and 3. And then we have Uraja Ferreira with a time of 8 minutes and 10 seconds. And then in number 4, we have Louis Tesnar with a time of 8 minutes and 20 seconds. And then we have Callum Seaton with a time of 8 minutes and 20 seconds. And then we have Lucizo Kakota with a time of 8 minutes and 23 seconds. And then in 7th position, we have Gathan Marshall with the time of 8 minutes and 20 23 seconds. And in 8th position, we have Uli Ntombela with a time of 8 minutes and 28 seconds. And in 9th position, we have Sipose Tumdalosa with a time of 8 minutes and 37 seconds. And lastly, in 10th position, we have Mukelani Ngube with a time of 8 minutes and 40 seconds. These are all our top 10 boys, age 9 in the 2 kilometers. And congratulations to the boys with all going in at the time that is sub 9 minutes. Well done, boys.
Well done, ladies. Well, we went to the age category 40 to 44. In third place from Hollywood, Grantleigh School. Second place from Hollywood, Mabuzi Makula. And then picking up the win here today in a time of 15 minutes and 40 seconds from the Richards Bay Athletic Club. Make some noise for Sindile Biela. Well done, ladies. Well, move over to the age category 45 to 49.
And that is the start of the junior women 6K race today. It's a very good start, so you'll see it is 2 kilometers times 3, and it will be a very exciting race. If we take a look at last year's results, it was very, very fast. Last year, the leading lady was Anele Mpunga from Fast Runners, and she ran at 25:18, which was a blistering time, which was very, very good, just slower than 4 minutes a K. And the second time was even 25:33, so we should expect these times to be very, very quick. The conditions has toned down a little bit. It is not as windy, the sun is coming out a little bit more, and this makes it perfect conditions to get the run, and a fast run as well for these young ladies. And the leading pack of the ladies, there is a 3 breakaway pack with a tail there of 3 girls and another 3 girls dropping a little bit behind, with the pace still slightly conservative at the back there, as the wind is very, very tough on that stage. So they will be approaching the first turn, where there will be a grass bale jump sponsored by one of our sponsors, Spur. And you'll see the ladies approaching that bales. There is 2 options: either zigzag through it or jump over it, and that is proudly sponsored by Panarottis. Excuse me, Spur. It is proudly sponsored by Panarottis, this specific part. And let's hope. Oh, you see the ladies is conservative the first lap. They are zigzagging through. They are not taking the jump option, conserving their energy and making sure that the last 2K loop is very quick. So this seems to be a very different type of race that we've seen today. It is a little bit more conservative, with the front 3 ladies driving away.
kunjalo kakhulu laphana sibingelele siphinde sinamamukele kuyona lapha kakhulu i-KZN 2026 Cross Country Championships ekhona ke la eGrantleigh okuyisikole lesi esikhona la Richards Bay. Gama lami nginguXolani wakwaMapita ngizolithatha nginibeke kakhulukazi kuyona ama-events ayo ama-senior kanye nalapha ama-junior. Njengamanje-ke sikubona laphaya u-6 kilometers okuyintokazi lezi esizibiza ama-junior. Sesizibona hlakhu laphana intokazi zi-approacher sizothi baqeda nje bayongena kwi-kilometer labo lokuqala kanti njengamanje bazohamba njalo bese befika lapha nje ekugcineni bethatha i-10 yanga-right kwaze bese kubuya ngayo-ke mabebuya ngala 10 baphinde futhi bathathe esinye i-straight njengoba sibona nje ngama-camera sivezela kahle kakhulu laphaya hlimpela masibheka nje izo-ke lapha intokazi eziledayo kukhona lapha intokazi yakuyona lapha i-fast runner okuyi-club le eqhamuka khona phansi emzimkhulu kanti salokhu iqhubeka njalo-ke i-medal ceremony-ke isazahla khona laphayana ephethwe yona lapha i-acting president yethu uMr Ukhura Buthelezi.
So this is the ladies 75 older, 59 older, that is on the medals currently. We are currently busy with the junior women 6k kilometer race. They're on their first lap. I think they should be approaching the last 300-meter hill, probably sponsored by our brokers there, and that is a very difficult part of the course as they approached not just a windy but also an uphill part of the race, which is very difficult to attack. And there you can see the part of the race where they jump over the wooden logs, which is slightly downhill but still a challenging part. Slightly less when you can see the wind is blowing there in the trees, which is not too bad, but being downhill and to have to dodge little logs, that makes it a little bit different. And you can see the medal ceremony for the older generation ladies here. Fantastic. The third position, second, and then also the first position. And as you can see there on the turn, that is a quite steep hill, and then we are going back to the first square of the lap. So the leading lady is number 712, coming through in a 6:25, 6:26. And the two ladies is about 30 meters apart. They have almost completed the first loop. If you can see there, that will be the start of the second loop. Their first split going in 6:50 unofficial, meaning so that should be a 3:25 average on this loop, which is actually quite considerably fast if you think of the conditions here. This is a junior lady running in windy conditions, and it's not the hottest here in Richards Bay today, so it is not ideal. But I have to say, I think long distance runners rather would prefer the colder conditions than the heaty sun as sprinters usually do.
Kanti nje sibuya njengamanje kuzona lapha intokazi zethu amajunior 6 kilometers sasilapha kahle kakhulu intokazi siqeda nje lephu yabo okuqala okuchaza kona-ke ukuthi meyana manje sebesale lapha amalephu amabili nizosixolela-ke ukuthi asikwazi ukuthi sibize amagama abo ngezinxa nje yobuxhakaxhaka esinabo ngapha kodwa lapha intokazi leyana iyona-ke unombolo 712 okuzothi nje ukuhamba kwesikhathi bese sikwazi ukuthi laphaya siyi-pick up-ke igama layo siyayibona hlakho lapha intokazi iyothatha ilap yayo yesibili njenganamanje bakwi-straight eside abazima beqeda ngaso bese bethatha lapha hlakulona o-right-ke bese befika endaweni-ke enama-obstacles okungamabhele lawo abanye bayawajomba abanye bayawangena kubo o-zigzag so asazi ukuthi ngempela kungabe kuzokwenzakalani ngale kwalokho ukhona lapha intombazane ewu-1365 okunomtha dlamini yona-ke intokazi le jaha njalo laphaya i-leading lady yethu yona laphaya u-712 izo-ke lezi ntokazi esinazo njengamanje lapha kuwona u-6 kilometers masibheka-ke isimo sezulu sihle kakhulu ngoba cha ilanga lithe alikho lithathe mhlala phansi ilanga namhlanje noma ukhona umoya kodwa umoya omubi kakhulu ngeza ukuthi phela kunehlahla siyakwazi ukuthi uzusefa umoya uqhamuke nje sekumoya othanda ukuphola kubagijimi iweather yethu nje asibona nje iguqubele kanti futhi nayo-ke lapha intokazi ngicabanga ukuthi iphuma lapha emzimkhulu emzimkhulu iyo lapha intokazi lezi ephuma emzimkhulu ngicabanga ukuthi intokazi lapha ewunombolo 3 nakho-ke sesifika kuyona lapha emabheleni yilapho-ke i-obstacle sethu okuqala abazos-approach-ke lapha bonane u-6 kilometers kanti ngaphandle kwalokho siphinde futhi sibuyele laphaya kwi-presentation yethu yokuqala salokhu iqhubeke ngale-presentation yokuqala nje sibona ukuthi nange lapha ebagaxa uzwa-ke iyo lapha i-Westville Athletics Club uMr Ukhura umfoka Buthelezi bekade nje eyi-vice president kanjengamanje uyena oyi-acting president yayo isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Sikuyona-ke njalo kahle kakhulu laphaya i-medal presentation sikhumbule ukuthi ama-KZN championships lawa angawo unyaka ka-2026 kanti i-host club ikiyo kahle kakhulu lapha i-club yase-Richards Bay club le engiyazi kahle kakhulu ephethwe intokazi bayibiza ngobani lapha bathi uStacy Lee kanti-ke singaphansi kwalaphana i-Grantleigh kuyisikole-ke lesi esisihostile noma mhlawumbe sihoste yona le event le esikuyo namhlanje njenganamanje-ke laphaya sikuyona i-medal presentation sokuqala okungama-masters sithe nje asiqale ngama-masters njengoba sazi ukuthi experience njalo ihlale i-counter siyayibona kakhulu lapha insizwa ngithi yasexopo ethe yaphuma unombolo 3 kanti kwasekuba insizwa laphaya eqhamuka eHawiki yona ethe yona sithathela unombolo 2 kuwona ama-masters bese kuthi laphaya kube insizwa iclub yase-Potchefstroom siyabona ukuthi bayasmile ukuthi bajabula kakhulu laphayana ukuthi bahlomulile basebexhawulana awusuka amadoda inhlonipho-ke lena esidingayo kuzona kakhulu lapha iy'nsizwa zakithi zothi sisuka-ke zibe sesihamba ngaphandle kwalokho nje sizobuyela lapho kuwona amantombazane kuwona u6 kilometers.
So we're just going to thank the sponsors again a little bit. We are going to go through every section. There is a different sponsor. The start and finish line is proudly sponsored by Boardwalk in Kwazi. Section 1 is Aquel, the hydration sponsorship. You'll see the boards all over this route where Aquel is proudly represented there by their banners and also providing delicious hydration drinks. Section 2 is the 50-meter course branding. There is the Boardwalk in Kwazi. The grass bales that you see there is proudly sponsored by Panarottis. There is a Rocco Mama's turn. It's a sandy turn. It's the 180 turn at about the halfway mark. Rocco Mamas as Spur has got the downside of that hill, and then PSI Insurance Brokers is the tough part of the course. That's where the uphill is going, and this lady, the leading lady, is slowly approaching that downhill where the wooden logs is again down. So she is well away and well clear from the rest of her pack. She is inching to the PSI Insurance Broker hill, where there is a 300-meter dash, and then the loop starts all over again, where it is nice and flat. So this lady should definitely be looking forward to that flat part of the course, but first she has to tackle that hilly part. But I think these athletes are definitely so well prepared that she should be able to get up that hill with no problems whatsoever.
Kunjalo mfowethu. Kanti uma sesibheka nje kakhulu kahle lapha intokazi isalokhu ilide njalo njengamanje yo-approach yona laphaya ilap yesibili okungu-4 kilometers izothuma ngabe isibuya-ke iyobe isiyoshaya ilap-ke yokugcina nakho-ke sifika lapha kuyona ihill yona hill-ke nje esinayo-ke nje kuphela le okulandelayo-ke sekuba yistephu. Masibheka nje igap ekhona phakathi kwakhe nonombolo 2 intokazi ukukhombisa kusobala ukuthi lo mjaho lo ingase uwunqobe futhi iwunqobe ize hambela nje yedwa njengoba sibona nje sibheka kahle lapha unombolo 2 wakhe akabonakali ngisho nangokhalo. Intokazi-ke le esayisifisa kahle kakhulu ukuthi nanegama layo, kepha-ke ngenxa-ke ubuxhakaxhaka bethu bungasivumeli ukuthi sikwazi ukuthola igama, so lokhu nje sithi intokazi noma sibize ngayo lapha u-712 okuyi-race number yakhe yena umntwana sixolise ngalokho, kepha-ke maduze nje zonke izinto zethu sizilindile. Salokhu hambe njalo njengamanje ngethatha ilap yokugcina okuyilap yesibili, kanti emva kwala zonke izinto sobe sesikhombe ekuthenini uyofinisha.
Her 2K split currently there is 14:30, which is quite blistering fast if you think that will be about around 3:40, 3:45 okay, which is really, really good. As you can see, also the conditions is not too bad. And yeah, so the second place is also coming in. This is Grantleigh School, which is running fantastic well. She has a J clearly stated on the chest, knowing that this is the junior women's race, the 6 kilometer. So the first and the second lady, the junior ladies, has gone through the lap, and if you think of track and field, this will be the bell that they both received just now. But it seems to be like the leading lady is showing a bit of tiredness there, Klolani. I think she is now starting to feel the pain a bit. I think that lactic acid is creeping up on her. Maybe the first 4K was a bit too hot. What do you think?
Man, most definitely. You know, if you look at the route, it's very tempting, especially for the athletes that are more referred as the speedy runners. So if you look at this lady, she's coming from obviously Newcastle, and if you can judge, most of the runners that are coming from Newcastle are speedy runners, which means they're more into speed than endurance. So as much as you can see that the lactic is starting to inject, but look at her cadences. She's still moving. She might be tired, but she's still moving, which means that looking at the gap, she's definitely going to take it.
Yeah, no, this gap is definitely massive. Yeah, you cannot even see the second runner. Grantleigh is not even in the picture yet, and she's going to go to the first turn, which is that grass bale run, which is sponsored by Panarottis, and that is a substantial lead. If it's even possible for Grantleigh to get there, but yeah, it doesn't matter. She had a great run. Top 3 is automatic for the champs later on in Pretoria. So if I was these two ladies, I would ease up a little bit and spare my energy for that big uphill. But with a gap like this, I think she can start getting a little bit more comfortable. I think when you get to the sandy part, the 180-degree turn, that might be halfway of the lap, and then she knows she has only 1K. If you see how she reacts through the grass bales, she's zigzagging through. I don't think she's too stressed at this stage.
Yeah.
I think she knows she's got this in the bag, and now it's just time to just finish the race and get into the shower.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, if she was that stressed, maybe like we would have seen her looking back, to try and see if where is the second position or the second or the chasing lady. But look at her. Even the breeding can tell you, we can judge the breeding from just seeing her in the screen. That, I mean, she's comfortable.
Yeah, no, I think this she's got this, which is actually a kind of lack of feeling. I think this is a really good feeling when you know you've got the win. Now all the work is done. All you have to do is actually finish the race. But to be fair, Grantleigh has run really, really well. She is also quite far away from number 3. And as you can see, the leader is now, oh wow, that must be about 250 meters.
Yeah.
That is very fast. So now we need to see the body language of Grantleigh here. It is always comfortable if you decide to jump. Whoops, see, there is the third lady
The
there.
third one, Wayne, to be quite honest, I expected, sometimes expectations kills. The third one, I think she's a defending champion, if I'm not mistaken, from Zimkulu, which is now we can see. I mean, from number 2, 3, and 4, it's very close. That's Grantleigh. That's Lamini Grantleigh. She's from Pietermaritzburg and she's running for Puma, I think. She's from Pietermaritzburg and she's coached by Sandile Makaye, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, but she's from Pietermaritzburg. She was second in the Salga Games last year, and now she's second again. She's very strong. She plays netball and she's been playing for KZN team as well. So that's Grantleigh for you in the second position. And the third lady is from Zimkulu. They call her Talente. You know what a talent means? A talent. So those are our top 3 so far. But looking at the first lady and how is she and how she running, then I can tell you she's Talente Mchwara. That's our third lady from Zimkulu.
Our third lady is Tembe Njara, and she runs for Umzukulu. So that is an interesting run. She is actually chasing Grantleigh quite well. So I think the top runner, the front runner, is quite comfortable in front. But 2 and 3 is definitely not. I saw the fourth lady actually creeping up as well. So this final lap, or the bell lap as you call it, is definitely heating up. So they're definitely going for that 1, 2, 3, giving them the automatic qualification. So that is what every runner is aiming for. I think 1 is pretty sorted, but 2 and 3 is not yet there.
Sure. As I just mentioned, 1 is sorted. It's clear that she's going to take it. But we might see some surprises between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Let's see who's going to be.
I think the front lady is about to lap one of our back runners. So that is an interesting race to lap someone on a 2K loop.
Not just 1, but 2 or 3.
This just tells you the class of this leading lady. Really having a substantial run today. Maybe this is just one of the greater days, or some of these girls or athletes trains exceptionally well and they work really hard, knowing that they are moving out to altitude. Pretoria is 1,400 meters above sea level, which is very different than here. I think the sea level might even be 50, which is very different. Being a long distance athlete myself, altitude definitely makes a massive difference. So if you're going to go up to Pretoria, you need to be very fit and be very sure that you are going to hurt throughout the whole race.
Njengoba esho khula phana Owen, altitude yona into ebalekile, and asifuni uqamba manga njengoba ugijima ePretoria nje abantwana bethu siyazi ukuthi la sigijima khona coast rate about between 50 and 92 meters above sea level, okuyindawo ephansi kakhulu masiqhathanisa nePretoria. Njengana manje she's only left with about 200 meters. This is about 200 meters and she's definitely taking it.
For sure. She just went up the PSI Insurance Brokers Hill. This part of the course is very windy. If you can see that line on the right hand side, that white and the red line, it's really blowing, but there is no stress on her face. She is completely focused. You can hear the crowd getting behind her now. This is a substantial great run. She is going to take a massive time here. Little bit of uphill there, but I don't think she should be worried whatsoever. She's going to go up, finishing the race, securing her place, definitely going up to Pretoria, and then taking on the rest of South Africa. Then we'll see the bigger provinces, the Gautengs, the Central Gauteng, the Northern Gautengs, Cape Town's coming up, so that will be interesting. Let's see what her time goes like. 22:22 unofficial. That is really quick. If you think the winning time last year was 25:18, that is a 3 minutes jump. That is not even close to what last year. That just tells you the class of this athlete. Phenomenal run. That is a 3-minute lead of last year. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, that was a fast run. She should definitely stand out as a competitor, even in Pretoria Nationals in a couple of weeks.
Kunjalo Wayne and Masbega nje lapha, it looks like the top three will dip under the last year's winning time, because currently we are sitting at 23 and still counting, and the first lady has just crossed the finish line, and we are expecting the other three ladies. Remember, they were very close, and I'm 100% sure that they are going to finish in that manner as we are waiting for them to cross the finishing point or the finish line. So we are just waiting if who's going to be between Mchwara, Nontle Dlamini, and another girl from Umzimkhulu. So we don't know who's going to be, but I guess Linda Sibone. Here we go. It's Mchwara. Mchwara in second position, a lady from Umzimkhulu. She has just passed Unontle, who was in the second spot, but now it looks like isn't it Shinchile? Things have changed. Now it's Mchwara, who is in the second position from Umzimkhulu.
What an interesting development here in the race. I think that backstretch there, something might have happened because...
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Here comes Unontle.
Grantleigh was second. You can see, I think it should be below 24.
Yeah, the camera has blocked us.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had a bit of a zoom out there and we couldn't see it. But, yeah, Tembe is safely into third with an unofficial time of 24:14. 1, 2, 3 ladies, well done. They are definitely booking their spot to Pretoria, and now we need to just pay attention to who comes third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, because top 6 is still up for grabs if their time is efficient. If you look at the selective criteria, it's all about time when you get 4, 5, and 6. So these ladies should really not give up now. I think if they can dip under the 25:18, the winning time of last year, they should be safe securing their times. So here is number 4 coming in. Let's look at their times.
24:54 unofficial time, and that takes to an automatic. Is an automatic, not an automatic, but just below 25:18, which was a winning time for our girls in the same distance last year.
For sure. Is as we approach last year's winning time, which was 25:18, ran by Anele Muntangwa from Fast Runners. There we go, 25:18. So whoever comes in now, let's hope they get the better end of the selective criteria. Let's hope everyone has a good day there. And the 5th runner just made her way over the line, 25:30 unofficially. And so we're just waiting for the 6th runner now. You can see that the conditions is tough. It is not easy out there. This wind and the cold makes it difficult. The wind picks up and it dies down, picks up and it dies down, and in different parts of the course as well. If you're less shaded by the trees and the sugarcane, there we go. Anele Muntanga. She was the winner from last year as well. Exactly the same winner from last year. So she improved her time by nearly 2.5 minutes. That is phenomenal.
Anele Mtungwa, we will remember that Anele Mtungwa is also running for a club which is based in Umzimkhulu. She's running for Fast Runners, a club under one of our ladies, Pinky Blangen, who's one of the technical officials for KZN Athletics. So Anele is our previous winner, and she defended her title very well, breaking her last year's time.
Yeah, I don't even think she remembers last year's time at this stage, because wow, last year was 25:18. This year is 22:44. That is 2 different leagues. If you better your run with 2.5 minutes, I think that definitely turns some heads. I think the bigger provinces now is definitely noticing Anele, because if you can run 22 on a 6K, people is definitely going to start taking notice. And that should definitely, for my calculations, that must be, well, at least in contention for Pretoria. The Nationals is definitely going to be in altitude. So here we have the recap of the race, guys, of how they started. You can see that the start must be fast, because there's a tiny or a slight bottleneck there, and this part of the race is the windy part. Sugarcane on the left and very, very small but spaced out trees on your right, so that's where the wind definitely attacks you a little bit more. Go over the first point, the grass bales sponsored by Panarottis. The first turn there sponsored by Spur, and then the last part of the PSI Insurance Brokers, the heliport, where Anela definitely showed her class, not even flinching a little bit, and taking that run to very, very, very high quality heights.
Kunjalo kakhulu lapha kuyona iy'ntokazi lezi zawo 6 kilometers njengamanje la masibheka yona i-race recap ikhona-ke lawa anelethe wabathatha khona intokazi yakamtungo eqhamuka kuyona lapha i-fast runners yasemzimkhulu ibeke seyizihambela-ke nje kuwona u-first 2 kilometers ijahwa lapha intokazi yasemgungundlovu okungunonhle wakadlamini, kanti ngemuva kwabo bekhona lapha utalent wakamjara oqhamuka khona lapha emzimkhulu. Intokazi-ke zibe sezibalekelana-ke nje kanjalo emva kwa-2 kilometers zijahana, kepha-ke u-Anele ukhombisa amandla amaningi ngesikhathi laphaya ekhwela intaba ebithanda ukuba nzinyana nje okuyikhona live lekhona igap. Masibheka nje igap zithema zithi first 4 kilometers wabe seyivula-ke igap ekugcineni egcine zibalekela zonke intokazi lezi wase eshaya intambo. Uyena-ke laphaya u-Anele wakamtungu njengamanje siphezu kwensizwa junior man 8 kilometers. Awu madoda zihle kakhulu lapha iy'nsizwa njengamanje ziqeda yona laphaya obstacle yethu yokuqala engaphansi noma sihlambe exhaswe yona lapha i-Palna Road. Zikhona-ke lapha iy'nsizwa zase-DUT, zikhona iy'nsizwa zase-Hollywood, singabala nje wonke ama-club ase-KZN noma sithi affiliate ngaphansi kwe-KZN Athletics. Ibona-ke laba abafana bona bazothatha only 4 laps. Wayne, this is junior man 8 kilometers. The boys, how do you see the race?
This is going to be an interesting race. I see last year's time was 26:29. That is blistering fast. So let's hope that if anything taught us about the previous race, that it's going to be fast today. So the course is very flat, they're very fast. We've got a high quality field here. We'll start sifting out the names as they start drifting apart, but you can see the front pack is still massive. So it's very hard for us to really name or pinpoint at someone when the leading pack, well, the starting pack, I can't say the leading pack, the starting pack, there is slight of a tail starting there at the back, as you can see. Some of the drifting runners as well. You can actually hear the wind from outside that's happening there. You can see the trees tops there. So the wind has picked up substantially now, making the running conditions a bit more tough. But I think I'm really excited about this race. 4x2 and on a rightly fast course. The sun is out and back behind the clouds, which doesn't really bothering at this stage. But these boys have already turned there at the one of our turns, our Rokamama turn. So these boys are going. They are not letting anything go to chance. They want that top 3 spots.
They are definitely moving, and like I said earlier on, that the route is tempting, and we are going to see a very huge, but I'd say we are going to see a very good fight between among these boys here.
Definitely, you can see those pack of 4 boys making a tiny breakaway with the chasing 2, but I think depends. The hill is still waiting for them. It all happens on the hill. The PSI hill is strategically placed there just to make the race interesting. So I would not judge anything on the first 2K. When they go into the bottleneck of the second split, then we'll start making decisions.
Sure, it's a bit too early for us to judge the race. You know, most of the experienced runners are somewhere behind the leading pack. So in that second group where there's a red vest, that's where most of our talented runners, they're all talented, but the most talented runners are in that second pack. We call it which means that it's going to be a tough one.
For sure. Experience in wind tells you to sit back, to hide, to make sure that you are shaded from that wind. and preserve your energy for that last 2-3 Ks when it really counts. So you can, as my colleague said, Kulani said here, shading themselves in the middle. They are not fast with the top runners breaking away so early. No one really is going to do a move now, but you don't want to leave it too late. You don't want that guys to get too far ahead. Remember, they are still fit, they are still trained, they are still talented, so you don't want to leave anything for chance. Let's see how this front four comes out. We'll start getting names now for you guys as the numbers goes through.
zikhona khona lapha zona insizwa and masibheka nje uSanele Dzanibe kuyona mfana lapha wakona lapha iqobo AC owayethe wanqoba lo mjaho ngonyaka odlule kanti usakhona futhi umfana uAyanda Thabete esimbonile umfana wayo lapha iTandi abe khona lapha uSine Ntandla Buthelezi abe khona isipho sakhe sibiye kube uNgcobo Nkosana Mgaka uNtando Ayanda Ximba lizo zonke lezi insizwa ezangena kuyona first 6 last year and they are still part of this event. We are expecting some firecrackers from from the second lap, then we'll definitely see something. We've got 5 runners that have just broke away, but the second group, they're now going for their second lap.
So the breakaway pack here, you can clearly see number 934 is comfortable there. We'll start putting names to these athletes as well. There is 1368, 754. So these are the 5 breakaway runners, definitely making a move early on. In the first 2, I want to say 2.5K at this stage. So they are definitely looking comfortable. But this back straight over here, if we can call it the back straight, no disrespect to the track, but this is the back straight of the race where it's really windy, and generally as well the back straight is always windy. If you're used to running at Kings Park, that back straight can be really seriously windy. So oh no, the top 5, the leading 5 has also been got by the chasing pack. You'll see there's 3 guys over there. I see Hollywood Bates runner there, the leading 5 or the breakaway 5 as we call them, just got absorbed or swallowed, as you say, by the chasing pack. So this is still no one's race. There is 3, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the leading pack. So this race is far from over. We're trying to get some numbers and names, but now they have absorbed themselves back into a 10 pack, which will make it very, very difficult for us.
As we mentioned earlier, that we always have to apologize. This is beyond our control. But we are going to try our best to get their names. Njabe sishilo ukuthi nje inkinga lezi zobuxhakaxhaka ezingaphezulu kwamandla ethu, kodwa ke sizole sihlanganisa lapha zikhona ke, kodwa ke insizwa sikhumbule lapha sambona usipho sakhe sibiya from DUT okuyinsizwa la yathola unombolo 4 last year. Ndisambona lapha umfana ophuma lapha kuyona uBiggersburg AC okuntando Ayanda Ximba, naye usayalokhu ekhona lapha kuyona iPack, kanti ene ukhona lapha nomfana oqhamuka lapha eTando Ayanda Thabete. Insizwa ke le egijima kahle kakhulu ngonyaka odlule izitholela nje isiliva noma sithi unombolo 2 kuyona irace efanayo kungu-Juniorman 8 kilometers. Ungabeke uzala Nkomoni ke kuwona lo mjaho asazi, ake sithule sibheke njengamanje bayothatha lapha yayona iband exhaswe uSpur. Yona bhendi ke le eyokugcina ngokuleft, kodwa bese buya ngebhendi nga-right. Lapho ke bese bebuya sebethatha sebebheka ekhaya bolanda ilap yabo yesibili. Insizwa ke lezi boys 19 years 8 kilometers, also referred to as ama-junior men.
So currently in that leading pack we have number 138, Wandile Montpetwa, which is really comfortable, but I mean, he did make a breakaway, and now the chasing pack has caught up to him, so that might have caused him a little bit of energy. So last year this race was won by Zanele Zambinde. So 26-29, that's pretty quick. That's really quick. So, but I think this conditions is good. If the wind just dies down a little bit, we can get some fast times. But the ladies, the previous race was phenomenal. That was really fast. The 2.5 minute from last year. So these guys are not playing. This is lap number 2 too. So but the front pack is still together. So that tells you about the conservative mindset of these guys. they are not really taking too much chances. They are withholding themselves from going too quick, and then hopefully the last 3K, 2K will start them stretching out and spreading a little bit thinner, and then we'll see some proper. I want to say sub 3 minutes, but I don't think sub 3 minutes is on the card today.
Yeah, most definitely, Wayne. You can tell that now these experienced runners, that the race is now. Siqolisa kakhulu lapha ngobuxhakaxhaka obuthe babakhona kepha ke sesiyabuya kukhona ke inkinga ekhona nje encane kodwa ke la bekade kuyintokazi lezi zawo lapha u6 kilometers njengamanje sizophinda sibuyele kubafana lapha junior men 8 kilometers, that is boys under 19. We just had technical issues and we'll definitely be back on screen in few minutes in a moment.
Unfortunately, when the troubles came, the screen came up to us, and you can see the stress on my face. So, I do apologize for my stress, but yeah, it is when you're passionate about something, it becomes really something that you love.
It definitely happens. Yeah.
There you can see the outline of the 1K loop. The blue is the 1K loop. So, and I have to say, the 1K loop is pretty flat, fairly flat. So it's very, very fast. And then you can see the outline of the 3K loop, which goes all the way. That is the bend up top. That is the Panarottis bend. That's the spur turn. When you go downhill there, it is the log run, and then the turn goes into the PS Insurance Brokers run, and then the start of the new lap. So you can clearly see the outline of the two laps. The 1K is very flat. It's fairly flat. So that is a great run to go. And we are back to the junior men race over here. I think this is still a recap because this front pack is way too big. If that is still the pack, then it will be very, very difficult to even pronounce a winner at this stage because it's going to be a sprint finish. But let's see what unfolds in the next, let's say, 12 minutes or so for the men's, the junior men 8K race here at Richards Bay.
Njengoba sibona kakhulu lapha ukuthi umoya usuthe waphinda wasukuma kuze lapha kakhulu zona insizwa eziku8 kilometers. Siyasibona lapha siqhamuka kakhulu lapha insizwa sesasho lapha kukhona insizwa lapha oNgcebo Mgaga uNtandanda Ximba, kube insizwa lapha seqhamuka eDUT isipho sakhe, kube lapha oSinenhlanhla, kanti sikhumbula ukuthi noTsanibe insizwa lezi bekade zikhona, kanti singambheki ngapha lapha insizwa u934 okuyinsizwa lapha ayanda Thabede, ngithi insizwa lapha eqhamuka eTandeni lapha yonpela kanye lapha uSanele umfoka Tanibe, izona kakhulu izinsizwa ke esingibona lapha u8 kilometers okungamajunior abafana laba bana 19 years. Njengamanje they are going for their third lap. They are approaching their first 6 kilometers. Wayne, how do you see the race, buddy?
This is an interesting race, thinking that they've almost gone through the third lap. They are busy with their third lap, and that front pack is still tightly knit together, and you can't even pronounce a winner at this stage. You can't predict a winner at this stage because everyone looks comfortable. As you saw with the previous shot, the wind is a little bit out of control today. I heard that it's going up to about 28, the wind as well. So, yes, see, these guys are going to work together until the end, and that makes it a sprint finish, which is very difficult to predict. Let's hope. Oh, there's the front pack going at the back straight there. They are currently at the Panarottis hay bales. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 front runners. Can you predict a winner, or are we going to have to wait and see?
I guess it's a bit too early for me to predict the winner. They all look strong. They all look very strong. But one runner with vast experience in this pack as the young boy from DUT.
Wandile is still the leader of that pack. He is not giving them an inch. He's been leading the race since the gun, which is interesting to see. Maybe it is a tactic of his. Some people run front runners, they just flourish like a Formula One.
Yeah.
The more fresh air they get, the faster they can go. But it is still, I think, another 3Ks to go. And if lactic hasn't hit them yet, it will soon creep up, and then it's going to start pronouncing itself there and say hello. But yeah, it's interesting. You can see the chasing packs. There's various different of chasing packs of these boys running a strong 8K. You can see the wind picked up there, the Panarotti signs there with the sponsor's point there. It is blowing quite hard at this stage, and it makes it very tough to run and actually difficult to focus as well.
Kunjalo win mfowethu. Kanti masibheka laphaya uAlwande Sibiya is from Newcastle under the club by the name of KwaZulu-Natal, and he won the 6 kilometers last year, and is now obviously in the junior group or category, which accommodates both 19 years and 18 years of age. So Alwande was the winner of the last year, and we have the winner of the junior men last year in the mix, that is Sanele Tanibe. He has just fallen back a little bit, but I'm glad to see the guy from KwaZulu-Natal, Alwande Sibiya, who is currently in the lead.
You can see the back straight there as well as the athletes are struggling. It is very tough out there. I think that specific part here as well. To the left hand side of this, which you can't see, is big trees. So the trees does take away the little bit of the wind. On the right hand side, there's small trees and then sugarcane as well, which makes it a little bit better. It does sound absurd, but it does make it a little bit better. And at this level and higher levels, you're looking for the 1 or the 2, or even if you can get a 3%, that's lucky, but that is what you're looking for. If you can get a 2% increase in better wind, it's going to make you a little bit more comfortable. A little bit more comfortable makes your mind comfortable, and as your mind is comfortable, that is where you need to be strong. Your mental toughness here, specifically with the final lap approaching. Big pack, 8 boys, strong boys, experienced boys. Your mental has to be strong, and you really need to make sure that you are up for that fight.
Gunjalo, very strong. You need to be mentally very strong, yeah. And they are now approaching. I strongly believe that the first pack is now approaching their, I'd say 600 meters, which is 6 kilometers. Then we'll be left with just one lap, which is 2 kilometers. For now, we are at the obstacle, which is sponsored by Upana Road. We call it Amabele in isiZulu. That is our first obstacle of the race. Yeah, I'm not too sure why we are stuck in that, because our main focus is the leaders of the race, but Panaroti is our main sponsor of that first obstacle.
Just to enlighten everyone, the next race will be the senior women 10 kilometer. That will hopefully start at around 10:45, 11ish. We're running a tad bit behind time, but that is to be expected. In conditions like this, the runners is struggling a little bit. If you look at the screen now, the front pack is starting to disintegrate. There's some guys falling off at the back there. They are approaching the final lap or the bell lap, which is interesting. There is 1, 2, 3, 4 breakaway runners. Oh, and there's one athlete not up for the last fight. So there is some guys feeling the pain at this stage. So yes, I hope not. My colleague Claudia just said here, it kind of looks like last year's runners Zanile. Let's hope it's not him. If you want a sprint finish, you want the top runners there. You want them to feel the pain the last 400. I'm not gonna lie, I'm happy that I'm not there at this stage, because I know that last 500 meters is torture.
Kunjalo kahle khulu lapha njengoba esho uWayne, insizwa ke njengamanje zithatha ilap yazo yokugcina. Kade masibheka nje kusasele yona lapha insizwa lapha engizolokhu ngiyithi ke njalo umfana lapha ophuma khona e-DUT kube lapha insizwa eqhamuka kuyona i-Fuller Taylor kanti kube lapha abafana abancane oqhamuka e-Baker's Grill Athletics Club bese kuba insizwa lapha eqhamuka eXhopo bese kuba insizwa lapha eqhamuka kuyona i-Hollywood kanti khona nensizwa eqhamuka sithi se-Zululand lapha Olundi ngaphansi kwaye lapha i-club kwakhe ugatsheni njengamanje masibheka nje umfana walapha e-TUT he's starting to make a move as I did predict earlier on ukuthi he's one of the strongest athletes and well experienced athlete when it comes to this distance and that is Osibiya Sipokuhle. He is running for e-TUT. Katika phandle kwakhe we still have uWandile Mthethwa bese sibona laphaya umgaga laphayana umgaga is running for Baker's Grill Athletics Club. Those are the boys that that were part of this event last year and they were within the first 6 runners to cross the finish.
So you can clearly see there the breakaway pack now is starting to heat up. And you can see the boys are crisscrossing to preserve their energy. Some of them are doing 1 or 2 jumps, but most of them are zigzagging. It might cost you a second or 2, but it's definitely going to preserve your energy. If you can see those 2 boys, 1662, let me just see, was Nkaka. So he is definitely leading the race, looking really, really strong and comfortable. He decided to zigzag through that whole obstacle of Panarotis, which is interesting to see because you might lose a couple of seconds, but maybe he has a plan of the back of his mind. Maybe he's going to attack a little bit earlier. I don't know, with the preserved energy. It is still everyone's race. I don't think 1, 2 and 3 is still written yet. I think we're only going to know 1, 2 and 3 once the race is done. This is very hard to predict. This is a subliminal run. I really have to say it's really fun watching this race. Cross country does not disappoint today here in the juniors men's 8K race.
I think we are going to experience the first sprint finish in this race because if you could look at all those boys that are in front, they are all still very, very energetic, and you can see that as Paul decided to take the lead, they all chased him and they won't let him go. So we might just experience a very fast finish and a very strong sprint finish between these junior men.
Last year the winning time was 26:29. Unfortunately we don't have the time on screen now, but I'm sure at the end there will be a clear display of the time. So the time that these guys and the boys are chasing is 26:29. Firstly 1, 2 and 3, that will give them automatic, and then secondly they are chasing last year's. I always think if you can beat last year's winning time, it might put you into a proper team. If you can get 4, 5 and 6, that is the position that you want, that is the time that you want. And of course when you think 4, 5, 6, if you can get into that time, you will go to Pretoria and the nationals, and that puts you up for a next or an extra chance to see how fast you are and predict yourself to against the best in South Africa here.
Kunjalo wena mfakathi kanti nje sikhumbuza abantu noma mhlamba ababukeli bethu ukuthi first 3 athletes will automatically be selected to represent the province and bazobe beya lapha ePretoria kuyona lapha high altitude kanti ke unombolo 4 kuya enzansi lapha kunombolo 12 nabo uma ngabe uthi ikhathi zabo zinhle bazokwazi ukunikezwa ithuba, kepha ke kuzobe kule discretion ethize ezobe iqhamuka kuyona lapha iprovince. Njengamanje sikuzona lapha insizwa ezuku 8 kilometers kanti ke iscreen setter sesikhombisi kahle ukuthi kwenzakalani phambili, so we do not know what exactly is happening lapha in front, so we're just waiting for our screen to display ukuthi kwenzakalani kwi front pack, and that's when we are going to be able to tell ukuthi kahle kahle ubani lo ozonqoba kuwona lo mjaho.
Look, I'm really looking forward to this result. This was a race from the start. These boys does not give anyone an inch, and yeah, let's hope the camera switch soon to the final pack, to the leading pack. Oh yeah, I think here we go. This is the final end. As you can see, it's the PSI Insurance Brokers Hill, as I mentioned earlier. It's one of our sponsors, and they strategically placed them to make it extra hard for them. But Here we go. You can hear the crowd cheering on. This is, let's see who it is. I can't really see, but he's definitely got a good breakaway.
Hiyo lapha insizwa uNgcebo umfoka Gaga yena hlakho lapha insizwa ethe yase ibreaker ijaho eduze lapha ya uye umfana usiphosihle lakhona lapha DUT kanti ke kube engazuthi umgaga uyayithatha kalula wase-celebrate lapho ufana ukukhombisa ukuthi hayi bafana sisekhaya yasibhilonga ke lapha ngicabanga ukuthi insizwa iqhamuka lapha enquthu Athletics Club yiyo wahlakho lapha insizwa umfoka mgaga chased very close by umfana oqhamuka lapha eDUT uSiphohle usibiye bese kuba insizwa le eqhamuka le uLundi okuyona ke the yalala isithathu your top 3. This is a very close race.
1, 2, 3, and there's 4, 5, and 6. That's most possibly going to be our KZN, the representatives. Guys, that was a phenomenal run. I think 1, 2, 3, very, very close, within a second from each other. I think Gaga, wow, what a good last run. He kept his cool. He was nowhere to be found the first 2, 3, 4K. He just sat back, he waited patiently, and bam, the last 2K. What a phenomenal run. As my colleague said here, Sibaya from DUT placing second. What a great prediction. Well done on that. And yeah, definitely improving from his third to second this year, which is good. So he upgraded his bronze medal to a silver medal. And as you can see now, the rest of the boys, the junior men, the 8K is now starting to creep in. As the next race will start very, very soon, it will be the senior women 10 kilometer. That is going to be interesting. That is 5 times 2K. This is going to be hard. I'm not going to lie. I think those ladies are going to feel the pain. And then right after the senior women, it will be the senior men 10 kilometer as well, which will be good. Any predictions for the winning time for the ladies? What do you think?
I'd say 38 minutes at most. It might be taken by the lady from who is running for Ntsika Athletics Club. Not gonna mention the name of that lady, but she's in very good shape. So yeah, I'll definitely take that one. And just to give credit to our junior men, the 8 kilometer boys that have just that are still finishing the race, they had a phenomenal performance. And this is just a recap. Just a recap of our 8 kilometers. But Wayne is going to take through our recap.
Yes, for sure. If you look at the recap here, it was a pack all the way. It was a pack up until 6K. There was a slight breakaway of 4 athletes in the beginning, but they got absorbed really quickly. I think they also saw themselves that this is not a place where you're going to play around and just break away from these fast guys. And you could see the winner, Gaga and Sibiya, they just sat around in the middle. They were playing around, and then they were very, very patient, running good races. You can see that front pack, they know where to be found. They're just sitting at the back. And then slowly, as the race started winding up, slowly everyone started to stretch out, slowly stretching out. That was a great race. That was a phenomenal race. This is what cross country is all about. You need to plan. It's not just about fast running. There we go. Yeah, it was the chasing pack. My colleague Kulali here just said that it was sitting in the chasing pack. It was not even close to the front pack. So what a phenomenal timed run. This was really, really well done. And at the end, draw 1, 2, and 3. Well, my colleague did predict number 2 here, but I think 1 and 3 was not a surprise, but a very good tactical run.
Yeah, I think Gaga is coming from it's Ngutu Development AC, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it's a Pegaspral. Yeah, it's a Pegaspral. He is coming from Pegaspral. Then we have Usipohle from DUT. Then we had a guy from one of our development clubs, our KZN development clubs, Sia Tutuga, which is a club that is based in Ulundi. And we are now moving to our ladies, 10 kilometers. And kubuye ngazuthi manje sekunemfudlana encane ekhona zikhona lapha kakhulu kube uNgcebo Mgaga, kwaba uSiphosa Sibiya, kwaba uThuthukani Buthelezi. That is our first 3 men, junior men, abathe bakrossa ulayini, as we have mentioned earlier on. Now it's time for the ladies. 10 kilometers. We have laphaya uNokthula Njangase, kube laphayana Anele Mabizela, sizolokhu sizibala nje intokazi laphayana eziqala zigijima njengamanje sithatha intambo sizibuyisele emumva kuyena uWayne.
The senior women starting on time. I'm impressed. I am impressed. I'm not gonna lie. I haven't been to a much athletics or cross-country meets where the starting time is on time. Even internationally, it always runs a little bit late. You can't be early. But I mean, these senior women has 10K to fight it out. We don't have the biggest of back, if I can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 11. So it's an interesting race. My colleague Kolani said 38. I'm guessing by the way that they started, I'm gonna say 39, 40ish. Yeah, it depends on the conditions. But yeah, I think between 38 and 40, there should be an interesting situation. But yeah, the ladies have the next 40 minutes to enjoy themselves in that conditions. I can see some raindrops falling on the screens.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is now getting cold again, and yeah, unfortunately, it's not ideal. But to be fair, long distance athletes expects the cold and enjoys the cold more than heat.
Kunjalo kakhulu laphana kuzona intokazi zawu 10 kilometers. Yabo lapha khona uNosipho Zuma, intokazi leqhamuka lapha emgeni, kube uMaseko Hlengiwe, uMabizela Anele, kube uNokuphiwa, kube uNokthula Njangase, uSibisi Amahle, uNoxolo lapha kube uNjunguza, kube sithi lapha uxolile Mchunu, uxolile Mchunu, umlotsho unomthandazo. Mase sivala ngalapha uDimakatso, ne Timakatso, ugijima lapha esayina iPhantane, intokazi le emotivator intokazi eziningi ezigijimayo. Uhlale esho ukuthi ugijima akakuthathi njengane talent noma njenganento angaze azixake ngayo, kepha ugijimela ukwazi ukuphila nalokuthi akwazi ukumotivate abanye abantu besimama ukuthi ekugcineni it's not about ukuhlale uwina njalo. Uyakwazi ukuwina into ngokuthi uzivocavoce, uyakwazi ukuwina impilo ngokuthi ube ingxenye yento, kanti futhi ngokuba active nje ekugijimeni uyakwazi ukuthi uwine izinto eziningi. Umqondo wakho uhlala ufresh, umzimba wakho uhlala usesimeni esihle, kanti ngaphandle kwalokho nje nempilo engcono iyona esuke ihamba phambili. Njengamanje lamantombazane azo approach lapha, I think this is their first about 900 meters. Lapha intokazi antintwana laphana uyena uNjunguza Andisiwe. Njunguza Andisiwe uyena phamba phambili. Wayne, we have 2 previous winners in this race. One is running for Intsika, Mabizela Anele, and the other one is running for Excel Running Club, and that is Unjunguza Andisiwe. And we have a new young champion. She was a champion. She was second last year in the as a junior women, but now she is a senior and she won a silver medal at the SA Championships. Nokolo from Chinas SA.
That is good to know. The junior talent coming through on the senior levels. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the senior woman does here. If you looked at the screen there, the weather took a turn for the worst. It is now raining, it is now misty, it is now windy, it is now everything that we don't want. Unfortunately, the 10K ladies is now going to have to power through. They're just going to have to take it on the chin and just gain from their experience. I know these ladies have done it before. Training in KZN, what does it mean? And you can train in sun, wind, snow, rain, and that's the first 10 minutes of your training session. So I'm guessing that they are now experiencing that type of weather here. Yeah, let's give them all the luck and good luck, and there's definitely going to be people cheering them on. it seems to be almost the first 2K. I don't think so. 5:08 is a bit too fast. I don't think that would be the first 2K split. If the Senior Women comes through in a 2:30 split, then their last 2K is going to be deafening. So I think this is just the camera angle that we are waiting for the first ladies or the leading pack to come through. If we predict 38, then they should be coming through a 7-minute on their first two, a little bit slower. Depends on what they feel. I don't think it's going to be too fast here. The conditions is really not ideal now. They would rather start conservative the first 4K, just just keep it easy, and just to make sure that they get the technical parts of this course right. Where to run strategically, how to place your foot as well. Soft sand is different than hard sand. That hard surface. There's grass on the screen now. It's very tough to run on grass, and this is a hilly part. It is not easy running on a hilly part, specifically when the grass is nice and thick. But yeah, we'll see. I'm excited to see the final part of this ladies run, and then of course the men's senior run, the 10K race after this, which will be very, very exciting.
kunjalo asazi-ke kunjalo lokhu kuvezwa thina kwiskrini ngoba mhlawumbe kumele nisibuke kusithwele kanzima nje anibona nje uxhaxhaxa la etafuleni elithi amaphepha kanti uhlena laphaya uWayne Cinnamon kanye nalapha uAmanda intokazi le-ke yasigijimela kakhulu lapha kuyona KZN irepresent KZN ngithi iminyaka eminingi kuyona lapha 100 meters kanye 200 meters kanti uWayne Cinnamon siyamazi yena kakhulu lapha kuyona iwalk naye futhi uthe urepresenta iqembu lesizwe kanti igama lami mina nginguXolani wakamapita sijwayelene nje no-coach sakuthatha nje namanje sikubuyisela lapha eracing uAnele Mabizela who is leading the race and she is our previous winner uAnele Mabizela running for ANC, and then we have uNokuthula Ntshangase, then we have uNjunguza, and bese kuba lapha iyona-ke intokazi le eqhamuka eHawikho kunguNosipho. That is our first batch of runners.
Here we can see Bosisiwe, last year from Black Diamond AC, ran the winning race of 39:51, which is actually considerably quite quick. So yeah, I predicted around 7 for the first lap, and if you can see, it's about 7:40, which is not too bad, which kind of puts them into the same pace as last year's winning race. I think this year's loop is a little bit faster than last loop. Last year's conditions was a lot better. I'm not gonna lie. Last year had far better conditions than this year. I think Richards Bay has thrown us a curveball with their weather, but I'm sure in the next 30 minutes this weather will go back to normal again and just tone down a little bit of the wind. But yeah, last year's winner was Bosisiwe Shamane, 39:51. Then Andizwa Nkhuza, 41:50, and then Nko Trula from Black Diamond, 43:30. So that was the top 3 going through last year, and I'm pretty sure we'll see a new champion this year. It is going to be interesting to see how this race unfolds. It is quite a long race, and here we go. The ladies taking on the back end, the windy part of the race, but you can see that the wind again toned down a little bit, so it is good to see. This part of the course is a little bit incline, if I can say 4 meters incline, which is not too bad. These ladies are, you can see that it's not too much stress on the face. Our front runner here has taken about, let's say, a 5-minute lead, and a 5-meter lead, excuse me. And yeah, she's comfortable, chased by a pack of 4 other ladies, which will be interesting if she makes her move too early. But if you look at the winning time last year, it was more than 2 minutes, the lead, and it's actually, well, 2 minutes is quite far. 2 minutes is almost 350 meters, 300 meters, which will be, yeah, I think if she gets up that hill from one of our sponsors and finishes, the next will be turning. So that should be a very good run for her, and if she can keep this pace, it should be a very, very good win.
Njengoba seshadla khulu lapha ukuthi iy'ntokazi zethu lapho kona 10 kilometers sinawo laphaya uMabizela Banele ogijimela laphaya i-Ensika intokazi le ngaphansi kababa uWilliam Dolo and sambona hlakhulu laphayana yena umlotshwa nomthandazo ungomunye nje wabagijima abathe nabo bamela iKwaZulu-Natal ngizothi izikhashana nje sithanda ukuba ninganyana njengamanje we have uBabizela Banele okuyena olidayo followed by uNokuthula Ntshangase with a bib number of 1047 bese kuthi lapha emva kwakhe kube u1622 and that is uNjunguza Andiswa who is running for an Excel running club. We do have other athletes laphayana oDimakatso kube uXolile Mchunu kube lapha uNoxolo from Genius kube uSibisi Samge nangu uSibisi Samge eqhamuka bese kuba laphayana ene iyona ke intokazi futhi unokuphiwa okuyintokazi le eqhamuka lapha eHawiki izona ke lezi ke intokazi esinazo njengamanje kuona u10 kilometers salokhu sidabala senjalo ziyazama malepha semaningi njengamanje bazoqedela lapha yawona u4 kilometers wabo kanti masibheka nje ngokwesikhathi funa ngabe ene bayo approach lapha u3 kilometers lapho sikhuluma ngomgijimo wa weight wokuqala kuzona lezi intokazi salokhu zambe njalo ke njengamanje zelapha istretch leseside esingemumva uma ngabe uqala irace umoya uyakwazi ukuthi ukuthole uma ngabe ukulesi simo lesingakho abagijima abaningi bekwazi ukuthi becashe ngawo lapha umoba ukugwema ukuthi umoya ungakwazi ukuthi bablowde kakhulu umadoda njengamanje ziyasho ukuthi siyofika nini ekhaya izona ke lezi zintokazi sayibona ikhona iHowick Athletics Club ibe khona lapha iGenius kube khona lapha iExcel kube khona lapha iEntsika right now they are approaching their 3 kilometers and it is still Mabizela Banele in the lead followed by Nokuthula Ntshangase and Andisiwe Njunguza. Those are the 3 girls that will fight for a podium. Yes, we might have a surprise, but looking at their performances this year, it's Mabizela Banele from Entsiga, Nokuthula Ntshangase for Nedbank, and Andisiwe Njunguza of Excel.
That's very interesting to see and hear, but yeah, it will be nice if they can keep it in that position. But yeah, a 10k is a far race. A lot can go right and a lot can go wrong. So let's hope that a lot goes right for these ladies. Because yeah, specifically if you're fighting conditions like this, it doesn't seem like the rain has gone away again. Richards Bay's rain has moved away again down into the inlands. But Greytown, I'm pretty sure they'll get their rain very, very soon, in about an hour or so. But yeah, it's so far a very tactical race. These ladies are doing really well, and yeah, I think they should be close to be approaching the end of the 3, and then going into the 4, and that's where as soon as you get to halfway, I think halfway is where you start making plans. And approaching into either plan A or plan B. That was usually my mindset when I do long distance. Get to halfway. Once you're at halfway, you can start making decisions. Before that, shut up and run.
Shut up and kichima. There our host lady, Stacy Lee. Yeah, she's one of she's one of the leaders in our hosting club. Yena hlakhula phayana uStacey intokazi lesibonayo ephethe checkers lapha cishe ngathi iphuma kokwenza icross yenza labantwana icrossa. We are now moving to the young ones at medal ceremony number 2.
This seems to be, sorry my colleague, this seems to be the under 8 female group. The winning lady is Asebongwe Masubuku. She's from Newcastle Siwanga Athletics Club, a winning time in 4 minutes 16. Second was Deneo Maduna from Puma KZN Club. The second time was 4:22, and then the third lady.
This is Amanda speaking now. We're not too sure how to say her surname, but I think it's Chibenga from Grantham Park Primary School with a time of 4 minutes and 27 seconds. So those are the girls, 8 years old, that ran the 1 kilometer. Well done, young girls. Well done, young ladies. Oi. This is so heartwarming to see, seeing young kids that are so interested and really want to participate in long stuff. By long stuff, I mean like endurance races like the cross country. So back to the races with Sneeman and Dolani.
That is Obanele Mabizela. She's running for ANC. She has just taken a lead, I think, by a gap of about 100 meters away from Unoktula Nchangase, who is in a chasing pack. Asiphinde sithathe intambo sizibuyisele enzansi khona lapha kwi-medal ceremony.
In second place from Speed Explosion Athletic Club, Jocelyn Kart.
Is the women's third lap, a women's senior women's 10k. That's the third lap going through, and here we have the under 9 ladies. I'm going to go back to Amanda to pronounce the under 9 ladies.
Okay, and the results that you're seeing there is the top 10 of the girls under 9. But on the podium, in first position, we have Alwande Mbele from Dasuna Running Club with a time of 7 minutes and 54 seconds. And in silver position or second position, we have Jocelyn Kite from Speed Explosion Athletics Club with a time of 8 minutes and 27 seconds. And in third position, we have Ella Dunlop from Old Fatima with a time of 8 minutes and 38 seconds. Well done, ladies.
So yeah, so we've got back at the back straight here, the ladies top 10. Unfortunately, we're going to go back to boys under 9, 2 kilometers run.
Okay, and on your screen right now, we have the boys 9, top 10. And in first position, we have Tembali Tuntanta with the time of 8 minutes and 5 seconds. And in second position, we have Uselulego Madikane with the time of 8 minutes and 8 seconds. And that was a very close finish. And in third position, we have Raja Ferreira from Grantleigh School with the time of 8 minutes and 11 seconds. I'd like to believe that this race, judging by the results and the atmosphere that was there when these guys were finishing, it was quite electric. And also judging by the time, it was a very close finish. So well done to these young boys. And hopefully it doesn't stop here. Next year they run even faster times, and even their love for the sport deepens even more. So that is also, again, back to the running event. Again, we have
Obanele Mabizela.
and she is the leading lady for the 10 kilometers, and currently at the time of 18 minutes and 22 seconds.
The lead has been stretching quite far. If I can say that is about a 60-meter lead for the leading lady. So we are gonna go to runners under 10, girls under 10, and back to Amanda here.
And these will be the last medal ceremony. And this is the junior women. We're yet to receive the official results. And on your screen right now, we have the results for the junior women top 10. But in first position, we have Anele Mtungwa. In second position, we have Nonhlaganipo Dlamini. And in third position, we have Tembekile. Those are the women's top 3 that get their automatic qualification for the national cross-country championships that will take place in Pretoria on the 5th of September. Well done, ladies.
And back to the run here. You can see the back straight. These are some of the tail enders of the 10-kilometer women's senior women's race. So yeah, so we have a leading lady that made about a gap of 80 meters, which is really, really good. You could see that at the beginning. I don't think the conditions is phasing her too much. She is very comfortable. She approached away from the Panarottis grass bales, and she went into the Rockamama's turn up top there, which is actually quite good. So yeah, when she approaches down, she'll be getting to the area where Spur is going down, where they have that wooden pails, and then back up the hill. So this is the third lap officially going through. So they went through halfway. Unfortunately, I can't tell you the split of the halfway lap, but last year's winning time was 39:51. And I think if she continues like that, she'll definitely go faster than that 39:51, because she's actually made a substantial gap, which is actually quite good, and it's growing by the second. 2 and 3 is working together to get back to her, but unfortunately our leading lady is running phenomenally, and she is showing her class and showing her pace now at this stage, not letting anything phase or buzz her, and she is going quite hard and quite hard. So the leading lady is Mabizela Umbele, and she is looking extremely comfortable. She is now going and approaching her fourth lap, and nothing is phasing her at this stage. You can see her stride is not overly indulged. She's just taking it naturally. You can see her shoulders is relaxed, her face is relaxed. She's not tensed up whatsoever. This is definitely, I think, for now, if I have to put my money on someone, I'll put my money on her at this stage to take the win. She is not going to be faced. There's definitely not the end of the run. So she is definitely approaching her lap number 4, going from 6 to 8. And the second runner is approaching. It's Knox. Knox, as my colleague here said. And she is running quite well. So 2 is quite a lengthy part from 3. But you can see 3 and 4, and narrowly chased by 5, which I have to say, everyone is working towards top 3. So 3 and 4 is definitely going to be a fight. I don't think they're so close to each other. I don't think that's number 2 might still get chased if they work together. 3 and 4 can definitely catch them if they work together. But yeah, I think number 1 is definitely set in stone.
You know, if I were to tell you about these runners, the one who is leading Mandela Mabizela, she is an endurance runner. So I don't see her dropping the pace from that pace, because she's obviously an endurance runner. She has just participated in the 2 Oceans Marathon. So she knows what is it like to start with a slow pace. I wouldn't call that a slow pace, but she knows how to pace herself. And then secondly, we have Nokolo. Nokolo, she's a very good runner. But just behind there, we have this lady in Junguza Banele with a red vest. She's very good when it comes to chasing. So we might, like you predicted, that we might see some chase coming from the back between number 4 and number 5. Chasing the second lady and the third lady.
See, that's what you want. A considerable good number 1, and then 2 and 3 is open for the grabs. You know, everyone is fighting for that second and third spot. So I know I honestly don't see Mabizela losing this. She is so comfortable. You can see every single motion of her. Her hands is even open. For a long distance runner, if your hands is open and calm, you know you've got this. You under control.
What more would you ask for?
Definitely, she is
And
now.
she is coached by one of the legendary I'd call him athlete or Mr. William Tolo. So he knows the cross country, and they've been training in Howick, which is more like this when it comes to running around the trees, running in such terrain. So she's definitely going to take it, unless otherwise.
I think if
things
you look
happens.
at that stroll,
Yeah.
crisscross, she she could have sat down and had tea at that stage
Yeah.
because that's how comfortable she is. So you can see nothing is phasing her. But the nice thing about these endurance athletes is they get to that distances where they build up to, I want to say 160, 180, even 200 Ks a week.
Sure.
And then you get to an 8 or a 10K and you go, yeah, that's just another run. The pain only sets in at 7 or 8 or even 9 for them.
Yes.
And that pain is minimal because I'm not going to lie, if you run a 56, you're going to run 15 Ks of that pain. And now you have 1K of that pain. So this, she's well within her reach of experience to take this race on. And you can see that. She's now approaching the spot where Spur is one of our sponsors over there. They definitely have that corner covered. And when she comes down that little hill, there's a water station. Some runners like water, some runners doesn't like water. Me personally, cross country, I never drank a drop. During my race running, I drink like a racehorse. But she's now approaching the up and down part where Rocco Mamas is the sponsor. They call it the Sandy Rocco Mamas Run. If you can see there on the top right hand side, there is some sand. It's not very loose, but it is sandy, and that is sponsored by one of our guys, Rocco Mamas, and that is the 180 degrees. You can see there's a little puddle of water, but I know that the more experienced runners will just run around it. I don't think you can see it. She's not going to take the risk of slipping, so she's just running around that little puddle of water. I'm not sure how that puddle of water got there because there's definitely not enough rain to make that puddle of water. And as she turns there at the Rocco Mama's 180 turn, she's going to go through that sandy part that you can see there on your screen now on the right hand side, and that is all downhill. Then she goes left again there at Spur, and then it's all downhill until you get to the PSI Insurance Brokers Hill. So if she turns here, it's I think let's say 500 to 700 meters of downhill, which should just make it even more comfortable. I don't think if we can hand her a pillow at this stage, that will make sense a bit more.
It's a huge gap. It's a huge gap. I think she's more comfortable now. And that is Nokolo in second place from Genius Athletics Club, which is a club in Ikopo, or it is also in Umzimkulu. Number 3 and number 4, number 5 still chasing each other.
You can see there at the back, 3, 4 and 5 very close to each other. So 3 is definitely not written. I think 2 is kind of comfortable. She actually chose to jump over that puddle, which is kind of weird, because if you tend to misjudge it and you slip, that's your race, unfortunately. So here we've got Mabizela turning into that nice and space. This morning when we walked that course, that is a really lekker part of the course. That for me was the best part of the course. You can't feel the wind whatsoever, and then you turn right here, you get that little wooden poles, but you can't steeplechase that poles. The poles is not definitely, and they're not stuck to the ground, they are loose, so you kind of have to step over them, meaning that you just have to lift your knees a little bit, and then once you reach the bottom part of this hill, there is about, I want to say 300-400 meters of uphill, and then you restart the course. But now I think she should be approaching the final course. If I look at the time, she should be approaching her final lap, because if she gets there, it should be 31.
Yeah.
So another 6 minutes onto that, so 37, 38. So if she continues with this, she's going to be faster than last year's winning time.
She's definitely going to be faster.
But it's definitely not a surprise. She is running like a champ at this stage.
Big. Yeah, uyena ke lapha kulena uAnele Mabizela uWayne lo akasichazela ke ngaye njengamanje ke lapha uyasigijimela nje and uyabona comfortable kanjani uweze lapha wayoqhawula ucoach ngicabanga ukuthi yena ubaba ubili Mtolo kade emxhawula lapha ukukhombisa ukuthi ucomfortable kanjani, kanti emva kwakhe ukhona lapha uNoxolo oqhamuka kuyona iGenius Athletics Club okuyiclub yalapha khona eMtsimkhulu, bese kuthi emva kwabo kukhona uNjunguza Andisiwe kube lapha yana intokazi unobani sithi uNokthula wakantshangase bese kuba khona ngithi umaseko hlengiwe laphaya izona ke lezi zintokazi njana manje sikhona ezikubona laphaya u-top 5 kanti uma bese sibheka njenganamanje nje uyothatha laphaya i-lap yokugcina uanele after this hill then she's definitely going for her last lap. We do not have a bell, Wayne, so we just shout at last lap.
I can make the tingling sound if you really want to.
What else can you do, Baba? And you can see that she's enjoying the race. Like you can tell that she's enjoying the race. Looking at the gap and looking at her face, you can tell that she's comfortable. So this is what I like about, I'm dealing with endurance runners, and this is what I like. If you know that I've ran 56 kilometers, then in your mind it becomes a motivation. It becomes easy for you to just run away from others in the 10 kilometers, because you'll be like, what is 10 kilometers? But also counting that you've trained for that. So if she has trained for this cross country and she has an endurance for 56 kilometers, then what else can you ask for?
Definitely. If you look at that, she's starting her last lap, ting-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, just so you can enjoy that. She stopped 32 minutes. That is impressive. So 8 kilometers, 32 minutes. That's the 4 minutes mark. So if I don't know, it depends on what goes through her mind at this stage. Is it worth running hard and finishing strong, or just keep the lead? At this stage, she can Michael Jackson moonwalk at this stage and she will still win the race. She's so comfortable. But to be fair, every athlete is here to test yourself. Nationals is in 6 weeks, which is still a fairly amount of time away. 10K, I think tomorrow is a easy recovery run. Monday is just a day off, and then Tuesday it starts again, business back to business. So I don't think this should make too much of a dent in her training. I used to, the day next to it, I would go. We are so luxury here. We have the ocean. Go into the ocean. That will help you recover. But you can see here that she is really comfortable here at the back end. She's just finishing the race. I would love to know what's going through her mind right now. Is she going to attack it, have a faster time than last year, or is she just going to sit back, relax, and just take the win? She's definitely getting gold. And prize money, ne? That's what she's gonna. What is she gonna spend that prize money on tonight?
So they buy supplements. Yeah, if there is one man, we have our guest here, one of our KZN. I'd say he's been a cross-country champion for decades, and he also represented South Africa in the World Championships that was held in, I've just forgotten because it was a long time ago. But he has been performing very well, winning the current championships multiple times. Konde, what does it mean when you are in this stage of the race? Anele Mabizela, she's leading by, I think it's about a minute gap, and she's comfortable. She's coming from 56 kilometers, and you can see that she's enjoying the race. As a person with the experience of running a solo race like this and winning the race, what goes into your mind the stage?
Asibonge baba. Uma ngabe usukuyo le race le usukulesikhathi usukule stage se race okonke okusuke sekusemqondweni wakho, injabulo, umsebenzi wakho wenzile onzima kakhulu usukusubuka ukuthi impumelelo isiseduzane nawe. You can see by looking at her face, she's smiling, she's glowing now because she knows that ukonke abekade kwenza ejimini konke sekufezekile namhlanje. The focus is on the next race, of which is a national championship.
Thank you so much. That was Unkonze Siyabonga Nkonde from Newcastle. He's one of our multiple cross-country winner, and he also represented Team South Africa. Where was it, Mr. Nkonde?
I had a multiple world championship. I had one in Scotland, I had one in Fukuoka, Japan. So, and a lot of African championship.
That is great, and that is very great. Wonderful, Baba Siyabonga kakhulu, and thank you for having Nkonde. I'm not too sure whether Wayne would like to pose some questions to Mr. Nkonde, but in the meantime, let us focus on Umabizela Banele.
Yeah, I think with the finishing up the race, we'll have him here all day. That's the luxury of having him here as a colleague. We'll have him here all day. We'll start writing down questions. But yeah, I think a lot of these guys here today has have represented either the province or the country as well, and you can see it. Yeah, so this is coming to the conclusion of the 10K women's race. Right after this race, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have the senior men 10K as well. That should and is scheduled for 11:35. I think we might be a little bit late over there. My colleague Galani will take you through the starting list now, as he has it right in his grasp there. So what we're going to do now is we are firstly going to wait for the women's final results, and I'm pretty sure the men is warmed up, they are on the line, they are ready to go. That's generally how it works. They should be very focused at this stage. It is quite cold, so you're going to keep yourself warm, and you're going to do tiny stretches, tiny activation exercises, tiny little runs. Look, these guys are so fit. They can even do a 2 or the 3K warm-up, and it should be more than within their grasp to go for a 10K. A lot of these runners warm up 2, 3, 4K, and then they still have a 10K race, and then they warm down 2, 3, 4K. But yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how that race unfolds, because last year's winning time for the men was 31:32, which is quite quick. On a 10K, if you think this is not road, this is not flat, this is not ideal terrain, so you have uneven terrain, you have to jump, you have to dodge, you have to sidestep, you have to go left, you have to go right, up and down. So it is an interesting race, but in all fairness, cross country is one of the most beautiful forms of running, and hopefully the Olympic Committee can agree with that and add it to our calendar in the Olympics or the Summer Olympic Games. But yeah, so this is becoming to the last 500 meters of the women's race. It is going to be an interesting development and situation where we're literally going to check what the time is. Is she going to be 39 minutes and 51 seconds? I think she's definitely going to run a bit faster than that. Yeah, it depends on what she decides. If you're so far behind, you're so far in the lead, all you need to do is just keep on going, and then she'll be definitely crowned the KZN Senior Women's 10K Cross Country Champion.
Kunjalo kahle kulapha Wayne anti masibheka nje njana manje hiyo lapha intokazi eqhamuka kuyona iensika ngaphansi lapha kwesandla sayo uWilly Ntolo kungu-Anele Mabizela, kanti njengana manje sibheke lapha ukuthi at least angene ngaphansi kwawo laphaya u-39:51 okuyisikhathi esasigijinye lapha ubusesiwe Chamana oqhamuka kuyona lapha i-Black Diamond. Njengana manje-ke masibheka nje u-Anele Mabizela ukubona laphaya u-38:14 and still counting, and she's about 350, if not 350 meters away from the finish. Kungabe uzokwazi ukuthi agijime ngaphansi kwa 39:51 noma isikhathi sizoshaya? Kanti masibheka njengana manje actually it's about 200 meters, so she's definitely going to make it below 39 if she could just sprint in this last part of the race.
Yeah, this is going to be a phenomenal finish. Definitely a very, very good time. So I don't see her sprinting. I don't think sprint is on the cards at this stage. She's so far. Look at her. She's smiling. She's waving. She's throwing kisses. This is easy. This is a race. This is a time. Yes, I think definitely sub 40, which is very, very well done. So that's definitely faster than last year's race. But yeah, classy race. A really, really classy race. I have to say, she has entertained us quite well throughout this 10K. There you can see is the last 50 minutes build up, and then we're just waiting. It's going to be more interesting to see who's second, who's third, who's fourth, who's fifth, and who's sixth, because they will book their gaps over here. And let's say the winning time unofficially 39:29. That's about 20 seconds faster than last year. Phenomenal run, I have to say. She didn't even break a sweat at this stage. She seems like she went on a training run out and about there at the Durban Promenade. Just another day, just another run. I'm pretty sure at 5 p.m. today she's going to do a recovery run. Tomorrow morning when she wakes up, back to business, all back to business.
njengamanje lapha silinde yona-ke unombolo 2 kanye nalaphaya unombolo 3 ukuthi kungabe ubani ey'ntokazini ebezikhona khona lapha unoxolo kube khona unjunguza bese kuba khona hhayi engathi uye unoxolo yena lapha unoxolo from Genius Ace. This is it unoxolo ngicabanga ukuthi uyimpela unoxolo lapha oqhamuka kuyona lapha i-Genius uma ngabe kungayona intokazi yakwisisonke ngiyacabanga ukuthi mhlambe sike sabiza ngendlela engasiyona kepha-ke unoxolo oqhamuka lapha kuyona i-Genius esibone ngazuthi ukhona ngoba sithi masibheka lapha intokazi le eqhamuka kwisisonke cha ibingekho lapha yana ukuthi lapha wena unoxolo oqhamuka kuyona i-Genius ozothatha yena i-second position kanti emva kwakhe kukhona lapha ya intokazi eqhamuka lapha i-DH kungumaseko Hlengiwe iyona-ke intokazi elandela emva kwakho kwasho ukuthi ngempela unjunguza andisiwe kanye lapha unokuthula njengase babanga uwona u-4th and 5th position njengamanje it's noxolo from Genius, then we have Maseko from DH.
41:12 unofficial time there for second place. Here comes third place. Yeah, so they third place just in 41, I want to say 23 unofficial time. Unfortunately, I didn't see that. So yeah, but 41:23. So 1, 2, 3 is booked. They've booked an automatic spot all the way to Pretoria in the first week of September. And as you can see on the screen, the senior men's race is lining up. It is bound to start in the next couple of minutes. I think they're just waiting for the top 10 ladies to finish up because they might get caught there at the back end there. But I think the men will be announced now by my colleague Kolani here, and he will start pronouncing. He's pretty good at predicting the favorites over here. He has his hidden talent of knowing what's going on. So maybe if you know the lotto numbers here, you can throw it to the left side here so I can know what's happening tonight.
Bring it and come. Bring those numbers.
You have to bring the numbers. I'll bring the lotto tickets and then I'll call you tonight later on what's happening there.
I think this is a very tough one. It's a very tough one because we have athletes that are coming from the junior category. Joining the seniors. We have quite a number of most talented athletes in this race. So I wouldn't know who is it going to be. But we are definitely going to have a very tactical race. I don't see having a very fast time here. We are going to have a very tactical race. Judging from the athletes, themselves, they are very tactical. Most of them are very tactical. If there is one athlete that can simply just take the race on, it's that young boy from, I think it's Beckerskral, the guy that is currently leading the race. And also a guy from Hollywood Bet that is Jwara. Those two are the only two front-running athletes or front-runners that we have, and we know them by leading the race at NL stage.
This is an interesting development there at the start. One of the athletes already shooting out, but I did see he is calming down a little bit, creating a string front pack of 3. Yeah, I don't think these guys should go out too quickly. This is not the slowest course. All the runs has been faster than last year, and you have to compare it against something. And I think last year's track was good. It was very technical, but it was very much better conditions than this. I think the conditions has now gone almost too perfect. It's not cold. It's tiny bit windy, but yeah, the runners they should be dropping down good times. You saw the junior women, the junior men, both increasing the time from last year a lot. The leading lady almost dropped, I want to say 20 to 30 seconds on last year, which is fantastic. So these boys, the senior men, I can't say boys anymore. These senior men is definitely in a right position to run a very fast and exciting race for us. I think, and that's what you want to see. Let's see what they do. The first one, it's always interesting. I think they're going to jump over this. They're not going to zigzag. They're going to straight go over. It's not too high. There we go. It's always a bet. Nope. It is hurdles all the way. Zigzagging takes time. These guys don't want to. They're not here to play. They are here to jump over, hurdle it all the way, and now in a good position. Number 1198. We will confirm the name now, 1198, and then we'll get to you now.
izohla lapha zona iy'nsizwa-ke lezi nje sizibona kuwona u-10 kilometers bakhona-ke lapha baningi bakhona umjwara bakhona osifundo uyadvir usimpiwe kube lapha umsizi kanti khona kahle khulu lapha nensizwa-ke untokozo gumede she's running for i-maxed elite and he's a local athlete, so we are expecting some good performance from him as well because he's been training in this cause and he knows this cause very well. So he's running for a maxed elite and is one of the most talented athletes that we have in this field. Yena uTsekgafatso-ke insizwa laphaya elidayo and kuyiyona insizwa esibhekile ukuthi ingenza kangcono laphaya kuwona lo mjaho ka-10 kilometers njengamanje zonke iy'nsizwa zesakwiphek and isikhathi njenganamanje laphaya bakona u-3:16 3:20 kulona ikhilomitha lokuqala.
So Tshegefatso Pelane is currently leading the race. He is from Patani Club as well there. I had to say he hurdled that hay bales pretty well. I think he was in the lead. He didn't have to set back himself, and then you could just feel the heat. Here you can see the recap of the women's 10k race. As you can see, it didn't take very long for our leader to jump out. And and she just stuck with her guns. She just kept on maintaining that pace. If you can see her strolling through left, right, no stress on her. There was never really a threat of her not winning. So I think she handled it very well. I think she handled not only the pressure, but also having such a commanding lead and not giving up on that lead, because sometimes you can get in your own head and unfortunately then your doubt starts shouting. But I think she just handled this like a pro. She was definitely in control throughout that 39 minutes. And yes, what a fantastic run. This was such a dominant performance. I think this was the most dominant performance from all the races we've seen thus far. And it is nice to see that we are sending a KZN champ to a national champ that is so dominant. She might even come back with a national medal after that performance. Look, we can never know, because altitude is a sneaky stepbrother that no one really likes for long distance runners. Everyone talks about the name of altitude, but no one likes altitude. So let's see how she reacts during the Pretoria. I think it's 1,400 meters above sea level. But the loop is pretty flat. The loop is pretty good. But let's go back to the main senior race. Oh, here is the results. Isbanele Masibizela 39:28 officially. Nox Ndanya Kanya Kayai 41:06, and then Skoli Mchunu 41:21. That is our top three, ladies and gentlemen, and they will definitely represent KZN. And now we just have to wait and see if 4, 5, and 6 will make the team. It's all about time. It's all about that, where they rank in South Africa, and that is sometimes a hard thing to do, because all the other provinces is having their champs pretty much either this weekend or next weekend, and then sets them up for selection there.
You know, one thing that I've just realized, we have two rivals in this race. It's Tshegefatso Pelane and the athlete from Newcastle. Oh, there he is leading the race now. The two athletes that are leading the race are big rivals, so they might show us some good race. The guy who is in the lead, he's from Newcastle. It's an altitude, obviously it's an altitude, under the coach of Mr. Mthembu, who is one of the executive for KwaZulu-Natal Athletics, and Tshegefatso Pelane, who is from the Pantane Athletics Club.
That is nice to know. I want to working hard. That's how you see athletes grow. You see athletes grow when you have competition. It happens all over the years. I think if you think of even 800 meters, it was Ezekiel Sapeng and that boys over there, Mawaloti, who ran together, and they just made each other a lot better. Alia van Sail, with a lot of people coming in. Ter, we've got Ockert, we've got Cornell, we've got all that runners coming through. You make each other better. Myself, through many years, Lebogang Shange, we started as juniors and we raised 129 all the way down to 120, 119, establishing ourselves as world contenders. So it always happens. It's what you need. If you have a guy or a girl pushing you, that just makes you a better athlete. You just need to step up and take that responsibility of knowing that it's going to hurt, but willing to take that pain. And then if you accept that, you are going to elevate as an athlete. We have multiple runners still here in the front pack. Tegefatso there is still in the pack there. He enjoys, he goes crisscross over there. But you can see now the rain has been pouring down. It's actually now, it's one of those 10 minutes here in Richards Bay where the rain has decided to come down again. So let's wait another 10 minutes and the rain and the wind will come back. They will go away and the sun will come out again. So let's hope this race, well, we have another 22 minutes to go. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see another season happening in that 22 minutes.
How far are the runners from camera 3?
Kumkanjalo lapha kuzona insizwa sasibonaka ukuthi imvula ibuye ibisiphoqo kodwa ke kubagijima ngicabanga ukuthi bayajabula ngoba inakho ukubapholisa okubhlungu nje ukuthi mabe kuyimvula hamselana nokushuba kwamakhaza kuba nzinyana ke ngesizathu sokuthi umzimba sike sithi usebenza kahle kakhulukazi uma ngabe ushisa uma busuzophola kuze kweqe kuba nzinyana kuma athletes ukuthi akwazi kahle kakhulu lapha ukuthi asebenze ngendlela okuyiyona yona ngesalokho ngihlenayo lapha insizwa uWayne Cinnamon okuyiyona ke insizwa le esaza kakhulu lapha yana kuyiyona iwalk ukwa representa ke njade ngisho izwe waphinda representa iKZN amahlandla amaningi njengana manje they are planning their 42 kilometers event walk. I think it's going to take us through ukuthi why and what's the reason behind that race and how is it going to benefit our province and especially our walkers, as we may know that we have very limited walking races in our province.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, myself and the race walking committee has been working very, very hard to try to bring some big races to KZN. As this year in the juniors, we had 13 walkers, junior walkers representing our beautiful province, and we thought it might be beneficial for us to actually bring one of those big races to us. A recent change in the distances from 20 and 35 has gone to 21 and 42, so we can be compared more to the runners. So now people can actually see how fast we actually walk. So we are planning and hoping that the 28th of November here in Durban next to Kings Park will be the National 42-day race walking champs. If all goes well and if ASA smiles upon us, that will happen here in KZN, and I'm pretty sure we will also be hosting the 21 KZN champs there that day. So we will have multitude of South Africa's best walkers coming down to our coast and competing. We're inviting masters, juniors, developing, and the senior athletes. So if all goes well, KZN might see some pretty good walk in the next 3-4 months coming down here and representing, not just representing, but fighting it out to be the first South African 42K champions. Meaning, if you win, you get a national record.
Brilliant, brilliant. I can imagine having athletes coming from all the corners of SA to come and compete for the first time in KZN. Doing the 42.2 kilometers. With all the sponsors that we have here and with the sponsors that are viewing this event, I strongly believe that they will take it into consideration to support this event, and will make sure that it becomes one of the successful and a big event in our province. Just to mention some of our sponsors for today's event, we have a sponsor that is sponsoring our start and finish, and that is Boardwalk in Kwazi. They are the sponsors of start and finish. Then we have Oakwele that is helping us with hydration, and then Masisaba Lapane Boardwalk in Kwazi, and they're also helping the first 50-meter course branding. Then we have Panaroti's 25-meter course branding, Rakomama's 25-meter branding, Sibina Lapaya Uspre, they are also 25-meter course branding. Then we have PSI Insurance Brokers, Sbaboni Lapaya also Lokiba Menshina Lapa Wins and also 25 meter branding. Those are all the sponsors that we have here, and we also have our partners of this event, of which we are going to mention them later on. Right now, let us go back to the men senior 10 kilometers.
The 4K split was 12:15, so I have to say that's 3:04. That is quick. So these guys are definitely taking it on. You can see some of these leading oaks. They are really they went through. They showed us hand gestures. They showed us that they are still comfortable. You can see the leading pack. It's a stretched out pack. It's a stretchy pack, but it is the leading guys. I think the leader 1198 Tegefatso Pelani. He is really looking comfortable. He has about a 4 to 5 meter lead, which is very, very good. So 3:04 split, going through a K, coming through the third lap in rain, and running past a very, very high quality group. So Pilane is definitely with one thing on his mind, is to represent KZN here in later on in September in Pretoria, which will be very interesting to see because he is looking fantastically strong.
Iyo ahlakula phana wena insizwa njengamanje eyalapha kwimphathane atletics lapho uzofatse Pilane kubukeke ngazi ukuthi nje uzozidlela amahlamvu kuyona le race le, kanti ujahwa lapha eduze iyona lapha insizwa eqhamuka kwiHarambe AC ezika sithi ezikabane komba iHarambe ezika Mfoka Mthembu insizwa lapha ya uMthembu Sandile okungucoach aphinde yabe ngomunye wabaphathi bawo lapha yona iHarambe. Njengamanje ke masibheka lapha nansi insizwa zasensika ikhona lapha iMax Elite nabo lindelana emjwara bakhona nabo lapha bagijimela yona iHollywood AC. Izona hlakule izinsizwa sinazo ke kuwona lapha u10 kilometers. Kanti ngaphandle kwalokho sizalokhu sithe njo kuyona lapha ya iPhantane okungutsegofatso Pilane, who is still in the lead.
What a good technical race this is turning out to be. Tegefatso is really taking on the elements over here. You can still see that the rain is falling, and it's not very hard rain, but it makes it difficult sometimes when this rain falls in your face to judge. And you can't look back because now the surface is coming slippery.
And it's a very cold one. It's a very cold rain. So I think it's gonna make them sometimes you just need your body to be warm in order for you to perform. But when it's too cold, then it becomes hard for some runners to, especially when there is demand speed. So yeah, I think Tsegafasto just needs to relax and then take it as if he's just doing his former run. Because if he wants to pick up the speed, then the injection of the lactic is gonna be quicker because of obviously the rain and the cold.
For sure. No, but I think we need to motivate them some sort of way. Maybe we should have a coffee stand there on the 1 or the 2K, the 1.5K loop, and let him smell the coffee. So when he gets to that stand, you go, "Ooh, that sounds nice and that smells nice." So I don't know. That was my motivation when I was training very, very
Maybe
hard.
just the aroma will make them motivated.
Amazing, amazing. That was my motivation when I was traveling, coffee, and when I was training, I can eat. So these guys definitely know that the harder they run, the quicker they can get to that coffee stand and that food. And I'm not going to lie, the food stands here is pretty amazing. So come out if you're here at Richards Bay at Grantleigh School. Come out, come watch. Come support, bring your rain jacket, I promise you, bring your cap, bring a blanket, bring a towel, because it is wet, cold and windy down here in Grantleigh, Richards Bay.
Kunjalo, zathatha zabulalana. When I say zabulalana, it's more as if I'm saying they're killing each other, but not really in a bad way. They're killing each other with the pace. So that is what is happening la. A Grantleigh School, which is the host venue for this championship. And njengamanje sikubona lapha u10 kilometers okuye race le yensizwa kanti enesibonile ukuthi lapha iphantane esalokhu ihamba phambili lapha unsizwa uTsagofata Pilane.
So there's just some partners that I want to just go through with you as well. The host federation is KZN Athletics, of course, KZNA. The host club is Richards Bay Athletics Club, RBAC. Thank you very much for opening your doors and letting us into your beautiful city over here. The government partner is KZN Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. The venue is Grantleigh School. It's such a beautiful school, I have to say, for cross country. Amazing venue. The lefts and the rights is really substantial for us here, and thank you for your beautiful hosting skills and making sure that we feel comfortable. And lastly, it is Green Sanaka Academy. It's an environmental awareness and waste management partner. If you walk around here on the campus, it is fantastic over here and it is nice to run. I'm not sure what Bilane is doing there. Is he getting the crowd involved, or is he getting his supporters involved? I'm not sure. Is he pointing at someone? That's the second time I see him doing something like that. Maybe he is just he likes the crowd coming behind him. What do you think?
I think that he knows that the race now belongs to him. It's his race. I mean, you can tell. We saw that with in the mile, the guy that just broke the world record. I've just forgotten the name, and the Scottish guy from Scotland. You know, when you do that, you definitely know that this race belongs to me. So when we see Pilane waving to the crowd, creating that hype, then he's definitely sending a message that I am going to win this race. So I think that's just a message from Pilane.
Yeah, I know. I just know the surname. It's Kerr. Definitely, he was on fire that day. That was a fantastic race. But I hear the Scottish track at the Commonwealth Games is a pretty fast track. Yeah, there's some good times as well. Last night we won our first gold medal with the athletics. Dambile. Wow, what a race! 991. Wow, how fantastic was that? Yes, I couldn't watch it because our TV, unfortunately, here at Richards Bay did not have that. But promise you, I was up following every type of Instagram and every social media that you can get. But yeah, if you look at Vilani over here, he does look comfortable. But there is the second and the third guy is not letting him go too far. He does look, but it's an interesting style that he has. He looks loose with his legs, but his strong legs. It's a strong stride, but it's a very loose stride. So if it works, it works. But he can't sleep or lie down now, because if you can see the second and the third guy, this is only the fourth lap. There's 2 more laps to go, so he needs to focus and concentrate.
Most definitely, Wayne. You know, judging from the guys that are chasing Pilani, you can tell that they know what they are doing, because uma nje sibabuka sizobeka ngolika Makeba uPilani uthe uma ngabe ebreaka lapha kuwona u6 kilometers laba uboya kuwo zase zimphuthuma masinyane lezi insizwa lezi akufananga lapha nensizwa usanele oqhamuka kuyona iHarambe othe yena waphuma naye uPilani valo kwasesala. We still have a lady that is running 10 kilometers. That is very motivational. She's still running 10 kilometers. As you can see, they are passing her in those obstacles, but she's running the 10 kilometers. The guy in second place, he looks very comfortable. I don't know if Pilane is going to take this race or he's going to get a challenge from the guy who is in second place currently. But he's very strong.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. Look, by judging by the space that they're on now, there's about, I would say, 3.2 kilometers to go. It is a difficult part of the race where you get into, we call it no man's land, where you're not sure, you're close to finish, your lactic is you're starting to hurt. It's still a long way to go. Do you go hard? Or are you still conservative? Depends on your training and also your mental toughness at that stage of the race. So I think I've raced a lot of 10s in my life, and 6, 7, 8 is very, very difficult, and that's exactly where these runners are now. So you just have to make a call and stick with it. And if Pilani gets too comfortable and that second place runner decides to go for it, he's definitely going to catch him. Look, it takes a lot of hard work to catch a guy which is about 40-50 meters in front of you. and get comfortable and then still race. It's going to be a tall order, but I mean anything could happen. With 3Ks to go, that is a long while to make sure that nothing goes wrong, because I'm pretty sure if he shows a little bit of weakness, these boys will expose it and they will go for him.
kunjalo mfuka Wayne kwase sisheshe sirecap ke la into zethu angazi ukuthi zenza kanjani ngoba ngithi umjaha awukakapheli kepha ke la sirecap nje istart sayo lapha i10 km ngasibona lapha insizwa kakhulu ethe yakuthatha ilead ophelani bebehleli nje bonke lapha emva kwayo nayo lapha usale uqhama kuyona iharambe lana ke sothi bebeqeda nje their first about 300 meters. Then after Pilane he took over the race, and njengamanje he's still leading the race. The race is not yet over or not yet finished, but ke they've decided ukuthi name asike sinikhombise kancane recap ukuthi ngabe umjaho uqale kanjani. Upilane kube sephalmala ebaleka ehamba nalapha insizwa yaseharambe okuthe ngemuva kwakhe basebethi nje sizo relax asenibuke bafana nilo kuzothi mabe ene kukhona osehluleka kunina sizobe sesitake over njengamanje ke irace ikanjalo. It's Pilani being chased hard by just two runners who will get their names. Irace njengamanje is approaching 8 kilometers.
We will see now what the split is for the 8 kilometers. They were averaging 3:04 a little while ago, so it will be interesting to see what they're going through on the 8, because it does set you up to understand the last 2 kilometers. The last 2 kilometers generally a lot faster when the race gets a bit more serious, specifically when 1, 2, 3, and I want to say 4 is so close to each other. But Pilani does have a 40-50 meter lead, and he does look comfortable. I think this is still part of the recap. No, it might be live now. Yeah, it might be live. So I think we missed the 8K split, but it is 24. Let's say 23 minutes. I want to say 23 minutes for that split. So 8K is 23 minutes. That's quick. That's really quick. So yes, yeah, it's going to be an interesting race to see what the result is. Last year's winning time was I think 31. Which is not bad, I have to say. I was at last year's race, and look, it was a bit more technical race. You had to run fast, slow down, which does affect the pace. Where here is a lot more straight runs. If you can see here, even on this section over here is a lot more straight. So you get a lot more speed build up when a race is a lot more straighter. Where last year it was stop, turn, up, down, stop, turn, which does affect the average speed. Where these guys now, you can see Pilani's long, strong stride. That is phenomenal long distance running. He's just so strong. He's just cruising it in, hitting his stride, and then making it actually look easy.
Kunjalo win masibheka nje lapha uphila njengamanje usephinde wavula elinye igebe ngithi mangibheka nje lapha ku it's a gap of about 35 seconds kusuka kuPilani eza lapha kuyena unombolo 2 ezikamduduzi ke le umfoka Khumalo yona lapha ya iphantane ke nje sibona hlakhulu insizwa uPilani hayi kusiyo into esithusayo le sekujwayele ukubona amakhala zaleli qembu ikakhulukazi ukona u2 kilometers 4 kilometers kanye nawo lapha u10 kilometers benza kangcono sokhomba ukuthi ekseni sibonile futhi insizwa lapha usikhumbuzo Mpanza naye othe wawina lapha kuma masters u35 to 39 years oqhama kuyona iphanda njengamanje uPilani Tsekhafatso noma sithi Tsekhafatso Pilani the gap is about now 40 seconds. As we can see, Pilani is leading, and then we have a guy by the name of Usanele Dladla who's right behind Pilani. Then we have the other two runners. They are chasing hard to Pilani, but Pilani looks comfortable to me. What do you say? What do you think, Baba? Performance of Pilani?
Yes, for sure. He had a 25-minute split on the 8K, which puts him at exactly 3:06. So he's slowing down a little bit, but now I think this might change now. You can see the sun is coming out. Thank God. So now it's going to get a little bit drier. It's going to get a little bit more heated, and I'm telling you that's going to be positive for Pilisani. If you see a little bit of positive in a race like this, you will attack, definitely. And that might also give a little bit of motivation for 2 and 3 and 4 down there, because look, he is looking comfortable. I think he's got this in the bag. It's not too far to go. I think it's 1.5 to go, and I think for the experienced runner like him, and specifically with his type of stride, let's see if he actually attacks this. No, if he goes crisscross, he's comfortable. Yep. He's going to get comfortable. You can see here he is in his happy place, and I think that is where you're going to see. But you can see 2 and 3 there is still fighting. So 1 might be set out, but 2 and 3, I like that. That is what you want to see. So the long straights makes it so nice to judge. We can clearly see the positions acting out, and they are soon about to hit the spur turn, the water turn, the splish splash water turn, and then going up to the Rocker Mama's turn there on top, the dusty or the sandy one that they say. So I think, yeah, this race is still for 2nd and 3rd, live and kicking.
Kunjalo Wayne mfoka Sneeman or Cinnamon. How do I pronounce your Sneeman?
It's Neyman. Cinnamon is more Christmassy, but yeah, maybe closer to December you can cinnamon me again. But I mean now it's just Neyman. Yeah,
Sneeman.
it's Neyman.
That is Wayne's Neyman, Cinnamon. That is Wayne's Sneeman. Yeah, my co-host, my colleague. Njengakade esho ukuthi lapha uphilani umfoka Tsegafatso lead accountable, and the gap is expanding now. Umama Sibheka uphilani njengamanje lapha is approaching the finishing point, very comfortable, and you can see that the pace has picked up a little bit. We do have a fight emva kwakhe lapha at the back between the third and second and third position. It is Osanele Dlala with a guy from lapha, is it it's Savage, I think it's Savage AC, but ke sizothola nje khona maduze ukuthi ungabe uphilani angabe umfoka Sanele Dlala ubani lo omthwalise kanzima njengamanje. Ake sibuyele lapha emuva kuyena uphilani Tsegafatso Wayne.
Yes, you can see 2nd and 3rd places now approaching that sandy part there at the top. They call it the Rokomamba Sandy area. So proud sponsor. These sponsors have technically looked at different points and decide how they're going to torture our runners. So I think the spur is the most favorite for everyone because that's the splish splash water where they get some refreshments. Where Rokomamba is the sandy part, and going downhill here, they're approaching not so famous, the PSI Insurance Brokers Hill, where they have to climb. I think if I have to judge that as a 20 or 30 minute climb and then all the way to the finish line, but I think Tsegafatso has had enough now. You can see it. He has now increased. You can see his stride is lengthened. His arms are working. He is now done with this 10K. He wants to go now and enjoy one of those sponsors, either Panarotis, Rokomamas or Spur.
Njengoba sisho nje ukuthi uphilane njengamanje ubagabisela ngazo lapha kakhulu ithende simbonile dlula lapha Panaroti waseqalaza nje ipizza waphinda waya lapha ku Rokomama nakhona ube seqalaza amabheka akagcinanga lapho uthe uma ngabe sifika lapha eSpain nakhona wasebabuza ama reps ukuthi kanjani akekho okuphendulile wesedlula ke njengamanje ubheke khona lapha kahle kakhulu kuyona PSI Insurance Broker nakhona uma ngabe ukuthi angempela akekho ophendulayo uyobeke esengena kuyona lapha finishing line class oyena lapha kakhulu uBorok inkwazi kanye lapha uAkhwele njengamanje zonke zithi philani Tsegafatso zithi phantane uyena ke uhamba phambili njengamanje sizophinda futhi sithathe intambo sizibuza lapha kuyena uWayne.
So just to recap, last year's race was won by Lungelo Kumalo. He ran a 31:32, and I'm pretty sure that is going to be beaten today. The next race is going to happen at 12:15 within little victory ceremonies as well, handled by Amanda. Will be the girls under 16 and 17 4K race. We will also have a commentary change, moving over to Sipho and Siyabonga. These two are standing here very, very eagerly waiting to get their chance to explain to you guys how well these guys are running. But Tsegafatso, look at him embracing the crowd here. Look at him. Waves left, waves right, kisses there. He can stop and kiss a baby at this stage. He's definitely going to take the win. He is going to go faster. 31:19 unofficial. Tsegafatso Pilane. What a run. What a great run. I have to say the last 2Ks, although sped up, was super comfortable. He never really looked like he was in danger. But it's now interesting to see who will be second. There we go. Second place and third place coming in right there. My colleague will go through the names of the second and third place, and then going through 4th, 5th, 6th, and all the way up.
isandla sakho lapha insizwa sibo lapha uPhilani celebrator ekhombisa ngokusobala ukuthi uyena ophethe umcimbi nje seshoke lapha yena ukhole kwami Wayne ukuthi siyashintsha istool njengamanje kuzongena lapha uSipho Mbanjwa kanye lapha uSiyabonga Nkonde abazonithatha banibeke kuma events alandelayo. Thina njengamanje sithi khumu sizophinda futhi sibonane usuku lungakapheli. Hlala asiyindawo asinazo ke thina izitolo zethu ikona nje ukuthi sizothula kancane emva kalokho bese siphinda sinethulela abaxhasi bethu kanye nama partners esisuke sinawo. Siyabonga.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to give over to Victory Ceremony Queen, Amanda. She's going to run through certain races again. As soon as we get the results, she will run through, but also it will be displayed on the screen, the podium for 1, 2 and 3. And then my colleagues, Sipo and Siyobonga, is going to go through the next couple of races. Girls under 16, 17, 4K will be first, and then we're going to move over to boys 16 and 17. But for the next couple of minutes, guys, enjoy the next commentators. It was lovely to have you. I will speak to you again later on.
Let's move. KwaZulu-Natal Vive, power and sports drinks.
Siphinde sibingelele igama uSipho Mbanjwa ngizokuthatha ngikubeke laphana ama results senior man uJehofatso Philani onqobe umjaho namhlanje ulindo okuhle zakhele Chiliza ongene isibili elandela yena lapha ufika inkosi Zondi ogijimela yona lapha iHilly Crest kuba usanele dlalo ongene isine kuba usifundo Mkhize ongene isihlanu bese kuthi uaphiwe sibutha wangena lapha unombolo 6 zizosuka njengamanje intokazi lapha yana ugirl 16 and 17 bazosuka kungekudala isimo sezulu asikho sihle kahle liyanetha liphinde limise, kepha-ke ngalokho angeke umjaho ume, uzoqhubeka linjalo izulu linetha. Mfokankonde sikwamukele kwiseshini yesibili kuyilunch. Sithemba ukuthi imijaho elandelayo izoba more interesting njengoba sibonile emijahweni edlule ukuthi cha iy'nsizwa ney'ntokazi ziseyiqhutha amaqhizana.
Yebo sibingelele lapho kubalaleli emakhaya Sebo Makonde ngisahamba nayo Sipho Mfokambanjwa. Mfokambanjwa iweather namhlanje iweather engaqondakali iyavala iphinde ivale futhi. Ngibona sekuqala nomoya okungaba into engathanda ukuthi ibaphazamisa abanye mhlawumbe ugijima, kodwa ke sazi ukuthi uma uprepare cross country uprepare kuzo zonke iy'nhlobo ze-weather ongabhekana nazo, since i-cross country siyazi ukuthi iyimidlalo vele edlalwa ebusika. So ngiyathemba ukuthi intokazi ezikhona namhlanje ziyilungele i-weather namhlanje, angeke zivumela kancane ukuthi ziphazamise ukuze sikwazi ukuthi zifeze amaphupho azo. Mhlawumbe-ke umuntu abonge nje ama-sponsors akhona la axhase lo mdlalo, kodwa-ke usabhekile njengamanje seyisukile-ke intokazi njengamanje. Ziyahambile manje, ziyahamba ziyongena laphaya la kuncipha khona ifanele, ziyoqala zijike ngo-right, zikhuphuke njalo. Zisahleli ndawonye-ke iy'ntokazi esixukwini, kodwa kuyakhombisa ukuthi-ke iy'ntokazi zonke ziyimisele ngokuthi zihambe ziwuhole lo mjaho, mhlawumbe owuholile aze agcine etholwe umklomelo wokuthi kube uyena onqumayo. Njengoba ziza-ke njengamanje iy'ntokazi zibheke ngakuthina, izulu liyakhemezela, liyasipholisa kahle kahle, ngoba abanye-ke abawuyithandi i-weather eshisayo, mhlawumbe bangayiprefere yona le weather ihambe ibe nakho ukuthi kube khona ukuconsa okuncane okwenza ukuthi umzimba ungashisi kakhulu. Okwamanje-ke isahlangene iy'ntokazi kusenzima ukuthi singasho ukuthi yiphi intokazi mhlawumbe engahle ubhedu.
Impela laphana seyisukile laphana iy'ntokazi zi-approach-a wona lapha u-400 meters. Njengamanje oyihola phambili uyena laphayana intokazi egijimela yona laphayana i-Dolphin Coast, okuyi-club ezinze khona laphayana e-North Coast.
Yebo kunjalo Mfokambanjwa. Intokazi laphana e-Dolphin Coast isazohola phambili, kodwa-ke akacaci ngoba kakabi nayo i-clear gap eshoyo ukuthi uyena ngempela ozoholayo. Kodwa-ke uma ubheka isikhathi esisekuso njengamanje sisesephansi kakhulu ngoba kusewumzuzu owodwa nje nemizuzwana engama-43.
Yebo, njengamanje iy'ntokazi ey'khona laphayana sinaye uZulu, sinakho sibe naye laphayana uNgubane Siphumelele, ugijimela laphayana iZabalaza, kube khona laphayana uMajozi Sipho, kube khona lapha uNokuphiwa ogqoke lapha ulicense number 1626, sibe naye uLangelihle ugqoke lapha number license number 105. Baningi nje iy'ntokazi njengamanje siyayibona lapha intokazi uYandri, ukuyena laphayana okhona naye lapha ebhantshini. Iy'ntokazi laphayana zi-approach-a laphayana i-800 meters, engicabanga ukuthi nesimo sezulu babheke umoya uyaba-challenge impela, bazothi mebejika nje bawufulathele umoya uthi ukucasha ungabatholi kakhulu ngenxa yey'hlahla. Sibonge kakhulu Mfokankonde ukuthi sibe nabaxhasi okuyibona laphayana abenza ukuthi umjaho ube impumelelo. Singabonga kuwona laphayana i-body walk inkwazi, siphinde futhi sibonge u-Akhweli abalaphayana kwi-section 1, kube khona u-section 2 laphayana, kuphinde kube yiyona i-body walk futhi ku-50 meters course branding nabo bakuyona laphayana eduze kwayo i-Paranotis ne-Rokomamazi kube uSpare. Kanti-ke mawuthi qwa intaba le ekukhiphela lapha kwi-finishing, kukhona lapha u-PSI Insurance Brokers okuwomunye wama-sponsors abaxhase lo mjaho lona.
kunjalo mfokambanja ngaphandle kwabaxhasi imijaho eminingi ngeke yenzeka kahle. Siyakhuthaza siyanxusa ukuthi nabanye abaxhasi abasafisa ukuthi bangenele babe ingxenye yalo mjaho baqhubeke belula isandla ngoba le mjaho ayigcini kuphela ngokuthi idlalwe kodwa iyayishintsha impilo zabantwana iphinde futhi iqoqe nabantwana ababa uvanzi iphinde futhi iqoqe nesimilo nakuba abantwana abasakhulayo ukuthi bakhule bengabantu abakhulela kuma structures azokwazi ukuthi banikeze ikusasa eliqhakazile.
Yebo impela kunjalo. Isikhathi njengamanje ebhodini ba-approacha wona laphayana sebedlulile lapha ku-1 kilometer bazoya lapha ku-2 kilometer i-distance abayigijimayo laphayana iwona laphaya u-4 kilometer okusho ukuthi bazorawunda kabili bese sibona unombolo 1 okuyena ozonqoba umjaho namhlanje. Intokazi njengamanje seyibheke phansi laphayana njengoba ubona laphayana indawo esikuyona laphayana isigodi ikwambonambi esigodini esigodini khona ngaphansi kwamasipala laphayana uKing Cetshwayo. Sibonge kakhulu ukuthi iRichards Bay is host ama-championship alonyaka lona.
Kunjalo mfowambanje sibonga kakhulu nje ukuthi iRichards Bay Athletics Club ilula isandla ukuthi yafisa ukuthi sibone indawo yangakubo size sizogijima sikwazi ukukhipha oshampeni nombetha beKwaZulu-Natal abango-2026 endaweni yabo khona la kwaMbonambi okuyindawo enhle kakhulu i-cross country enhle kakhulu kunama cross country amaningi sesijwayele ukuthi sibe kubona engingakhuthaza ukuthi ezikhathini eziningi ama cross country akanjena siyakhuthaza ukuthi abe khona bemaningi ukuze ompetha abancane bazokujabulela nabo ukuthi beze eindaweni ezifana nalezi ukuzodlala.
Yebo ikhozi ngempela laphayana siyibonile i-flat and fast and into emnandi ngakho ukuthi yize isimo sezulu singekho sihle kepha sivikelekwe yihlahla ukuthi umoya ungakhahlamezi kakhulu. Engicabanga ukuthi abagijimi yenye yezinto ongamele ukuthi bayikhathaze kakhulu ngayo leyo. Imvula ke vele izobanetha malinetha kodwa lokho akusho ukuthi umjaho uzomiswa. Sibonge kakhulu nabazali abaphumile bezoseka abantwana njengamanje it's girls 16 years u4 kilometer sisabalindele nje ukuthi badlule laphayana beyothatha ilaphu yokuqala bebheke ukuya kweyesibili i-distance u4 kilometer abazoyigijima. Siyababona laphayana abazali no-coach balinde lapha kulesi steep engizwe njengoba kade ngiphuma mfokaNkonde asebegijimile bayakhala impela ngaso ukuthi cha akumele ukuthi uthathe mawala mawusaqala nje ilaphu yokuqala kumele ngempela uzama ukuthi uwonge amandla. Naye lapha intokazi isayihola khona phambili laphayana zintathu intokazi eziyibambe phambili uphinde futhi kube khona ezinye futhi ezintathu ezilandelayo. iHollywood iyona laphayana i-Fryhead isayidi intokazi ziyibambile ngempela. Ake siboneke nje ukuthi intokazi yeyiphi ngempela namhlanje ezodla umhlanganiso.
Kunjalo mfokambanje intokazi zihleli lapha zibambene zonke akekho ofuna ukuyekela omunye ngoba uyabona ukuthi uma ekamiyekela angahle ahambe nalo legolide leli. Siyakujabulela ukubona intokazi zethu ezisencane kangaka zokuthakasela kangaka lo mdlalo zolungiselela kangaka okusho khona ukuthi ikusasa leKwaZulu-Natal kwezokugijima libukeka liqhakazekile. Sibonga nje uKwaZulu-Natal Athletics ngokubanikeza ithuba nakusinikeza nathi ithuba ukuthi sibe nani namhlanje sinithulele umdlalo omuhle kangaka.
Impela bedlula laphayana kuyona lapha ilaphu yokuqala isikhathi njengamanje is 7 minutes and 55 seconds ebhodini okusho ukuthi intokazi lezi zigijima nje ngaphansi kwa 4 minutes per kilometer. Ukhumbule it's girls 16 these are future champions okumele ukuthi ngempela ithalente leli sileseke ngazo zonke indlela especially njengoba kwamantombazana sizame ukuthi ngempela siseke no coach nama club ukuthi leli talente leli lingashabalali.
Kunjalo impela mfokambanje sizokhumbula ukuthi ithalente kwabesifazane liya ngayo kucikiza mangabe bekhula bendlula eminyaka eyi11 neminyaka eyi12. Kuyasijabulisa ukubona le ntokazi seyino-16 years zisekhona zisayibambile zibukeka zisemandleni okukhombisayo ukuthi ziyasiqeqesha ziyalandela imiyalelo yocoach ukuze zikwazi ukubala namhlanje. Siyabona-ke namhlanje intokazi ezimbili seyiqalile manje zithi cha akuhlukana inhloko nesixhanti ngoba masilibe sihleli kanje sizoba nenkinga kuyifinish.
Impela lena ilephi yokugcina ukuthi intokazi zihlukanise yona inhloko nesixhanti. Intokazi ehamba phambili zintathu kuphela njengamanje. Sekukhona ushintsho olukhulu kakhulu lapha yana phambili. Mawukuthi siyakhumbula bekulida yona lapha intokazi uYandri. Njengamanje intokazi sezimkhiphile ke ehamba phambili izona lapha yana intokazi eqhamuka khona lapha yana intokazi iqhamuka eNewcastle bese kuba khona eqhamuka khona lapha yana Greater Kokstad uYonela.
Kunjalo mfoka manje intokazi esihambayo njengamanje zonke zibukeka sesimene esihle kakhulu. Njengamanje seziyofika lapha emabheleni ekumele uzikizeke khona noma ujampe. Sizobona ukuthi technique ezizoyisebenzisa yiphi. Abanye bazofuna ukugxuma, abanye bajampe. Mhlawumbe mfoka manje ngokubuka kwakho yiphi technique ongayisebenzisa la?
Mina mfoka Nkonde itechnique bengajomba nje lapha yana ngoba mawuthi uyabheka izigzet ithatha ama second amaningi engicabanga ukuthi mawujomba uzojomba lokhu zamabhele amathathu kuphela kodwa mawenza uzigzet kungaphela u5 second uloku rounda endaweni eyodwa mhlawumbe ewu10 meters.
Yebo khona kunjalo mfoka manje kodwa ke indawo esifana nalezi ziyayiveze zisivezele ngokusobala ukuthi abaqeqeshi baqeqeshe kanjani ngoba siyazi ukuthi uma ugijima i-cross country kumele ube umsubathi onayo agility ukuthi ukwazi ukujika emabhendini ngesivinini esiphezulu ngaphandle kwenkinga. Uma ngabe ungasiqeqeshelanga wakulungiselela la kwi-cross country yizona zezinye zeindawo esifike zikutshengisa ukuthi cha ngokwe technique ye-cross country awukho ezingeni.
Nanokuthi ke mfoka Nkonde ayikho imigudu ebekiwe ukuthi kumele uwenze uzigzet noma ujombe kukuwena ukuthi ucabanga kanjani indlela yokwenza umjaho ngoba ziningi indlela zokubulala ikati engicabanga abo babone ophambili enza uzigzet nabo basebethi hayi okusho ukuthi sonke senza kanje ngoba mawuthi uyabheka umjaho kade uqalile beyibuka irace ukuthi kanjani. Mina ngokwami ngosipho kambanjwa bengizovedane ngijombe angikaze ngizidlala i-steeple chase kodwa bengizojomba impela ngoba nengodo ziyajombwa ngani.
Yebo kuliqiniso lokho futhi ke akunambandela noma ungajombanga but unyathele phezukwalo ibhele bese ugxumela phansi nakhona kuseyindlela yokusebenza kuya ngokuthi umuntu uthanda siphi strategy isiphi esemsheshiselayo. Kodwa ke siyabona abaningi ukuthi baprefera istrategy sokuthi bashaye yena uzigzag bese bayaqhubeka bayagijima mhlawumbe ngesizathu sokusave amandla ukugxuma ikona okubenza ukuthi mhlawumbe bashaya uzigzag.
Impela njengamanje isikhathi ebhodini wona lapha u12 minutes intokazi lapha yana sizobona kungekudala intokazi ezonqoba umjaho ngaphansi nje kwa16 kwa17 minutes ngicabanga ukuthi intokazi ehamba phambili eholayo izobe isishaya intambo lapha yana ngoba masithi siyabhekisisa ilephi yokuqala bayenze ngaphansi nje kade begijima ngaphansi nje kwa4 minutes per kilometer ongenzeka ukuthi bagijime ngaphansi kwa16 noma early 16 minutes.
Yebo kunjalo mfoka mbanjwa iyona nto esiyilindelile ukuthi bagijime isikhathi ezisheshayo kodwa ke siyabuka ukuthi ke okungijabulisa kakhulu ukubona amantombazane analeminyaka emaningi kangaka. Uma ubheka irace attendance yamantombazane u-under 16 iyajabulisa mfoka mbanjwa.
Impela mfoka Nkonde yinhle kakhulu into esiyibonayo ukuthi ingane ziphumile ngobuningi bazo. Sikhumbule isigodi esikusona silapha kwesigodini sakwaMbonambi eRichards Bay it's KZN Championships okanye uthi wena it's cross country championships khona lapha yana eRichards Bay anonyaka ka2026 sikhumbule ukuthi wonke umuntu olana ufuna ungena nabawu6 bokuqala abazokwazi ukuthi bayomela lapha e-province ukuthi okanye abathathu bokuqala abazozuza ngey'ndondo okuyindondo yegolide isiliva kanye nethusi bona-ke bazoqualifya automatically bese kuthi laba abanye bese kuyabhekwa ukuthi ingabe bawenzile yini ama-cross country ama-leagues amabili ukuya phezulu kodwa uma ukuthi ugijime ngaphansi kweligi eyodwa noma kwawu-2 okusho ukuthi ngabhekwa mhlampe osemva kwakho ukuthi njengoba unumber 7 yena wenza amaligi amangaki.
Yebo mfokambanjwa kunjalo kodwa-ke nje ukuzikhipha enkingeni ukuthi uvele kube kuyona i-top 3
impela nje kuyokusiza kakhulu kuyokusiza kakhulu ngoba manje uzoyikhipha okukhulumeni.
Yebo kunjalo siyabonga kakhulu ukuthi sibone ukuthi abantu bawuthakasela lo mjaho uyabona ngendlela benze ngakhona noma ngathi walikhifiza kanjani kodwa-ke cha nayo-ke intokazi esiyokuqala njengamanje iqhamuka njengamanje kulo leliya hili lodumo i-approacha i-finish line ngicabanga ukuthi intokazi uyayibona nawe ukuthi isilindele kona ukuzofinisha
Impela laphayana isikhathi uzogijima nje ngaphansi kwawo laphayana uzogijima ngaphansi kwawo laphayana u-16 minutes intokazi yona laphayana ebashaya amakhanda ushampiyoni omusha girls 16 years 4 kilometer uzoyishaya kungekudala intambo isikhathi njengamanje it's 15 minutes ugijima nje ngaphansi kwa 4 minutes per kilometer.
Yebo kunjalo sibonga kakhulu isupport uzuza bayamemeza mawuzo eceleni bayamkhuthaza bamnikeza umdlandla nayo-ke okungahle kube yiyona i-photo finish laphana kukhona intokazi egijimela isiyaya athletics sasemadadeni uyabona ukuthi ibayile eduze mfokambanjwa yini engenzeka lapho
lana sengenzeka noma yini mfokankonde kuzodepend ukuthi emgodleni wena uphethe into engakana njengoba ubona nje ukuthi intokazi le phambili ayivumi.
Yebo kodwa uyayibona intokazi yesithathu ayifuni ukuthi avume ifuna ukumvumisa nayo uma ngabe ngabekezela nje bashe wayishaya intambo angeke asakhona ukuthi ayidlule.
Uyabona wemfokankonde ugive up ngasekugcineni ngoba i-distance ibanga balihambile beqeda le ntaba leyana bengenzeka noma yini njengowashilo nje ukuthi lwamqanza uyinkinga ngoba uthatha konke kubuyisa inhlungu lezi wena ukade uqale ngazo zibuye zonke njengayo intokazi le engena njengamanje ekade ihola phambili.
Yebo kunjalo mfokambanje wangikhumbuza ukuthi bathi ithendele lisuka muva likhwela izagila intokazi elale isithathu laphana ubonile ukuthi bisenawo amandla kodwa ifihle kakhulu induku emqubeni yafuna ukuyikhipha egcineni.
Njengamanje insizwa lapha it's boys 16 masithi siyabuka i-starting list bangaphezulu kwa-30 ngendlela ababaningi ngayo zizwe ishuka imbodla-ke manje.
Yebo mfowambanje kuyajabulisa ukubona insizwa ezisencane ziningi kangaka njengamanje baku-status command kasho saqhuma isibhamu seyisukile-ke namhlanje insizwa uyabona nje indlela esigijima ngakhona le insizwa zijahe ukuyongena kuqala kuleya fanele la kuncipha khona ifanele bese ziyajika zijikela ngesandleni sokudla.
Yebo mfokankonde mfokankonde yazi sengikubona lana ngicabanga ukuthi sengibona umuntu wesibili njengamanje ogijima ngamakhalazi e-province kuma provincial championships engenaso isiqiniseko sokuthi kuvumelekile yini.
Umbuzo othanda ukuba trick nyana ngoba sikhuluma nje ngama-championships sikhuluma ngo-club championships ngicabanga ukuthi umfaniswano weKwaZulu-Natal noma ngabe ukuthi uligugu kangakanani kumele siwuhloniphe siwugqoke ngesikhathi esifanelekile la sisuke simele khona isifundazwe kodwa-ke ngoba laba abantwana kusese-development singakhulisa kubona ngeke safa kuswazi.
Yebo impela siyayibona laphayana kukhona lapha insizwa uNewo ogijimela yona iphantane kube khona laphana insizwa eqhamuka e-DUT iqhamuka kwi live i-development based endwedwe esiza kakhulu izingane zasemakhaya ukuthi ziphume ey'ntweni ezingase zithikabeze ikusasa lazo. Zisukile njengamanje iy'nsizwa laphayana zibheke kuwona laphayana u-2 minutes ebhodini. Sikhumbule ukuthi bagijima u-6 kilometer, it boys 16 years. Ngizobona-ke ukuthi njengoba behamba beyibhantshi bazoshaya yini u-zigzag noma bazojomba.
Nazo ezinye iqala phambili iy'nsizwa zasho zajomba. Iy'nsizwa-ke azinaso isikhathi sokuchithwa. Iy'nsizwa khona enye iziphumele nangaphandle kwayo i-cross country ngoba iy'nsizwa yonke ifuna ukuyibekela indawo enhle la izokwazi ukuthi ikwazi ukugijima kahle ngaphandle kokuphazamiseka.
Mfoka Nkonde, uyabona-ke la ifike ibe inkinga khona. Inhlanhla ukuthi phela-ke i-cross country ayinawo referee abahamba kwi-route. Otherwise leza insizwa lezi ey'phume kwi-route bekungenzeka ukuthi zidisqualifywe ukube kuthiwa o-referee bakhona kwi-route bayahamba.
Yebo kunjalo, kodwa-ke okuyinto esifuna siyigqugquzele ukuthi noma imithetho ikhona kulaba abangaka kusamdinga ukuthi sifundise. Uzokubona nje khona abanye asebephethe ama-license ngezandla ngoba kule age group lena ukugijima kusuke kungakafocuswa kwi-technique kakhulu kodwa bafocusa kumuntu. Uma ngabe sikhulisa kumele sibe nendlela esizoyisebenzisa ukuthi sibakhulise ngendlela efanelekile. Ngizobheka laphana egcineni kunentokazi laphana ebisagijima ey'ntokazini eseziyandlulwa iy'nsizwa eziqale emuva.
Impela Mfoka Nkonde, uswazi luyancipha kakhulu uma kuziwa kwi-development. Laphayana iy'nsizwa zihamba ziyibhantshi zingaphezu kwa-20 iy'nsizwa ey'hamba phambili. Ngokohlwa lazo sizokutshela ukuthi yeziphi iy'nsizwa ey'phambili ezingase futhi zidle umhlanganisa ey'nsizweni lezi u-boys 16 years. Sibonge kakhulu laphayana kuma-sponsors njengoba sibalulile ekuqaleni ukuthi sinayo laphayana i-body walk, inkwazi, sibe nayo i-aqueli, sibe nayo paranotics, u-Rocco Mamazi kanye no-Spare. Bese siyivala laphayana nge-PSI Insurance Brokers okuyiyona laphayana isentabeni eyinkinga kakhulu okuyintaba le bonke abantu bakhala ngayo ukuthi cha iyabaphula, it's brokers ngempela. Ihambiselana negama la insurance broker.
Kunjalo Mfoka Mbanjwa, kuyiyona ke ingxenye ye-cross country. I-cross country izinto ezivamise ukuthi kube khona ama-obstacles azokwazi ukuthi enze abagijimi bethu bakwazi ukuthi mabegijima kungabi nje sekufana ne-road running kodwa kukhombisa ukuthi iyona i-cross country. Umgijimi kumele acijwe ngazo zonke indlela, acijwe nakuma-obstacles, aphinde acijwe futhi nokukwazi ukugijima khona endleleni, aphinde akwazi futhi nokugijima kuwamaqele, aphinde akwazi ukugijima nezindawo ezehlela kakhulu. Lana-ke njengoba sibhekile njengamanje sisabheke yona i-recap yomjaho wamantombazane osuphelile-ke nokho. Njengamanje sibheke umjaho wey'nsizwa oqhubekayo-ke njengamanje okuwu-girls ku-boys 15 years.
Sibonge kakhulu. Njengamanje sizojoyinwa uyena laphayana uProvidence esizothi asithathe asibeke kuwona umjaho boys 16. Njengamanje ama-results lawayana girls 16 ingana Thingubo kube uyena lapha uNomcebo Mfuso ongene esibili, kube u-Aviwe Ntethe ongene lapha unumber 3, olale esithathu uyena lapha uNonhlo Maphumulo, kwisihlanu kungena lapha u-Andiswa Nyandeni bese kuba uMthabisi Zulu ongene laphayana isithupha.
So position 5 and 6, Sipho, those were home hope athletes. There's so much hope that they will be able, to take the top 3 positions since they are from around here. Of course, the support, they've got everything. Only to find that, athletes from outside this place, they were like, we are here for the titles.
Impela cha hayi inkunzi ikhishwe esibayeni sayo.
Sisabhekile njengamanje sibona iy'nsizwa laphana u-boys under 16 uzondlula ilap yakhe yokuqala. Isikhathi-ke u-5:56 bazothatha u-2 kilometers wabo wokuqala, kusho ukuthi-ke bazojikeleza u-2 kilometer abathathu.
Such a high number of gentlemen in this event, a well-packed 16 and 17, 6 kilometers. So many clubs few positions that will be considered for team selection. But we're gonna have to wait and see who takes the top spot. And the guy on the lead is the guy that did wonders in track and field in the junior championships in April. They say in Kings Park. The rate's raining now, but they will keep on moving. They'll keep on driving as they must, of course, clock those positions that are qualifiers, the qualifying positions.
Yebo kunjalo mbokithi uma ubheka insizwa njengamanje ezihamba phambili insizwa esezunayo ngempela experience yokugijima insizwa ezibuye zibonakala kwi track and field ziphinde zibonakala kwi cross country njengoba abahlezi besho coach ukuthi cross country is the foundation of everything. If you wanna do track, start at cross country. If you wanna do road running, start at cross country. Insizwa kuhamba phambili njengamanje iqhamuka lona iclub abayibiza ngeFulatela Running Club elaphana endaweni yaseDanawuze esifundeni saseMajuba. Insizwa ke ephambili iyakhombisa ukuthi ke isike yaba khona kuma national championship iyazi indlela ekufanele kugijinwe ngayo.
Yeah, I remember him correctly. Now he is Ubayanda. I remember in Kings Park, he was so phenomenal. And now here on the cross countries again, setting the bar that you know what, he is not limited. He is such an amazing man with an amazing talent. I think so far in the day, this is the first race to have such a high number of entries. Look at the number of the athletes, so many of them.
Yes, indeed, there's so many of them, of which is something that is interesting and encouraging that it's easy to participate in cross-country. You don't need any fancy thing or expensive items for you to participate in these events. You just need yourself, your patience, your commitment, and then the willingness. That's all.
It is, of course. So now you can see there some are running around. They are not jumping over it, so saving the best for the last. And the second position looks like Pansani Athletic Club is trying to hold on, but now he's giving them a bit of a gap. So it is, of course, the KwaZulu-Natal Athletics Cross Country Championships right here in Richards Bay, Grantleigh School. And don't be afraid of being the part of the conversation through other social media platforms, Twitter, Insta, Facebook. It's a KZNA. All the social media platforms. That is where you get to get all the information, the link for upcoming events, the results, everything. You can check out the website at www.kznathletics.co.za. That is the link to the website.
Sibonga kakhulu kuyimiyalelo ebalekile kakhulu ukuthi ke asisibeni sixhumane sicommunicate sikhulume nisho enikubonayo nibeke imbonweni izosijabulisa kakhulu nathi ukuthi sazi ukuthi emakhaya nisilalele ikuphi enikubonayo nina ngoba kwenza ukuthi khona abantu abawuthandayo nomdlalo nabafisayo ukuba ingxenye lomdlalo abangakwazi ukuthi ba communicate kanye nathi ku KZN Athletics platforms. Uma ubheka njengamanje insizwa eziningi zesandlula lapha kule obstacle yebhele okuyi obstacle engicabanga ukuthi iyona enkulu kunawo wonke akhona la kule cross country yanamhlanje insizwa eziningi ke ezinye ziyasaba ukujumpa laphana uzibona seziziphuma.
It is raining and now it's raining, maybe slippery. You'll try to jump and then you fell on the ground, you twist an ankle, come on. So that part of the route is actually proudly brought to you by Pana Rotis. Panaroti celebrate togetherness, something we see through today's championship. That is the spirit of Ubuntu, coming together from different places and make such an amazing day.
Yes, indeed, it is raining. Abantu abaningi bazosabela mhlawumbe ukuthi ba ngalenda kabi bangashelelela. Kodwa ke cross country yanamhlanje indlela engiyibona iyona angeke izibe cross country banodaku oluningi. Angeke ibe cross country mhlawumbe engaba yingozi kubo labagijima bakhona. Mhlawumbe abahleli bethu bebekade be-anticipateile ukuthi kukhona okunje okungenzeka.
Yes, I was like, maybe the entries won't be that much. Athlete won't show up that much. But the athletes are now have entered, of course, the sugar stretch, another exciting section, proudly brought to you by Boardwalk in KwaZulu, and one of the sponsors supporting talents in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. You have to forgive us for the graphics. It is because of the rain. It might give us unclear visuals because of the rain right now. Frost all over the place as well as the rain. So that will kind of give us unclear visuals. But in some part of the route, it is perfectly fine.
Yeah, kunjalo, it is perfectly fine. It is a beautiful route. If ubuka la engihleli ngakhona noma linizulu kunjalo kodwa uyabuka ukuthi iroute yethu idesignwe ama expect abekade engadesigneli kona ukugijima kuphela kodwa nobuhle kube ezinye zezinto abayibhekile ukuze iroute yethu ibe sezingeni esilifunayo. Kunjalo kwesikhathi njengamanje su 11 minutes 57 seconds emidlalweni wethu. Sisalindele ukubuka ukuthi ngabe ubani osazihola phambili, ngabe kuseyiyona insizwa ubayanda seflathela noma izinto seyishintshile.
So this is the recap of the starts of this event, of which is 16 and 17 boys, 6 kilometers. So the athletes that were on the lead, they are still on the lead, on a lead right now. I'm playing a very safe run, such a high number of clubs. I'm loving the competition on this event. For the first time in the day, this is the event that had such a high number of athletes bringing such fire to these events.
Indeed, those are the development events that every province or every provincial structure is happy to see those events, because those events iwona ayenza ukuthi sibe nawo ama champions kuma senior 10 kilometers and senior 4 kilometers. This is where everything begins. So ukubona inamba engaka yabagijima participate kusho khona ukuthi the future looks bright in KZN.
It is very bright right on this province of KwaZulu-Natal, because no matter the weather, but the athlete did show up. No matter the condition, they did not withdraw. Some of the athletes they will withdraw, but they did not withdraw. They are still here, showcasing their running talents. Don't forget to be the part of the conversation. Share the link. If you want to get the link, pass it on to the others. It is there on social media platforms, especially Facebook. That is definitely where they mostly post upcoming events, results, and everything. I did give earlier the link to the website of KZN Athletics.
Yebo kunjalo. Sibukela umdlalo omuhle namhlanje. Insizwa ke ama license lawa afakiwe abukeke ephuma kwabanye begijima bawaphethe ngezandla, okuzoba nzima kakhulu kithi ukuthi sikwazi ukuthola amagama azo ngoba asisakwazi ukuwabona.
Bona kahle. Yeah, it is because of the weather. And again, the leaders have really entered the sugar stretch, another exciting section, proudly supported by Boardwalker in Kwazi.
Yebo kunjalo, sibonga kakhulu abaxhasi bethu. Ngaphandle kwabaxhasi kukuncane kakhulu esingakwazi ukuachieve. Siyanxusa ukuthi nabanye abaxhasi abangakafiki la kwezemidlalo, especially kwezokugijima, balula isandla ngoba abazobe belulela kwesisandla kuyinto enhle kakhulu, kuyi-investment to a future yesizwe.
And you know what I've seen lately? Now we are getting sponsors. Not that unlike before. Unlike before, now there are a lot of developments taking place, uplifting the athletes of the province, South Africa as a whole. We've seen a lot of sponsors coming into place, assisting. Look at the drive and the energy on the athletes as they are now have entered the sugar stretch zone, and it's exciting. Because that is proudly brought to you by Porok Nkwa, such an amazing one, and no one is really backing down from this one. So Sipa did mention something earlier that, you know what, it is difficult because only such a limited number of athletes will have make it to the team. But you know what, these people, I think those are the people that are going to be given a chance. All of them because of the dedication. No withdrawals we received. No, but they were like, nah.
No, unfortunately, it has to go with the rules. They have to select a number of athletes that they agreed upon, so that laba bangazange benze kahle, they can grow into that game. They can try next year. Sibonile ama-race andlulile. Kukhona abanye bangazange baphumelele nabanye abaphume ey'ndaweni ey'phambili, kodwa bafika abanye bathi cha, nathi siyalidinga lelo thuba, because sport, it's a game of opportunities. Once the opportunity is presented to you, you must grab it with both hands.
High stake demands concentration and rhythm. While today's championship reminds us how athletics bring families together, and a lot of people are gathered here in the name of the sports entertainment. We really love it here.
Yes, indeed. It's sports, it's about families, family time. I think if most of those youth who are participating here, especially the young kids, if they are supported by parents and coaches, bazokhula benako ukuqonda, benako accepta ukuluza, benako ukujabulela ama victories that happen on the day. Those can be a memorable moments.
We still got the other events that are still to come. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because the program, I think the program will come to an end after 5, if I'm correct. So I've got a lot of events that are still to come. It's really exciting. Hopefully, guys, ngoba nisakaza nje zemidlalo. Mhlambe next year singanibona. Kesibone labantu. Lead by example. There are always say kwabo coaching. It's all coaches siyacela ngelela ngesibabone. Kesibabone coach nabo begijima and produce those good times with track and also get those good position for team selection kuma cross countries. Sipho, can you still run?
Into ejabulisa kakhulu Providence kulomjaho lona ukuthi lezi ngane egijimayo noma abanenhlanhla yokugijima ama cross country since 2024 kuze kube imanje banenhlanhla yokuthi bayabukelwa ngisho emakhaya okuyinto thina esingazange asilitholanga lelo thuba.
We only came across it now because we commentating.
So manje uyabona ukuthi cha impela amathuba ethu esiwathola empilweni awafani banenhlanhla kakhulu ukuthi kube khona i-live stream yonke into yabo ibe professionally kepha ke ukubuyela nje embuzweni wakho ukuthi we can still run. Yebo, we can still run but ke
we need no parts. We need no parts. Please. We just want you to clock that qualifying time, get that qualifying position, no parts. Because now you've been encouraging people to participate in the gym so that they can produce those good times. I was with you on the junior champs and seniors and masters, and I know you very well how supportive you are when it comes to athletics.
Yebo, sikhumbule phela ukuthi i-cross country is for i-development. So umuntu njengoba esekhule kanjena kumele sidedele abeza ngemuva singabe sesiqhwaga endleleni singafuni ukudlulisa abanye abantwana. Njengamanje insizwa kade isanda kudlula lapha yana iyona lapha ehamba phambili iyothatha njengamanje i-lap yokugcina izothi mase ibuya lapha yana bese ke zishaya intambo.
Yebo, insizwa ndlela phambili laphana iyaqeda lensizwa lapha.
Iyaqeda lensizwa ngesikhathela
athletics club iyona insizwa ke le ekudle kakhulu umhlanganiso nakuyona i-track and field yalonyaka okukhombisa ukuthi cross country ne track and field iyona izinto esidinga. Nansi enye insizwa futhi ewuyena uteammate wakho Bayande qhamuka kuye eFlathela izoqeda endaweni yesithathu.
Hayi insizwa zigijime kakhulu isikhathi njengamanje it's 19 minutes and 35 seconds lo zingenile insizwa lapha yana sikhumbula ukuthi these are 16 boys 16 years 6 kilometer.
Yebo kunjalo ungabuka nje nasebusweni izinsizwa ezifinisha la kuyasho ukuthi zigijimile ngempela zikhiphe
the frustration hayi share
zikhiphe konke okusemzimbeni zaze zafika ku finish line but ke esangenile okwamanje ngiyacabanga ukuthi zonke zisekhona eteamini.
So how many number of athletes makes it to the team?
Ngokujwayelekile they usually take 6 but it depends on the leagues or gijimile. Yeah, it depends on the performance on the day but usually they take 6. So let's be hopeful ukuthi if you are in the top 6 you are still safe. Maybe they can even take more because I know that KZN Athletics takes cross country very serious in terms of development. They may take even more so that they can build the stronger foundation for development because if you are only taking 6, imagine the talents that we've seen today that will not show up at the national championship.
Some of the athletes will come in after one another comes in and they'll be running or crossing the finishing line clustered together. Now they'll be running nucleated, they'll be running in groups, they'll cross the finishing line almost one after one. So you can never say I can no longer disagree with you kuyinto evalid ngendlela isimanga. There was a boys 16 and 17 years 6 kilometers. They are now crossing the finishing line. We still got more events that are still to come. Wherever you are, don't forget to like and share the link on social media platforms. Twitter, Insta, Facebook, TikTok, it's a KZNA, and then www.kznathletics.co.za. There is the link to the website for more information.
Yebo kunjalo nisifollowe nisilandele nixhumane ni-communicate ni-share njengamanje ke izulu isimo sezulu sibi einkundleni la embonambi la sikhona khona nema national provincial championship cross country umoya okhona njengamanje uwisa i-branding yethu kodwa ke akukho kungako okusenzakalile imidlalo isazoqhubeka.
Let's move. KwaZulu-Natal, power and sports drinks.
Dale endlebeni eyodwa. Singeze ngalokho manje. I won't run, I won't fight, I will never win this fight without you, without you. I won't run, I won't fight. No, sorry, let me result. Now, on your screens, as you can see displayed there, it is boys and girls, 10 years, 2 kilometers. I think they're going to be starting shortly. The KwaZulu-Natal Athletics Cross Country Championships coming to you live from Richards Bay Grantleigh School, and shout out to the hosting club, Richards Bay Athletic Club. I know the coach Stacey Pretorius. She does coach 7 years to 13 years. She coaches that age group. And I asked her, Amanda, Coach Stacey, why are you so much interested in young hours like this one? And then she said to me, you know what, Providence? This one, they listen easily. Unlike you guys, you take time to understand or to get the point that I'm making. And you know what? I have to agree with Coach Stacey. The younger ones tend to grasp things a little much, or rather much more easier and quicker, quicker than we actually think that they can grasp things. So I think that's also the wonderful part about just working with kids, just like they are able to absorb things and they're at the stage of just absorbing things and questions here and there, but they're more on the absorbing part of things and absorbing and doing. So I think that's where the fun part is. And it's just a fun bunch to be around. They're very funny.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, very entertaining bunch. So I very much understand Coach Stacey would see why she still wants to stick with the younger ones than the older ones.
As you enjoy today's championship, please support the Green Sanaka Academy by making use of designated waste bins around the venue.
Let's try and keep our areas clean and just cleanliness seen. So find the next bin, and that's where you discard your litter and not necessarily on the floor. Kuyabanda kuyanetha
Kulahlwa iphepha phansi.
nje ayihambisani ngisho kuthiwa beshisa kodwa futhi ayihambisani. Ukulahla phansi udoti wakho is just a no. So finding your bin and make use of those bins. I'm sure ukuthi endaweni khona indawo no plastic or
yes, there are black plastics around here. They were using buckets. They filled the plastic inside so that you can, like, whatever you want to throw away, you just put it in, and there are bins around here, so we don't need it to litter.
That is indeed true. So, if you've just joined us and wondering what is happening, those are the boys and girls. 10 years, they're about to do their 10 kilometers. So, now what we've done, we have tried to combine the age groups, I believe.
I believe, because there's so many of them.
There's so many of them. So, I'd like to believe that we have combined the age groups and they're just going to run one race and then at the end, when everyone is done, they will then be categorized according to their specific age group. But you can see everyone is trying to get themselves warm. It's raining, so it rains and it stops, but the wind is still very much persistent. And as much as ungekho strong njengasekuqaleni, but usakhona wona.
Yes.
So siyabona lapha basayivocavoca, but they're trying to get warm so that bangeke babande bakithi, and also not pull any muscles. So that's why they're ensuring ukuthi they are keeping warm and awaiting for that gun so that nabo bezohamba bagijime bakithi. Again, on your screen right now, it is the boys. We'd like to believe that it is mixed age, and they will be doing they will be doing 2 kilometers, which is just a single loop. And on your screen again, it is the girls that are just finishing now their 2 kilometers.
Yeah, we did not see much of it because we're having some difficulties with the visuals because of the rain. So forgive us on that one, but those are the girls crossing the finishing line. You saw the one that came first. We were lucky to that we were able to see her coming through, crossing the finishing line. Because of the rain, so the visuals were going to be disturbed a little, but now it's back and running.
We can see the girls, they're finishing. Others are really, really, really tired, but and none of them walked the course. All of them, they are finishing the course and then sitting down or walking or nje, but akekho obehamba.
Ugcine seshaya
Ugcine
i-walk.
seshaya i-walk because cha shame ngabe sidlala ngabo. So I'd really like to commend the girls for persevering through the weather and the course itself, and for making it to the March Championships to try and qualify for the Nationals, which will be taking place in Pretoria on the 5th of September. Nakona foot criteria corner is very much straightforward. If you're in the top 3, automatically you're selected. And then after top 3, we then see ukuthi isikhathi sakho simi kanjani. 1 and 2, have you participated in at least 2 of our leagues abekhona. But on your screen right now, it is the boys, 10 years, and they are doing their 2 kilometers. They just went and they are sprinting away. So sizobona ukuthi ihamba kanjani lapha. Wonke umuntu, everyone is gunning for a top 3. Just ngishilo ukuthi criteria ukuthi ube selected, it is the top 3, and then from there on kube sekubheka ukuthi ungakephi. Sebesukile and they are trying to catch their rabbits okuyena ke unogwaja that is leading them. Abamhopayo njengamanje.
It is so funny because you know what I think, Amanda? I think the rabbits should slow down because they just go all out sprinting. They want to be right behind you. And I got a man which they will burn as an early stages of the race. Gandhi, they should start slow. You can never know. These kids, they train now. They train hard. You can never say, Basugeng is in school.
Yes.
You can see the athletes on the lead. His driving is perfectly fine. And even the way he breathes,
and that is very true. And I think at this age, the whole race tactic thing, we pace kanjani, how do you pace yourself in such races? But as soon as it's cool, now they want to be gone so that they can get that top 3 finish. They want to win. Everyone wants to win. So I think it's just like you win more than a tactic with the older guys. So I think it's really good that the kids still want to run and participate. Nango na oza ngemuva naye noma sele yedwa ngemuva, but he's still persevering ngobusa babona. So he's still persevering through, and ngiyazi uzoqeda.
He will finish his race with a bottle of water in hand. Oh my gosh, I just love it.
And it is so cute. So all the best to the boys 10 years doing their 2 kilometers. They are just turning their first corner and they're headed to the haystack obstacle, and that is where we'll see also Nakonut how they handle that. Will they be jumping? Will they be running around the haystacks? So it's all those things that you need to look out for to also build them. Kwama obstacles aganje. So those are the last two guys that are behind in the pack, but they are not letting down the pace. They still are running and still want to finish the race.
Will you run around or will you jump the over there?
At 2 kilometers, because it is just one lap, I might jump. But I think if it was more than one lap, at some point I will be going around because the energy to now jump all the time,
It's
I
something
probably
else.
would not have it. But hey, I really appreciate their efforts to always try and just get over, or rather jump over the haystacks and all the other obstacles are corner around instead of going around because naloko futhi is cut. So they also need to take that into consideration because they also want to run better times than they ran in the leagues probably. So mawukuthi akatholanga imedali uyazi ukuthi uthole isikhathi esifaster than ayigijimile kwi-league. So omunye futhi umthoba nhliziyo naye azohamba nawo aye
Good to
ekhaya.
improve, yes. It's about improvement sometimes. And kwesinye isikhathi samalwethu it's okay, it's a learning curve sometimes, a learning curve ngoba you cannot produce those good times so quick. It takes time. I was watching Amy Hunt of USA, Bahamas, Shona Miller Weibo. It took them 10 years to break ukwehla nje ngo 1 minute, ngo 1 second,
Second, yeah.
we 100 meters. I was like, oh my gosh. So should I keep complaining about my athletic career if the elite athletes takes them 10 years?
Because it really is one of the hardest things to do, to drop your time literally from a second. Like ayikho into enzima njengokwehla isikhathi sakho by a second. Angikhathali ungathini. So that's why sometimes it really takes a toll on you as an athlete. To every other year I'm training just to break that 1 second, to just go 1 second below. And some seasons, I feel ngalo season or the times that you, or the time rather that you were hoping that uzoyithola ngayo. So kuye kube kanjalo in elite running. So on your screen right now, this is the results for the girls 10 years. And number 1, Tanulushin Tubazane. Number 2, it is Katie Morris. Number 3, it is Nonjabula Ngubane. And number 4, we have Oluwe Majozi. Number 5, we have Nogwazi Kupega. And number 6, we have Tabile Kiliza. And number 7, we have Melogut Nkosi. In number 8, we have Likamva Kapa. In number 9, we have Lutu Mondlovu. And in number 10, we have Upila Sane Dlamini. All these goals came in at the time of sub 9 minutes in their 2 kilometers. Well done, girls.
So we're going to be seeing what will the boys do in terms of the time.
And on your screen right now, it is more so the home straight of this course. So we should say or it could be a good because of the rain, or rather the weather. But because we can see more and more parents edging closer and closer to what we call the PSI Brokers Hill. Ekhona kule kozi just before baqede. So siyabona be waiting in anticipation, abanye looking ahead engathi baseza to the PSI Brokers Hill. And why do we call that the PSI Brokers Hill? Because that hill is proudly sponsored by the PSI Brokers, and that is one of the stations that we have that is sponsored. So we have obstacle courses mengasho kanje phecelezi, and with each obstacle course there is a partner that has sponsored that obstacle course. So Intaba Lekona la, just before the home straight, that is called the PSI Brokers. We have just spotted our rabbits, and we have just spotted our number 1, our number 2 as well as number 3, and they're coming in strong.
And the opposition one is running in colors of Itopo Athletic Club. And try and get any closer on the second and third. You couldn't see clearly the cage they are wearing, but those are the 3 athletes that were able to break away and right at this 2 kilometer boys 10 years.
And they are edging off into the finish line all by themselves. Thank you to our pacemaker. Useqedile nokho umsebenzi manje. Sekuzobeyibona-ke they will take themselves through all the way to the finish line, and that is our first boy finishing in the time unofficial time of 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Number 2, number 3 now we're coming in closely. We are baqede ngomkhulu umfutho. Akekho bewalker la wonke umuntu ufuna ukuzoqeda oyithi unange ewabakithi kodwa ke useqedile wathola unumber 4 wakhe. So well done to the young boys, and they are coming in bayangena nje ngokukhulu ukuphuthuma nabo bebaningi.
Ukhathala nokuphela kwamandla kubona. There was a very difficult 2 kilometer for them. The guy on the ground, he is on the 4th position right there.
More and more boys 10 coming through for their 2 kilometers to come and finish. Aika ispeed abebehamba ngaso bakithi ispeed abebehamba ngaso bahambe ngaso baze bayoqeda, and we are really proud of them. And asebe ukuthi indlela abaqeda ngayo bakithi abanye njengoba beqeda behlala phansi nje.
They gave it their best.
They gave
Oh
it
my
their
gosh.
best. Uyabona ukuthi basebenze baze bafinyelela ekugcineni. And because the finish line was the end goal, akekho obehamba a walk, or rather obe walker, so which is also a commendable thing to do. Uqala ngepace ephezulu uze uyoqeda futhi ngayo leyo pace ephezulu. So le masinze swabona la ukukhombisa nje ukuthi yonke into ibila lapha phezulu. Akekho nje uyisisile ipace yakhe to try and accommodate ukuthi ukhathele or entertain ukuthi ukhathele. There was none of that. Siqale phezulu sayoqeda phezulu. And I think it's also a good mentality to have ukuthi indlela uqale ngayo indlela uqeda ngayo ayikho indaba yokuthi siyawalka manje ngoba ngikhathele or nje. There's none of that. But that is the official times that we have. It is the boys 10 years, and number 1 Bekunkululeko Zondi with a time of 7 minutes and 29 seconds. And in number 2 we have Lesugu Nkabinde with a time of 7 minutes and 33 seconds. And in number 3 we have Umcelimpilo Mbata with a time of 7 minutes and 35 seconds. And the rest are the top 10 boys and their results and their official times. So well done to the boys. And hopefully we'll see you guys competing in Mila KZN on the 5th of September in Pretoria. And on your screen right now, we have a bit of sun that has decided to come and join us today and grace us at this time of the day. We really appreciate it. Imvula isathe usimela kancane, nakhona futhi we appreciate that. But on your screen right now, it is the girls 11, and they are doing their 3 kilometers now. And they are off by a kekana, but also sukuma aitate ugeli. And they did. And again,
What
like
a start. What a start.
these kids,
Oh my
they are
God.
starting at such an alarming pace. But I really hope as well as by maintaining for the whole 3 kilometers. And as you can see up front is their rabbit or their pacemaker. And he is leading the way to show them the course, Uguti, how they're going to run and which route essentially they're going to be taking. And we have one of the ladies up front, Ubambelele Ukeli Agafunektin, and we hambela yet, which is good. We just hope that she can maintain her pace all the way through azayoqeda. And if you've just joined us and wondering what is going on here today, it is the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Cross Country Championships. They are hosted by the Richards Bay Athletics Club, and we would like to say a massive, massive thank you to them. We are hosted by them, and we are at the Grantleigh School, and that is where our cause is. And the cause is designed specifically for the athletes that are determined to finish, and they are determined, or they have the endurance to actually finish such a course, because this course has different terrains. Some parts are grass, some parts are, I wouldn't say gravel, but there's loose sand here and there. There's logs that you need to jump over. There's haystacks that you need to jump over. So it's a very different race course altogether. So everyone that has competed here will tell you there's two routes. There's 1 kilometer loop, which was for the younger kids, which was more so the age 9 and below, and the 10 and above, they are running on the route 2 kilometers. So right now they are just running around the 1 kilometer loop, and once they are done with the 1 kilometer, they will then embark on the 2 kilometer loop, which will then conclude Eresia, because these girls currently they are running 3 kilometers and not 2.
The lady on the lead, Amanda, I love this kid. She's staying right behind the rabbit, which is really exciting. She's not letting go. Oh my God. I can't wait to see when she come across the finishing line, because I think the time is going to be fast. Their pace is the man. So look at that, and she's the girl. So there's going to be a possibility of a very improvement in terms of the time here.
That is indeed true. Uhleli uyihambela yedwa naye unonogwaja wawo. Okunye nokunye owabanye beza ngemva kwakhe akakhathalele, which is also good, because athletics is definitely a one-man sport, and it's definitely your race at your own pace. So hopefully she will be able to finish with the desired time, and futhi So hopefully she will finish with the desired time, and esamile bakit. And even if she does crawl to the finish line, but uyobe. So we would be really proud of her regardless. And you can see ulayini na ukele lapha baseza bonke, wonke umuntu is still putting in a shift yokuthi sidinga uqeda la.
She is really maintaining that form. They're all maintaining form, especially the girls that is on the lead. They are really keeping up the good form here. Side by side with the pacemaker, I love it. Oh my God, she is really holding on so good.
Njengamanje sizoba ne-interview nomphathi u-acting president uyena yena lapha uKhura Buthelezi, njengamanje sizokunikeza yena.
Angibingelele ukhulezweni lo kaButhelezi waziwa ngoKhura from KZN Athletics, the vice president and also the acting president at this point in time. Siyanamukela kakhulu bonke KZN, sonke KZN. Silapha provincial cross country. We are selecting the team that is going to ezoya Pretoria ngomhla 5 and 6 September. I-cause yethu, indawo yethu esigijimela kuyo inhle ngendlela eyisimanga, and ukulungiselela kwethu focus ekutheni le phambili ePretoria indawo ecishe ifane nayo le, flat and also now sometimes it be windy and weather namuhla it's windy, but it is good for our athletes. Siqale ke ngama-masters early in the morning from 7:30 siqale ngesikhathi kuhamba kahle yonke into. Sesilapha njengamanje sesiwakhiphile ke ama-results ama-masters. Iy'khathi zabo zinhle kakhulu, 26 and they are very fast. Siyabona ukuthi asinje go-participate ePretoria, kodwa siyobheka ukuthi sibuye nama-medal and also represent i-KZN ngendlela okuyiyona. Yeah.
And on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen, it is the girls 11 embarking on their 3 kilometers. They are currently on the 2-kilometer loop, and they have just went past the Spur advertisements, which is the KZN with branding, and now they're headed towards the PSI bunker, which has more or less an uphill just before they head towards the home straight. So that is the lady that is leading right now. We're here to confirm her name in a bit.
Yeah, we'll try and get her name. Staying right behind the pace maker on this 3 kilometer. That is girls 11 years. If you just join us wherever you are, we warmly welcome you to this exciting cross-country championships. These are provincial selections for Team KZN. There are a lot of events that are still to come, so don't be afraid of sharing the link on social media platform, and also being the part of the convo throughout the social media platforms. KZN Athletics, KZNA, Twitter, Insta, Facebook, TikTok, and they post mostly on Facebook about the events that are still to come, the links for registration to everything, and the link for websites. It's www.kznathletics.co.za. So now, as you can see on your screen, she is about to take that steep hill, the PSI step. She is still in a very good form, Amanda. This kid, she is in good shape, good condition. I think she trains really, really hard.
She is now in the home straight, and we can see pacemaker slowly now slowing down to try and ease away and pull her in, and she is increasing her speed instead of decreasing, because that's what you expect to go to Katele, and she wants to just get over the line, but that is not the case. She has now increased her speed to try and get over the line with a quick time as well as that medal. So you know, Zohamba about two, a quick time and a medal as well. So we have just seen number 1 and 2 go past, and this is now number 3 and 4 now we're trying to obtain their automated qualification. So those are the girls 11 years, and they are just about to finish their 3 kilometers. And oqedayo njengamanje from Tutuga Athletics Club with unofficial time of 10 minutes and 15 seconds. And number 2 now has just walked in.
There comes position 3. It is, of course, the cross-country championships live from Grantleigh School in Richards Bay.
engakusho nje izingane lezi amantombazana 11 years ebekade igijima wona lapha u3 kilometer isikhathi njengamanje is 10 minutes and 54 okusho ukuthi laba abangenile ongenzeka ukuthi number 1 ugijime begijima iaverage pace yakhe uwona lapha yana u330 per kilometer njengamanje basagijima ngaphansi kwawo lapha u4 minutes per k ingane zamantombazana girls 11 years u3 kilometer.
And might I add that is very, very impressive. 3 kilometer, or rather 3 minutes per kilometer is really impressive. Even I myself, I cannot do that.
I was about to say that, oh my gosh, these kids, they are running 8 kilometers in less than 4 minutes.
Like, that is absolutely insane. But well done to them. And it makes sense why she was so close to their pacemaker the entire time. So she was fit enough to do so, and she stuck to her guts, and she just went on. So congratulations to the young ladies in the top 10, as well as those who are still about to finish their race now. But they can be very proud of themselves. But they are going to finish in less than 15 minutes, essentially, 3 kilometers as well. And on your screen right now, that would be the boys 11. But they're about to do their 3 kilometers.
Seyisukile nje ngempela laphana insizwa boys 11 years ezogijima laphayana u3 kilometer zizoqhuthana amazenze ngempela ke laphayana insizwa isancane njengamanje ba approacha wona laphayana u1 kilometer engicabanga ukuthi insizwa lezi i-average pace yabo ungenzeka ukuthi bakwazi ukugijima laphayana u320 noma ngaphansi kwa315 per kilometer. Njengamanje bazothatha nje u-right bebheke khona beyothatha ilap yokuqala laphayana eka1 kilometer, bazothi uma bedlula laphayana kwi-finishing beyothatha ilap yesibili kube ukuthi bayothatha u2 kilometer wokugcina okuzokuhlanganisa wona laphayana. Njengoba sibona laphayana i-drone laphayana ibaveza kahle bephezulu sikhumbula ukuthi kukhona laphayana isponsor uGreen Sanaka okuyinkampani edila ne-recycling nokuklina kwemvelo njengoba silapha nje namhlanje sisesigodini sakwaMbonambi ngaphansi kwamasipala omkhulu laphayana uKing Cetshwayo eRichards Bay.
Just a heads up to the viewers, we will be doing sort of like a split screen where we show the race of the boys 11 years doing their 3 kilometers, as well as the medal ceremony that is underway. So when you see how 6 no, we're just doing kokubili at the same time, so that's so was secreting his cuts because I'm nananga one. So we are trying to really abantwana nababe safe in the sense that now they are able to get warm in time and baqeda ama-race abo kusabalele because belingekilanga usuku lonke njengoba selizovela manje, which is also good. So that will be that. Just a young heads up.
Yebo impela njengamanje izona laphayana insizwa esencane boys 11 years 3 kilometer zizothi mayidlula laphayana ziyothatha ilap yokugcina engicabanga ukuthi mhlambe singabona laphayana insizwa zona zigijima isikhathi laphayana esingaphansi nje noma ngaphezulu kancane kuka 10 minutes okuzokwenza i-average pace yabo kube u320 per kilometer. Njengamanje iyona laphayana iWestville phephisa iyona laphana iHillcrest insizwa laphana ezihola phambili zijaha yona laphana iRabbit okuyiyona leyana bakhombisa indlela iroute phecelezi njengamanje laphayana zintathu insizwa ezihamba phambili. Asazi ngempela ukuthi yipi namhlanje izodla umhlanganiso kepha ke engathanda nje ukudlulisa nje esikubonile emjahweni edlule especially abantwana abancane. Sibonga kakhulu kocoach nabazali ngendlela abaseka ngayo abantwana umsebenzi muhle siyawubona ukuwina kwengane kusuke ikhombisa kona ukuthi kukhona abantu ngemuva abayisekayo bathi hamba ndoda thina we got your back.
So we're seeing now there are some changes now regarding the guy on the lead on this boys 11 3 kilometers. So now he's in the third position. A lot of some changes now is shifting back. Iyashisa le pace, but so chimingani sipo. It is of course 3 kilometers, and now they are running right. They're entering, of course, the Shika stretch, another exciting stretch, proudly supported by Ipodoka in Kwazi.
Impela bagudla laphayana isimoba uma ngisibuka lesi simoba uma kuthiwa yasirawunda singacishe sikuhlanganisele lona lapha ikilometer ubukhulu baso nje uma ukuthi insizwa iyeza ukuthi ushukela uyehla kancane ingangena khona esimobeni idonse okuyilunga lomoba nje ibuyisa ushukela.
Mase uyiqeda nini race usubhizi nomoba.
Yebo umoba phela angani uzobuya usubuyisa iglucose izobe isiphelile kancane.
Sipho ngicela niphuza manje, or better yet niphuze iViv because they are the official sponsor for our hydration.
Njengamanje laphayana insizwa ehamba phambili eholayo ngempela iyona laphayana insizwa esencane boys 11 years 3 kilometer distance njengoba siyibona lapha aerial view iveza lapha yihlathi ngapha isimoba ngapha zigijima ngaphansi komthunzi okuyinto enhle kakhulu uma uyibuka lapho mbukele emakhaya. Sibonge kakhulu kuma sponsors enze lo mjaho ukuthi ube impumelelo ekuwona laphana iBody Walking Kwazi, sibe nawo Akhweli, sibe nawo laphayana uParanotisi kanye no Rocco Mamazi, sibe no Spare, bese siba no PSI Insurance Brokers okuyintaba le abayithola ngasekugcineni ebaphulayo, it's breaking their legs.
And it really is breaking their legs. That's where you see them slightly slowing down with Ama steps are being more quicker, just so they can get over as quickly as they can over to a more of a home straight. But then akona home straight akona, it's not a straight home straight. Nakona kune or an
incline
elevation
nyana.
some sort.
Yes.
So, but now we can see that they're heading towards their home straight, and all thanks to the pacemaker who stuck by them and guided them through their race course. And as we can see, this number 1 corner is from Hillcrest, and number 2 now also corner, number 3 now here's 4 is here, number 5 bonga nje bayasondela. You can also see the parents carrying them on ukuthi keep going usuyaqeda, and they are pushing through all the way to the finish line. So we are really proud of these boys and really proud of these kids, and also proud of the coaches and the parents who continue to support such talent.
Kungenzeka laphayana sibone ushintsho olukhulu laphayana insizwa lezi eziphambili ezibangu number 1 and number 2 ongenzeka ukuthi ngempela laphayana kugcine kunqobe igcina inqobile insizwa laphayana eyona igijimela yona iHillcrest ilandelwa iyona lapha insizwa igijimela uMr Price zingenile lapha insizwa sezinhlanu ngokwesibalo insizwa boys 11 years zigijime ngokukhulu ukuyimisela lokhu insizwa siyabona laphayana sportsmanship ziyachawulana insizwe esencane okuyinto enhle kakhulu engicabanga ukuthi enene ziyisibonelo esihle kwezemidlalo.
That is indeed true. Ayikho into ejabulisa ukubona abantwana besabancane and embracing each other in competition where noma ungawinanga lo winile uyakwazi ukuthi extend igrace ukuthi well done, you did your best. Noma ungawinanga namhlanje but you did your best. Okusho nawe ifake leyo ntshisekelo nogqozi ukuthi mayilandela next time imina sozobe ekhipha labo well done to my colleagues. So it's really heartwarming to see kids just embracing each other and just showing each other humanity regardless of whether they win or they lose. And by lose nakhona futhi hayi ukuthi uluzile ukuthi nje azangaphume lo number 1 ebethu ufuna ukuphuma wona. But on your screen right now we do have the medal ceremony. And on your screen right now, it is the junior men that have just received their medals on the podium.
Njengamanje zizosuka insizwa kungekudala sisaqhubeka nayo laphayana i-medal ceremony girls junior girls intokazi esancane laphayana zizothatha lapha imikomelo yazo imisebenzi emihle eziyenzile namhlanje. Impela ama-senior lawa a-collector ama-medal abo owinile njenge namhlanje uyena laphayana uBanele.
So Owinile, it is indeed Ubanele Mabizela from Insiga Athletics Club with a time of 39 minutes and 29 seconds. And Opumu number 2, it was Unotolum Dakai from Genius Athletics Club with a time of 41 minutes and 6 seconds. And in number 3, we have Ukoli Limkunu from Insiga Athletics Club with a time of 41 minutes and 21 seconds. And on your screen right now, it is the boys and girls. or rather it is the girls 12 years, and they're doing their 3 kilometers. So on your screen right now, we are back to the medal ceremony, and it is the senior men. And in number 1, we have Utsakofatso Pilane from Pantani Athletics Club with a time of 31 minutes and 18 seconds. In number 2, we have Ulindo Guhle Zakele from eThekwini Athletics Club with the time of 31 minutes and 35 seconds. And in bronze position, we do have Ufikinkosi Zondi from Hillcrest Villages Athletics Club with a time of 31:40 seconds. This was a tight race. Like, it was a tight race from the results and also just the atmosphere while it was happening. It was really insane. So well done to the gentlemen on their really amazing performance. And on your screen right now, it is the girls, juniors.
Njengamanje laphayana on your screen it's iwona laphaya girls 12 years owenza wona laphayana 3 kilometer.
So on your screen right now, it is the girls 16, and on the podium for number 3, it is Oluwethu Mdlalose from Newcastle CI Athletics Club with a time of 16 minutes and 18 seconds. And in number 2, we do have Andy Swanyandeni from Engoleni Primary School with a time of 15 minutes and 55 seconds. And today's champion for the girls 16, it is Unontlin Mapumulo from Hollywood Athletics Club with a time of 15 minutes and 53 seconds. Well done, girls.
In third place from Fulatela, Letukusle Nkabinde.
And on your screen right now, it is the girls 12, and they are doing their 3 kilometers. From that aerial view, they are just passing one of the sugarcane marks, and they're about to go through the Panarotis, haystacks.
Yebo impela laphana intokazi sedlulile lapha kwi-kilometer lokuqala girls 12 years isikhathi njengamanje 5 minutes engicabanga ukuthi laphana intokazi zizogijima isikhathi esingaphansi nje kuka 12 minutes girls 12 years ehamba phambili njengamanje intokazi esancanyana ziholwa eyodwa bese kulandelwa yeintathu ibhantshi lihlukene ngempela ke inhloko isihlukene nesixhanti ke manje zidlula lapha kuyona laphayana kuma obstacles abekiwe bezojika bethatha u-right bebheke enzansi.
I also think that it's very amusing to see the different techniques that everyone is going through the obstacles. Kona abanye bagijima over it, kona abakekelezayo around it. Wonke umuntu wenza into ezosiza yena ayibonisa izomsiza ngaleso sikhathi, which is also good because again athletics or cross country is also a race that you run on your own at your own pace, and noma ama-lanes engadwetshiwe as per track, but you run your race at your own pace and in your own lane indlela yakho. So they are now just sorry about that, they are headed okay, we have the medal ceremony. Okay, and from the aerial view, we have just, or rather, the athletes are going past their sea sand course, and njengoba beshilo ukuthi terrain ayifani, some parts are grass, some parts there is soft sand, soft loose sand, some parts have haystacks that they need to jump over or go through, some have logs that they need to jump over, and then the killer is the mini steep hill that there is, and that hill is probably brought to you by PSI brokers, and it does indeed break them, because imagine running a course and then towards the end you still have a steep hill or something it's yeah, abakwenzayo la shame. I'm really proud of them and inspired by them to just persevere through the obstacles and still want to win and finish.
Impela Amanda laphayana amantombazana girls 12 years babheke kona laphayana bayo approacha wona lapha u3 kilometer, isikhathi njengamanje it's 8 minutes on the clock. Intokazi laphayana zibukeka engathi impela zisemandleni ukuthi sezingangena noma inini, bebheke enzansi bazojomba lapha ingodo ezibekiwe, kuzothi uma beqeda ingodo baphinde bathathe u-right ozobafikisa laphayana kuyona lapha ihili eyodumo, njengoba sibona ke laphana bejomba ingodo ezibekiwe.
So those are the infamous logs that the athletes need to jump over. They're not as high, but the fact that corner that you need to jump over, but you still need to jump over that obstacle course is also something. So we're really proud of the athletes. They are not just physically fit, but also very much mentally fit for such an obstacle course.
Yebo, njengoba sibona laphayana the eye in the sky isivezela kahle nje ukuthi cha isimoba ngapha bese kuba yihlathi. Sikhumbule ukuthi it's KZN Cross Country Championships khona lapha esigodini sakwaMbonambi ngaphansi komasipala omkhulu uKing Cetshwayo. Njengamanje bazonyuka lentaba yodumo iPSI Insurance Brokers, ukuyiyona lena ephula imlenze okanye ethatha okuningi usukwenzile emjahweni. Naye laphayana intokazi isikhathi njengamanje it's 9 minutes 39 seconds, isagijima ngaphansi kwawo laphayana u4 minutes. Ziyoqeda laphayana ziyasprintela ke lapha eintokazi, njengoba sibona nje zisemandleni ngempela, nocoach bayayilandela, bayazama ukuthi ngempela bayikhuthaze izingane ukuthi zifinyelele khona entanjeni.
And siyabona wonke umuntu that was part of this race is trying to finish strong, and we really do commend the young girls in doing so. i-pace oqale ngayo i-pace abayi-maintainile throughout njengoba sebezoqeda manje akekho osawokile osambone ewalka because okusho ukuthi everyone has trained and is determined ukuthi ba-finish strong. So well done to the girls that have participated in the 3-kilometer provincial champs that are hosted by the Richards Bay Athletics Club at Grantleigh Schools.
Impela laphayana average pace intokazi laphayana eshaya intambo igijima u345 njengoba eshaya intambo ngesikhathi esu10 minutes and 25 second unofficial result okuthi ke laphayana zonke isisangenile sisangene ngaphansi kwa 11 minutes. Zilokhu zingenile nje laphayana intokazi esancane girls 12 years egijima laphayana u3 kilometer emva kwawo laphayana kuzongena abafana nabo futhi abagijima wona u3 kilometer boys 12 years nakhona futhi insizwa ezisancane lezi esibhekele ikhulu kuzona ukuthi ngempela eminyakeni ezayo izona esizokwazi ukuthi sigadle ngazo kuwona laphayana kuma senior championships. Zilo zingenile-ke iy'ntokazi laphayana zisupportwa ucoach bayayimemeza nomoya. Isimo sezulu-ke lana siyadida impela ngoba sinininini besinemvula sibalekela imvula sinininini sekufika umoya manje nelanga selisithele futhi kodwa kade liphumile. So siyathemba ukuthi abantwana uma beqeda ukugijima abazali bayabanikeza ama-jackets ukuthi bazigcine befudumele ukuthi ba-avoid imikhuhlane emva kokugijima ngoba sikhumbule ukuthi noma uqeda ukugijima kuningi okulahlekayo emzimbeni, so kuzomela ukuthi uyigcine ufudumele. Njengamanje abafana boys 12 years uzosuka kungekudala ngokwesibalo mangibukisisa kahle iy'nsizwa lezi sencane zingaphezulu nje kuka-20. Sikhumbule ukuthi uma ufuna uqualify for ama-national championships kuzomela ukuthi ugijime ama-league awu-2 onyakeni uphinde futhi mawukuthi une-league eyodwa laba abathathu bokuqala bona baqualify automatically. So ukuze uphephe nanokuthi kungalandelwa yiy'nkulumo vele ungene nabo kuqala abathathu.
Sithemba kanjalo Sipho ukuthi ke kuze bengayiboni besenkingeni ukungena nje kwi-top 3 so that they get that positions are nganankinga angakhulumisi ayikhulumisi leSipho ka number 1 2 3
ayikhulumisi
and you get your colors thola ama colors okay province you head to Gauteng Pretoria whereby they'll be running against the other provinces that are very on a very national level. This is boys at 12 years 3 kilometers. Some of these athletes, they are warming up, they are stretching on the start, preparing themselves. God, being on the start, Sipho, the nerves still hit me hard namanje. No, as spam gimla pagote, ngivele ngikhumbula ngalezi ikhathi. Masa spam and then you're gonna be like, oh my God, amathumba yahlakaze kuphelele umoya. But it is, of course, the KwaZulu-Natal Athletics Cross-Country Championships coming to you live in Richards Bay Grantleigh School. And shout out to the host club, Richards Bay Athletic Club. Don't forget to be the part of the conversation throughout the social media platforms, Twitter, Insta, Facebook, TikTok, KZN, KZNA, and on social media platforms. And then if you want to get all the details in terms of the results and everything, here is the link to our website, www.kznathletics.co.za. Then you're going to get everything, even the results. We're going to be sharing the link for results in a couple of minutes to come. Did see that? So the results of each event shall be displayed on the link that we're going to be giving it to you guys a bit later. So the weather is so complicated. It's sunny, it's raining, it's cold. But earlier on, graphics were perfectly fine. The visuals were very much clear because so now we get to have some difficulties. Sometimes it's because of the way that the visuals don't become that clear. But so far so good. The athletes are in it to win it.
Yebo impela isimo sezulu asiqondakali njengamanje abafana abasebancane boys 12 years abazogijima wona lapha u3 kilometer. Okunye okumele ocoach nabazali baqikelele kakhulu indaba yeminyaka okuyinto ephinde ikhulumise leyo. Masithi thina boys 12 years sisuke sikhuluma ngabantu abazalwe ngo2014 uma ukuthi uzalwe ngo2013 okusho ukuthi you are no longer under 12 okanye sithi boys 12 years. So kuzomela ukuthi ngempela abazali baqikelele balandele imigudu nemithetho ebekiwe from KZN Athletics Club kanye neASA uqobo lwayo. Njengamanje insizwa zilindile laphana esisencane kakhulu zizogijima yona u3 kilometer engicabanga ukuthi nazo insizwa lezana kade zilindile sengaze kufike ngisho kade izoshiwa irace into eshayisa ngovalo ke njengamanje njengokwazimile azazi ukuthi kahle kahle ubani ozophuma kuqala lapha yana kulela passage elincane kuyilona elihlungayo ukuthi bangaki ngempela abawu10 bokuqala abaphambili abangase bayibeke ethubeni lokuthi baphumelele noma bawina umjaho.
Leyo ke izobonakala mangabe ke usuqalile ke umqhudelwano webanga lika 3 kilometers boys 12 years. So we hope their pacemaker or the one that is going to be taking them through the route mangabe fast, they'll be fast, but this case they just stay right behind Ukayo Suge Hamba Nabo Angel, and that's why they tend out to produce those good times because Umtaba Hamba Nai Modala and he's showing no mercy on the athletes, of which is kind of good because they get to give us impressive times.
Yebo engicabanga ukuthi kungenzeka ukuthi ibe khona irebate ukuthi kungenzeka ukuthi ngabe khona ngoba lezi ingane lezi zingase nje zimnike inkinga mawukuthi khona izogcina ngoba ku under 15 kuzoba nzima kakhulu.
Yeah, I can agree with you under 15 ngoba labo ke futhi labo ke they much familiar nokulandela i-route ukuthi ihamba kanjani unlike laba sebabancane kakhulu.
Yebo impela lapha siyabona ama-officials ayabahlela ukuthi cha selizoduma noma inini bayasho ukuthi kunini ayidedelwe manje. Akazidedele ngempela kulindweni kanti kulinda u12.
That song you taking us down memory lane, taking us down to those days, but it's fine. And the starter is there. I think Amanda, you were running. It's like he's pointing as he's standing there, talking while pointing. I think Ubajans Bazo Hamba Gupi Ganjani.
Yeah, irrepetic look ngathi ayikho and futhi nakhona ke iyabakhuthaza ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bayifundele indlela and bahambe baze baqede. So uyabona they very much eager to start. Abanye bakakatisa khona la njengoba sebesukile nje.
Look at the speed
engamelana le speed lesi from the get-go. So I'm glad that they are well on their way and they are let go independently ukuthi bayibone indlela race course ukuthi ihamba kanjani, and hopefully they will make it back in one piece, but it's not that bayekeliwe completely. Bakhona abantu that are
officials
akhona that will direct them ukuthi oh no siyangala kanje nanje, so they're not completely on their own.
Impela lapha yana insizwa esencane lapha yana boys 12 years ijubane lilapha yana liyamangaza limangaza ngempela, ingakho nje singayiboni irebate ngenxa yokuthi cha impela ipace izothanda ukuba inkinga. Njengamanje sixolise kakhulu lapha kwi-screen sethu sizoba nako ukuphazamiseka ngenxa yokuthi kunomoya futhi nezulu engathi alikho lihle kahle.
Kubukeka sengazi ukuthi sipho balandela imoto abagijima basebancane because kunemoto alokho beyilandele lokho ivela isiyosithela bede beyilandela. Look at the frustration on the face of these young kids. Bayiqale ngepace ephezulu and now they're getting to feel the consequences.
Yeah, these are future champions. We're gonna see them in senior level after 4 years time. Yeah.
If you just joined us, we are definitely coming to you live from Richards Bay Grantleigh School, the KwaZulu-Natal Athletics Provincial Championships. Don't forget to like and share us on social media platforms, especially the link of which is posted on Facebook. It is very much easy. You just share the link so that everyone can get to witness history making in our very own province, of which is KwaZulu-Natal Athletics.
Yazi enye into engiyibone izolo eRichards Bay angazi ngize kangaki kodwa bengazi ukuthi kuney'ndawo ezinhle kanjena zokuvakasha zokungcebeleka engicabanga ukuthi ukuphuma nakho ukuphuma niyo explore from other places yilapho nizobona khona ukuthi cha umhlaba muhle umhlaba womkhulu bethu njengamanje sikhona lapha esigodini sakwaMbonambi Providence ngiyacabanga ukuthi wena uyaziyo inkosi yangapha sikhuleke kuyona siyaxolisa nje kwinkosi namakhosi endawo ukuthi sifike emhlabeni wawo singazange sizobika ukuthi cha nkosi nakhu siletha abantwana bezozivocavoca okanye sithi cha ezemjaho sizoyiletha khona lapha kwesigodini sakwaMbonambi.
I think there were protocols that were followed. You guys feel happy, be okay. No one is going to come and ask you what is going on here. No. I'm from around here, but I'm from Esho. Go to Mzingazi because I have some things that I cannot mention right now. But I think everything is in order, everything's in control. There were ways of introducing such events. So feel free Sipho. Siyabonga
sikhumbule kubazali emakhaya kanye no coach ukuthi ukuze abantwana baqualify kumele ukuthi bagijime imijaho emibili yamaligi egijinywa nyaka wonke ukuze bayibeke ethubeni lokuthi baqualifyele for ama national championships akhona lapha yana kwinyanga kaMandulo ziyishumi kuyona lapha kwephezulu njengamanje lapha it's boys 12 years abafuna ithikithi ngempela lokuthi ngempela badlulele ukuya kuma nationals asazi ukuthi yozala Nkomoni lapha yana insizwa nezulu liphinde futhi liyajika futhi likhombisa imvula liyayithela ke njengamanje sikhumbula ukuthi ngesikhathi kugijima girls 11 years bekunelanga kodwa manje sesibona izulu liphinde lijikile so siyaqikelela ukuthi abazali ngempela ingane mayiqeda ukugijima bazama ukuthi zigqoke zifudumale.
And that is indeed correct. We also do have some vendors that are also selling, I guess, hot beverages just to help with keeping everyone warm during these trying times. But our official sponsor for hydration for the athletes, after their race and just before their race, because hydration is very much important. It's just as important as your physical training. So we have Aquile for that, and they are our official sponsor for hydration during this race. So as you can see, the inclement weather is trying to with our coverage. So but be not discouraged. You are still definitely are still watching the provincial championships as KZN Athletics for cross country.
Yebo sibonge kakhulu lapha yana insizwa nezintokazi esancanyana siphinde futhi sibonge iKZN Athletics ukuthi iphinde ibeke lapha yana imkomelo okanye sithi prize money into yokuhleka khona lapha yana kwi category yama senior ku 10 kilometer men and women bese kuba u4 kilometer senior 4 kilometer men and women nakhona futhi ngokuhlukahlukana kwabo iprize yabo kanye no senior 2 kilometer nawo futhi ozohlomula nge prize money lapha number 1 wakhona u10 kilometer uzothola imali engange 1000 rand bese oleli sibili u750 oleli sithathu 1500 bese kuthi lapha 4 km 750 500 and 300 2 km lapho uzobe kuqhwiza khona umlilo uwona lapha u500 bese kuba u300 unumber 2 unumber 3 kuba u150 Amanda no Providence mina ngizontshela iqiniso, mina ngiwagijimile ama-championships, ngiwagijimile ama-cross country. Emlandweni ngiyaqala mina ukubona ama-championships akhokhayo kwi-cross country.
Wow. KZN Athletic is not playing around. They are really rewarding the athletes of the province. They're rewarding the dedication shown by the athlete. This is really amazing.
And I think it goes to show Uktutuga of the association. So it may have taken them a long time, but the fact that Sisi La Manje, I think there's no going back. But to just keep on growing and motivate the athletes, not just with medals and ukubona indawo, because njengoba sila kwambonambi njengamanje ama championships, the national championships are not going to be in this province, they're going to be in Pretoria. So nalapho ukubona indawo through the sports that you love, I think ukuthola into yokhleka kancane nawo, it also goes a very, very long way in terms of motivating you to just keep on going ejimini, even if usuza ukuthi awona namhlanje akuvumi iweather inje uzocompete ubonke akuvumi, but you still want to go out there and still want to showcase your talent and still give your best. Ngoba kunalo mkomelo futhi ongaphezulu, and another external factor that is going to motivate you just a little bit more than you would on an ordinary day. So it's really a good initiative, and ngisacela ukuthi bagqugquzeleke nayo association ukuthi ingabusibuyele emuva, ayiqhubeke nje
ishone phambili at all time,
inyuke bakithi.
They'll definitely do that. I trust them and I believe in them. As they started this, it shows because they are really looking forward to putting more improvements ku KZN Athletics, and also kuba gijimike baso isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Ingakhohlwa ke ukuthi ngoba bezowena nje le mali, next year kumele bebuye bezodefend ama-titles abo and also win the money again.
Kunjalo omunye uzobuza ukuthi kungani kuzokomeliswa amasini namajunior kanye ne-youth iyathola inemkomelo yayo ngokwehlukana. Unumber 1 kumajunior uthola 750, bese kuthi kwi-youth agijime lapha athole lapha 500. Na insizwa laphayana ingena ngempela laphayana, i-sprint asiyayibona insizwa laphayana izogijima ngaphansi nje kwawo laphayana u10 minutes, okuwona laphayana 3 minutes 20 seconds mangaphazami isikhathi angase asigijime laphayana, kungenzeka ukuthi agijime lapha u9 minutes and 30 seconds. Ziloku zingenile ke lapha insizwa isikhathi njengamanje it's 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Insizwa laphayana zigijima ngaphansi kwawo laphayana u330 per kilometer.
And we'd like to send a huge congratulations to Opila from Ematateni Athletics Club, Oguyena Otasile Indondo, and the title altogether of being number 1 in the boys 12 years, 3 kilometers.
I-average pace yakhe laphayana Ophile iyona laphayana ugijima ama-310 okanye sithi 315 per kilometer.
3 minutes and 10.
Yebo.
Ingane na
12 years.
Masenithi ama boys mela benonogwashi ba right bejahe imoto, because they clearly are fit for that. Bayakwazi ukuthi bayijahe baze bayidlule babone ukuthi sekumele sengiyoqeda manje baqhubeke bakhuphule ipace aqhume ngayo la Ompila ake bengawini ipace yomuntu obekade nethwa lapha emobeni okusamele adlule kwi-PSI insurance brokers banker nje ube umuntu engathi usamayisanda ukuqala irace isayintsha sha akazenze lutho. So we are really proud of these young boys and their dedication and determination ukuthi baqede and to showcase their endurance. I think for the most part ukuthi ungaqala on a high for 3 kilometers, you still finish on an even greater high. So it's really commendable with the endurance and the speed. It's out of this world. So well done to these young boys. Together with their coaches and the support from their parents. And back in the school in homework, must be a kitchen mark.
Yebo impela Amanda nje ukugcizelela lapho nje kwi-support from abazali kanye no coach. Njengoba silapha esikoleni lapha yana iyona i-Grantleigh school bengifisa nje ukuthi nezinye izikole ezinkulu o private schools ingane ezikanjena ezikhombisa ithalente bengifisa ukuthi mhlambe ke kube khona uhlelo lapho izingane ezikhombisa khona intshisekelo noma ithalente elinazo zikwazi ukuthi mhlambe zithola ischolarship zikwazi ukuthi nazo zifunde ngoba izingane eziningi lana zifunda emakhaya zihlala emakhaya othola ukuthi nasesikoleni zenza kahle so besifisa nje ukuthi kubabukeli nabo bonke abantu iziphathimandla ezikhona ukuthi ake zizame ukuthi lezi zingane leli ithalent esilibonayo njengamanje lingadedelwa lishabalale kepha lisekwe ngayo yonke indlela academically kanye nokuthi ke na kwisport umntwana excel.
And that is indeed true because it's on a stage, let's say, or where you tend to lose a lot of these kids in athletics for the most part, where they are now about to transition into high school. So high school is say namanye ama sports akhona abahe high. So it's important to ukuthi for me nganele engaphumi kwama background or ekoleni is all ephezulu ukuthi baqhubuzele ukuthi baqhubeke benze athletics and so much so that kuba khona umkomela abathula in terms of the scholarships that they will get in the new schools or in the high schools that they do go into so that they are still continuing within the program athletics and not necessarily neglecting yona because sebe seskoleni esinye or the transitioning into another school and athletics ayikho kuleso skole. So siyacela ukuthi kuwo bonke kuzo zonke izikole and in each federation I think schools most importantly ekoleni othisha or the coaches that are hired to perpetuate and recruit the athletes ukuthi ningayeke niqhubeka nje sesibonile ukuthi bayakwazi ukuthi benze these long distances and they do have the interest in not just this short stuff or the track stuff but also the obstacle courses like the cross country that we have here today and not just participating but some of them are actually at the level of competing which is also amazing to watch ukuthi umntwana ona 11 12 is already at the mindset of competing and not just participate and just for so it's been an eye-opener for the most part I think for me personally and just seeing a lot of kids at this age showcasing their talent and their determination ukuthi benze kahle.
Sibonge kakhulu laphana kadubuka lapha mbukele emakhaya it's boys 12 years ingane ezikhombisa italent elimangalisayo njengamanje iwona laphana amantombazana njengoba ngishilo laphana Providence nawe njomani ukuthi akulula ukuthi iRabbits ipace abafana njengoba sibona njengamanje upace amantombazane ngoba mawuthi uyabhekisisa isikhathi asenzile umntwana lo uboys 12 years ugijime cishe isikhathi esi9 minutes and 20 something okuyisikhathi esifast kakhulu engicabanga ukuthi nayo iRabbits ngempela bizothwala kanzima njengamanje it's girls 13 years 3 kilometer.
So usho ukuthi iRabbits ibingathwala kanzima kakhulu nje ku boys 12 bekugcina sekuyirace nje yangempela hayi ukuthi kuyena oguidayo o under 12
ukubona ipace setter iphuma ngenxa yengcindezi.
But we really commend the enthusiasm to run and compete at this provincial championships that are hosted by the Richards Bay Athletics Club at the Grantleigh schools.
Yebo siqikelele noma sigcizelele kakhulu ukuthi imfaniswano ibalekile njengoba kwama championships ukuthi abantwana bafake imfaniswano efanayo kungabe ukuthi abanye abantwana bagijinyiswa ngama national colors or provincial colors lokho kuzokwenza ukuthi babe nenkinga yokuqualifya ngenxa yokuthi kukhona imigomo noma imithetho ebekiwe mayelana nokugqoka kwemfaniswano njengamanje it's girls 13 years nabo esibhekile ukuthi bangase benze kahle. Njengamanje intokazi laphayana zi-approacha ikhilomitha lokuqala zizofike zithathe ikhilomitha lokuqala nje ilaphu eyodwa oku-1 kilometer bese zidlula kumzuliswano wesibili zizobe seziyoyivala ngo-2 kilometer ukuze kuhlangane wona laphayana u-3 kilometer. Njengoba sibona laphayana imvelo yinhle kakhulu indawo esikuyona isondelene kakhulu nemvelo sinezihlahla sinawo umoba laphayana utshaliwe. Isikole it's Grantleigh School ezinze khona lapha esigodini sakwambonambi ngaphansi kwamasipala omkhulu laphayana uKing Cetshwayo.
And on your screen right now, in blue, that will be the 1 kilometer loop, and in red, that will be the 2 kilometer loop. Essentially, that is the demarcation of i-race course ukuthi ikhozi yethu ihamba kanjani namhlanje and njengoba ihamba so konke lama loops kunama sponsors amakiwe in every point. So njengamanje behla via the Sugar Rush, I believe. The Sugar Rush straight. That is where we can see the leading lady, the state junior. We will get you her name shortly.
Impela uma ukuthi bayamdedela angeke baphinde bamthole indlela anokubekezela nokuyimisela kwakhe yena lapha intokazi igqoke ulicense number 1187 it's girls 13 years njengoba ubona mbukele emakhaya ziloku ziqhamukile njalo intokazi lapha yana esancane sixolise kakhulu we have technical issues nge-screening ngenxa yama-condition angekho mahle kakhulu la ngaphandle. Izulu liyanetha liphinde libe nomoya liphinde lishise futhi okuyinto esizobhekana nayo cishe usuku lonke namhlanje siloku sibhekene naleyo nkinga leyo isimo sezulu esishintsha njalo sizoqikelela kakhulu ukuthi abazali abantwana before beya kwi-start bagqoke then babakhumulisa ama-jacket uma sebeyoqala kwi-start bangasheshe bakhumule basale ngama-vest ngenxa yezulu elingaqondakali kahle.
I think it is because of the weather conditions. That is why the camera sometimes they put they focus on the commentary table. It is of course the KwaZulu-Natal Athletics Cross Country Championships, the provincial selection for Team KZN. Don't forget to be the part of the convo throughout the social media platforms: Twitter, Insta, Facebook, and TikTok. KZNA. And here are the results for boys 12 years from position 1 to position 10. And we have Amanda.
Hello? So it was off the entire time?
Yeah. Njengoba sibona lapha ku screen sethu ama results unumber 1 oqophe isikhathi esu9 minutes and 39 seconds. Average pace yakhe lapha insizwa iwona lapha u3 minutes and 13 seconds. okuyona lapha insizwa ewugijimile unumber 3 kanye no number 2 average pace yabo it's 3 minutes and 15 seconds it's boys 12 years lo engikhuluma ngawo ezikwazi ukugijima i-average pace engaphansi nje ka-320 mbukele emakhaya njengamanje it's girl 13 years abagijima wona laphayana u-3 kilometer bazoqhamuka laphayana kuyona laphaya intaba u-PSI insurance broker okuyiyona laphayana intaba ibaphula ngempela laphayana imlenze engicabanga ukuthi wonke umuntu usiyayazi njengamanje zizoqhamuka kungekudala laphayana insizwa mangibukisisa kahle laphana kwi-screen iyona laphana intokazi ekuthiwa uMia ebigijimela yona iphantane esizinze phesha kwezilwandle eyathola i-scholarship through running njengoba kade ngichazile mbukele emakhaya ukuthi ake sizame ukuthi abantwana sibaqinise kakhulu kwezemidlalo maningi amathuba akhona avelayo phela nje ukuthi ingane asenze isiqiniseko sokuthi siyazeseka kwezemijaho.
That is indeed true. So, Joba says Vazeli camera in the home straight. We are anxiously waiting for Caitlin Muller. Ubegu yeno behamba pambili. Caitlin Muller from EPD AC. Uyena obengathi uyena obaholayo la ngaphambili. And in number 2 we had Usamukele Kize from Max Athletics. And in number 3 we had Usanele Ndlovu was a Newcastle Athletics Club. And in number 4, number 4, but we are just waiting in immense anticipation with Oban also from Bukakalala, PSI Brokers Insurance Hill.
The PSI broker is like saying, no, come on, kids, I'm waiting for you.
And we are indeed waiting for them. So, ngaske basondele.
No, my fear is winning the muntu yambona ukuthi khona kuyasho no. Khona into abekade ngigijima.
And ngoba futhi ufika swing is winning all the way and masafika lapho uyasibona siya ngokuya sithi uncipha kancane, but we have just spotted our pacemaker okusho ukuthi sebeseduze, and indeed it is still Caitlin Muller that is in the lead and uyena osayibambile and ungathi uyena ozoyithatha le race.
There comes a position 2. A bit of a girl, but she was able to really break her away here. So Sipo has been mentioning something about 3 meters and something. Guma kilometers akitinyo iboge abandona laba. So training matters the most as this athlete delivers exceptional results right here in Grantleigh School. So this is girls 13 and now they're making their way to cross the finishing line.
Njengamanje zingenile laphayana intokazi zokuqala ezintathu iyona lapha intokazi kaMula eshaye intambo njengoba sike sabika eqaleni ukuthi kungase kube yiyo ngempela engadla umhlanganiso.
And we're seeing more and more girls coming in through at maximum effort. They still want to make that top 10. They still, their endurance rather was tested. Their speed endurance in this regard was really tested because job is still with bakala ngespeed ongakazi usibone baphinde baqede futhi ngaso ispeed ongakaze futhi usibone akukho la abehla khona abehlise khona ipace just to try and regroup. There is none of that. They just want to start on a high and finish on a high, and you know what, we cannot hate on that, and we just say that we are proud of the girls. We would say they start bekichima baqede bekichima, so we are really proud of the girls.
Siyabonga kakhulu sibongele futhi nezintokazi laphana esancane esanda kuqeda njengamanje sikuphi lapha sise esigodini sakwaMbonambi eRichards Bay ngaphansi kwamasipala omkhulu laphayana uKengcetshwayo ziloku zingenile-ke lapha intokazi engicabanga ukuthi zonke lezi zintokazi lezi ey'ngenayo ezisuka ngaphandle kwayo iRichards Bay okanye iKengcetshwayo inselelo esiphonsela laphayana umasipala kanye nezikole ezakhele uKengcetshwayo ukuthi ngonyaka ozayo njengoba thina sizoshiya i-footprint yokuthi cha ezokugijima ngempela zikhona kuzomela ukuthi nabo bayazi imidlalo le ezokugijima ukuthi cha bonke abantwana banikezwa ithuba lokuthi nabo bayiveze ikhono labo sikhumbule laphana intokazi ewinile laphana wona uMula Caitlin uyena laphana wanqoba ngonyaka odlule uGirls 12 years njengamanje njengoba esewuGirls 13 uyena futhi wayegijimela yona lapha iPhantane ngonyaka odlule kodwa kulonyaka lona ugijimela yona laphayana iPRAC engicabanga ukuthi yona club ezinze khona lapha ePine Town kukhona laphayana noDlamini Thembekile oLeroux Reese bese kuba uMngadi noLuthando isizobheka ngempela njengamanje kwi-screen sakho sinayo lapha uKathleen Mula ogijima isikhathi esiwu-10 minutes and 37 second average pace yakhe laphayana uyena laphayana u-3:45 bese kuba uSanele Ndlovu ongene isibili kube uIsabella Yadini ongene lapha isithathu njengamanje it's boys 13 years ubagijima wona lapha u4 kilometer ayikho ke Rabbits futhi la Amanda ngicela ukugcizelela futhi
Shuthi bazojaha imoto futhi namanje.
Bazojaha imoto Amanda ngoba le pace ihamba ngayo lana kungenzeka ukuthi bagijime ngaphansi kwa 310 per kilometer.
My God, I'm out of words. But irretriable, they will be doing the 2 kilometer loop and Bonabazwe Raunda Kabili. We are just seeing the last bit of girls that are coming through. Girls 13 numbers of their 3 kilometers. Akeko owakayo, which we are really proud to see, and wonke umuntu uyaqala ekijima aqede ekijima. So well done to the girls for finishing through their 3 kilometers, and all the best of luck to the boys that have just started their 4 kilometers.
Yebo sibabongele kakhulu abaqede umjaho namuhla nabo bonke abanqobile sibabongele bayomela yona laphana iprovince yaKwaZulu-Natal njengoba sibona laphana iyona lapha irace recap intokazi laphana ikhombise nje izisuka ebhandeni ukuthi yona cha ayizile kuzosinisa amahleza kepha yona izele uzonqoba umjaho laphana uKathleen Mula okuyena laphana oshaya intambo kuGirls 13 years njengoba simbona ke laphana ubeqenqeleza yedwa nje elandelwa yona lapha intokazi kaMr Prize engenaso isiqiniseko ukuthi ngempela igcine nayo ikwazile yini ungena nabo kuqala abayisithupha siyabona lapha ukuthi beseqalaza impela ukuthi cha bembeke ezithendeni impela nje lapha yana uSanele intokazi lapha yana engene isibili isikhathi mina engizosibeka nje ebhodini ukuthi cha insizwa boys 13 years esigijima u4 kilometer uma begijime ngaphansi kwa 1240 okusho ukuthi Amanda bazobe begijime ngaphansi kwa 310 per kilometer njengamanje sizojoina yiyona lapha yana insizwa uSiyabonga wakaNkonde esizoyibamba naye sikuthathe sikubeke nje umjaho wonke.
Yebo kunjalo mfowamba nje kuhlezi kuyintokozo nje ukuhlala nawe ngalesikhathi sibukela i-cross country 2026 KZN Championship ebanjelwe lapha ya endaweni yaKwaMbonambi eRichards Bay. Siyabona ke ukuthi ke insizwa nezintokazi eziningi sezigijimile kodwa ke kusekhona amanye ama race asasele ne-race esisazoyibheka manje ngicabanga ukuthi uBoys 13 osasenkundleni njengamanje.
Njengamanje laphayana sesidlulile laphayana emzuzwini emithathu insizwa laphayana uBoys 13 ugijimile engicabanga ukuthi isikhathi njengamanje abangase basigijime uwona laphayana u12 minutes namanenjana ozonqoba umjaho namhlanje nesimo sezulu siyadida kakhulu mfo kaNkonde kunomoya liyanetha emva kwesikhashana liphinde linethe liphinde kube nomoya impela nje besigcizelela nje ukuthi cha mawukuthi ngempela umuntu ozwelayo ngempela okusho ukuthi ungagcina usungasafuni ukugijima.
Kunjalo impela mfo kaMbanjwa isimo se-cross country kuhlezi kuyisimo esididayo. Kubaluleke kakhulu ukuthi abaqeqeshi kanye nama-athletes wethu azogijima atrainwe kuzo zonke lezi zimo ukuze azokwazi ukumelana nazo zonke lezi zimo. Isimo sezulu-ke siyingxenye ye-competition. Yizona zinto esizijabulelayo nesihlezi sithi sifuna ukuzibona ukuthi ama-athletes wethu ayakwazi yini ukudlula kuzo zonke izimo. Kodwa-ke njengamanje masibheka isikhathi sekuyimzuzu emine nemzuzwana njengama45 u-under 30 uBoys 13 ogijima laphana 4 kilometers uqalile simile-ke laphana ehilini lodumo la silinde khona owokuqala ozokwazi ukuthi ahle aqhamuke lana asengaqhamuka noma yinini ngokubukela abantu ababukela abazali ababhekile lo mdlalo belunguza ukuthi-ke kushuthi khona okwenzekala lapha eZanzibar manje.
Impela uyabona indlela ababuka ngayo ngoba into emnandi ngale race lena noma i-cross country ukuthi kulula ukuyibuka i-race yonke njengoba sibuka nje babalindele laphana entabeni yodumo laphayana i-PSI insurance broker okuyiyona ntaba iphula wonke umuntu odlula kuyona ayinazwelo.
Yebo kubukeka kunjalo umuntu ondlule lapha kule ntaba ubona ngefacial expression ukuthi kukhulu bekade kwenzeka ngale kule ntaba njengoba ku4 kilometers nje siyazi ukuthi bazozungeza imzuliswano emibili uma bendlula lana kuzobe kumzuliswano wokuqala baze bese bebuya nokugcina la siyothola khona ushampion wethu.
Impela nje usebengaqhamuka noma yinini isikhathi njengamanje it's 6 minutes ebhodini kodwa lutho ukuqhamuka laphayana izinsizwa sibone ngempela ukuthi cha eyiphi ke ezodla umhlanganiso njengamanje siyayibona zisahlangene ibambene ngezihluthu laphayana siyayibona laphayana insizwa laphayana okuyiyona ebaphayisayo anginaso isiqiniseko ukuthi ingene nini kodwa kuyabonakala ukuthi insizwa laphayana eziyisikhombisa mangaphazami zisahudulana laphayana isikhathi is6 minutes and 35 seconds ebhodini ipace abagijima ngayo laphayana uyiwona laphayana u3 minutes and 10 seconds engicabanga ukuthi enene sithanda ukuba slonyana kune race le yokuqala le esanda kudlula.
Yebo kunjalo mfo kaMbanjwa siyayibona insizwe esihamba phambili laphana zihamba zigroup lapha phambili kodwa kunensizwa-ke eziqaphelekayo ezikhona lapha kuleya group eliphambili kunensizwa laphana egqoke ivest eliyelo nesikhindi esibovu insizwa yasemadadeni leyana abayibiza ngoZondi ngisazolibhekisisa kahle igama layo ukuthi ubani kodwa isibongo sayo ingeyakaZondi insizwa-ke sengike ngayithi kuyiqaphela ngayilandela kuma-league amaningi ewagijimile insizwa enekhono eliyisimangaliso esingakulindela nokuthi la kulo mdlalo mhlawumbe ngawudla umhlanganiso.
Yebo impela laphayana zidlula lapha ku2 kilometer wokuqala beyolanda umzuliswano wokugcina lapho kuzobe sekucaca khona-ke ngempela ukuthi cha kuyodela umakhasana impela kuyocaca ukuthi ubani ngempela-ke insizwa komele ngempela kuqine okhalweni ukuthi ngempela insizwa yethu uphetheni insizwa eziyihola phambili ziyisithupha njengokufuneka kwabo sazi-ke ukuthi bonke laba abaphambili ingabe-ke bayigijimile yini imijaho emibili ukuze bayibeke endaweni yokuthi badlulele kuma-nationals akhona laphayana enyangeni ephezulu umandulo ziyishumi nanhlanu ku 2026 siyabona laphayana ziyathanda ukuthi ziyicebule lenye insizwa egqoke ivest eliyelo engicabanga ukuthi laphayana esezinhlanu kuphela insizwa zizothi mayifika phezulu zithathe u-right zibheke ngakuyona lapha i-ambulance mawukuthi uyezwa ukuthi cha impela engathi umthwalo ukwehlule noma ungenhla kuwena usungangena laphayana kwi-ambulance uthola usizo lokuqala ekuyinto ewusizo olukhulu ukuthi cha usizo lokuqala lihlezi lukhona ukuze likwazi ukuthi lusize wonke umuntu obhekana nenselelo during umjahwazo awenzayo.
Yebo kunjalo mfokambanjwa uyabona insizwa njengamanje zisahleli zonke laphana ziyinqumbi ayikho esakhombisile ukuthi inethuba elingcono kunenye kodwa siyabona njengamanje kukhona okwenzekalayo insizwa seziyaqala ziyabona ukuthi sekuseduze ekhaya sekumele zenze imizamo yokuthi zizame ukuthi ziqhathulule le bhantshi ezihamba kulo ngoba uma ngabe zingakwenzi kanjalo zizoyifaka engozini yokuthi egcineni zigcine sekumele kube khona isprint esenzakalayo nanokuthi ke sekungagcina umuntu one insurance egcine loser ngoba engakwazanga ukuthi asebenzise amathuba akhe ngesikhathi esifanele.
Bomfoka konke mawuthi uyabuka laphayana kuona lapha amabhayili lawa abekiwe insizwa kukhona ezijombayo khona ezishama zigzethe ezinye zihamba ngale kwetape engicabanga ukuthi zibalekela wona ama obstacles sekuyazwela impela nasemlenzeni ngoba ziyathestana njengamanje ngicabanga ukuthi zingaphansi kwa 300 meters nje ukuthi zihambe insizwa ke sibone ukuthi ubani ozonqoba umjaho zisanhlanu insizwe eziphambili asazi ngempela ukuthi zizothi mayifika laphayana kwintaba yodumo iPSI insurance broker ukuthi ngempela bazothi uma befika laphana bathathe u-left bashone phansi eduze kwawo lapha amabhena lapha aka spare engicabanga ukuthi ngempela laphana insizwa seziyabona nazo ukuthi hayi cha seyihubela sakusha ke manje selidumele emansumpeni ke manje ngempela sizobona ke ukuthi ubani ngempela ozodla umhlanganiso namhlanje.
Yebo kubukeka kunzima kakhulu lapha phambili ayikho insizwe efuna ukugoba uphondo zonke insizwa zithi sikhona la noma bezama ukuthi kube khona abakwenzekalayo okuzama ukuthi kuqhathuluke kodwa ke zonke insizwa ziphinde zibuyelane ngokusheshsha asazi ukuthi iyogciniza lenkomoni ngoba njengamanje ziyasondela ngempela insizwa manje zisondela khona impela kuyi finish line asazi ukuthi yiphi insizwa ezogcina udla umhlanganiso sekuyoba i-decider mhlawumbe le hili lapha ngakufinish mfowambanjwa ingawenza umehluko ukuthi mhlawumbe le bhantshi esilibona namhlanje lihlukane.
Impela sebebathatha kuphela abagijimi abahamba phambili njengamanje asazi ngempela ukuthi ubani lona ozodla umhlanganiso asazi ke laphayana sizobheka kakhulu insizwa ombhele avela woZulu lubanzi Mkhize zekhethelo asazi ngempela ukuthi ngempela ubani ozodla umhlanganiso kulonyaka lona kukhona laphayana uKhumalo avela wodlomo Ntando Inkosi uKhumalo avela uyena oqhamuka lapha enqoleni primary school wanqoba ngonyaka odlule elandelwa uyena lapha uDlomo Ntando Inkosi nakho ke ngilibejika laphayana asazi ke ngempela ukuthi ke uma befika lapha bane kuphela eziholayo lapha insizwa asazi ngempela ukuthi lensizwa ehleli ngemuva ebagadile ukuthi ibekeni.
Yebo kunjalo mfowambanjwa umubuka njengamanje seziyafuna ke insizwa ukuhlukanisa inhloko nesixhanti zintathu ke njengamanje insizwe seyibanga igolide lensizwa elandela ngemuva angiboni sengabuyi kwazi ukucontest igolide kodwa ke nayo ngokugijima kwayo sengakwazi ukucontesta for imedal le insizwa ezintathu ziyabulalana manje
ziyabulalana ke manje kudela uMakhasane intaba le esiyibhekile iyona ezoba idecide ngempela ukuthi cha ubani ozonqoba umjaho namhlanje uyayibona insizwa laphayana engakwesinxele ukuthi cha iluki ifakile nje idictate ipace ukuthi cha madoda mina angizili ukuzodlala la angizili ukuzokhanda ibhantshi la.
Yebo mfowambanjwa zimbili insizwa semajuba iyodwa insizwa enganaso isiqiniseko sokuthi iqhamuka kumuphi umkhandlu insizwa laphana egqoke izinto eziyellow nesikhindi esibuvu insizwa eqhamuka emadadeni eNewcastle etrainer lapha ngaphansi kwabamadlala then insizwa ephakathi nendawo insizwa eqhamuka eDanawuzi kwiDanhauser Running Club kaSiphamandla Nyembe iclub ke seyintsha ke nokho ke lena ekuvulwe kuwo lonyaka kodwa uma ubheka imiphumela esiyivezayo isimkhulu kakhulu.
siyibongele kakhulu laphayana insizwa yakanyembe ngomsebenzi omuhle yowenzayo. Sibonile nakuwona laphayana o boys 9 years 10 years bezilokhu zivelile njalo intokazi eyisancanyana. Zibambene ngezihluthu ke laphaya mbukele emakhaya. Zintathu insizwa njengoba beapproacha laphayana lentaba le eyidecide asazi ukuthi ubani osofika phezulu kuqala uyena ozonqoba umjaho njengoba insizwa laphayana egqoke isikhindi esibovu engathi yona njengamanje zibambene ngezihluthu kubi asazi ke njengamanje ukuthi ubani ozodla umhlanganiso besprinter asiboneke laphayana ukuthi ngempela iDanawuzi izokwenza njani mfoka Nkonde.
Kubukeka ngazi ukuthi insizwa impela ziyaphana ziyabulelana ngempela. Sibona insizwa seDanawuzi ngempela umfoka Dlomo ukuthi naye uyakhombisa ukuthi ukhona uyawakhombisa amavakhe asazi ukuthi kwenzakalani phambili. Asazi ukuthi uzala nkomoni kodwa ke insizwa zontathu ngempela ziyakhombisa ukuthi zisezingeni elifanayo ngokwe-fitness yakho sekuyoshiyana ngobuhlakani.
Hayi impela cha. Sengifisa ukuthi basivezele ukuthi ubani ngempela ozodla umhlanganiso. Isikhathi njengamanje is 14 minutes and 15 seconds ebhodini. Sezingenile ke laphayana ke insizwa ke ezintathu zokuqala zilandela laphayana nezinye insizwa ezivala ngeinsizwa yesithupha insizwa laphana egijimela iPDAC iPinetown District Athletics Club ezinze khona ePinetown. Zizo zingenile ke njalo ke isikhathi njengamanje it's 14 minutes and 40 seconds.
Sihalaliseleke insizwa eyingenile kwabathathu bokuqala. Umdlalo ke ubungelula neze. Insizwa bezibambene kusuka ekuqaleni kwaze kuyofika egcineni kuze kwalamula yona ifinish line. Okukhombisa ukuthi insizwa obaqeqeshi bazo bazinikela ngempela ekuthenini ikhono netalent lazo baluvundulule lonke.
Yebo sibongele kakhulu insizwa laphana ezikhombise ubuhlakani kanye nokusebenzisana nje ukuthi cha yize sonke sifuna ukuwina kepha uyedwa kuphela umuntu ozogcina enqobe umjaho uyedwa kuphela umuntu ozozuza indondo yegolide. Abazolandela njengamanje it's girls 13 years u3 kilometer engicabanga ukuthi intokazi lezi nazo eseyithe ukukhula ngokweminyaka.
Yebo esikubhekile njengamanje yona irecap yakhe uBoys 13 4 kilometers oqeda njengamanje. Insizwa ziqale kahle impela zaqala zihlangene zahamba zaze zayofika egcineni ila kulamule khona amaqhinga kuloya oplane kahle uyena uhambe nawo umjaho. Kodwa kokujabulisa ukuthi insizwa zonke lezi bezigijima phambili ezintathu isazophinde futhi isiqokwe ukuyomela isifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Okuyinto enhle kakhulu ukuthi ke ngaphandle kwama medals ama individuals singaphinde futhi sikwazi ukuthola ama team medals because uma ubheka insizwa indlela esigijima ngakhona ziyasebenzisana ziya understandana ziyawuhlonipha futhi umdlalo.
Impela ayikho into edlula ukuhloniphana yize emjahweni isuke nama rivals kodwa mawuphela umjaho niyakwazi ukuthi nibongelane nibongisane ukuthi cha insizwa yakithi impela cha besilwa ensimini kepha ke umdlalo omuhle mawuqhubeke nje njengoba sazi ukuthi bazogcina sebefaka imfaniswano ifanayo bona lapha ama nationals uma sebeyomela lapha na iprovince yaKwaZulu-Natal khona ePitoli ngenyanga ezayo uSeptember.
Yebo mfowamba nje kubukeka ngathi insizwe ezimbili zasemajuba beyihambisana aziphume unumber 2 no number 3 insizwa le yento ezibovu kubukeka ngathi yiye unqobela umjaho kodwa ke sisazolinda ukuze sithole imphumela official.
Yebo njengamanje it's girls 13 and 14 abazoqala njengamanje bagijima wona laphayana u4 kilometer sizobheka ke laphayana abanqoba ngonyaka odlule ababo under 13 esithi njengamanje sebe under 14 sinayo laphayana uSwan Bale owanqoba ngonyaka odlule ugijimela lapha eHillcrest Villagers, sibe naye laphayana uMpele Asenathi uqhamuka eMzimkhulu, sibe naye laphayana uSithole Aphelele no Lili Horror ugijimela iWestville, kube khona uNtuli Okuhle ugijimela eHarding AC, uSithole Anele ugijimela iNewcastle Siyaya, okuyintokazi njengamanje esezina 14 years, izona njengamanje zizosuka kungekudala, esithemba ukuthi ke iweather izoyiphatha kahle ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sikuthathe sikubeke emjahweni.
Yebo mfowethu Mbanjwa, okuqaphelekayo lapha ukuthi intokazi lezi ezigijimayo zigijima kanye nezinsizwa, boys and girls 14 to 15 years bagijima ngesikhathi esodwa. Sizobona ukuthi izinsizwa zizokwazi yini ukuthi zigijimisane nazo le zintokazi njengoba besuka kanye kanye. Okulindelekile ukuthi izinsizwa zizohamba zihole phambili bese intokazi ziyaqhubeka zilandele ngemuva.
Impela umjaho lona ujwayele ukuthi bamixwe ngenxa yokuthi isikhathi sisuke sesambile njengoba selithambeme nje seneyinkomo seyibuya inhlanzane, impela nje selishonile ilanga. Engicabanga ukuthi intokazi laphana ezobe zilandela izinsizwa uBoys 14 izona ngempela ke ezizokwazi ukuthi ziyibone indlela kahle, nanokuthi kuzobe khona abanye abantu abazobe bama-rabbits ngoba bagijima nabafana.
Yebo mfowethu Mbanjwa, okuqaphelekayo lana ukuthi kukhona boys and girls 14 kanye boys and girls 15 kule event yanamhlanje abazogijima u4 kilometers.
Zisukile njengamanje izinsizwa nezintokazi sebegijime nje ngaphansi kwa2 minutes isikhathi abasigijimile, bekudla lapha isimoba esingaka left wabo esandleni sobunxele, bazogudla njalo banyuke bese bethatha laphayana u-right bebheke khona laphayana kuma obstacles okanye uthi amabhele noma uthi ibail ngokwesilungu, bashone phansi njalo baphinde bathathe u-left babheke phezulu beyothatha i-loop encanyana, babuye futhi badlule beyothatha u-right bebheke njalo enzansi, okuyilapho kuzobe sekucaca khona-ke ngempela ukuthi ozobe efike kuqala lapho uyena esingathi nje uyena ongase adle umhlanganiso.
Yebo mfowethu Mbanjwa, sebendlula khona-ke lapho kulawo mabhele obukhuluma ngawo. Abanye bayawajomba, abanye baphuma eceleni, abanye baphumela ngaphandle ngenango cross country ukuze bakwazi uku-avoid obstacle lezo bekhona. Kuya ngokuthi insizwa nensizwa noma intombi nentombi i-planning yayo ibithini, nanokuthi yona ibona ukuthi kupho kungayisebenzela ngalesikhathi sanamhlanje.
Impela ukusebenza ubuhlakani bodwa kuya ngokuthi wena umqondo wakho usebenza bukhali kangakanani kanye nezinyawo zakho, ngoba ingqondo nezinyawo kuyasebenzisana lapha egijimeni, nanokuthi wenza ama-calculations ukuthi cha ngale pace engihamba ngayo izongithatha ingibeke yini kwi-finishing noma izongenza yini ukuthi ngikwazi ukunqoba, njengoba bezojika bethatha u-left bebheke njalo phezulu, uma befika phezulu bazophinde bathathe u-left ozobashonisa phansi, baqhamuke sebeqhamukela khona laphayana kuyindawo lena enamabhena akaspare.
Yebo kunjalo mfowethu Mbanjwa, insizwa ke beyihola phambili lapha emjahweni ibukeka ngazuthi seziyificile le insizwa ezimbili ebekade ziyilandela. Kunensizwa nje vele yathi iphuma nje abiphuma yodwa uphondo, kodwa khona insizwa ezimbili bese ithe cha awukwazi ukuhamba wedwa, sizohamba nawe yonke le ndlela la, okwenza ukuthi ke i-competition yethu ibe i-competition tight ngale ndlela. Akukacaci ukuthi imuphi ongadla umhlanganiso, imuphi ozogoba uphondo.
Njengamanje laphayana izinsizwa ke zibheke phansi laphayana, zibheke phezulu mazijika laphayana phezulu zishona phansi bese yithatha u-left sibheke njalo phansi sizothatha mbukeli njengamanje sinaye laphayana uMr Sabelo Ndlovu ozoba ne-interview kanye nethimba lethu esisebenza nalo laphayana kwi-finishing
Yebo kunjalo mfoka manje sizokhumbula ukuthi uSabelo Ndlovu yena uchairperson we-cross country uyena osihlelelayo nosorganizele lo mdlalo omuhle kangaka.
Ya ngibingelela imida ngibingelela bonke nje abantu abakhona la so lo khulumayo uSabelo kwaNdlovu uhlalo wakwaZulu-Natal cross country championship cross country chairperson njengoba ke namhlanje sikhona la indaba kayiqali ke la yaqala ngoMarch kuma district ama club agijima ama league so uthothi district ngayodwa inika ama league yabe u3 so badlala ama league bese kuthi ke njengowathi lo nyanga nge25 zika July badlala ama district so when they bedlala ama district is where we select the best athlete azoza kwi provincial championship KwaZulu provincial championship and then ke abayizeli ke because we know ukuthi cross country is a talent identification sisigxila kakhulu emakhaya and then uthola ukuthi ke umnyango abangene kakhulu transport ama athlete department of sports art and culture uDisak so wasilela khona namhlanje na ke silapha Grantleigh School under King Cetshwayo district for provincial championship sizobe siletha khona ama athlete ku provincial championship angiqala ukuthi ke ama provincial championship iwona esetha kuona ama athletes ngo2023 sasisa yayihost eZululand district u2024 kwakuse emanzi Mtoti eThekwini last year bise Hawick host umgungu of district so ke enkunotice last year inombolo ikhuphuka kakhulu because la we have got ama schools esiparticipate now last year yayithi 1182 participation lo nyaka although it take drop kancane because lo nyaka sino 1168 so but kakhulu into engibona ukuthi vele i-development esiyenzayo lena izingane ezincane zikhona esinika siyaphambili so ke izinga liyaphakama when you look at the setup i-branding and everything so yezinga eliphezulu njengamanje so siyakhula kakhulu kuyasithokozisa nokubona abantwana bethu abakhona abaparticipatile ngoba onke lama athlete iwona azokwazi ukuthi ke uma esesilethe lapha ke ahambe ayosimela manje semele ke iprovince nge6 August kwa Athletics South Africa ezobe nge5 September ePretoria.
So my name is Tobile Zikubu. I'm the Stakeholder Relations Manager for a non-profit called Sananka Academy. Our role today is we have partnered again with KZN Athletics to raise awareness on environmental protection and as well as what each individual is able to do on a daily basis to contribute to a cleaner, safer and more sustainable planet. So one of the reasons why we decided to work with sporting events is that sporting events bring together people that have a shared interest and shared values, and it's also poses the risk of a lot of disposable waste because there are a lot of people together in one space. And one of the reasons why we've partnered with KZN Athletics is that we're able to share the message of environmental awareness and sustainability whilst also inspiring the next generation of athletes. Yeah, no, definitely. So one of the biggest impacts is that athletes use a lot of one-time use materials, especially when it comes to plastic. There's a lot of plastic use, and we use these activations to encourage our athletes to dispose them correctly, because one of the biggest issues is how the plastic is disposed. The risk is posed when individuals dispose them on the ground and they then create a bit of an issue when it comes to our rivers as well as our oceans. Especially since today we are on the coast, that impact is a lot more troublesome for the sustainability of our planet. So we use these activations to encourage our athletes to dispose their one-time use materials a lot more responsibly.
My name is Dirk van Zyl. I'm the executive head here at Grantleigh, and it's such a privilege. It's such a fantastic school, and we're very privileged to stay in this part of our country. Yeah, we're hosting today the KwaZulu-Natal cross-country event for our province. So we are so privileged and thankful that we get this opportunity to be the host today. Yeah, it's fantastic. I think in this part of the world where we live and stay and running through the forests and so on, it's so lovely. And the farms are open, so it's the most wonderful trails, and we try to be very balanced at the school and do a good offering. And this is such investment in the lives of a child, to run and with friends and compete in such a lovely way.
And Mr. Manzel, do you run by any chance?
Yeah, I do the park run. I'm already 65 and I love running. I love athletics. Through my whole education career, it was just fantastic to be involved in athletics. Well, it definitely helped a school. You know, there's so many people today, and I've received so many compliments regarding the school, and they ask about boarding. And we also host the Spar Netball Fast 5 tournament today. And we were also hosted a few weeks ago the Spar tournament for hockey. So it's lovely for people to come out, stay over and enjoy this part of the world. And there's already people that said to me they will go this afternoon to the beaches after this event.
All right. Thank you so
Welcome back. Sikhona laphayana ku KZN Cross Country Championships. Sikhona laphayana Grantleigh School Richards Bay. Uyisikole laphayana esithuthuke kakhulu uma ngisibuka uma ubuka ama facilities akhona. Njengamanje iwona laphayana girls o receiver laphayana ama medal wow abawawinile. Kumbula kahle sinawo laphana boys and girls 14 to 15 years abagijima wona laphana 4 km bezongena kungekudala njengoba isikhathi njengamanje ebhodini singu 10 minutes 11 minutes namanenjana engicabanga ukuthi ke basele mhlambe neminute 4 minutes nento ukuthi ngempela bangene bashaye intambo laphayana abafana bokuqala kanye nezintokazi njengamanje iwona laphayana boys 11 or 12 years or 11 okuwona laphayana abayizuzela indondo zabo abakwazile ukuthi bayinqoba namhlanje.
Yebo kunjalo mfamba nje sijabuliswa ukubona osisi abancane ithalente elisafikayo limile lapha ku podium. Kusho lukhulu ukubona kusho umlando okuyoba nzima ukuthi ucimeke ukuma lapha kuleya podium ngaphambili kwalawo mabhena enhlangano engamele zokugijima KwaZulu-Natal. Kusho ukuthi i certificate yokuthi nawe usungomunye wabasubathi ongabalwa kwi-province yethu ukuthi namhlanje uma uphuma inombolo yokuqala ku-age group yakho sesingakurenka sithi e-KZN uwena ku-age group yakho yokuqala. Kodwa-ke asikubuyele khona emdlalweni wethu obusaqhubeka u-boys and girls 14 to 15 years 4 kilometers. Nengicabanga ukuthi-ke njengamanje baphethe lona ilebhu yokugcina sekusele amanenjana nakuyilebhu yokugcina ukuthi bafike ku-finish line.
Yebo impela nje izinsizwa nezintokazi laphana isancane ziwalandile ama medal abo bazongena laphana kungekudala laphana siyabona laphana ukuthi izinsizwa laphana gijimela yona iPDAC kanye no Mr Prize abazizuzela lapha izindondo zabo abayinqobile namhlanje njengamanje isikhathi ebhodini is 12 minutes and 50 seconds uzongena kungekudala nje unombolo 1 laphana zisaqhwizana impela nje kusho umlilo linetha linjalo nje kusaqhwiza umlilo laphana izinsizwa nezintokazi insizwa namhlanje inqobile lapha iyona lapha egijimela yona lapha iHillcrest njengoba sibona lapha na izinsizwa ezihola phambili zilo zihubhana njalo ilandela izinsizwa lapha eqhamuka eCopho asazi ukuthi ngempela ubani ozodla umhlanganiso ke
kubukeka ngazi ukuthi mvuka nje insizwa yaseXopho siyoyilala isibili ngoba kubonakala ngathi insizwa lehamba phambili isibuthathile komjaho umuntu oseke wandlula kuqala kuleli yahili angikaze angaboni lokusifikile la kuba khona umuntu omdlulayo before afike ku finish line.
Hayi impela sekucacile nje ukuthi njengoba ishaya nje intambo yona laphayana insizwa ilandelwa yiyona lapha insizwa yaseXhobo. Asazi-ke ngempela ukuthi ubani ke ozozuza ngendondo yethusi sibone ukuthi ngempela ke ubani ongase laphayana ey'ntokazini adle umhlanganiso.
Kunjengamanje sisabhekile laphana ku-podium yethu zisayithola intokazi indondo ney'nsizwa ey'sencane ey'gijimile phambilini yizona njengamanje ezimile ku-podium nezizothola izindondo zazo. Okuwumsebenzi omkhulu abawenzile namhlanje nabazofika-ke emakhaya bakhombisa abazali ukuthi njengoba bebehlala bethi baye ejimini bayasebenza no-coach wabo, umphumela usunamhlanje.
Yebo impela nje sibongele intokazi nezinsizwa esancanyana sibongele kakhulu ocoach nabazali ngokoseka abantwana ukuthi bayibandakanye kwezemidlalo. Njengoba siloku sibone zilokuyithelekile njalo izinsizwa laphayana ezigijima wona lapha u4 km. Isikhathi njengamanje is 14 minutes and 55 seconds ebhodini. Sizolindela lapha unombolo 1 emantombazaneni. Asazi-ke ngempela ukuthi bazogcina edla umhlanganiso.
Ngiyathemba ukuthi mfowambanjwa ney'ntokazi azikho ekudeni kakhulu njengamanje, njengoba uma ubuka isikhathi sesiyasho ukuthi iy'ntokazi zethu seyisondele kakhulu ngoba siyazi ukuthi iy'ntokazi kulama age group lawo awukho kangako umehluko phakathi kwe-performance yey'ntokazi ney'nsizwa.
Yebo impela nje uma isala mhlampe ngaphansi noma ngaphezulu nje kweminithi umehluko uba mncane kakhulu. Njengamanje iy'nsizwa laphayana ezilandelayo izona laphayana ezizogijima laphayana u-under 15 boys ozogijima u4 km. Asazi-ke ngempela ukuthi ngempela iyozala nkomoni. Zilokuyithelekile-ke njengoba ubona ngemuva ukuthi cha yize sebelindile ukuthi baqale umjaho wabo, kepha kusalindiwe phela ukuthi nalaba kade begijima baqede. Sikhumbule ukuthi bekuyi-mixed category, boys and girls 14 and 15 years kade umixile. U15 years sizokhumbula ukuthi yena amantombazane, then 14 kuba abafana.
Yebo kunjalo mfokambanjwa, iy'nsizwa ney'ntokazi laphana zisabhizi ziyaqhubeka, kodwa-ke siyayibuka iy'nsizwa ey'sencane libele gibele njalo ku-podium zizothola iy'ndondo zazo. Engonotisayo-ke nje ukuthi amaklabhu lapha ku-podium ayaphindaphindeka. Angazi noma kuyimisebenzi yocoach balawo maklabhu abasuke beyenzile noma kuyaqondaka. Kuhamba kanjani mfokambanjwa?
Njengoba ngichazile nje ukuthi umsebenzi owenziwa ucoach from behind the scene mkhulu kakhulu, okuyinto lena esingayiqapheli kakhulu ukuthi cha ukunqoba komgijimi kusuke kuwukunqoba kuka-coach okuyena osuke okuyena emonitor enze isiqiniseko sokuthi abantwana bazilolonga ngokufanele, ngoba iy'ngane uma yisuka emakhaya ucoach uba umzali ey'nganeni ngoba kuba i-responsibility yakhe ukuthi umntwana usuka ekhaya mefika ezandleni zakhe abuyele ekhaya ephephile futhi kungekho ukuphazamiseka nasey'fundweni zakhe.
Yebo kunjalo masikhuluma nge-development sisuke sikhuluma ngokuthi umntwana akathuthukiswe amakhono akho esikoleni, kwezemidlalo nasebuhlakanini nje bokuphila emphakathini, nasekwazini indlela yokuphila. Okuyiyona-ke into ocoach bethu nothisha ey'koleni abasayenza kahle kubantwana esinabo ukwazi ukuthi basakhele isizwe esibhalansi, ngoba umntwana uma ezo-excel esikoleni kuphela angabi nesikhathi sokudlala akabi umntwana okhula kahle. Kanti-ke futhi-ke umntwana uma ezodlala kakhulu ubese ayakhohlwa ukuthi a-excel ey'fundweni zakhe, kuyaye kube yinto eyinkinga kakhulu emphakathini.
Hhayi ubekile mfokankonde, angeke ngisakwazi ukuthi ngi-ede emagameni akho makhulu kakhulu. Njengoba sibona laphana iy'nsizwa zilokhu ziqoqile njalo iy'ndondo zabo abazizuzele zona emva kwemjaho omuhle abawenzile earlier on today. Njengamanje sizoqhuma noma yinini isibhamu laphayana iy'nsizwa boys 15 years zizobe ziqadulisana khona laphayana isigodi silaphana kwaMbonambi ngaphansi kwamasipala uKing Cetshwayo mawuyibuza ukuthi uKing Cetshwayo ukuphi sikhona laphayana eRichards Bay.
Mvokambanje uqaphelekayo la kupodium ukuthi izinsizwa ezimela ezasemajuba zonke oweMatateni number 3 oNewcastle CI number 1 kanti ke olale isibili owe Danhauser Running Club ama medals wonke ayahamba ayesifundeni sasemajuba.
Sibabongele kakhulu abantwana no coach nemisebenzi emihle imajuba iloku ivelile njalo siyayibona futhi kwi track siyayibona kwi cross country ukukhombisa kona ukuthi ucoach nothisha kanye nabazali emakhaya babambisene ukuthi abantwana bagcine ngempela nabo begijima bekhululekile.
Yebo kunjalo mfokambanjwa okwenza ukuthi ke umjaho wethu mhlawumbe ubungalendlela ubuyiyo ngoba uzosibheka nje ama result ka boys 14 years unumber 1 lapha sinelubanzi Zulu ogijima isikhathi esingu 13 minutes 45 seconds number 2 sibe no Avela Mpele ogijime u 13 minutes 49 seconds kanti ku number 3 sibe no Ndethelelo Mvubu ogijime u 14 minutes 23 seconds kuthi ke number 4 sibe no Mpilo Enhlombatha ogijime u 14 minutes 25 seconds bese kuthi number 5 sibe no Elza Tempis ogijime isikhathi esingu 14 minutes 37 seconds number 6 sibe no Menzi Sizakele ogijime isikhathi lapha nesingu 14 minutes 42 seconds bese siba no Zekhethelo Mkhizo number 7 ogijime u 14 minutes 42 seconds bese siphinde futhi siba no Luyanda Vuyiswa Ximba ogijime isikhathi esingu 14 minutes 57 seconds phinde sibe no Aphiwe Mthembu Mthethwa ogijima isikhathi esingu 14 minutes 59 seconds bese unumber 10 wethuba uKhanyisani Ndlovu ogijime u15 minutes 01 seconds uma ubheka mfambanjwa isikhathi sale insizwa ezisigijimile sisondelene kakhulu sihluke nje ngama seconds ambalwa.
Impela bengithi ngisazosho kanjalo ukuthi cha okusho ukuthi lezi insizwa bezingekho kude bezingaqhelelene kakhulu bezijahana eduze njengamanje siyabona laphayana sikhona laphayana mawuthi uyabona the eye in the sky isivezela kabanzi ukuthi sikuphi zisukile ke laphayana i-recap yethu esiyibona laphayana ukuthi insizwa nezintokazi ziqale kanjani zaze zaphothula kanjani umjaho.
Yebo kunjalo mfowambanjwa irecap yethu esikhombisa kahle ngokuphelele sonke isithombe okwenzakalile ngoba uma ubheka isithombe sethu sishuthwe phezulu ngomfanekiso we-drone ozivezela kahle yonke into akukho okufihlekileke masithola lo mfanekiswano njena sibuka phansi sibuke phezulu sibuke eceleni sibuke wonke umjaho wethu sikwazi ukubona ukuthi ikuphi le insizwa nezintokazi bekade zikwenza namhlanje ngokusikhombisa amakhono azo.
Yebo impela ungalandela laphayana ipage le KZN Athletics ku Facebook nakhona laphayana ku Instagram uphinde futhi ubuke bukhoma umjaho ku YouTube channel it's KZN Athletics Cross Country Championships akhona khona laphayana kwa esigodini sakwambonambi siphinde futhi sibonge kakhulu ama sponsors ethu laphayana iBody Walk inkwazi uAkhwele uParanotisi kanye noRocco Mamazi bese kuba uSpare siphinde futhi sibe no PSI Insurance Brokers laphayana ama results girls 14 years onqobile uAphelele Sithole ogijime 15 minutes and 18 seconds uLily Horror ugijime laphana 15 minutes and 22 seconds mawuthi uyabheka ngempela bezijahana eduze lezi zintokazi kube khona uSiphesihle Zwane ogijime isikhathi esu15 minutes and 32 uOkuhle Ncwane ogijime Ngwane ogijime lapha isikhathi esingu15 minutes 33 uNamandla Maphumulo ugijima isikhathi esingu15 minutes 46 seconds Sinothando ngidi ugijime lapha isikhathi esu16 minutes sibe no Basanda Dube ugijime lapha yana u1606 sibe no Andy Swamchunu ugijime 16 15 second. uBale Swani ogijime isikhathi esingu 16:26, uphikisiwe Langa ogijime isikhathi esingu 17 minutes 04. uBale Swani uyena owanqoba umjaho wa girls 13 years ngonyaka odlule, njengoba namhlanje engakwazanga ngisho ukuqualifyela ama national championships ephume indawo yesishiyagalolunye.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa ama-championship ahlezi anama surprises. Sihlezi silindele umpetho omusha kukhomba kona ukuthi umdlalo wethu uyakhula ngakubaqeqeshi, uyakhula ngakuma-athletes, uyakhula ngoku-understanda isimo nezinga i-championship ekumele iye kuyona.
Zisukile ngempela laphana insizwa, it's boys 15 years. Asazi-ke ngempela-ke ukuthi iyozala nkomnquni. Bazothatha laphayana amalephu amabili oku-4 kilometer. Singase sibone laphana isikhathi esithe ukuba ngconywana. Kodwa-ke sikhumbule-ke mlaleli emakhaya nawe mbukeli ukuthi it's not about how fast you go, but i-position is very important, njengoba sikhumbula ukuthi besishilo ukuthi in order for you to qualify for national championships, you need to compete at least a minimum of 2 leagues to put yourself in a good position yokuthi uselectele ama-nationals. Bese ukuthi-ke mawukuthi ugijime eyodwa okanye ngithi uma ufuna uyibeka ethubeni elingcono lokuthi uqualify automatically, ngena kwabokuqala abathathu i-top 3. Zisukile ngempela-ke insizwa laphayana kuyodela uMakhasane. Kukhona nezintokazi laphayana engicabanga ukuthi it's girls 15 nawo, it's a mixed age laphayana intokazi nezinsizwa u15 years.
Yebo kunjalo mfokambanjwa, siyayibona izintokazi laphana zikhona ziyalandela emuva, kanti siphinde sihambe nazo ezinye zezinsizwa ezisalele emuva laphana kwezinye. Umjaho-ke o-interesting kakhulu uma ubheka under 15 indlela abagijima ngakhona. Under 15 ibona abantu abasebeqala befuna ukuphuma ebantwaneni sebeyongena ezinsizweni sesingababiza ngamabhungwana, kodwa-ke ibona-ke abakhombisa kakhulu ukukhula nesivinini abasisebenzisayo. Siyaye sithi ukuthi thuthu siceshe simeche lesi so under 17.
Impela lapha ke sisuke sesiphekela ukuthi umuntu angene esigabeni sokuba i-junior aphinde futhi abe i-senior, okuyinto engicabanga ukuthi ifanele abagijimi abasakhula nabaseza ngemuva bayifundisa ukuthi i-running it's not about iminyaka, kepha it's about your determination nangendlela ozinikela ngayo ukuthi uphumelele empilweni. Ungakwazi ukuthi ukhompithe nama-senior uyi-junior, kuya ngokuthi wena isibindi onaso singakanani.
Yebo kunjalo mfokambanjwa, ukugijima kunezinto eziningi okumele uzi-understand ukuze ugijime. Akukona ithalente esenyaweni kuphela, kodwa-ke futhi kuyaye kuye nange-mental fitness. Ingakho abaqeqeshi kumele bakwazi ukuthi nama sebeqeqesha umzimba kodwa baphinde futhi babaqeqeshe nangokomqondo nangokwesimo abazobhekana naso emidlalweni, ngoba esikhathini esiningi kule genge esadeveloper kuyaye ukuthi inkinga eyayibe khona not ngoba ukhuthe engayifakanga i-fitness, kodwa kusale ngokuthi umntwana aka-understandanga ukuthi kumele kwenzakaleni kule simo asuke sebhekene naso. Njengoba nje mawuzobheka ama-championship asezingeni eliphezulu kakhulu kama-championship, omunye wabantwana uyathi uma efika ezogijima ama-championship athuke angasagijimi ngendlela abakade esiqeqesha ngayo. So kubalulekile ukuthi ocoach babasa abantwana kuma-leagues, babasa abantwana emidlalweni ukuze bathi uma befika ku-championship bafike sebenaso lesipiliyoni sokukwazi ukukhompitha kwi-stage esinabantu abaningi.
Impela kunjalo mfokankonde ukuthi ocoach banendima enkulu abayidlalayo ebantwaneni, nanokuletha ukusaba nje uhlezi ukhuluma ukuthi hayi badala ungangeni lana khona abantu abadala, okusho ukuthi wena utshala imbewu engekho right, imbewu ye-inferiority yokuthi abantwana bakwazi ukukhetha ukuthi hayi mdala lo ngeke ngikwazi ukugijima naye makhona yena. Umntwana mnike ukuthi hamba uyogijima i-race yakho wena, ukuthi usele emuva uphambili wena gijima ngendlela mina engizobe ngi-instructe ngayo.
kunjalo mfokambanjwa into engiyazi kakhulu ngetalent italent aliyi ngeminyaka aliyi ngobude aliyi ngabufishane aliyi ngosize womzimba kodwa italent liya ngokuthi wena uma usunalo uliphatha kanjani wenza kanjani ukuthi likusebenzele ngendlela ofuna likusebenzele ngakhona ilana ke sekufuneka khona ubuhlakani obuhlangene nobacoach ubuhlangene nobomzali buphinde bundlulisele ngendlela ecocekile kumntwana ukuze azokwazi ukuthi enze ngabo i-meaning ezokwazi ukuthi imenzele ikusasa lakhe liqhakaza italent lilodwa angeke likwazi ukwenza umehluko kodwa italent eli-guided by i-mentorship eli-guided by abantu abaziyo ukuthi kumele kwenzakaleni abanobuholi obuqotho liyaye limsebenzele kumntwana simbone esephumelela ey'ndaweni ezinkulu zokhumbula mfowamba nje ukuthi kuney'nsizwa ney'ntokazi eziphumelela kwezemidlalo uthi uma uthi uyalandelisisa kuthiwa cha ngesikhathi esakhula ubengekho kulezinga sekulo manje okusho ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso kuningi okwakusamela kufunde nokuthi akuqonde ukuze akwazi ukuthi abe umpetha wakusasa
impela kunjalo mfoka Nkonde yonke into inesikhathi sayo ukubekezela nje nokuzazi ukuthi ufunani njengamanje lapha yana insizwa ziloku zihole njalo insizwe ezihamba phambili lapha zinhlanu kodwa kubuke ngathi kukhona le efuna ukuphuma esipoliweni ithi yona zinsizwa zakithi hayi cha catch me if you can asazi ngempela ukuthi uma qeda nje leya i-PSI insurance broker ukuthi ngempela bazokwazi yini ukuthi bahlukane noma insizwa lekade ihola phambili izokwazi yini ukuthi ibekezele iqhubeke nale pace ehamba ngayo kodwa kubuke ngathi ngempela ayipheli imandla lensizwa igijimela lapha yana uMr Prize mangiyibhekisisa kahle lapha yana insizwa le
yebo kunjalo mfokambanjwa kodwa ke ngibuka ngathi insizwa le egijimela uMax ehamba phambili ingahle bese enkingeni ngoba lensizwa ezine ezilandelayo ngemuva insizwa nje obona ukuthi zigijima ngokuqonda nokwazi ukuthi i-distance esigijimayo kusamele siyiphinde kabili le ndawo esigijimile zisabekile laphana emgodleni wazo ukuthi mase sesibuya ngale sobe sesikhipha emgodleni wethu okuzosenza ukuthi sibe ngompetha
impela mfoka Nkonde ukugijima ngobuhlakani nangokuthi ucabangele ukuthi ibanga osazolahamba lingakanani kubalekile ngempela masibuka lapha yana insizwa esingase siyibone lapha yana izona lapha yana oShezi Lwazi ogijimela izabalazo uyena wanqoba ngonyaka odlule under 15 njengamanje uJwara Talente uqhamuke emzimkhulu kube khona lapha uZungu Sinoxolo ubandile Xulu kube khona lapha uKhumalo Asiphe unxumalo Siyethemba asazi ke ngempela ukuthi heyiphi ezodla umhlanganiso kulonyaka lo
kunjalo mfokambanjwa asazi ukuthi yiphi engadla umhlanganiso kodwa ke siyayibona insizwa zonke ziwulambele lo mhlanganiso kumele udliwe namhlanje ubona ngendlela esigijima ngakhona ubona ngendlela enyathela ngayo zinyathela ngesinono ayikho insizwe efuna ukwenza amaphutha zonke insizwe ezila ngaphambili ziyazi ukuthi kulindelekeni ziyazi ukuthi njengoba zingaka ama medal mathathu kuphela uma uke wenza iphutha la ungazithola usungaphandle kwemedal so ingakho le insizwa lezi indlela ezenza ngayo nendlela esigijima ngakhona iyakhombisa ukuthi le insizwa zivuthiwe emqondweni ziphekekile ziyalazi ibanga kumele zilihambe ziyazazi izinto ezilindelekile kuzona mhlawumbe ke sizobona lapha amaseksela amaninjana ukuthi umjaho wethu uphele lazo bese yikhipha khona amangwevu
yebo kunjalo impela nje insizwa nezintokazi ezigijima u4 km boys and girls 15 years njengamanje lapha yana zinhlanu kuphela insizwa ezihamba phambili lapha yana sazi ukuthi uyozala Nkomoni njengoba sebebheke khona lapha ku 8 minutes and 30 seconds akekho ofuna ukuphuma kepha lapha siyabona lapha yana insizwa ke sibone lapha uma bezojomba amabhayili ukuthi uzoba khona yini umehluko sibone ukuthi ngempela ishawu zigzet iphinde ijombe insizwa lena ihlakaniphile le yansizwa leyana engicabanga ukuthi enene izama ngempela ukubahlakaza nokubahlukanisa nje ukuthi izinsizwa zakithi mina angizile la ukuzosinisa amahleza kepha lapha ngiyazi ukuthi yini engiyizele lapha mina ngifuna ukuye ePitoli
Yebo kunjalo mfokambanjwa insizwe ezigijima lapha phambili zigijima ngobukhulu ubunono kodwa ke futhi zigijima ngobukhulu ubuhlakani bokuthi kumele umuntu umntshontshe kwi-cross country. I-cross country awuveli ubaleke noma yini kodwa uyayisebenzisa ama-obstacles ukwenza i-move because uma wenza i-move nje i-cross country fana njengale wonke umuntu ukubhekile ungagcina uyithela ngey'bonkolo kodwa ke i-move yakho kumele uyenze bunyelele uyenze i-obstacle uzama ukutesta ubone ukuthi obani abasahleli obani abaqinile ikuphi engingakwenza ukuze ngikwazi ukubadilisa.
Impela nje kunjalo mfokankonde njengoba nje beqwala bebheke phezulu bazojika ngo right beshone phansi baphinde bathi left bathi right futhi omfishane nje bebheke phansi lapha yana ngicabanga ukuthi nje bazosalelwa nje yi-kilometer uma bejika phezulu ukuthi ngempela sibone lapha yana insizwa siyabona sezintathu insizwa lapha yana kukhona engaphambili eholayo kepha ke akakacaci kahle ngempela ukuthi ubani ozodla umhlanganiso.
Yebo mfokambanjwa kuyacaca ngempela ukuthi umkhizo uyazwela ejazini uma ukhumbula izinsizwa bezihleli ziningi lapha phambili kodwa uyabona ukuthi sekusele izinsizwa ezintathu nokukhomba ngokusobala ukuthi ukunyuka kwebanga kuya kuthi kwezinye zezinsizwa kuzwele futhi kakhulu emamaseleni zazo so kulumele le zinsizwa eziphambili esifuna ukuwina zisebenzise lelo thuba lokuthi uma ngabe kukhona imove enzekalayo kukhona ozwela ubuhlungu.
Impela njengamanje uma uhlulekile ngempela ukubambelela until leya hili leyokugcina engicabanga ukuthi enene uzobe usuyilahlekisele ngethuba lokuthi uwine umjaho namhlanje sikhumbule mbuyele emakhaya it's boys and girls 15 years 4 kilometer bazojika nje ngo right bebheke khona lapha enzansi bazojomba lapha na ingodo ezibekiwe uma beqeda nje ingodo bazobe sebekwazi ukuthi bajike ngo right ukugcina bese ke beyoshala laphana intambo asaziye ngempela ke lapha mfokankonde ukuthi njengoba sebebabili phambili ukuthi ubani ngempela ozodla umhlanganiso.
Mfokambanjwa kubuya kunzima kakhulu njengamanje insizwa ke sekunama race amabili ke la akhona i-race abagijimela unumber 1 no-number 2 kuphinde kube i-race abagijimela unumber 3 no-number 4 esaziye kakhulu ukuthi ayikho i-position ebuhlungu njengokuthola unumber 4 because uma uthola unumber 4 awutholi lutho kodwa ke siyabona insizwa kaMax impela ilwa impi enkulu kakhulu ukubanga i-bronze nalensizwa ebalandelanayo ngemuva kanti ke nalensizwa ihamba phambili ezimbili zibanga igolide nesiliva.
Impela yinkani zababili njengoba usho mfokankonde ukuthi ama race asemabili njengamanje lapha ku screen siyabona lapha yana izinsizwa ezihola phambili zincikene ngamahlombe impela kudela umakhasana sazi uma bejika lapha yana ukuthi ubani ozojika ikhona kuqala ongenze ukuthi ojike kuqala ikhona uyena ungasayibeka ethubeni lokuthi anqobe.
Kunjalo mfokambanjwa insizwa kaMax laphana ngathi isisele ngempela ngoba ngibona ngathi angisayiboni escreenini uma kunjalo sekusele i-race yababili manje i-race ka number 1 no number 2 naba beza kulelo hili lelo le insurance broker I think le hili lelo umuntu climb eqala angikaze ngabona since siqalile lo muntu loyo ewuluza umjaho.
Impela mfokankonde washo nje njengokusho kwakho mfokankonde nje ukuthi hayi cha sekuyazwela impela kule insizwa le isibili ukuthi cha kukhona ngempela okusele kuyona lapha intaba leyana insizwa le iyaqenqeleza ngempela ke izonyuka kancane nje istep lesiyana besiqhamukela ithi qhamthushu kwifinish sezintathu kuphela insizwa ezilandelayo iMax izolala isine njengokusho kwakho kodwa nangu ngathi unyusa amagwevu ngempela.
Angisaboni ebwazi ukuthi aphinde ayithole indondo yethusi. Okuba unfortunately indlela agijima ngakhona ugijima kahle kakhulu mfana wawayishaya intambulo yamfana laphana phambili uyishaya ngo 13 minutes 18 seconds olala isibili u13 minutes 23 seconds okusho ukuthi uyabona ukuthi le insizwa bezi13 ngempela insizwa ke kaMax nayo isingena indawo yesine angeke ke yona isaba khona ku podium kodwa ke ibe nomdlalo omuhle kakhulu futhi siyayiqhenya ngayo nesifunda sakwaZulu-Natal siyayiqhenya ngayo.
Hayi sibongele kakhulu lapha insizwa kaMax ngokuthi ilale isine indlela ekhombise ngakho ukulambela umjaho ukuthi cha yona izimisele ukuthi inqobe namhlanje yize ingakwazanga ukuthi iunqobe umjaho kodwa ithenge amehlo abantu abaningi njengoba nami impela ngibukela lapha ngiyabona ukuthi cha hayi ingeze igilo indlela egijime ngayo iwona ke amathalente lawa siyayiwabuke mfoka Nkonde ukuthi it's not about winning but also the way you show dedication during i-race iyakhombisa ukuthi ithalent elikhona ngoba ithalent alidetermine ukuwina.
Yebo kunjalo mfoka Mbanjwa ziningi insizwa ezisencane ezinye singeke siphumelele ukuthi zingene kwabakushumi kokuqala kodwa ke ngeminyaka ethini elandelayo ungayibona sekuyizo ezidla umhlanganiso njengoba siyibona nje insizwa zingena zikhathele ezinye zibambe edandi nayo intokazi yokuqala ingena laphana intokazi egijime kahle kakhulu esondele kakhulu einsizweni ngiyacabanga ukuthi icishe ingenile nezinsizwa zeshumi ezokuqala ile besike sakhuluma ngayo mfoka Mbanjwa ukuthi kulama age group lawa intokazi nezinsizwa azishiyani kakhulu ngokwamandla.
Kunjalo nje njengoba usho nje mfoka Nkonde ukuthi cha unumber 2 wakhe laphayana naye engena laphayana engathi uphambanisa umfana lona unumber 1 ke useyishayileke lapha intambo ungene nabo kuqala nje unumber 2 wakhe ke engena naye laphayana ngesikhathi esiwu15 minutes and 19 seconds engicabanga ukuthi laphayana sizolindela noma yinini ozolala indawo yesithathu naye ayizuzele indondo yethusi njengamanje ama result boss 15 years ucebelihle Hlomuka ogijima isikhathi esingu13 minutes and 17 seconds uMesuli Khumalo ogijime lapha isikhathi esingu13 minutes 23 seconds bese kuba uSibusiso Mlotshwa ogijima isikhathi esingu13:25 ibona ke laba abathathu bokuqala abakwazile ukuthi banqobe umjaho nabayibeke ethubeni lokuthi baqualify automatically ukuyomela iprovince yaKwaZulu-Natal ngenyanga ezayo ngoziyishumi nesihlanu kuwona laphayana uMandulo okanye uSeptember.
Yebo mfoka Mbanjwa kuyiqiniso kakhulu lokho insizwa ke lezo esithi njengesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal siyasiqhenya ngazo insizwa ekumele sakhele phezulu kwakhe kwazi ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sakhe isakhiwo esizoba strong kakhulu ukuze sikwazi ukuthi mhlazane seyifika kuma senior kube insizwa ezizoba isibuko sale province ezokwazi ukuthi isiqhenye ngayo konke ke kuqala la ekuphekeni kuqala la kuleminyaka uqala lana identifying italent siqale siligrume silipheke ukuze sikwazi ukuthi silisebenzise kuma Olympics.
Impela nje i-race recap laphayana insizwa nentokazi zisuka ngempela laphana zihadulisana zibheke phezulu laphayana ziphinde zibheke phansi asazi ke ngempela ukuthi ke njengamanje umjaho olandelayo with senior men senior women and under 23 4 kilometer engicabanga ukuthi ngempela laphayana kuyodela uMakhasane asazi ngempela ukuthi heyiphi ngempela izodla umhlanganiso masibhekile laphayana einsizweni ngempela ku4 kilometer kuzoshuba impela mfoka Nkonde iyona race lena ke ethanda ukuba inkinga ke le isikhathi esiningi.
Yebo kunjalo mfoka Mbanjwa uma ngabe nje kukhulunywa ngo4 kilometers kuma senior kusuke kukhulunywa ngerace ezobe inesivinini esiphezulu kakhulu abantu abaningi abavamise ukuthi babe ingcenye yaleyo mjaho leyo kuba kube abantu abagijima kakhulu umjaho we track and field abantu abanesivinini esiphezulu kakhulu nabahlizi besezingeni eliphezulu lokwazi ukuthi bangakompete.
Impela mfoka Nkonde mbukile emakhaya singaphambili nje ngeprogram engicabanga ukuthi abaningi abaseke bagijima u4 km bayazi ukuthi irace ka4 km ijwayele ukuba ngo5 noma before 5 kodwa ngenxa yokuthi enene kuyashesha ngenxa yekhozi ukuthi ifast nesibalo sabantu abagijimayo esingekho baningi kakhulu especially lama race lawa anjengo ama-senior kanye nama-junior baningi impela kodwa sibona ukuthi namhlanje kusheshile impela. Ngicabanga ukuthi nezikhathi abayiqophayo laba abasuke sebegijimile yibona abasenza ukuthi ngempela sibe phambili ngeprogram, okuyinto enhle ukuthi wonke umuntu uzoshesha akhululeke, konke kuhlelekile, bonke abantu bazogoduka bewatholile ama-medals abo njengoba sazi ukuthi enene in between the race kwenziwa i-victory ceremony khona laphayana ngakwi-start and finish se-race.
Yebo kunjalo mfokambanjwa, into enhle kakhulu-ke leyo ukuthi-ke imijaho esiba nayo isheshe iphele ukuze sizokwazi ukuthi sikhululeke siye emakhaya kusaphephile kusakhanya, nabazali bezokwazi ukuthi nakusasa noma inini sicela abantwana bakwazi ukubakhulula ngoba bazobe sebazi ukuthi abantwana bazobe bephephile ngaleso sikhathi leso abazofika ngaso emakhaya.
Do we have the results for the medal ceremony later on, manje?
I don't know which one, but this one I think.
Bagniye manje la? Balethela manje la?
Yeah, so this is the last race, so. Last race.
And currently here we are going to see the senior women and the senior men under 23, but it seems to be a 4K race right now starting, so it's quite a medium-sized field, and they are moving through the starting block, that very narrow part there where they usually tunnel themselves through, and then onto the windy part of the course when they're going to turn right now. So this seems to be the senior under 23 women 4K that is just started. So let's keep an eye on this race over here where they come to the windy part over there in the course. So it might be a little bit slippery at this stage because of the rain that fell throughout the day, but the wind have died down a bit, which is quite good. And yeah, so it's a good part of the day to be racing. So yeah, what do you expect from this race? Do you think there's going to be some fast times coming?
I think it's they have to be. They have to give some fast time, because if ubheka ifield esinayo njengamanje amantombazane ajwayele vele ukugijima speed, amanye agijima yona i-track and field, siyayibona nje intombazane egijima u-3000 meters steeplechase on the field. So kulindeleke kakhulu ukuthi lawo mantombazane angakwazi ukusinikeza isikhathi esifast to prepare for their track and field.
So you can see there's a leader already jumping out at about 10 meters lead with a follower and a follower. So we've got third, second, and third coming through already, making their way. So this is a 4K, so we're going to go 2 by 2 laps. Already hitting the bale, got a grassy bales, and seems like the leader is zigzagging through. I feel I've seen a lot of different strategies today where the taller people tend to jump over it, and then I don't know, the shorter people try to zigzag. I've said to my athletes, the taller athletes have long legs, the long striding long distance athlete to jump over it, and it seems to make some meters, but I think at this part of the day, whatever feels most comfortable for you. And she's actually leading nicely, and it doesn't seem like she lost a bit of our lead. So what a good strategy. Whatever works for you at this stage, I think as long as you can get through that unscathed, I see that as a win.
Yes.
And on your screen right now, it is the girls. 14, they are receiving their medals. In third position, we had Spissy Khizwane from Denhazer Running Club with a time of 15 and 33 seconds. So this is the under 13 or a girls 13, and the winner was Caitlin Miller, and she is from PDAC.
So back to the live action. They have now turned into the Rockamama's sandy course there, and as you can see in the beginning of the day, that right part of the course was just a tiny little puddle, which is now turned into a little stream. So I'm guessing this is a lot tougher to run on, and yeah, let's see what the medal presentations comes through now.
Okay, and on your screen right now, it is the girls 14, and in bronze position or third position, we have Spissy Khizwane from Denhazer Running Club with a time of 15 minutes and 33 seconds. And in second position, we do have Lily Hoare from Huyersville Athletics Club, and she ran the time of 15 minutes and 22 seconds. In gold position, the champion of this age group, it is Apelele Sitole from Newcastle Siaya Athletics Club with a time of 15 minutes and 18 seconds. Congratulations, ladies.
Sesibuyile futhi laphana ulive wethu ku women's under 23 senior women's and under 23 4 kilometers intokazi ezimbili ke laphana ngicabanga ukuthi zigijimela yena uMax Elite sezihamba phambili zihamba ndawonye akasekho ophambili ziyasebenzisana sizobona ukuthi ke njengamanje isikhathi laphana sebesigijimile su 5 minutes 29 seconds njengamanje ngiyacabanga ukuthi bayothatha ilap yokuqala.
And on your screen right now, it is the boys. The boys 14, and in third position we have Nteselelo Mvubu from Ebukhalini Athletics Club with a time of 14 minutes and 24 seconds. In second position, we have Avela Mbele from Iklopo Athletics Club with a time of 13 minutes and 15 seconds. And the champion for this age group, it was Ulubanzi Zulu from Richards Bay Athletics Club with a time of 13 minutes and 46 seconds. Well done to these young gentlemen.
So the leading ladies for the 4K women's under 23 is currently approaching the last 250, 300 meters of this course, which is the hilly part of this course, which is generally called the toughest part. So Just to give you a little bit of background regarding this race, last year this race was won by Paige Dennison in a time of 17:57. So that, I think, is the time that they are going to chase. Looking at the half mark bench that they're going to come through now, I think they're definitely going to be faster than that time, as the two leading ladies seems to be working together and then be chased by a third lady. We will grab their names now. We are working on communication, better communication with their names now. But these two ladies seems to be from the same club, and they seems to be working together. So I think the time that they are chasing is 17:57. So just to feedback on that, number 1002 is Sandile Kayo, and she is from Maxed Elite Club. So these two ladies are actually working together. You can see them zigzagging, and I have a funny feeling that that third lady is going to run hard to catch up to them. So these three ladies is really working together, these two ladies, and you can see as soon as there's a little gap, they actually spread out a little bit further, stretching that lead. Working together here is not a bad thing, because 1, 2, 3 goes to nationals, and these two girls is working well. But I don't think the third lady is giving up just yet. There's about 1 kilometer left to go. And if you have enough in the tank, that is a good sprint, specifically for cross country. And this course, as we see now throughout today, Grantleigh has definitely given us a fast course, entertaining every single spectator. And I heard a lot around the field then I was walking down. There's a lot of people following us here over here. So they are watching this. So hopefully, even you guys, if you can see the back there of the track, it is fast. Well, it's a bit slippery now when they turn left, but they are approaching now the spur splash zone, the water zone when they come back. And then going up, they have the Rock Mama's turn, the sandy part there. Nice and dusty, but I'm pretty sure it's no more dusty. It's now slippery, slopery, more than dusty. So I will keep you updated as the race progresses.
Yebo kunjalo wena. Intokazi ezimbili ziyasebenzisana phambili. Usilindile Hlatshwayo siyakhumbula ukuthi intombazane especialize ngayo u800 meters no 1500 meters. Okusho ukuthi isivinini anaso singaba ngaphezulu kwawo lamantombazane amabili ahamba nawe eduze kwakhe. Kodwa siyabona indlela abasebenzisana ngayo ukuthi mhlawumbe iplan yokuthi bagijimele iclub eyodwa noma iplan kacoach ukuthi abasebenzisane ukuze kube sekugcineni. Kodwa ke awamama predictions athi usilindile Hlatshwayo uyena ozonqoba lo mjaho ka 4 kilometers.
So the two ladies, the leading ladies now, Klatwayo is approaching the spur section where they can get refreshments or water. I don't think they are going to take refreshments now. I think the third lady is chasing too hard. They are not going to focus on any refreshments. They can get her recovery after the race with Aquele at the end. Now they are focusing to take that definite 1 and 2 positions there. So you can clearly see them. They're strategically running together. That little gap of, I want to say 10 meters stretched now to 15, maybe 20. So these ladies are definitely working together. You can see it. But now it's always an individual race as well. Who's going to take that gold medal? That is the important question, because this last part is completely downhill and then 250, 300 going up. So now these ladies, I think they forgot about their teamwork, and now it's all about the individual sport of cross country. Who wants this KZN title today?
I think Slindile is going to take it. You can look how she runs, and then she's more confident, and then she knows that the second runner from Next Elite, she knows that she's faster than her, so she's very comfortable in her lead. I fear for the third lady that maybe she may come and spoil the party.
I will be very surprised if that happens, but I would love that to happen, because a race is a good race, eh? And there they go over that logs. You can see the slippery logs. There's a lot of athletes that fell down in this area specifically today because it's a downhill. So you want to push this last part, and then I think some pushing and shoving happened on this specific part. Oh, there's the third lady coming through. I think there's a sneaky coming through here. Let's hope that she can hold on and make this last 350 very, very interesting.
I fear for a dramatic finish, because I think the lady in second, she's not comfortable at the second place, because the third lady is approaching very quickly. We're going to see what will happen in that hill, the last hill of the race, because I could see even Slindile is now slowing down. I don't know if it's a plan or it's just he's waiting for a partner to work together.
Look at what's happening here. This hill is going to turn them. This hill is going to turn them. What is happening here? Otto. Here you can see that lady. She never gave up. So let's see who wants this the most. Who wants this the most? The two ladies from Max. Look at this. Look at this. There is definitely a race going to happen. This is where you want to see it. You can see the coach and the supporters there supporting on. The two Max ladies is holding on. It seems to be Max Club 1 and 2. But it's not over until it's over. You never, ever wait for someone to go past you. You really run into the end. Look at that third lady.
I think that that lady, technically, she's got it wrong, because she wanted to pass on the right hand side when you know that he doesn't have a space. If he did that prior, I think the result could be different.
I think there is a surprise in position 2. I think she outdipped her.
Exactly as I predicted.
Now you predicted it. Well, we know at least those 3 ladies are going to Pretoria, but wow, what a good race, straight until the end. Here comes the 4th lady, looking strong. The time was unofficially 15:27, which is very well, 15:27 for all of them, because I think it's a photo finish for everyone. 4th place was 50 unofficially all of the times. Of course, you need to wait for confirmation when the results is out. 5th place is coming through, holding a bit. I think that's a bit of a stitch coming through. I think the weather plays its part today, where it's hot, cold, windy, so you never know what to expect. Shame. I feel for these athletes. It was not an easy day out there today.
A very interesting 4 kilometer. We've seen most of the tactics that the ladies applied during the race. We don't know if it worked or not, but I think I need to give credit to the third lady, the lady that was third all along. She did manage to come back closer to finish. I don't know what was the result, but we'll wait for official result.
So if we look at the recap of this race, the two Max ladies leading from the start, exposing the elements and showing everyone else on the race what this course was all about. There's mixed feedback from the course today. Certain athletes loved the course, certain athletes did not like the course. I don't know, generally I felt it was a very, very good course. It's a very fast course. If you look at the results shows that this is a quite fast course. I know the grass bales did not make it easy, and of course the rain, but overall I think the weather plays its part mostly during this champs today. I don't think it was the course. I think Grantleigh produced a wonderful course, and they were definitely on top of their things. Even small little details, they handled it well. And I think unfortunately the wind made it very, very difficult and challenging for these athletes to give it all their best. And if you can see the recap here, I actually want to see who got second. I think it was Max and the other athlete in the blue bippy, and then another Max athlete. I think she outdipped her there at the end. So let's just check here. I don't know. We're going to have to wait for the formal results. It's impossible to make that call. We had to stand on the side of that and to see and to make that specific call. So I'm actually excited to see the results and to see who's got 1, 2, 3 there.
But it was very interesting race. That's what cross country is all about. It's always full of surprises. You may never know the winner until they cross the finish line.
So next up, ladies and gentlemen, will be the men's under 23 senior race. It will also be a 4 kilometer. We are a bit ahead of schedules because we are combining these events. It says that they are combining the senior and the junior men and everyone together. And the final 2 events will be the senior junior youth women race, which will be a 2K, and then after that will also be a senior junior and youth 2K, and that will be the final start. If you can see here, the men under 23 is lining up for their 4K. I think the actual conditions now, the weather conditions is by far the best it was the whole day. So the wind has died down, there's no rain coming out. It is a bit chilly out there, but we're still in South African winter, which is actually quite good. But you can see these guys doing their rhythm. I'm not sure if that's a rhythm or a dance, but they are staying warm. These guys are definitely positive and motivated to start running. Let's see what these guys can produce. I think there was going to be a very, very fast race, and that is the women's under 23. As you can see there, Grantleigh School had run a 15:17, Selindile Kladswayo a 15:17, and then Kwanele Swakane, she ran a 15:15. So as you can see, tied for second and third place. I think that's a fair call. I think that last sprint at the end made it quite fair. So there you can see the top 10 ladies, as again top 3 goes definitely automatic to the national championships later this year, in September next month to Pretoria, and then 4, 5 and 6. It all depends on time and also what leagues that they do. So they had to participate in 2 leagues. It doesn't necessarily have to be in their region. They can go to any region as long as they competed in 2 different leagues, and then the time is eligible to take them to the national champs, which will be held in Pretoria, nicely at altitude, which should be a very, very promising race.
Yes, indeed. It could be a very, very promising race. We've seen a lot of KZN athletes, especially the under 50, like from the under 9s to the juniors. Our KZN athletes are more prepared. I think Mangabe Siagma Championships is Obona surprises. We might come back with most of the medals in those divisions.
That's what we all hope. I think Team KZN has always brings a strong cross-country team. If you see in past days, a lot of KZN athletes is on the national squad for cross-country. And we're about to start the under-23 men's race. It's also a 4K. The field is actually surprisingly big, I have to say. Big if you think of all the ages that started racing. So just to... again, they're going past that very, very narrow tunnel there. Inside there is actually a pole. So it's very strategic running through there. Guys, it is important to know that, that it is a strategic run as well. So just to recap, the start and the finish is sponsored by Boardwalk and Quasi. If you see there in the finish and the start, it is definitely very clear. We want to thank that sponsor over there. And also our host school, which is Grantleigh School, who held a beautiful cross-country champs today. Really, everything was in place. The time was on time. The course did exactly what it needed to do. The only thing that was missing was a bit of the weather. So, but unfortunately, Richards Bay Athletics Club was not to blame for that. It was the weatherman. He said it's going to be a tough day, and that definitely came through. So we are almost at the end of our day, starting to wrap up. There's 2 events left. And that's why it is important for us to acknowledge our partners that was a hosting federation was KZN Athletics. KZN always amazing at what they do. The host club, Richards Bay Athletics Club, RBAC, thank you very much for being willing to open your arms and host us over here. The governing partner KZN, KwaZulu-Natal Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We've got the venue, Grantleigh, as just mentioned, and then the environmental awareness waste and management partner. Guys, that is important because if you look around this, everywhere it's amazing agriculture. I don't know if you ever driven around KZN. This is KZN. If you go out, look left, look right, look up, look down. This is how beautiful KZN is. The Green Sanaka Academy. Thank you very much, guys. What a privilege it is to be here today. I think every single athlete that ran here today can say the same. This was a wonderful, wonderful event.
Yebo kunjalo wena sibonga kakhulu abaxhasile namhlanje kodwa ke ukubuyela khona emidlalweni wethu khona siyabona insizwe esihamba phambili lapha insizwa eziphuma khona kuyo iPhantane Athletics Club insizwa ezihola phambili lapha insizwa ezihamba phambili laphana insizwa zayo iPhantane Athletics Club siyabona lapha insizwa uRyan Mphahlele uRyan Mphahlele ohamba nazo lensizwa lapha phambili uRyan Mphahlele kuzokhumbuleka ukuthi enye insizwa enamava kakhulu wena kuziwa kwi track and field eSouth Africa insizwa esekuyawumela uMzansi Africa kuma multi world championship including the Olympics so silindeleke ukubona ukuthi insizwa kaMphahlele njengoba isila eKZN isiphatheleni mhlawumbe sothi masiya kuma championship nathi sibe nalo ithemba lokuthi kuyo u4 kilometers uKZN uzokwazi ukuthi ubuye nayo indondo yegolide kodwa ke okwamanje akacace ngoba iseningi kakhulu insizwe isekhona eduzane kwayo nayo nokuthi ke kusese early kakhulu ukuthi sesingaqagule ukuthi imupho ongahladla umhlanganiswa ngoba zine insizwa ezilapha phambili.
A question that's always on my mind, guys. Do you think cross country should be at the Olympic Games? I love cross country. That for me, in any sport, the definition of the Olympic Games is the pinnacle of every sport. Imagine cross country there. Open men, open ladies. You can go 4K, 8K, 12K. What is your opinion on that?
I agree with an opinion, but they had to make some exception that if you qualified for cross country, you run cross country only. You don't run track and cross country, so that to avoid those repetition of the events.
Oh, this man has thought about this many times. This is not the first time we've answered this question because that question was superbly answered. If you run cross country, you're there for cross country. You are not there for the track. You can't double up like the 5 and the 10 like the other athletes. You can do a 4, 8 or the 12 at cross country. But you can't do track and cross country. You pick one because cross country is, for me, one of the purest forms of running there is. It is absolutely beautiful. So for me, this needs to go to the Olympic Games. There's a lot of sport. There's a lot of sports that goes in and out. Why not put this in? Try it. LA 28. We need to vote about that. That is a great situation.
The other challenge, Wayne, that you need to look at it is that Olympics are in summer, so cross country is a winter sport, and then you have to know how to go around with that.
I'm sure it rains in LA. We can make a plan. We can make hay balls there as well. We can make puddles of mud. I can take a hose pipe and I can make puddles of mud. We can throw sand there. We can make a plan there. But guys, back to the race. The men's on the 23 4 kilometers. They are going through their first lap here quite fast. You can see the wind again is picking up this wave that just doesn't want to release us today here. The front runner here looking really comfortable from Patani Club. He even has a cap on. It looks like he has gone on a Sunday stroll. This is a fantastic run. He's got a nice strong stride. His arms are working well. And then, yes, a beautiful, beautiful technique there.
Yes, this guy leading in front is Ryan Mpahlele from Pantana Athletics Club. He is one of the most elite athletes that is on the field. He has represented South Africa in numerous occasions in different competition. So he's well experienced for today's competition.
Njengamanje laphana izinsizwa uyena laphana osayihola phambili uRyan Phahlele isikhathi abadlule ngaso laphayana ku lap yokuqala abadlule ngawo laphayana u5 minutes and 45 seconds okusho ukuthi yenene bagijima ngaphansi kuka 255 per kilometer kulandele uyena laphaya uLeslie Mukwena laphayana izinsizwa ziyabonakala ukuthi cha azizile ukuzosilisa amahleza uyena laphayana uyinsizwa laphayana egijimela yona lapha iHarambe Athletics Club ziloku iqhamukile njalo izinsizwa laphayana sikhumbule mbukele emakhaya ukuthi njengoba lezi zinsizwa lapha zihlanganisiwe kukhona no under 23 bese kuba khona nama senior njengoba ubona ke nje ukuthi inhloko ihlukene nesixhanti kuyacaca ukuthi phambili obhuta abadala ngemuva bese kulandela wona ama under 23 okungenzeka ke ukuthi kube khona ushintsho olukhulu uma sekuqedwa umjaho ngenxa yokuthi kuyadepend ukuthi umuntu uqale kanjani ziningi ke insizwa ke kulomjaho lona u4 km wona umjaho ngempela lona o interesting siphoqwa yona ke iweather ukuthi asikwazi ukuthi sigijime kwi-cause njengezifiso zethu
mhlambe uku-eda lapho mfokambanjwa kunensizwa kaShezi egijimela iHarambe Athletics Club ekhona lapha phambi kulezi nsizwa insizwa ke sencane leyana esithembayo ukuthi uyena unumber 1 wawo ama under 23 nokhombisa italente leyisimanga ukuthi akwazi ukuhlala kuleya pace yamadoda asezingeni eliphezulu kanjeyana sibongele sikhuthaze futhi insizwa sokhumbula ukuthi insizwa ngonyaka ophelile yakaShezi iyona eyathatha isicoco sokuba iAthlete of the Year KwaZulu-Natal Athletics
impela sibongele kakhulu insizwa njengamanje ilele isime okusho kona ukuthi umfoka konde njengoba ethi iyona iphambili iyona engase idle umhlanganise kuona laphayana u-under 23 njengobona ke izulu laphayana kuyaye kuthiwa makuvela ilanga kunetha nemvula kusuke kushada imfene okusho ukuthi ke nehlathi likhona impela ngiyasola ukuthi cha ziyashada ziyawushaya impela lapha ehlathini insizwa ziyishuka imbodla laphayana khona laphayana isigodi sikwambonambi i-distance njengamanje egijinywa wona lapha u4 km insizwa laphayana njengamanje isikhathi ebhodini it's 8 minutes and 9 minutes and 5 seconds insizwa sizongena kungekudala nje mfoka Nkonde ucabanga ukuthi isikhathi singase sigijinywe namhlanje kungaba ngaphansi nje kwa 12 minutes
mfokambanjwa noma kunzima ukuqagula kodwa ke ngisilindele lapha na yena u12 minutes namanenjana noma makwenzeka kube ngaphansanyana nje kuka 12 minutes kodwa closer to 12 minutes ngoba uma sibuka isivinini abagijima ngaso insizwa kaMphahlele igijima nje yodwa ayinayo i-competition esingathi mhlawumbe ingayiphusha noma iphoqe ukuthi ikhiphe amangwevu.
Yeah, so these boys are chasing a 7 minute 18 from last year. So I'm pretty sure a classy athlete like Ryan will definitely get that. But to be fair, well, it seems to be the sun is sneak peeking its nose again out. So if that sun comes out and the wind dies, it's definitely going to be faster than 7:18. A class act like Ryan definitely knows how to get his way around the track as well. So, so we are looking at 12 minutes and 11 seconds. But yeah, so definitely these boys, if you can see the leading pack exactly where they are on the field now, It seems to be they are focusing on the last 250, 300-meter stretch, that uphill. So we will see if when Ryan pokes his head out, we are chasing a 12 minute and 11 seconds. I'm pretty sure that is, if I look at the time, 10:41, 10:42, that should be well within his reach. And then I think there's going to be some surprises in Pretoria when Ryan pitches up for the 4K under 23. I think not a lot of people expect him to do that. And if that is the case, I can almost put my money on a medal for KZN and at that age group. There is no doubt in my mind. So
definitely Wayne Ryan Phahlela sizombona nje eqhamuka kungekudala laphana kuyona lapha iPSI waqhamuka ngempela ke insizwa laphana uRyan Phahlele usalele nje ngaphansi kwa 200 meters ukuthi ahamba ayoshaya intambo kodwa bothi uyabhekisisa ngazi ukuthi unokuqhuga mawuthi uyabhekisisa mfongaqonde laphana ezoyishaya laphana intambo uzoqwala intaba yokugcina bese eyoshaya intambo ngicabanga ukuthi isikhathi azosigijima uyena lapha u11 minutes and 40 something elandela uyena lapha uLeslie Mukwena asazi ngempela ukuthi iphantane izokwenza iclean sheet yini ithathe unumber 1 to number 3 yini asazi insizwa ngempela ukuthi yakashezi igcine ngempela wayishaya ngempela intambo isikhathi njengamanje is 11 minutes and 49 seconds
unofficially, but yes, that is a 20 seconds definitely. And to be fair, last year was a very classy act as well. So it is always an interesting situation when you see top athletes like Ryan coming, making his way down to cross country. I think always every athlete's fundamental starts at cross country, and it's when you get to that specific reach, you always have to come back and remember why you started doing the sport. And cross country will definitely humble you very, very quickly. And that's, I think, for me, I think that's what he was aiming for. It's going to be very interesting going up to Pretoria.
Kuyiqiniso ngempela sayibona ke lapha insizwa yakashezi engene isithathu engicabanga ukuthi yona unumber 1 ku under 23 ilandele iyona lapha yena insizwa iphantane nayo engicabanga ukuthi amasenior asangenile uyena lapha yana uRyan bese kuthi ama under 23 kube uyena lapha yana insizwa uLeslie elandela uyena lapha uShezi bese kuba yile insizwa le iphantane athletics club asaziye ngempela ukuthi ngempela einsizweni uopen wobani ngempela abagcini bezuze ngendondo yesiliva kanye nethusi umjaho interesting kakhulu usakhona umjaho olandela njengamanje uku2 km men and women is going down.
So
down. I hope the rain will stop.
As we
will stop because we are expecting lightning pace.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think as we wrap up the senior men on the 23 4 kilometers, we are looking forward to the next 2 events, and will be the last 2 events on the day. The first one will be the senior, junior, youth women 2 kilometer, and that, my friend, is going to be a dash from the start until the finish. You can see that they are lining up already. These, I want to say, women and ladies, is ready to rumble. This is not gonna be holding back. So they are gonna start from the beginning. That gunner is gonna go and they're gonna go straight forward. They're gonna go for it. And then the last race of the day will be very similar to this. It will be the senior, junior, and youth men 2 kilometers as well. And I'm really looking forward to these 2 races, because this is just a gun and dash. This is what it's all about, gun and dash. And if you die at 1,800 meters, you can hold on and just push through. You can lie down and cry a little bit, but it's going to rain on you. There we go. There is the results, guys. For 3rd place for the men's under 23, it is Spamandla Shwezi as a 12:01. We've got Leslie Makuna 11:55, and then Grantleigh Mpele 11:49. So that is the official times. We've got the top 7 over there. Ladies and gentlemen, you can take note of those times. It is really, really fast times. If you think of that, that is 4 times 3 is 12. So Ryan dropped the 3 minutes pace there. That is blisteringly fast. On this course, well, the sun is poking his head out again, which is good for us. And let's hope the sun can keep it out for the next, I want to say 20 minutes. 20 minutes. We're looking forward to 20 minutes of more racing, and then the day should be wrapping up. But before we wrap up, we have our own Amanda here, thanking all the sponsors, maybe a recap of the day, making sure that people are well taken care of and thanked before we out the day, because nothing can come to a day like this without our wonderful sponsors.
Thank you so much, Wayne, and that is indeed true. So we would like to send our sincerest gratitude to the district that is hosting us here today, to the running club that is hosting us here today, which is Richards Bay Athletics Club, and the school, which is indeed Grantleigh School. So we would like to send our deepest gratitude to our hosts and our sponsors and our partners, from Akwele to I feel like I'm forgetting people. From Akwele to Spur to Panarotis to Rocamamas to Spur to the PSI insurance brokers, as well as the Broadwalk Inkwazi. We would like to send our deepest gratitude for partnering up and sponsoring this event. It does not go unnoticed. And to our association, which is KZN Athletics, we would like to send thank you for ensuring that such an event keeps on happening and growing to the magnitude that it is, or has rather been today.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just take note of that age category. It's senior women, junior, and youth running in all one race. So this is a 2-kilometer dash. So don't necessarily think that 1, 2, and 3 might be a senior woman. It might be a junior coming through. Juniors are very, very tough these days. They are brought up well here in KZN. They are with the Comrades Marathon just around the corner. Road races happening. Running is in these people's bloods. Everyone who stays in KZN wants to run. So these guys, doesn't matter junior, doesn't matter youth. You saw that leading lady. She had a big J. So that tells us the quality of this field. Does not matter what age you are. If you can run, come to KZN. We want you here.
So it's essentially, if you can run, come and show us. Show us how fast you are. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. So those indeed is the senior women, junior, as well as the youth, and they're 2 kilometers. And it's just going to be one single loop. So that's why it is more so like a dash, because it's just only one lap and the race will be up. So we are trying to see which lady is going to showcase rather their speed and endurance in this race, because that's essentially what they're going to be showcasing. Their speed and endurance, because it's just one lap, and if you don't get a place here and now, then you're definitely not going to get a place in the finish line. So they're just going through their Panarotis, or rather our Panarotis sponsored obstacle, which is more so like haystacks, and some are jumping, some are going zigzag around it, and everyone's just using what they can, and it's going to suit them in this points and time. So we'll see how this race really pans out.
Impela kunjalo laphayana intokazi iwona lapha senior women, junior and youth. Ukhumbula ukuthi njengoba ebekile lapha umfocus Neymar ukuthi akuyi ngokuthi umdala lapha njengoba bemixiwe, asazi ukuthi lo hamba phambili ingabe uyi youth okanye uyi junior, kodwa kulapho ongenzeka ukuthi i-youth kube yiyona ehamba phambili. Sikhumbule phela ukuthi 2 kilometer ufast.
Guys, they're just passing the Spur splash over there, the watering zone. But as you can see throughout the day's rain, that track has gone from very dry and easy to run with, from muddy left and right. So you can see the athletes will be sticking in the middle where it's a bit more dry. Hopefully there's no slipping here. We don't want the final day to have any slipping or any injuries. We had a great day so far, injury-free. On the top, we have the Rockamama's turn, and then on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see it's supposed to be a sandy bar, but I think it's more muddy at this stage. But yeah, it's still a difficult situation. You can see the runners coming back. There's mud on their shoes, on their ankles, on their calves, upper legs. I'm not sure how it gets to the upper legs, but it's definitely there. But yeah, so that's a different part. And then they go down all the way to the splish splash past the Spur. But honestly, I don't think on the 2K, drinking water is far from your mind. All you want to do
is finish.
Put your head down and get to that finish. And then once you're there, you can splash with the Aquele on your hand, because the finish is sponsored by Aquele, and they will get you refreshed with all the electrolytes, vitamins and minerals that you need. Even the one with the caffeine. That's my favorite one. I really have to say. The black and gold one. That is my drink there, right there.
Sipo, what is your favorite Aquele Viv?
The lion one. I don't know whether it's light or calamansi.
Calamansi. Oh,
Yes,
okay.
calamansi. Yeah.
Sibu and I have the same favorite that drink,
yeah,
so the
calamansi,
the
yeah.
lime one, which is also quite interesting because people tend to go to the sweeter one, which is the one that has like a pine nut flavor to it, and some like Wayne like the caffeinated one. But the lime calamansi, that is the flavor. If you know, you know.
No.
Guys.
Njengamanje laphayana-ke intokazi isibheke khona lapha enzansi engicabanga ukuthi isalele wona lapha u-600 meters or ngaphezulu ukuthi ngempela sibone laphana ishaya intambo ngesikhathi esihle. I-weather-ke iyamangaza. Intokazi laphana izojomba laphana iy'ngodo ezibekiwe. Hhayi cha, idla magalane. Idla magalane ibheke enzansi.
And that is indeed true. Untogazile is hambela yodwa phambili. There's no one in sight. It's just her up front, and there isn't any much competition that is close behind her. Unlike the 4 kilometer that we just saw now, everyone was really trying to catch up and take that position. So the lady in front, she's really having a competition of her own, running in her own race and her own pace. And she's now about to approach the last corner, and then from there on she will be headed towards the broker, which is the PSI broker, and that is the hill that sets apart every competition, every competitor from the other. But we do see another lady that is coming in and closing in, so we might see that dramatic finish, just like we did with the senior women in their 4 kilometer. And the hill that we were talking about, the steep hill that we were talking about, and that is sponsored by the PSI insurance broker, is here, and she has conquered it all by herself. And the second, and it is indeed a junior that is leading this pack, which is very interesting. So she is coming in the time of 6 minutes and 50 seconds, and it seems like she will close in on that time.
So just to give you a recap on last year's time. So the same race last year it's going to be more or less the same. I'm just trying to find the 2K race over here. But yeah, how interesting is this race that these two ladies, a junior is taking the senior women race, and they are doing particularly well, guys. Yeah, so this is an interesting one. And yes, finishing up, and let's look at the unofficial time. 7:22 unofficial for a junior lady, and then it seems to have a age tag there. It's 2 juniors.
No, I don't think number 2 is a junior. I think she's a senior. She was the one that came in a close tie in the 4 kilometers, which is quite interesting that she just competed literally a few minutes ago, and now she's competing again.
Well, she can walk up to the podium, grab 2 silver medals, and then go home, because she's got 2 places in the next span of 20 minutes. So what a fantastic run by. I think a backup run like that is perfect. I think, unfortunately, that the previous race sat on her legs. The kick was close. It was close. I'm not going to lie. I was thinking at one stage she's going to catch her, but if you're tired, a hill will definitely make you feel more tired. It is very difficult trying to catch someone on a hill. I think that is, except if you're really tactically good on hills. Any long distance knows you fight hard, but you don't try to catch someone on the hill, except if the person in front of you shows weakness. Otherwise than that, stick in your lane.
Impela kunjalo, seyingenile laphana iy'ntokazi. Sengenile laphana iy'ntokazi. Iyona laphana intokazi enqobile kumajuniya. Zilokhu zingenile njalo iy'ntokazi ngaphansi kwawo 9 minutes nento. Njengamanje kwi-starting line-up sinawo laphayana nawo senior men, junior, and youth abazogijima u2 kilometer. It's going to be hot there. It's going to be hot when these guys guarantee you we might see 520 on this.
I would say yes, but the back there is muddy. It is going to be tough because if you run fast on muddy conditions and you have to turn, remember it's a 180 turn there. That might be a problem. I wanna agree with you, but I would go my prediction 5:35, and there is the results of the senior women, junior, and youth women. It is in third place Mbali Mabasa with a 7:35, Menintle Shozi 7:24, and Nkla Glanipo
Dlamini with the time of 7 minutes and 22 seconds was the junior that took the gold for the 2 kilometers in the senior women, juniors, as well as the youth.
Sibongele kakhulu laphayana intokazi ezidle umhlanganiso njengamanje ke silindele wona laphayana ke insizwa ke asazi ngempela ukuthi yozala nkomoni. Siyambona laphayana insizwa laphayana iloku ijikeleza ukusho ukuthi kunokubanda banda ithi zikhulule zidedele manje lishonile ilanga. This is going to be the last race of the day. Yes, we're closing up. Stay tuned. It's still going to be hot. It's going to be the hottest 5 minutes of your of the event that you're going to watch right now.
Do not switch on your phone. Do not be on Instagram, TikTok, WhatsApp, Facebook, because this race is going to be over before you know it. This is going to be wham bam, gone is the race. So this is going to be fast. If you look at that field, it is jam-packed, stacked, ready to go. These guys are going to gun for it. If we see a sub 5:30, that's going to be amazing. I want to see sub 5:30. It's going to be fast, but I don't know. It's slippy, and it's not ideal conditions. But you know what? These guys looks ready to rumble, hey guys?
To be quite honest, I'm very much anxious to watch this. It's a field that is full of gentlemen that are ready to just take on this event and just be over and done with. The tactics, the terrain as it is right now, considering the conditions that we've had throughout the day, it was raining. I don't think it's going to be as ideal, but there needs to be a winner at the end of the day. And in as much as they might be winners in each category, but there needs to be an overall winner for this race. And it could be anyone's race, to be quite honest, considering that there's 3 different age categories. There's senior men, there's youth men, there's junior men. Everyone is here, essentially, to just see ukuthi bamigephi and uzowobani umanqoba of the overall race in the 2 kilometers. And as you said, this is indeed the last race for the day, the last race for the provincial championships in KZN in cross country. So it is bound to be very much exciting. And literally, you don't need to be a passive. You don't need to passive watch this race. You need to be actively watching from when the gun goes to when they turn their corners, to when they're on the straights, to when they are going over their obstacles. You really need to pay attention to really see or try and decipher who might be likely to take this. And if not, then we'll see how it ends. I don't want to put any predictions, to be quite honest. I'm very much anxious to watch this, but hey, I'm here and I need to watch this, so I will.
Yeah, but njengoba sibuka laphayana insizwa zilindile ukuthi umjaho ngempela uqale laphayana masikhumbula kahle insizwa iyanqoba ngonyaka odlule uyena laphayana uSiphiwe Mtolo okhona njengamanje walandelwa ukwazi Mgobhozi kukhona noSimiso Khomo wasuka ngempela ke laphayana umjaho ngempela insizwa asazi ngempela laphayana ukuthi yeyiphi ngempela ezodla umhlanganiso lasuka lahlala uSiphiwe Mtolo wahlala phambili ke asazi ngempela ukuthi ke uzoyidedela yini eseyiphethe ngezandla i-race kodwa ke isikhathi njengamanje kungaphansi nje kwa-200 meters beqalile okusho ukuthi basalele 800 meters masikhumbula kahle uSiphiwe Mtolo it's a 1500 meter specialist okanye sithi 800 meter specialist asazi ke noma uzokwazi yini ukuthi akwazi ukumelana nebanga leli asazolihamba oku2 km njengamanje siyambona ke lapha uyayiqadulisa insizwa asazi ke Amanda uyabona makunjena ke uvedana ungabusazi ukuthi ubani ongase adle umhlanganiso
and njengoba bengishilo ukuthi mina vele sengiyisabela ukuthi ngibuke la because they're already bunched up. There's no definite winner that is being showcased here right now, and I don't think it's going to be the case anytime soon. It literally could be anyone's race that is within that bunch at this point. So it's just when we head towards, or rather after the logs or after the PSI banker ukuthi who exactly is the winner. But even Nakona Foot, Nanoma Ubani can take it even then. So we'll see at the finish line who exactly is going to be the winner. But Ogamanj, everyone is still bunched up. No one is letting loose. No one wants to be left behind from the pack. So it literally could be anyone's race. Some are jumping. They look like Springboks at this point. They're just galloping over the haystacks.
You can see there was a slip and a push and a little bump there happening now. This is unfortunately going to happen with a sprint like this.
I think it's going to be a physical race.
So this next part is the interesting part. I think the left and the right, the up and down to the rock of Mama Sandy, that is slippy, that is muddy, and that's going to be the part that I think sets them apart. I don't think the hill is going to be that much. This guy's is going to bolt for it. So I think the slippy turn and the sandy part is going to set these. Someone needs to eventually, I don't think there's going to be a breakaway. I think it's going to be a sprint straight to the end. And you can see these guys are going to go for it. You can see them lining up already. There we go, not even giving themselves a turn. There's a push and a bump.
Just say it's going to be a physical match when they're turning, when they really turning. So we'll see again when they're turning from into the muddy, because now they need to be more tactical and strategic in how they attack that bend into the mud and post that as well. So it's quite an interesting race.
Impela laphana insizwa zibheke kuona lapha 1 kilometer isikhathi njengamanje is 2 minutes and 50 seconds ebhodini njengamanje insizwa eyihola phambili iyona laphana insizwa eqhamuka khona kuyona laphayana isisonke bese kuba khona laphayana ukwazi imgobhozi kube khona laphayana uSimiso kanti ke laphayana uSiphiwe Mtolo naye ukhona asazi ngempela ukuthi iyozala Nkomoni khona enye insizwa laphayana engiyibonayo nayo eqhamuka kumngeni Athletics Club ezinze khona eHawiki asazi ke ngempela ukuthi ke ubani ophethe emgodleni ukuthi mngakanani umgodla insizwa nensizwa inomgodla wayo ophethe.
Guys, this is interesting. You can see them coming down. They're actually going single file as expected, because you can't really run next to each other here now. You can see they are looking for the harder part of the course, and that's why they're single filing now. So you can't go right on this part because it's pushy. It is a thick grass. So now they are looking for that hard surface, and as they start turning, then you got that wooden planks. If you step on that, it's game over.
It's over. It's over. So we'll really see who exactly will take this when we go past the bunker at this point. Because seemingly the obstacles, they're trying to use tactics where we are trying to minimize our energy. We're trying to minimize our like the energy that we're using in between our obstacles. So I think the best tactic at this point is to really stay in a single file. So let someone lead and just follow in their footsteps in that regard. But now we are going over the logs, and again they're just going through seamlessly through those logs. I'm scared.
Yabona Amanda,
I am scared.
Namhlanje kudela uMakhasane insizwa azizile ngempela ukuzodlala insizwa lapha eqhamuka kuyona lapha isisonke njengamanje yinkani zababili kahle kahle njengoba sebebathathu nje asazi ngempela ukuthi ubani ozofika ozoyinyuka qala lapha yana insurance broker ukuyona i-decider.
Yes, definitely they are. Now that hill is steeper than you think. So now it depends, like a steeplechase. the last jump in that water. Depends on you land. If you land that perfectly, you get that win. So this is going to be the same. And here we go. Let's see them coming up. Look.
Here we go.
Oops, daisies. They are up
And
now.
they are gone.
See, the third guy did not get it right.
And now it really is anyone's race.
Sure. This is fast. So look at that 5:30 mark. That's come and gone. The 5:30 is come and gone. But they still have to go that little bit. So what do you predict? 5:50?
5:50.
And they are tied up into that position, but we will really see ukuthi ubani ozoba umanqoba.
Ha. Yayishaya insizwa laphayana intambo. Ubuso obusha ke lo besibonayo neclub entsha ukuthi inqobe umjaho. uSmiso wangena isithathu ilandelwa yona laphayana insizwa eqhamuka khona kwi Hillcrest. Zingena zilandelana ngempela laphayana. Uyabona u2 km ngempela akuyona irace ungathi wena ungafike uzoyidlela amahlanga ngoba izokujikela.
Nanokuthi akusiyona irace ongathi uyazonga kuyona, hayi ngizokhikha mase sokusondele cha.
Do or die.
Manje kuyacaca ukuthi ubani othathayo. Uma ukuthi awukho esikhaleni usele. Akukho ukuthi I'm going to catch up because ipace iyakhuphuka ngokuya ihamba ku race. So it's really a very interesting race and a very exciting one to witness here. I was scared. I for one was really scared, but I'm glad that now it is over and we've seen who has won without any injuries, of course, and we've seen the tactics that were showcased throughout the race. So that is also another thing that I was excited to see, the strategic and the tactical thinking applied in their race.
Zingena ngempela ke insizwa sayibona laphayana insizwa iqhamuka kuyona laphayana iMaxed Elite nayo laphayana ithemba lo zingene njalo ke insizwa ke ziqeda lapha umjaho wokugcina osukwini mina ngiyinsizwa kaMbanjwa sengizothi nje khumu sibonge kakhulu kumkhandlu sibonge kakhulu kumkhandlu isigodi sokwambonambi namakhosi ukuthi cha basamukele esizweni sabo mina ke sengehlela ngenzansi ngizonishiya lapha noAmanda kanye noWayne Sneymani.
Guys, stay tuned because it's not over yet. So everyone who is watching, our fellow commentator Amanda is going to go through the results. They are going to showcase all the results throughout the day now. So she is going to take us through every single race, going through that results. And lastly, they're going to give us an 8.5 minute recap of today's fun and festivity. So it is definitely worthwhile and worth watching because there were some amazing highlights today. So firstly, results, then we're going to go recap, and then we're going to settle off the day like it should be, thanking our sponsors, making sure everyone feels warm and welcome and ready to take on the Saturday night braai and rugby time.
So just before we go through our results, we would like to extend my deepest gratitude to my fellow colleagues who held it down with me today. So it would be Wayne Sneymani, who's right next to me, Usipumba, who's right next to me as well, Providence, Usiyabonga Konde, as well as Ukolani Mapita. That was the commentary team that was assembled here today to give you guys updates and just give you paint you a picture of what was happening here at the Grantleigh schools. So we'd like to also thank our host federation, was KwaZulu-Natal Athletics, KZN. The host club, which was hosting us here today, which was Richards Bay Athletics Club, and our partners, which from the government, which is KZN DISEC, which is KwaZulu-Natal Department of Sports and Arts and Culture, as well as Akwele, Spur, Rockamamas, Green Sankana Academy. We have the PSI insurance brokers. We had Panarutis. We had Broadwalk in Kwazi. Those were our partners and sponsors that helped to make this day a success as it was today. So we will go through the results shortly, and right after the results, we'll give you a highlight of essentially what was happening here today.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to change our plans a little bit as we await for the final results. There we are going to watch our recap, which will be fantastic. You can see the beautiful pictures from this morning. We started the day off with the 6 kilometer and the 4 kilometer men's and ladies. You can see their beautiful races. The morning was absolutely fantastic. There's the first race, and there's the ladies 4K happening. So the men's 6K was first, and there's the ladies 4K. What a brilliant race that was. It was dominated by the results over here. And here we go, under 8s. How great is it that under 8s is now included in cross country? We had under 8s boys, we had under 8 girls, and that was, ladies and gentlemen, a 1 kilometer. From 2026, a 1 kilometer for under 8. How great is that for development? I can't believe that is it. What do you think here?
Impela umjaho soqale kusanje sifike lapha ikhathi umjaho oqala ubo 7:30 njengoba sesiwuphothula njengamanje sibona lapha yana insizwa ezisencanyana kanye nentokazi under 10 boys and girls under 11 sanyukela saya ku 14 years njengoba sibona lapha insizwa nentokazi sikhombise ubuhlakani kanye nokuyimisela okukhulu ukuthi lo mjaho namhlanje ube impumelelo ngoba ngaphandle kwabagijimi angeke umjaho ube impumelelo zinqobe ngokuhlukana kwezigaba zabo zeminyaka lapha insizwa nentokazi sibonge kakhulu indlela abakhombise ngako ukuyimisela nakhona lapha yana sibe nayo imix age insizwa lapha yana zinqamula intambo selithambeme nje ilanga sithanda ukubonga kakhulu kunina nonke babukela emakhaya ukuthi nihlale nathi sibuka lo mjaho lona njengamanje intokazi kuyiyona engicabanga ukuthi iyona edla umhlanganiso ku 10 km ubanele mabizela uyena ke odle umhlanganiso wanamhlanje u 10 km women bese kuthi lapha yana ku senior men wadliwa uyena lapha yana uphilani Tshegofatso ukuyena lapha yana ugijimela iPhantani Athletics Club insizwa ngempela nentokazi zikhombisile lapha yana ukuthi cha zona azizile ukuzodlala kepha zizosebenza ukuyomela iprovince.
Yes, the senior men's was dominated there by Petonic Club. What a fantastic run there. You can clearly see him not even breaking a sweat. Fantastic. So up next was the girls and boys. So there was the girls and boys 16 and 17 years. The girls respectively ran a 4 kilometer there. And also you can clearly see a pretty dominant performance there by the 4 girls under 16, 17. Winning actually by quite a landslide. You can see the boys 16, 17. That was been a 6K. So it's 3 times 2. What a big, massive field that was. The weather actually changed for the worst. During that race, it was raining. The wind was blowing. You can see absolutely horrid conditions. So these boys under 16, 17 was really, really tough and had to be mentally strong. But the race was won. And before we knew it, the weather changed back to normal over here. So unfortunately, they didn't have the best conditions, so their winning times was a bit slower. But we moved on to the girls and boys under 10, both a 2 kilometer there. Fantastic results. The weather then changed again back to with the girls and boys 2 kilometers there. You can see there's the boys 2 kilometers. What a big field. The 10s, the 11s and the 12s, the fields was quite spectacular there. And as you can see, camaraderie is still over here cheering on their own friends over there. Even though this is a race, they actually cheered on their comrades as well there.
It was a fantastic day indeed for cross country championship 2026. We have seen new champions being crowned. We have seen some people retaining their titles or defending their titles. So it was a very, very exciting championship to watch. I hope the athletes and the coaches enjoy this championship since it's a last cross country for 2026.
Yeah, the next one that's coming up will be national champs. So we're heading up to Hazeldean there up in Pretoria, where it is definitely a different race than this. September in Pretoria is windy. September in Pretoria is dusty. September in Pretoria is not the best place to be if you come from the coast, because we are used to humidity, we are used to comfortable warm weather, and the morning sessions in September is going to be cold. So these athletes that ran here today is going to definitely have to step it up a little bit to make sure that that dry altitude air of Pretoria, they are ready for that, which I'm sure they will be. Because you know what, if we see anything of today's results, we have a fantastic team coming up to Pretoria. So you know what, national champs, look out. Team KZN is coming, and we are bringing and representing. You better be scared, because we are bringing it, and we are bringing it in the heats and loads. So we get yourself ready.
Yes, I'm sure indeed we'll be ready for the 2026 National Cross Country Championship. Judging by the type of result that you produced, I think we'll be ready for 2026. Good luck to everyone who've been selected. Those who are still going to be selected and be nominated to represent the province, we wish them all the best. They have produced a very, very good result for today. Thanks everyone for participating in this cross-country, parents, spectators, coaches, athletes, for their dedication, even if the weather some of other time was starting to be drizzling windy, but they enjoy the weather, they compete at the very highest level.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're enjoying this recap. It just gives us a little bit of summary of what happened today. Just the final moments, the tough moments. I think this might be the girls and boys under 15 now. And right after this recap, our colleague Amanda is going to take over again, and she's going to go through the results, so you can have a proper indication of what the results looks like and how this day was summarized, and just to recap every single result. So this is amazing to watch. You can see that the runners are still competing well. They are still getting themselves into good positions over here, and definitely every single challenge. There you can go, the mountain that they had to climb at the end, the last 250 meters. There is that photo finish of the 4K ladies, the under 23 4K ladies, and what a great race that was. Here is Raymond Pellet's dominance. He definitely dominated the race, and so it's all come down to the last two races, which was the men's and women's under 23, and then the combination of the age groups, which is the 2K races there, which we clearly went through, and the sprinting parts.
Kunjalo sithanda nje ukubonga kakhulu kakhulukazi osukwini namhlanje sibone a very phenomenal performance from all our athletes from all the age groups, and it was I think it was a brilliant performance. I would like to give credit to all the coaches around the province who are working tirelessly to make sure that these kids, they produce these results that we witnessed today. And we also would like to thank our partners, as we know, the host federation, which is the KZN, the host club, Richards Bay Athletics Club, and then our current partner, which is this Kubelapaya, our venue partner, Grantleigh School, Kubelapaya Environmental, our winners, we Green Sanaga, Academy, ngaphandle kwabo siphinde futhi sibonge our sponsors okuporok inkwazi kube akhwele panarote Rokomama Spray naye lapha PSI Insurance Brokers yibo abathe beza nomcimbi waba impumelelo. Ngathi ngaphandle kwalokho abekhona ama-technical officials of KZN Athletics okuyiwona nawo asizayo ukuthi ekugcineni yonke into ikwazi ukuthi impumelelo. Ngaphandle kwalokho, I'd like to extend a long robe of gratitude to our commentary team oku Amanda Stole, kube lapha Wayne Sneyman, Providence Mleje, siyabonga Konde, uSipho Mbanjwa kanye lapha uXolani umfoka Mapita, siyabonga kubona bonke. It's a wrap.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention today. We are still waiting for the final results, which will be displayed very, very soon. And here is the 2K results. It is Simko Koma ran a 5:54, Badanyo Nene a 5:48, and Binkonkosi Shabalala ran a winning time of 5:48. That is it all from me. Wayne, I am going to cut out today, but still we are going to wait for the results, and my colleague Amanda is going to take you through all the results today and give you a definite summary of what happened and all it. So have a great day from my side. Have a good night.
Let's move. KwaZulu Vive, power and sports drinks.
One, two, one, two. 1 2 1 2 1 1 2 1 2. Okay. One, two. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us, we have gotten to the latter part of our day today, which is the cross country provincial championships for KZN athletics. These were hosted by the Richards Bay Athletics Club at the Grantleigh Schools. So we are about to showcase the medal ceremony for the senior men, under 23 men, boys 19, boys under 17, and their female counterparts. So we are just awaiting to see who exactly is going to start with the ceremony in terms of whether it's girls or whether it's going to be the boys.
Today in a time of 15 minutes and 17 seconds from Max Elite. Make some noise for Sandile Zatwayo. All right, to move over to the under 23 females. Third place from Dumisa Development Club.
And on the screen right now, it is the senior women who have won themselves a medal and also a qualification spot into the team that will be going to represent KwaZulu-Natal next month on the 5th of September in Pretoria.
And then picking up the win here today in a time of 15 minutes and 16 seconds from Max Elite. Make some noise for Fanele Sikakane.
Please come closer, sir.
And the ladies on your screen right now, those will be the ladies under 23.
Right, move over to race 27. In third place from Orcus Running Academy, Kosanati Mene. In the second spot from Patane, Selo Guala. Then picking up the win here today in a flying time of 11 minutes 49 seconds from Patani. Make some noise for Ryan Palele.
And the gentlemen that are on your screen right now, it is the senior men. And in gold position, it was Urayan Pahlele from Pantane Athletics Club with a time of 11 minutes and 49 seconds. And in second position, it was Uscelo Kwala, also from Pantane Athletics Club with a time of 12 minutes and 24 seconds. And in bronze position, it was Unkosnati Nene from Okus Running Academy with a time of 12 minutes and 49 seconds. Well done to these gentlemen. These will be the gentlemen that will automatically qualify to go and represent KwaZulu-Natal at the national or at national level next month in Pretoria.
Picking up a win here today, the time of 11 minutes 55 seconds from Patani. Make some noise for Leslie McQuena.
And on your screen right now, it is the under 23 men, 2 kilometers. In third position, we have Olwe Tsusibi with a time of 12 minutes and 34 seconds, and he is from Siyatutuga Development Athletics Club. In second position, or silver, we have Uspamandla Shezi from Harambe 2040 Athletics Club with a time of 12:01. And in gold position, the champion of the under 23 men, it is Ulesile Mokwena from Pantane Athletics Club with a time of 11:55.
Right, we move over to the under 23 females. In the third place from Dumisa Development Club, Stimbile Puyani. In second place from DUT, Owanle Ntuli.
And on your screen right now, it is the females under 23. In third position, or bronze, who received a bronze medal, is Tembi Lefuyane from Dumisa Development Club with a time of 7 minutes and 45 seconds. In silver position, we do have Uluan Lentuli from DUT Athletics Club with a time of 7 minutes and 44 seconds. And the champion for the day, it is Umine Shozi from Harding Athletics Club with a time of 7 minutes and 25 seconds. Mind you, Umine Leshozi was the same lady that also competed in the 4 kilometers with the senior women and also participated again in the mixed 2 kilometers. So well done, ladies.
In the third spot from Fulatela, Anele Zulu. In second place from Max Elite, Amashte Melissa Glepu.
And on your screen right now, it is the girls under 19. In third position, or bronze medal, who received the bronze medal, it is Anele Zulu from Fulatela Athletics Club with a time of 7 minutes and 39 seconds. And in a close, in a tie, it was Amahle Melissa Lepu from Maxed Elite KZN with a time of 7 minutes and 39 seconds. And who took gold position in this regard, it is Unontlagani Andiswa Dlamini from Save Orion with a time of 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Well done to these ladies, and these will be the ladies that will represent KwaZulu-Natal Athletics next month in Pretoria at the national level of cross country.
I'll move over to the 17-year-olds for the ladies. Third spot from Zabala Mwande Chaliza.
Next up, we have the girls 17 and in bronze, or in third position, and who received a bronze, it is Umalwande Kiliza from Zabalaza Athletics Club with a time of 8 minutes and 41 seconds. And in second place, which is the silver medal, it is Usia Togoza Maposa from Newcastle City Athletics Club with a time of 8 minutes and 13 seconds. And in first place, who is the champion of this age group and received a gold medal and will also get to represent KwaZulu-Natal Athletics Club, it is Apiwe Ngasane from Italente Athletics Club with a time of 7 minutes and 39 seconds.
place from Mgeni Howick Academy, Linda Andile Mtambo.
And on your screen, shortly will be on your screen, it is going to be the senior men, and in third position it is Ulinda Mtambo from Mgeni Howick Academy, and with a time of 6 minutes and 9 seconds.
And picking up the winner today in the time of 5 minutes.
And in second position, we have Fikinko Sizondi from Hillcrest Villages with a time of 5 minutes and 56 seconds. And in first position, taking the gold and going to be the champion, or is the champion rather, it is Usmi Sokomo from Sisonke Athletics Club with the time of 5 minutes and 55 seconds. This was a very, very close and the scary race, essentially. This is the senior men 2 kilometers.
Right, move over to the under 23 males. In a place from Fulatela and Slakanipo, Mtambo.
And in the under 23 male category, we have Untlakani Mtambo from Fulatela Athletics Club with a time of 6 minutes and 5 seconds. And in second position, we will rather have Utabiso Hatebe from Biggersburg Athletics Club with the time of 5 minutes and 59 seconds. And in first position, taking the gold and claiming the victory, it is Ubonginkosi Shabalala from Sisonke Athletics Club, and he came in the time of 5 minutes and 49 seconds. Well done, gentlemen. Go and represent the province and make us proud.
Right, move over to the under 19s. In third place from Tondolwe True Athletic Club, Tebo Nyali.
And coming up next, it is the boys 19 category, still in 2 kilometers. And in third position, we have Ucebo Nyali from Tandolwe Athletics Club, and he came in the time of 6 minutes and 3 seconds.
And then picking up the winner today in time of 6 minutes and 1 second from Tondolwe Athletic Club, Asanda.
And in second position, claiming that silver medal, it is Usiyabonga Hlope from Harding Athletics Club, and he came in the time of 6 minutes and 2 seconds. And the champion for this age group, it is Asanda Dlamini from Tandolwe Athletics Club, and he came in the time of 6 minutes and 1 second. This was a very tight finish, I might say, because they all in 6 minutes and literally in the second 1, 2, and 3.
17-year-olds. In third place from Newcastle City, Lusanda Dlamini.
Up next, it is the boys 17 in the 2 kilometers, considering that it was senior, juniors, and youth. So in third position, we do have Ulusanda Dlamini from Newcastle City Athletics Club, and he came in the time of 6 minutes and 14 seconds, claiming that bronze medal. In second position, we have Untutugo Mapumulo from Tandolwe Athletics Club, and he came in the time of 6 minutes and 8 seconds. And in first position, claiming that gold in the boys 17 2 kilometers, it is Ubayanda Nene from Fulatela Athletics Club with the time of 5 minutes and 49 seconds. Well done to these young men as they go on to represent the province of KwaZulu-Natal at the national level of the cross country next month in Pretoria.
Just want to check if the senior female results ready. No, not yet. We've got one more medal presentation to do. You guys happy with what's happened here today? Yeah, deeply thankful and very, very proud. I want to congratulate everybody, all these officials, the way that they've handled things, and it was just a wonderful day. All the athletes have done great, and it was just so special. Now, from Grantleigh's side, I mean, that does big things for the school. I mean, you're the best school on the North Coast as far as I know. And I mean, the school's just growing. And from here on in, what does this mean to Grantleigh? Well, currently we are at the stage where our boarding is full and we've got waiting lists, but we are going to build on next year and we just expand, and I think a day like this just contribute to the success of Grantleigh. So if you want to join Grantleigh, I mean, have a check to these folks, you know. But yeah, it's been absolutely amazing. Once again, I think let's give a big round of applause to KZN Athletics. You guys have been absolutely amazing. It's been a brilliant event. It's one of the best races I've ever been to. My first ever cross country, and I hope it's not my last. All right, you guys are amazing. KZN Athletics Cross Country Championships. What a blast, what a ball, and I'll see you guys next week down at Zini for the MTZ Bush Run. My name's Keith, I'm out.
Well, the MC said bye, but there's just like a lot of commotion.
You ladies, wow, giving out medals. Eh? You don't need a medal, man. Hey, you worked so hard here today.
So, just to wrap up the day, would like to once again, send a special shout out and massive thank you to my colleagues that helped me hold down this event today. It will be Wednesday, man, Providence, Sipumbanja, as well as Ukulani Mapida. And in terms of the federation that is hosting us here today with this event, it was KZN Athletics, and the host club was Richards Bay Athletics Club. And the government partner, we had KwaZulu-Natal Department of Sports and Arts and Culture, which is KZN TSEC in essence. And the venue that we were using here today, it was the Grantleigh Schools, and might I add that this venue was everything and more that the athletes needed for their preparation for next week, or rather for next month, my apologies. And in as much as the rain or the weather wasn't on our side, but I think the cause in itself, where it had the obstacles that were also sponsored by our partners and sponsors, which were the Panarotis, which was Spur, which was Rockamamas, which was Aquile, which was the Broadwalk in Kwanzi, where the fun and the excitement was starting and finishing. And it was the PSI Insurance Brokers would like to send a massive, massive thank you for partnering up and sponsoring the event of KwaZulu-Natal Athletics to help develop the cross country in this province and forever in this country as well. So I'd like to say a massive, massive thank you. It is from me, Amanda Stole Mklongo, Indombi with the double barrel surname Inga Shotanga. Showcase, we are out.
Let's move. Aquile Vive, power and sports drinks.